The man's only thought now is to marry 18 Daoist partners as soon as possible and have them bear him children. All of this stemmed from a sudden accident that transported Chen to a fantasy world of immortal cultivation with extraordinary powers. In this world, the strong can move mountains and seas and hold the sun and moon in their hands, while the weak can only live by depending on the strong for their entire lives. This is a dog-eat-dog world of cultivation. Without strength, there is no control over one's destiny. When Chen first transmigrated, he thought that as long as he embarked on the path of cultivation, he could acquire great power through hard work and even achieve immortality, watching the world wither away. However, reality shattered his illusions. When he took the entrance test for the Immortal Sect, he was found to possess only the lowest grade 9 spiritual root, which meant that he would never become a powerful cultivator in his lifetime. This result left Chen disheartened. Just as he was in utter despair, a clear, ethereal voice suddenly rang in his mind. Ding! Detection indicates that the host has embarked on the path of immortality. The Immortal Clan System has been activated. By marrying and having children, producing offspring with spiritual roots, and establishing a cultivation family, one can obtain divine-level cultivation techniques, immortal-level magic treasures, miraculous elixirs to enhance spiritual roots, as well as various powerful skills and rare items. There is no limit to the rewards gained from marrying and having children. The ethereal voice continued to echo in his mind. Newbie gift pack being distributed. Alchemy from beginner to master. Detailed explanation of first-order alchemy formulas and second-order alchemy formulas. An outline of alchemy theory. Please check it, host. As the ethereal voice faded from his mind, a vast amount of knowledge about alchemy instantly flooded into Chen's mind. His initial despair was immediately replaced by overwhelming joy. Chen realized that his chance to defy fate had arrived. Soon a complete plan took shape in his mind. He wanted to demonstrate his amazing talent in alchemy to attract the sect's attention and thus quickly rise in status within the sect. Then find a suitable Daoist partner. Quickly have children and establish a family to obtain system rewards. Advance your spiritual root to a higher level and completely reverse your fate. Chen immediately brought up the system panel and began to carefully study its contents. Host, Chen, cultivation level, Qi refining level 1, cultivation technique, Crimson Flame technique, beginner, Daoist companion, none, offspring, none, clan, not established. Currently, he needs to gradually demonstrate his alchemy talent in order to win the appreciation and cultivation of Fairy Linglong. Once his cultivation level improves, and he truly enters the ranks of alchemists, Chen will then consider a series of matters such as finding a Daoist partner, having children, and establishing a family. As for whether or not to leave the Divine Pill Pavilion and the protection of Fairy Linglong, Chen never had such a thought. With his mere Qi refining level 1 cultivation, if he were to rashly leave the Divine Pill Pavilion, he would likely be devoured without even a trace of bone in an instant. He barely slept that night. When Chen got up the next morning, his eyes were still bloodshot. Han Mao squinted at him, his face full of surprise. Brother Chen, you've completed the Qi induction and Dao cultivation? Chen remained expressionless and simply nodded. Han Mao's chubby face showed even more surprise. Are you really a 9th grade spiritual root? I have an 8th grade spiritual root. It took me a whole year to cultivate my Qi and enter the Dao. Just then, Shu Chan, the female neighbor next door, pushed open her door, carrying a heavy sack. Today was the day she was going to deliver the talisman to the shop. She was in an exceptionally light and cheerful mood. Her beautiful eyes swept over Chen gently, her voice soft and smiling. Brotherly has also become a cultivator. Congratulations, Brotherly, on embarking on the path of immortality. You have the hope of achieving immortality. I have some things to attend to here. I'll treat Brotherly to drinks when I get back. With that, Shu Chan turned and hurriedly left. In Yinshan Feng, cultivators at the first level of Qi refining are still at the very bottom. Only those who break through to the middle stage of Qi refining can gain a foothold here. To truly establish oneself and gain a renowned reputation in Yinshan Feng, one must at least break through to the late stage of Qi refining or become a master of cultivation techniques such as alchemist, array master, weapon refiner, or talisman master. Li Chen's current cultivation level naturally hadn't yet attracted Shu Chan's true attention. He watched Shu Chan's hurried departure, his face expressionless, his heart undisturbed. As expected, someone like him, who had just embarked on the path of cultivation and whose strength was weak, could not possibly attract the attention of female cultivators. In the world of cultivation, most female cultivators do not consider appearance or age when choosing a cultivation partner. The only thing they care about is cultivation level. In this world of cultivation level is everything. As long as your cultivation level is strong enough, you can possess anything. You really have a 9th grade spiritual root. Inside the Divine Pill Pavilion, Manager Fu frowned, his strange gaze fixed on Li Chen, making him somewhat uneasy. A 9th grade spiritual root shouldn't have completed the Qi induction and Dao cultivation process so quickly. Manager Fu stroked his chin while looking at Li Chen with a suspicious expression. The surrounding men also cast astonished glances, whispering about Li Chen's miracle. Li Chen himself began to feel doubtful. According to Manager Fu, it takes at least 2 years for a 9th grade spiritual root to complete the Qi induction and Dao cultivation process. Han Mao, who had an 8th grade spiritual root, also took more than a year to successfully enter the Dao. Could it be that there was a problem with the spirit testing pillar? Was he actually not a 9th grade spiritual root, but a 7th grade, or even a 6th grade one? This thought filled Li Chen with joy. After all, he only took half a year to reach the Qi refining stage, which was much faster than Han Mao and the other members of the pavilion, which was indeed unusual. He mustered his courage and tentatively asked Manager Fu, "Uncle Fu, could there be a problem with the spirit testing pillar? Perhaps you could retest my spiritual root." Just as Manager Fu was about to respond, a clear and ethereal voice came from upstairs, interrupting the conversation. "There can't be a problem with the spirit testing pillar. I've also confirmed it with my divine sense. You do indeed have a 9th grade spiritual root. The reason you were able to complete the Qi induction and Dao cultivation in half a year is not because of your spiritual root, but because your soul is stronger than that of ordinary people, which allows your cultivation progress to be faster." As the voice fell, a girl dressed in a light blue fairy dress slowly walked down from upstairs. It was none other than Fairy Linglong. She wore a wreath of fresh flowers, which looked as if they had just been picked and showed no signs of wilting. "Greetings, Pavilion Master." Everyone bowed their heads in greeting upon seeing Fairy Linglong appear. Despite her delicate and youthful appearance, she is the master of the Divine Pill Pavilion and one of the few Foundation establishment cultivators in Yinshan Workshop, with extremely high prestige. Li Chen chuckled self-deprecatingly and bowed respectfully, saying, "Greetings, Pavilion Master." The appearance of Fairy Linglong shattered the last glimmer of hope in Li Chen's heart. He, Li Chen, was indeed that useless person with a 9th grade spiritual root. However, he wasn't discouraged. Instead, he quickly adjusted his mindset. With the system's assistance, as long as he didn't die young, his destiny would definitely not be ordinary. The fairy maiden approached Li Chen with light, almost silent steps. She looked up at Li Chen's cold and resolute face, her eyes deep and unfathomable. "You are not discouraged. I can feel that you are full of fighting spirit. But you clearly possess the lowest grade 9 spiritual root in the cultivation world. Tell me, why are you so confident in yourself?" Her voice was gentle and melodious, yet Li Chen's heart skipped a beat. This exquisite fairy could actually sense people's hearts? Li Chen quickly calmed himself, raised his head, and looked directly into those eyes as black as ink jade, a carefree smile playing on his lips. A 9th grade spiritual root is indeed of low aptitude, but one can still cultivate, can't one? If there's a road ahead, I will walk on it. If there is no road, I will forge one myself. After all, the roads in this world are made by people walking on them. As soon as Li Chen finished speaking, the surroundings fell silent. Inside the Divine Pill Pavilion, Han Mao's palms were sweating as he nervously watched Li Chen. The others also looked grave. Fairy Linglong was a highly respected figure in the entire Yinshan Pavilion, a figure revered throughout the Yin Kingdom's cultivation world. Although Li Chen was nervous, he knew he couldn't show weakness in front of this powerful figure. Linglong Fairy was silent for a moment, then smiled, a smile as beautiful and radiant as 100 flowers in bloom. "So alike, so very alike. Let me see how far you can ultimately go." She casually took out a jade bottle and handed it to Li Chen, saying, "You've already reached the first level of Qi refining. Take this bottle of Qi nourishing pills. If you can break through to the middle stage of Qi refining within 5 years, I will reward you further." Li Chen was slightly taken aback, staring blankly at the jade bottle that was handed to him. Linglong Fairy's aptitude must be extremely high, having already established her foundation before the age of 30. It should be noted that most of the true disciples of the Zishu Immortal Sect could only successfully establish their foundation after the age of 30. What grade of spiritual root does she possess? If he could become her Daoist partner, their offspring would undoubtedly be exceptionally talented. Realizing he was thinking too far ahead, Li Chun immediately composed himself. A figure like Fairy Linglong was someone he could never hope for at this moment. He didn't even dare to entertain the thought. He even suspected that Fairy Linglong might possess the art of mind reading. Feeling the intense and envious gazes around him, Li Chun respectfully accepted the jade bottle and bowed to Fairy Linglong, saying, "Thank you for your generous gift, Fairy. I dare not disappoint you." Fairy Linglong merely glanced at him before turning and going upstairs without saying another word. As she left, no one dared to utter a sound. Li Chun looked around and noticed that, apart from Manager Fu, everyone else was looking at him with obvious jealousy and shock. Even Han Mao, who had always called him brother, had a flicker of jealousy in his eyes, though he quickly suppressed it. As long as you are willing to work hard, the old man and the pavilion master will never be stingy with rewards. With these words from Manager Fu, everyone responded respectfully and then dispersed. Li Chun then went to pay his respects to Master Chen. Master Chen glanced at Li Chun indifferently and then ignored him, only instructing him to continue chopping wood. After a day's work, Li Chun returned to the shanty town with the chi-nourishing pill bestowed upon him by Fairy Linglong. On the way, Han Mao became much more talkative and closer to him. "Brother Chen, what's your relationship with the pavilion master? I've been in the Divine Pill Pavilion for so many years, and I've never seen the pavilion master smile at anyone, let alone heard of anyone receiving a personal reward from her." Han Mao chattered on, while Li Chun was deep in thought. He knew that Fairy Linglong was indeed different from him. Logically speaking, someone like her would be difficult for ordinary chi refining cultivators to even see, let alone converse with. Who exactly did he resemble? Li Chun couldn't figure it out for the time being, but he was certain that Fairy Linglong meant him no harm, and he was very lucky. He had encountered such a benefactor early in his cultivation journey, allowing him to avoid many twists and turns. Night fell. In Li Chun's simple house, besides Han Mao, his female neighbor Shu Chan also appeared. As expected, she brought wine and a roast chicken from Xingxila restaurant, saying it was to celebrate Li Chun's official entry into the path of cultivation. "Brother Li, congratulations. You've finally taken that first step into the Tao and become a cultivator. Congratulations on your initial success in the path to immortality." Shu Chan held a wine cup, leaning slightly against her chair, her voluptuous and graceful figure particularly eye-catching. Her cheeks were flushed, and her brows held a touch of allure. Han Mao stared, his eyes wide, his breathing becoming somewhat rapid. Li Chun had been in Yinshan village for half a year and had learned quite a bit about the common knowledge of the cultivation world. This Shu Chan was slightly older than him, in her early 20s, and her cultivation level was around the 4th level of chi refining. It was said that she had also cultivated a seductive art. If she used her seductive art, ordinary people would have no chance against it. Han Mao, in the prime of his life, had already been somewhat affected and lost his composure. But Li Chun, after all, had lived 2 lives, and his soul in this life was naturally strong. He had also spent more than 10 years training in the mortal world, so he was able to suppress his emotions and remain clear-headed under Shu Chan's charm. He calmly withdrew his gaze and replied with a light laugh. "Only by establishing a solid foundation for immortality can one be said to have achieved immortality. I, Li, have only just embarked on the path of cultivation. How dare I presume to claim that I have attained the great Tao?" Shu Chan tilted her head back and drank the wine in her cup in one gulp. She raised her hand to brush aside the strands of hair at her temple, her smile becoming even more charming and alluring. Brother Li was able to complete the Qi induction and Tao cultivation in just half a year, so he must have a 6th grade spiritual root, right? Unlike me, I only have a 7th grade spiritual root. I'm afraid I'll never have the chance to establish my foundation in this lifetime. Li Chun didn't reply, but simply tore off a chicken leg and ate it with relish. The wine Shu Chan brought, while not exactly a spirit wine, was still considered top grade among mortals. As for the roast chicken, it was a spiritual dish produced by Xingxila, made by roasting a first-order demon beast, the azure pheasant. The meat contained spiritual energy, which was very beneficial to cultivators in the early stage of chi refining. The azure pheasant is a common demonic beast in the Yinshan Mountains. It has a full body of blue feathers. Although it is only a low-level demonic beast, to truly hunt it, it requires at least a cultivator at the mid-stage of chi refining who can fly on a sword. After a cultivator hunts and kills a blue pheasant, he sells it to the treasure pavilion for only 3 to 5 spirit stones. However, after being processed by a spirit chef, a single pheasant can be sold for more than 10 spirit stones. After eating only 1 chicken leg, Chen clearly felt a slight increase in his internal magical power. He couldn't help but think to himself, as expected of a product from Zengxiela, Chen really has some merit. In a world of cultivation, mastering a cultivation technique is indeed extremely important. For example, Chan's mastery of the technique of washing spirit paper allows her to trade with the treasure pavilion and obtain a stable income. Resources are fundamental to cultivation, and spirit stones are the universal currency for exchanging resources. While eating chicken, Chen casually replied, "I am indeed a 9th grade spiritual root. I was able to enter the Tao within half a year, but it is only because my soul is slightly stronger than that of ordinary people. How dare I compare myself to Fairy Shu's 7th grade spiritual root? With Fairy Shu's talent and her mastery of paper-making skills, her path to immortality must be much smoother than mine." In the cultivation world, spiritual roots are divided into 9 grades. The first grade is the heavenly spiritual root, which has almost no bottlenecks before the nascent soul stage, while the 7th, 8th, and 9th grades are all low-grade spiritual roots, with the 9th grade being the worst, even called a pseudo-spiritual root, and most people with this grade find it difficult to even break through to the 3rd level of chi refining. Brotherly has a pseudo-spiritual root? Chen sat up straight upon hearing this. A strange glint in her eyes, and the alluring expression on her face vanished. Chen shrugged and casually reached for the chicken breast on the plate. Chan's smile began to fade. Han Mao sensed something was amiss and quickly interjected. "Sister Chen, Brother Chen does indeed possess a 9th grade spiritual root, yet he is highly regarded by Fairy Linglong. Today, the fairy personally bestowed upon Brother Chen a bottle of chi-nourishing pills and said that if he can break through to the mid-stage of chi refining within 5 years, he will receive a generous reward." "Oh!" Chan's eyes brightened again, staring intently at Chen, her gaze almost gleaming. "Brotherly, do you really have a relationship with Fairy Linglong?" Chen glanced at Han Mao, frowned slightly, and then shook his head with a smile. "Fairy Shu is joking. Fairy Linglong is of such high status. How could I dare to presume to be worthy of her? That chi-nourishing pill must have been a casual gift from the fairy when she was in a good mood." Chen clearly didn't believe her. Her eyes were alluring, and she leaned slightly closer to Chen, whispering with a smile, "Brotherly, why are you so wary? The Fairy Linglong is always aloof and taciturn, never easily showing favor. Could Brotherly be a blood relative of the Fairy Linglong in the mortal realm?" Chen pressed herself even closer, almost touching Chen with one side. Her warm breath brushed against his ear, causing Chen's soul to tremble slightly. Was this a female cultivator who practiced seductive arts? Chen looked up and met her gaze. Seeing that Chan's gaze was almost like silk threads, he felt a stirring in his heart, but remained silent. He remained silent, which only strengthened Chan's suspicions. Her smile deepened as she picked up the wine pot and personally filled Chen's cup. "Brotherly, this is a toast to you. Don't call me Fairy Shu anymore. It's too formal." Chen's eyes held a hint of amusement, and a smile played on his lips as he took the wine cup and asked, "Then what should I call you?" Chen lowered her head and smiled, like a newly blossoming spring flower, and said softly, "If Brotherly doesn't mind, you can call me Chener." Chen downed his drink in one gulp, a faint smile still playing on his lips. He knew perfectly well that with his current chi refining level 1 cultivation, finding a female cultivator to bear him an heir was virtually impossible. But wasn't there one taking the initiative right in front of him? Chen possesses a 7th grade spiritual root, so her son should also have a spiritual root, and it shouldn't be too bad. Chen understood her intentions perfectly, but he didn't mind. The reason Chen valued him was simply because of Fairy Linglong's appreciation. Han Mao sat to the side, his gaze fixed on Chen, unable to look away from her shy appearance. He couldn't help but softly murmur, "Chener." Chen looked up and smiled at him. "Little brother Han, not just anyone can call me Chener." Han Mao's chubby face flushed red, his eyes filled with disappointment. Chapter 7, Don't Let Her Suffer. Chen smiled gently. Her cheeks flushed, and she brushed a strand of hair behind her ear. Her eyes were full of tenderness and reluctance as she looked at Chen and said softly, "Brotherly, see you tomorrow?" Chen smiled and nodded in response. "Chener, see you tomorrow." After saying that, Chen turned and left. Inside, the chubby boy had already picked up the wine jug and taken a swig. He drank too quickly, choking and turning his face red, with wine dripping from the corner of his mouth as he coughed repeatedly. Li Chun simply watched him, offering neither comfort nor a word. Han Mao gave a few bitter laughs, then turned to look at Li Chun, his eyes filled with undisguised desolation. His voice was low, yet tinged with self-mockery. "Brother Chun, do you know I've liked her for a long time. From the first time I saw her, I fell in love with her, but I never dared to say it. She's so beautiful and gentle. Her cultivation is higher than mine, and she can even make spirit paper. I feel like I'm not good enough for her at all. Every night, I look forward to dawn, because I can see her when it's light. But I know she will never belong to me." He lowered his head as he spoke, his voice growing increasingly choked with emotion. "I never expected her to like me. I was content just to see her smile and hear her voice. But I never imagined she would fall for you." Li Chun pursed his lips, his expression subtle. Shu Chan liked him? He didn't think so. He had seen many female warriors captivated by him before. Some because of his martial arts skills, some because of his status in the martial arts world, and some because they were attracted to his handsome appearance. But that was an immortal world. The cultivation world is different. In Li Chen's opinion, Shu Chan's liking was just an act. In his previous life in nightclubs, he had met too many actors, gentleness, shyness, deep affection in their eyes. These could all be acted out. Li Chun could see through her, and he was already used to it. He naturally wouldn't exchange sincerity for insincerity, but he wasn't to the point of disliking her either. He understood Shu Chan perfectly. She merely wanted to use him to climb the social ladder and gain access to Fairy Linglong. Or rather, she thought Li Chun could bring her some kind of convenience or resources in her cultivation. Li Chen's own desires were clear. He didn't expect any romantic feelings. He only hoped that Shu Chan could give him a child with spiritual roots to complete the system's first side quest. If she hadn't mistakenly believed that Li Chun was related to Fairy Linglong, she probably wouldn't have even glanced at him. However, he naturally wouldn't say these things to Han Mao. The chubby boy cried even harder. Between sobs, he muttered to himself, "Actually, if she were really with Brother Chun, I could still see her often. I never dare to ask that she belonged to me." After saying that, he looked at Li Chun with red eyes and pleaded, "Brother Chun, I beg you, if we really get together, you must treat her well." Li Chun remained silent for a long time before finally nodding in agreement. This chubby guy is really pitifully infatuated. He thought to himself, if Shu Chanjin were to give birth to a child with spiritual roots, he wouldn't mind treating her well. "Brother Han, you're drunk, go back and rest." Li Chun eventually persuaded him to leave, lest this emotional little fat boy continue to linger and delay his cultivation. On the path of cultivation, every second counts. Even with the system, he couldn't afford to slack off. Beauty doesn't bewitch people, people bewitch themselves. Wine doesn't intoxicate people, people intoxicate themselves. "I'm really drunk, Brother Chun," the chubby boy muttered as he swayed as he walked, carrying a wine jug. "You must treat her well and not let her suffer any injustice." Li Chun managed to persuade him to leave after much persuasion. Shu Chan witnessed all of this. She peeked through the crack in the door at Li Chun seeing Han Mao off, her gaze lingering on Han Mao's retreating figure for a few seconds with complicated emotions, before she murmured softly, "Little brother Han, I'm sorry. I know you have feelings for me, but I really don't feel anything for you." As she finished speaking, she turned to look at Li Chun, a faint smile on her face. "Although Brotherly has a 9th grade spiritual root, I like his calm and masculine nature. More importantly, he is most likely related to Fairy Linglong. If I really become Brother Li's Daoist partner, I might get the support of Fairy Linglong, and maybe I can even try to break through to the Foundation establishment realm. Even if I can't break through, at least I can wear a magic robe and use magic weapons." At this moment, Li Chun had already sensed her spying. Although he hadn't awakened his spiritual sense, his soul was powerful and his intuition extremely sharp. This intuition, honed in the nightlife world, was equally useful in the cultivation world. Li Chun sat back in his room and took out the jade bottle given to him by Fairy Linglong from his robes. He regulated his breathing for a moment, cleared his mind of distractions, and swallowed a chi-nourishing pill. The medicinal effects quickly dissipated, and a vast amount of spiritual energy surged into his dantian, causing his magical power to increase rapidly. The next day at dawn, Li Chun awoke from his meditation, his internal energy noticeably stronger. He was very satisfied with the effects of the chi-nourishing pills. A bottle of 10 pills was enough to sustain him until he reached the 2nd level of chi refining. Although using them on a 9th grade spiritual root was somewhat wasteful, he knew that without pills, his cultivation would stagnate. Pushing open the door, I saw Shu Chan and Han Mao chatting and laughing in the courtyard. The chubby boy had a forced smile on his face, clearly trying to suppress his emotions, but pretending to be nonchalant. Shu Chan's eyes lit up when she saw Li Chun, and she smiled brightly, running up to him and taking his arm. Brother Chun, you're awake? I was thinking about you all night. Li Chun smiled slightly and teased. Since you couldn't sleep well, why don't you move in with me tonight? A house in a shanty town costs 1 spirit stone a month. If we live together, we can save some money. Shu Chan's face flushed red instantly. She lightly punched his chest and said reproachfully, "You're so naughty." Li Chun felt a surge of familiarity. He knew this behavior all too well. That shy expression, that tender gaze, it was almost certainly acting. He reached out and lifted her chin, his tone half serious, half joking. "You still haven't said whether you're willing or not." Shu Chan lowered her head shyly and then looked up again, answering softly, "But we haven't become Daoist partners yet. At least give me a title, right?" Li Chun waved his hand with a smile. "There aren't that many rules in the cultivation world. If you don't want to, then never mind." Shu Chan bit her lip and nodded gently. "Then I'll listen to you." Li Chun reached out and touched her cheek, a smile on his lips. "Chaner, I'm going to the Divine Pill Pavilion. Wait for me to come back." Then he turned and called to Han Mao. "Brother Han, let's go." Han Mao's smile was forced, and he was clearly unhappy, but he still silently followed Li Chun toward the center of the market. Chapter 8 Apprentice. As soon as Li Chun stepped into the Divine Pill Pavilion, several disciples immediately greeted him warmly, their faces beaming with ingratiating smiles, and greeted him in unison. "Good morning, Brother Li." Li Chun smiled and responded to each of them, then headed straight for the back hall to report to Alchemist Chen. The moment Li Chun saw Alchemist Chen, he clearly noticed a change in the other's attitude. He was no longer as cold as before. "I heard that the Pavilion Master bestowed upon you a bottle of chi-nourishing pills yesterday." Alchemist Chen's face was unusually amiable. Faced with the other party's concerned gaze, Li Chun nodded neither humbly nor arrogantly and replied, "I am grateful for the Pavilion Master's kindness. It is indeed true." Master Chen nodded slightly and said with a half smile, "Little Li, I made you chop wood for half a year. Do you have any resentment?" Li Chun shook his head without hesitation. "Senior's kindness is too much for me to bear. Before I entered the Tao, I was unable to cultivate. Senior made me chop wood, which was really a way to train me. I will remember it in my heart." Master Chen nodded in satisfaction, his tone becoming even gentler. "Now that you have entered the Tao, you no longer need to chop wood from today onwards. Come with me to the herb garden, and first learn to recognize herbs and understand their properties." Li Chun bowed respectfully and said solemnly, "Thank you for your guidance, Senior. I will certainly not let you down." Although his heart was calm, his face still showed excitement, which was quite reasonable. Master Chen stroked his beard, his smile becoming even more amiable. "Little Li, you are my disciple. Don't keep calling me Senior like that. Just call me Master Chen." Li Chun immediately bowed, his voice solemn. "Disciple greets Master Chen. Let's go, I'll show you the herb garden." Master Chen waved his sleeve and walked out first. As the largest alchemy force in Yinshan Workshop, Shindan Pavilion naturally had its own herb garden, with dedicated people to manage the spiritual herbs. 2 people were already tending the herb garden, an elderly man with dark skin and a pretty, quiet young woman. Upon seeing Master Chen, they immediately stopped what they were doing and bowed in greeting. The old man grinned and said, "Master Chen, have you come to collect herbs today?" The woman spoke gently. "Yunji greets Master Chen." Master Chen waved his hand, his tone calm. "Today we're not here to collect medicine, but simply to bring my disciple to identify herbs. You all do your work." The old man looked Li Chen up and down, then asked with a smile, "Is this young brother Master Chen's newly accepted disciple?" Yunji, standing to the side, also glanced at Li Chen, her clear eyes filled with curiosity. Li Chen smiled and nodded in response. Master Chen didn't say much more to the two, leading Li Chen deeper into the medicinal field. As they walked, he explained that old man is called Yun Feng, and the woman beside him is his granddaughter, Yunji. They are specifically responsible for looking after the medicinal herbs here. A few years ago, the Pavilion Master saved their lives. To repay the kindness, the two stayed to take care of the medicinal fields. I heard that Yunji has a 5th grade spiritual root. She is only in her early 20s and already has the cultivation of the 6th level of Qi refining. If she can successfully establish her foundation in the future, she will be considered successful. That old man cherishes this granddaughter very much and doesn't easily let other men get close to her. Li Chen listened intently and couldn't help but turn a glance at the quiet, elegant young woman. As if sensing his gaze, Yunji looked up, her eyes meeting Li Chen's for a fleeting moment. As they walked deeper into the medicinal field, Master Chen began to explain each herb one by one. This is golden bone grass, a warm-natured spiritual herb, mainly used in bigu pills to satisfy hunger and nourish the body. This is green spirit fruit, the main ingredient in qi nourishing pills, full of spiritual energy. That's snake saliva grass over there. Combined with black fire dogwhip, it can be used to refine the Myriad Wonders pill, which is my specialty. Speaking of the Myriad Wonders pill, alchemist Chen's eyes gleamed, and his face was full of pride. This Myriad Wonders pill was obtained by chance, and the formula was unique. Even Li Chen's alchemy inheritance obtained from his system did not record it. To put it simply, it's a top-grade aphrodisiac in the cultivation world, with remarkable effects and extremely popular. Most buyers are elderly male cultivators, hence the high demand and near supply shortage. That morning, Li Chen followed Alchemist Chen throughout the entire herb garden, identifying dozens of first-tier spiritual herbs. As for second-tier spiritual herbs, Alchemist Chen had no authority to use them, nor would he allow Li Chen to handle them. In the entire Divine Pill Pavilion, only Alchemist Gu and Fairy Linglong had the authority to access second-tier spiritual herbs. Before the trip ended, Master Chen handed Li Chen a thick book on herbal medicine, instructing him to study it carefully. This content was actually already included in the alchemy inheritance Li Chen had received. However, he knew this wasn't the time to reveal his true abilities. He still needed to proceed step by step, enacting a journey to becoming an alchemy genius. In the afternoon, Li Chen accompanied Master Chen to the alchemy room. Master Chen had quite a few disciples, more than 10 in total, with varying levels of cultivation and alchemy skills. One of them, named Zhou Jian, was the most outstanding apprentice, already able to independently refine various pills and not far from completing his apprenticeship. Upon seeing Master Chen's arrival, everyone stopped what they were doing and bowed in unison, saying, "Greetings, Master Chen." "Master Chen, are you going to start refining pills today?" someone asked respectfully. Master Chen glanced around, then suddenly frowned. "Where's Zhou Jian? Why isn't he here?" Reporting to Master Chen, senior brother Zhou is refining yellow sprout pills in the next room. "Oomph." Master Chen snorted coldly, his face displeased. Does he think yellow sprout pills are so easy to refine? The young man is too arrogant. After a brief silence, he regained his composure, summoned a short apprentice, and instructed, "Mo Bai, you take the newcomer Li Chen to familiarize himself with the furnace warming method." The apprentice called upon was a middle-aged man with a mustache and a simple, honest smile. He walked up to Li Chen and introduced himself. "Junior brother Li, my name is Mo Bai. Please come with me." Li Chen bowed to Alchemist Chen and followed Mo Bai into another alchemy room. Along the way, Mo Bai explained the room's layout in a friendly tone. Li Chen listened calmly, but a key point had already caught his attention. Although Zhou Jian possessed exceptional talent, his relationship with Alchemist Chen seemed strained. Nominally master and disciple, their relationship was clearly one of competition. This also reminded Li Chen that the cultivation world is not just about cultivation and opportunities, but also about humanity and conflict. He had already experienced this when he was wandering the mortal world, and now that he had come to the cultivation world, he had simply entered a more brutal cultivation world. Here, the competition was no longer for gold, silver, fame, and fortune, but for spiritual herbs, magical artifacts, cultivation techniques, and that unattainable path to immortality. Chapter 9: Unexpected Turn of Events. In the morning, Li Chen continued to follow Alchemist Chen in the herb garden to identify spiritual herbs. He was already able to identify dozens of first-tier spiritual herbs and was gradually getting the hang of it. In the afternoon, he followed Mo Bai to learn the basic techniques of alchemy, familiarizing himself with the process of opening and warming the furnace, laying the foundation for future practical application. As night fell, Li Chen and Han Mao returned to the shantytown together. Han Mao was much quieter along the way, his eyes filled with melancholy, seemingly still immersed in yesterday's emotions. He didn't speak, and Li Chen didn't say much either. The two walked in silence. As soon as he entered the courtyard, Shu Chan greeted him with a gentle smile and a particularly tender voice. "Brother Chen, you're back." She naturally took Li Chen's arm, her eyes so tender they seemed to drip with water, her tone full of affection. "Brother Chen, I've thought about this for a long time. Now that we've decided to be together, we should at least set up a home-like atmosphere. I'm planning to buy a cloud bed, an ice silk quilt, 2 Xian jade calming pillows, and a dressing table. What do you think?" Han Mao stood to the side, forcing an awkward smile, and said in a low voice, "Brother Chen, Sister Chen, I'm going back to my room to cultivate first." He quickly turned and left, clearly wanting to escape the topic. After he left, Shu Chan leaned closer and whispered, I've calculated it. To get all this, we'll need a total of 220 spirit stones. I've saved up a little over the years, 70 spirit stones, so I'm still short 120. Once we get it, we can become Daoist partners. Li Chen's eyes flickered slightly, but his expression remained calm. Chan'er, your requirements are a bit high. I'm just a menial apprentice at the Divine Pill Pavilion now, earning only 2 spirit stones a month. How can you expect me to come up with 120? Or are you saying you never really intended to be with me? Brother Chen, how can you say that? Shu Chan's eyes reddened, her expression full of grievance. Since I agreed, I'm serious. After becoming Daoist partners, we will rely on each other. I don't need a cave dwelling or spiritual veins, but at least we should have a decent place to live, right? If you can't even do that, how can I believe that you are sincere towards me? Li Chen remained calm and said in a light voice, but I really don't have that many spirit stones right now. Can we postpone it a bit? Shu Chan's gaze shifted, and she changed the subject. Brother Chen, although you can't afford it, Fairy Linglong can. 120 spirit stones are a lot for you and me, but for Fairy Linglong, it's just a pittance. Given your relationship with her, asking for some spirit stones shouldn't be difficult, right? Li Chen looked at her taken for granted, expression and sighed softly in his heart. Chan'er, without these 120 spirit stones, we can't become Daoist partners. Shu Chan looked at him, her eyes reddening. Brother Chen, do you really want to be with me? Li Chen chuckled lightly, his tone indifferent. Fairy Shu, let's call it quits here. With that, he turned and went back into the house, closing the door without hesitation. Outside the door, Shu Chan's eyes instantly darkened. Finally, she stomped her foot and muttered, he can't even come up with 120 spirit stones. It seems he has no connection with Fairy Linglong. I misjudged him. Bang! She stormed back into the house, slamming the door shut with a bang that was particularly jarring in the night. Li Chen sat quietly in his room, having anticipated all of this. Shu Chan merely wanted to use him to curry favor with Fairy Linglong. Her actions today were simply a test. This woman was indeed not simple. To be honest, if he had actually approached Fairy Linglong to ask for spirit stones, she might have refused. But Li Chen was unwilling. He preferred to complete the system tasks slowly rather than let Fairy Linglong develop the impression that he was mercenary. As for the reason, he couldn't explain it. Li Chen sat cross-legged on the hard-wooden bed, took a deep breath, and took out a chi-nourishing pill. Clearing his mind of distractions, he began circulating his cultivation technique to refine the medicinal power and continue his practice. He knew that the difficulty of cultivating immortality lay not in the outward appearance, but in the perseverance required. Even with a system and a lineage of alchemy expertise, he dared not slacken his efforts. In the world of cultivation, cultivation level is fundamental. Without sufficient cultivation, no matter how skilled one is in alchemy, one cannot refine high-level pills. At the first level of qi refining, one can only refine the most basic low-level pills such as Biga pill, hemostatic pill, and qi-nourishing pill. However, if one wants to refine mid-level pills such as qi harmony pill, spirit gathering pill, and yellow sprout pill, it is simply impossible without sufficient cultivation. Those high-level elixirs used to assist in foundation establishment and breaking through bottlenecks can only be controlled by high-level cultivators. Although he cannot complete the system mission right now, Li Chen is not anxious. One day, he will have enough resources, and at that time, he will not lack a cultivation partner. Once he advances to the 3rd level of qi refining and gains the ability to refine intermediate-grade pills, lower-level female cultivators will naturally approach him. There are plenty of female cultivators like Shu Chan in the entire Yinsha market. The next morning, Li Chen awoke from his meditation, his internal energy even more concentrated, bringing him one step closer to the 2nd level of qi refining. He no longer needed sleep. His nightly meditation and qi refining were far more effective than any sleep aid. As dawn broke, Li Chen pushed open the door and stepped out. Han Mao was already out in the courtyard. Shu Chan was washing bamboo to make spirit paper. She saw Li Chen, but didn't even bother to greet him. Li Chen didn't care about her attitude and didn't even linger his gaze on her. The chubby boy looked at Shu Chan, then at Li Chen, clearly harboring a lot of questions. As they neared the Divine Pill Pavilion, he finally couldn't help but ask in a low voice, Brother Chen, what happened between you and Sister Chen? Li Chen shrugged, his tone indifferent. She asked me to take out 120 spirit stones to buy a bed and wardrobe, saying that would make it feel like a home. But where would I get so many spirit stones? That's how we broke up. Upon hearing this, the chubby boy's face instantly brightened, and even his complexion became rosier. As they approached the entrance of the Divine Pill Pavilion, he suddenly became serious and whispered, "Brother Chen, could you lend me a chi-nourishing pill?" Li Chen stopped and turned to look at him, his brows slightly furrowed. Han Mao's eyes were firm. "I've been stuck at the 3rd level of chi refining for a long time. I feel like I'm just a little short of breaking through. Once you break through to the 4th level and develop spiritual consciousness, you can raise spirit stones to buy magical artifacts and join a demon hunting team. Then you'll have a chance to earn spirit stones and be with Sister Chen." Before he could finish speaking, Li Chen already understood what he meant. He sighed, his heart filled with complex emotions. Of course, he knew that even if Han Mao could risk his life to hunt demons and earn enough spirit stones, Shu Chen might not be willing to become his Daoist partner. 120 spirit stones was her test for Li Chen. If it were Han Mao, the threshold would only be higher. Besides, could a chi-nourishing pill really help an 8th grade spiritual root breakthrough? The possibility was slim. But looking at the little fat boy's hopeful eyes, Li Chen ultimately didn't say these words. He silently took out a chi-nourishing pill from his pocket and handed it to Han Mao. Han Mao accepted the pill, his eyes filled with gratitude. "Brother Chen, don't worry. Once I earn enough spirit stones, I'll definitely pay you back with interest." Li Chen waved his hand, said nothing, and continued walking towards the alchemy room. It was just a chi-nourishing pill, only worth 7 spirit stones. He could afford to repay this small favor. Chapter 10 Qualification for Opening the Furnace. After arriving at the Divine Pill Pavilion, Li Chen continued to learn the basic operations of alchemy from Immortal, focusing on mastering the details of opening and warming the furnace. Chi refining cultivators with low cultivation levels, due to their weak magical power and lack of fire-based techniques, usually cannot control fire to refine pills using their own magical power. Moreover, Yinshan Workshop has no fire veins, so the alchemists of the Divine Pill Pavilion, including Alchemist Chen, all need to rely on ironwood to start fire. Therefore, each alchemist needs 2 apprentices to assist them in adding fuel to the fire. However, Li Chen's situation is special. Although he has a 9th grade spiritual root, his spiritual root is biased towards fire, and he cultivates the Crimson Flame technique. In addition, rumors are circulating in the pavilion that he has a close relationship with Fairy Ling Long, so Alchemist Chen began to intentionally support him. And so, Li Chen studied diligently under Immortal for a whole month, and was already proficient in basic operations such as opening the furnace, warming the furnace, and controlling the fire. On this day, Master Chen called Li Chen to his side, his face showing a look of satisfaction. "I heard from Mo that you are skilled in controlling the fire and have made great progress?" Li Chen scratched his head and smiled modestly. "It's probably because I cultivate the Crimson Flame technique." In fact, he had already mastered the complete 2nd-tier alchemy inheritance, and the experience given by the system had long since made him a master. He knew the processes of opening the furnace, controlling the fire, preparing the medicine, and condensing the pill by heart, but he couldn't show it too much. Master Chen looked him over for a while, stroked his beard, and nodded with a smile. Ordinary apprentices, even if they practice the fire-based cultivation method, need 5 or 6 years to become familiar with these operations. You've only used it for a month, which shows your exceptional talent in alchemy. I can't waste such a fine resource like you. Today is the day we're going to start refining the yellow sprout pill. You'll stay by my side and assist me throughout the process, carefully observing the alchemy process. With that, Alchemist Chen turned and headed towards his private alchemy room, his steps steady and composed. Gazing at his slender back, Li Chen felt a surge of excitement, forcibly suppressing his restless emotions. After today, he would finally be able to formally engage in practical alchemy, seizing this opportunity to showcase his alchemy genius side. Although this talent came from the system, in the eyes of others, it was genuine talent and opportunity. The Divine Pill Pavilion has 3 alchemy rooms, 2 for alchemists and 1 shared by all apprentices. While the apprentices' rooms contain several 1st-tier alchemy furnaces, they are of modest quality and only used for daily practice. Alchemist Chen's private alchemy room, however, is significantly more upscale, with neat furnishings and a rich spiritual energy. A whole row of shelves was filled with various bottles of pills and boxes of spiritual herbs, numerous and diverse. In the very center stood a life-sized alchemy furnace, its entire body of vibrant green, with 3 phoenixes carved on it, ancient and majestic. Alchemist Chen gently stroked the furnace, his expression tender. If an alchemist has a good alchemy furnace, the success rate of pill production can be greatly improved. This Azure Phoenix furnace is a top-grade 1st-tier magic artifact, passed down by my master and has been with me ever since. Before opening the furnace, I will first refine a batch of Bigu pills for you to demonstrate. Please watch carefully. Li Chun immediately cupped his hands and bowed. I will remember Master Chen's kindness in teaching me. Although he already had the system inheritance, Li Chun naturally had to appreciate Master Chen's kindness. As the furnace was being lit, Master Chen's expression immediately turned serious. He gave the order, light the fire, warm the furnace. Li Chun immediately made a hand seal, and a fireball the size of a fist flew from his palm, igniting the ironwood beneath the furnace. Flames roared up, and waves of intense heat swept over them, gradually turning the entire furnace a deep, scorching red. Master Chen calmly took out stalks of golden bone grass and tossed them into the furnace. Turn the fire up a bit. Golden bone grass is cold in nature, so it needs to be refined at high temperature to remove its coldness before it can be fused with spirit rice to form pills. Continue to add fire and raise the temperature. Li Chen focused on the operation, controlling the size of the flames, adding firewood regularly, and cleaning the furnace ash, not daring to slack off in the slightest. We Qi refining stage cultivators can't use our divine sense to observe the furnace, so we rely entirely on experience to refine pills. Did you see the furnace lid start to vibrate? That means the herbs have turned into liquid. At this point, immediately add the spirit rice. Be quick, put it all in at once, then seal the furnace to prevent the medicinal properties from being lost. The heat must be lowered. Spirit rice is sensitive to high temperatures. If the temperature is too high, it will burn to ash. If it's too low, the essence cannot be extracted. Li Chun listened with utmost care, precisely controlling the fire according to the instructions, concentrating intently without daring to slack off in the slightest. The time is almost up. Prepare to condense the pill. The method of condensing the pill varies from person to person. Watch my rhythm carefully. As soon as he finished speaking, Master Chen's hand gestures changed rapidly, his hands leaving after images as he waved them in front of the pill furnace. The spiritual energy inside the pill furnace surged, accompanied by a tremor, before finally calming down. Master Chen lifted the lid of the furnace, and a fragrant aroma of elixirs wafted out. He reached in and took out dozens of small, white gold elixirs, which he then bottled one by one. 10 elixirs were placed neatly on the shelf in each bottle. For every batch of pills successfully refined, the Divine Pill Pavilion will reward you with corresponding spirit stones. The Pavilion Master is kind and generous. We pill refiners must not keep anything for ourselves. After hearing these words, Li Chun couldn't help but feel more respect for Alchemist Chen. He had previously heard his apprentices talk privately about how some alchemists would secretly withhold pills for personal gain. But Alchemist Chen was clearly a person with principles and rules. At least he appeared upright and honest in front of Li Chun. Ask me anything you don't understand. While I have some free time, Master Chen said gently, standing with his hands behind his back. Li Chen thought for a moment and deliberately asked 2 standard questions to avoid appearing too self-taught. After hearing his questions, Master Chen smile deepened, and he nodded slightly. Truly a disciple I've chosen. I thought you only had a little talent, but now it seems you are much more than that. Although your spiritual root is inferior, your soul is strong, and you may still be able to forge your own path in alchemy. Starting tomorrow, you can start your furnace independently and try to refine bigger pills. Once you can consistently produce finished products, you can gradually try other pills. Li Chen's heart skipped a beat, a hint of excitement flashing in his eyes. He quickly bowed and said, "Thank you for your guidance, Master Chen. I will certainly live up to your expectations." From this moment on, he finally possessed the qualification to refine pills independently, which meant he could truly access spirit stone profits and resource acquisition. In the Divine Pill Pavilion, the treatment of apprentices varied drastically. A menial worker like Li Chen only earns 2 spirit stones a month. An apprentice capable of refining pills independently earns 1 spirit stone for each batch of Bigo pills he successfully completes. If he can refine 2 batches, that's 2 spirit stones a day, totaling 60 a month. If he switches to refining Qi nourishing pills, the earnings are even higher, 5 spirit stones per batch. Not to mention mid-grade pills like Qi harmony pills and spirit gathering pills. Those are practically spirit stone money printing machines. Li Chun finally understood why alchemists held such a revered position in the cultivation world, wielding abundant resources and immense influence. From alchemist Chen's recognition today, he knew he had finally embarked on the true path of alchemy. This shortcut to spirit stones and system missions was now in his grasp. While others chopped wood for 3 to 5 years, he had gained his opportunity in just 6 months. In this cultivation world where resources are limited, no one would allow an apprentice with no background to squander spiritual herbs. Alchemy has costs, And no matter how powerful the Divine Pill Pavilion is, it cannot bear the meaningless consumption of an apprentice. Li Chen was able to do it because he acted convincingly and kept it well hidden. Don't be too smug. Master Chen's voice came, pulling Li Chen back from his thoughts. Light the fire. I'm going to start refining the yellow sprout pill. You continue to observe. Li Chen immediately regained his serious expression and respectfully replied, yes. Chapter 11 Qi Refining Level 2. Today, Li Chen observed Alchemist Chen personally refining 2 batches of pills in the alchemy room. One batch was the Bigu pill, and the other was the higher-grade yellow sprout pill. After the yellow sprout pill was completed, Alchemist Chen finally spoke, officially allowing Li Chen to begin refining pills independently. This meant that Li Chen finally possessed the qualification and status to independently refine pills within the Divine Pill Pavilion. Within the entire Divine Pill Pavilion, the highest-ranking figure is undoubtedly Fairy Linglong, the Pavilion Master, whose strength is unfathomable. However, Fairy Linglong's holdings extend beyond the Divine Pill Pavilion. It is said she has operations in Nansha Market in Yunzhou and Taihu Market in Pingzhou. Whether this is true or not, Li Chen cannot determine, but Fairy Linglong is indeed enigmatic. Below Fairy Linglong are Manager Fu and Alchemist Ge. Manager Fu is Fairy Linglong's old servant, having served her since childhood, and his words carry considerable weight in the pavilion. Alchemist Gu, on the other hand, is one of the few second-tier alchemists capable of refining Foundation establishment pills, a rarity even in the entire Yin Kingdom. Although Master Chen was only a top-tier first-order alchemist, his status was not to be underestimated, and he held extremely high prestige within the Divine Pill Pavilion. Without the personal permission of an alchemist, no apprentice in the Divine Pill Pavilion could independently begin alchemy. Li Chen's obtaining permission to begin alchemy naturally meant that he had been recognized and officially entered the alchemist training program. Thinking of this, Li Chen's steps became lighter as he returned to the shanty town, and a smile involuntarily appeared on his lips. Walking through the dilapidated alley, he stopped and murmured to himself, "Sooner or later, I will move away from here." The shanty town is located on the edge of Yinshan Ward, where spiritual energy is scarce, and even the remnants of spiritual veins are hard to find. To put it bluntly, this place is the slum of the cultivation world, a gathering place for the lowest-level rogue cultivators. True cultivators reside in caves atop spiritual veins, where cultivation efficiency is several times higher. He walked to his simple dwelling, his gaze involuntarily drifting toward Han Mao's house across the street. Sensing a faint fluctuation of spiritual energy emanating from the house, Li Chen muttered to himself in slight surprise. He actually succeeded? Han Mao's house didn't have any formations to isolate spiritual energy, so his advancement couldn't be concealed at all. In the shanty town, cultivators capable of setting up formations were few and far between. Most people didn't even have enough spirit stones. Li Chen could clearly sense that the spiritual energy fluctuations had stabilized, meaning Han Mao had indeed advanced to the 4th level of Qi refining. A month ago, Han Mao borrowed a Qi nourishing pill from Li Chen, saying he wanted to break through the bottleneck of the 3rd level of Qi refining. Unexpectedly, he actually broke through this time and became a mid-stage Qi refining cultivator. As the fluctuations of spiritual energy continued, the surrounding cultivators noticed and gathered around. Shu Chan was the first to come out of the house. She glanced coldly at Li Chen, then looked at Han Mao's door, a smile immediately appearing on her face. I didn't expect Brother Han to break through to the mid-stage of Qi refining so quickly. He's really amazing. I remember when he first came to the market, he was only at the 1st level of Qi refining. Now he's caught up with me. The alluring female cultivator beside her laughed and chimed in, "Yes, it's really unexpected that Brother Han has such good talent." As she spoke, she looked at Li Chen, a smile in her eyes, her tone ambiguous. "Brother Li, I heard you borrowed a Qi-nourishing pill from Brother Han?" Li Chen's expression changed slightly, his brows furrowing. He recognized this woman. She was a notorious female cultivator from the shanty town, engaging in prostitution in the cultivation world for spirit stones. The so-called female cultivator used cultivation as a pretext to increase her cultivation by absorbing the essence of male cultivators. When Kung Xiu brought up the matter, Li Chen immediately knew things were going to go wrong. Sure enough, old Zhang also came over, rubbing his hands and fawningly saying, "Brother Li, I heard you have Qi-nourishing pills? My grandson has been stuck at the 3rd level of Qi refining for a long time. Could you lend me one? This old man promises to pay you back double." As soon as he said this, everyone around looked at Li Chen. Li Chen remained expressionless and said coldly, "Sorry, I've already used up all my Qi-nourishing pills, and I have no more on me." "Excuse me, everyone." Old John wanted to say something, but Li Chun turned around, went back into the house, slammed the door shut, and locked it. He knew that once he asked, there would be endless trouble. If he borrowed 1, 10, or 100 would ask for it back. If he refused, he would offend people. The cultivation world didn't care about personal relationships or a drop of kindness. Even with elixirs, there were countless examples of them inciting murderous intent and greed. Li Chen knew that many people already knew that Fairy Linglong had given him a bottle of qi-nourishing pills. If it weren't for Fairy Linglong's reputation protecting him, with his qi refining level 1 cultivation, he would have been targeted and robbed long ago. This is why Li Chen began to be wary of Han Mao's closeness. His borrowing of the elixir was something outsiders shouldn't know, but the fact that it was being brought up now only meant that Han Mao was too loose-lipped. This naive and simple-minded chubby boy was not suited for cultivating immortality. Li Chen calmed himself down, ignoring the gossip outside. Sitting cross-legged on the bed, he took out the jade bottle, looked at the last qi-nourishing pill, and his eyes were resolute. Today, I will break through to the second level of qi refining. With Li Chen's 9th grade spiritual root, and living in a shanty town with scarce spiritual energy, it would normally take him 3 to 5 years to break through. If it weren't for this bottle of qi-nourishing pills, he would have had no chance of advancing to the next realm in such a short time. And qi-nourishing pills are extremely valuable in the eyes of rogue cultivators, even considered a last resort for breaking through bottlenecks. Many people who obtain one are reluctant to use it, even saving it for when attempting to break through to the 5th or 6th level of qi refining. But Li Chun did not hesitate. He understood that in the world of cultivation, cultivation level is the foundation of everything. Without strength, all opportunities are just empty talk. As night deepened, he adjusted his state, focusing intently on guiding the spiritual energy of heaven and earth into his body. When his internal energy reached its limit, he swallowed the qi-nourishing pill in one gulp. The medicinal power instantly erupted, impacting his dantian. A massive amount of spiritual energy poured into his meridians like a torrent, almost making Li Chen's entire body burn with heat. He gritted his teeth, focusing all his energy on refining the spiritual energy, breaking through the final bottleneck. Finally, dawn was breaking. Li Chen slowly opened his eyes, a glint of light flashing within them, and the flow of spiritual energy within his body became even smoother. Qi refining level 2, I've succeeded. Chapter 12, turning against each other. Breaking through to the second level of qi refining should have been a cause for celebration. But as soon as Li Chen stepped out in the early morning, he was stopped, and his mood instantly turned from bright to heavy. At the entrance, the chubby Han Mao stood beaming, his eyes brimming with excitement. Brother Chen, I'm already a cultivator at the 4th level of qi refining. Li Chen smiled and nodded encouragingly. Congratulations, it seems you've taken another step closer to foundation establishment. Han Mao shook his head, his eyes serious. I don't aspire to foundation establishment. I just want to buy a magic weapon and earn spirit stones by joining the demon hunting team. Once I've earned enough spirit stones, I'll confess my feelings to Sister Chen, become her Daoist partner, and have a son. It would be worth it even if it meant risking my life. Hearing him speak with such fervor, Li Chen fell silent for a moment. Sure enough, Han Mao spoke up next. Brother Chen, could you lend me some spirit stones? I'll pay you back after I hunt the demon. He rubbed his hands together, his tone pleading. I won't lend it to you for nothing. I'll pay interest, and I'll pay it back soon. Li Chen looked at him calmly, but his tone was not without admonition. Han Mao, hunting demons is not a joke. You've only reached the 4th level of qi refining. In the demon hunting team, someone with your cultivation level is most likely just bait. Monsters aren't like stray dogs on the street. They all have to fight tooth and nail to survive. It's not worth risking your life for spirit stones. If you really want to find a way out, I can talk to Uncle Fu and ask him to let you return to Shindan Pavilion. Han Mao's eyes gradually hardened, and he interrupted Li Chen directly. Brother Chen, my mind is made up. Staying at the Divine Pill Pavilion only earns 2 spirit stones a month, half of which goes to rent. If things continue like this, I'll never have enough spirit stones to marry Sister Chen in my entire life. Hunting monsters is dangerous, but it's lucrative. Brother Chen, if you truly consider me a friend, then support me. Lend me a spirit stone so I can take a chance. Faced with Han Mao's expectant gaze, Li Chen remained silent for a moment before finally responding indifferently. I don't have any spirit stones to lend you, so just pretend I'm not your friend. As soon as he finished speaking, he turned and walked away with firm steps, without looking back at all. His entire fortune amounted to only 16 spirit stones. If he were to lend them out, he would be risking his own life as well. Hunting demons is no child's play, especially for someone like Han Mao who has little combat experience. It's almost a matter of life and death. Li Chen was unwilling to place his hopes on such a risky choice, and even less willing to risk everything for friendship. Besides, even if Han Mao really earned spirit stones, what are the chances that he will actually pay them back? He didn't trust human nature, nor did he think this relationship was worth betting all his spirit stones on. As Li Chen walked away, Han Mao stood there, his face alternating between pale and flushed. He glared angrily at Li Chen's retreating figure and shouted, "Li Chen, you've disappointed me so much. When you first arrived in Yinshanfang, who showed you around? Who gave you advice and helped you establish yourself? I was so blind to have treated you like a brother." Li Chen paused, but did not turn around. Human relationships are as fragile as paper, as thin as a cicada's wing. He had already borrowed a chi-nourishing pill from Han Mao, but instead of gratitude, he was met with further demands. A small favor is appreciated, but a large one breeds resentment. It's best to sever ties with such friends as soon as possible. Li Chen is not afraid of offending people, but he will never let reason prevail over so-called friendship. Han Mao's voice gradually faded into the distance, but Li Chen's resolve only grew stronger. The world of cultivation is not a place where loyalty is valued. Sometimes, rationality is the best way to protect oneself. Just then, Shu Chan appeared at the alley entrance, pushing a cart of green bamboo, and happened to see Han Mao looking ashen-faced. She smiled slightly and said gently, "Little brother Han, what's wrong? You don't look well." Han Mao was still brooding over his resentment when he heard Shu Chan's voice. His eyes lit up and he even breathed more softly. "Sister Chan, I'm fine. Are you going out to buy goods so early in the morning?" He lowered his head shyly, his tone filled with joy, having already forgotten Li Chen's rejection. Shu Chan gently wiped the sweat from her forehead, her voice gentle yet firm. "If we, the lower-level rogue cultivators, don't work hard, how can we be worthy of what we want? Brother Han, don't you think so?" Before he could answer, Shu Chan had already turned around and carried bundles of bamboo into the house. Just before closing the door, she turned back and smiled. "I have to continue washing the green bamboo to make joss paper, so I won't say any more. Keep it up." That word of encouragement seemed to ignite a flame in Han Mao's heart. He stood there, watching Shu Chan's retreating figure as she closed the door, his gaze gradually hardening and his fists clenching quietly. The next moment, he turned around abruptly and strode towards the center of the market. His goal was clear, a loan-sharking business. Chapter 13, Success Rate. In the Divine Pill Pavilion's herb garden, Li Chen faced the serene white-clad woman and spoke gently. "Fairy Yun, with Master Chen's permission, I am now qualified to independently open the furnace. I have come here specifically to obtain 10 golden bone grasses." Yunji wore a white cloud-patterned robe, her long hair reaching her waist. She was as quiet and serene as an orchid, like a fairy born from the grass and trees. After hearing this, she replied softly, "Fellow Daoist Li, Yunji dares not call herself a fairy. You could just call me fellow Daoist Yun." Li Chen nodded and politely returned the greeting. "Thank you, fellow Daoist Yun." In the cultivation world, even female cultivators like to be called fairies, but Yunji is an exception, which makes Li Chen feel a bit of respect for her. Her temperament is cool yet gentle. When you get close, you can even smell the natural fragrance of plants, which brings a sense of peace to your mind. Before long, Yunji personally handed Li Chen a jade box sealed with spiritual energy, which contained the golden bone grass he needed for this trip. Li Chen took the jade box from her, thanked her politely, and turned to leave. Yunji stood still, her expression unchanged, her gaze lingering on his retreating figure. At this moment, Yinfeng stepped out from the side, frowned, and asked, "How long has this kid been here? Yet he can open the furnace independently?" Yunji said gently, "Perhaps he has an exceptional talent for alchemy." Yinfeng snorted coldly. "The cultivation world is vast, but you must not approach such a worthless scoundrel out of curiosity. Especially that kid Zhou Jian. He's always sticking to you. Does he really think he's something special? Our Zhi'er has a plant spirit body, so her foundation building will be almost effortless in the future. She will need to find a true disciple of an immortal sect or a direct descendant of a noble family as her Daoist partner." Yunji's expression was calm. She smiled gently and obediently replied, "I understand, Grandpa." At the same time, Li Chen brought the golden bone grass to the alchemy room shared by the apprentices, selected an empty furnace, and skillfully began preparing to start it. "Junior brotherly, you want to refine pills?" Mo Bai was somewhat surprised to see his actions, and the other apprentices also gathered around, casting suspicious glances at him. Li Chun smiled and nodded, his tone calm. Thanks to Master Chen's favor, I have been granted permission to come and refine the Big Pill. While the crowd was still in shock and disbelief, a tall, thin man in a brocade robe, with a pale face, strode over, his tone sharp. How long have you been an apprentice? Is old man Chen really comfortable letting you start the furnace? Li Chen narrowed his eyes and replied calmly. No need for senior brother Zhou to trouble himself. Zhou Jian raised his chin and sneered. I'm not your senior brother. After saying that, he turned and walked straight to another alchemy furnace. The other apprentices all gathered around, leaving only Mo by beside Li Chun, whispering, Don't take it to heart, he's always like this. Li Chun smiled slightly and said, It's all right. During this time, he had found out that Zhou Jian was indeed the most talented apprentice in the Divine Pill Pavilion, capable of refining Qi Harmony pills and spirit-gathering pills. However, due to his arrogant personality and discord with Master Chen, he was unable to advance to the rank of alchemist for a long time and harbored a lot of resentment. Zhou Jian was originally Chun Danshi's chosen successor, but he was abandoned by Chun Danshi due to his arrogance. Naturally, he vented his resentment on Li Chun, who came later. Li Chun couldn't be bothered with these disputes. He came here to refine elixirs. All other grudges are now forgotten. As the fire blazed and the ironwood burned, the alchemy furnace quickly turned a deep red, and Li Chun immersed himself in the rhythm of alchemy. He took out the golden bone grass and put it into the furnace, controlling the heat to remove its cold properties, proceeding step by step with precision. These steps were already etched into his mind. As soon as the furnace lid rattled, he used his magic to condense a palm print, instantly pouring 10 caddies of white spirit rice into the furnace, and then quickly sealed the furnace. According to the standard ratio, 1 golden bone grass corresponds to 10 caddies of white spirit rice, which can theoretically make 10 big pills. But the success rate of pill formation is the key. For a beginner alchemist, producing 3 pills in one batch is considered normal. Even Zhou Jian, despite his skill, could only achieve a full production rate of 100%. Li Chun deliberately suppressed his efforts this time, keeping the success rate of pill formation to only 70%. Otherwise, being too stunning might arouse suspicion. A muffled rumble came from the furnace, indicating that the elixir was about to solidify. He focused his mind on circulating the magic incantation and concentrating on controlling the fire. Thump! A soft sound rang out. The alchemy furnace vibrated, and a rich medicinal fragrance spread out. Several apprentices nearby were immediately drawn to the furnace and looked at Li Chen's alchemy furnace in surprise. Is this the process of condensing elixir? Junior brother Li's first time opening the furnace? That was incredibly steady. Our furnace exploded the first time we tried to refine pills, but he actually succeeded? Discussions began to rise, and all eyes turned to Li Chun, making the scene lively for a moment. The alchemy furnace gradually calmed down, and Li Chun finished his incantation, a thin layer of sweat appearing on his forehead. Refining pills does indeed consume a lot of magical power, especially in the step of condensing the pill. Mo ran over and helped him lift the stove lid. The heat wafted towards us, and the aroma filled the air. Mo looked down and was immediately stunned. 7 pills. 7 pills that have formed. Junior brother Li successfully produced 7 pills on his first attempt at opening the furnace. A collective gasp filled the alchemy room. This is just too outrageous. 70% of the pill has been formed, which is comparable to the level of a master alchemist. In the corner, Zhou Jian looked up and his eyes darkened noticeably. When he first tried to refine pills, he only managed to refine 3. Now that Li Chun has arrived, there are already 7 pills. If he continues like this, facing these shocked and questioning gazes, Li Chun remained calm, but inwardly he sighed silently. It seems I overdid it. Chapter 14 Manager Fu answers questions. Li Chun successfully refined a batch of Bigu pills with a success rate of 70%. This news spread like wildfire throughout the Divine Pill Pavilion. Soon, Master Chen found Li Chun. I have seen the fasting pills you refined. They are of superior quality. It seems I underestimated your talent in alchemy. You have a great talent for alchemy, but you should not be complacent or arrogant. Master Chen's eyes were unreadable, and his tone was deep as he continued. The cultivation world has never lacked geniuses, but most of them die before they can fully mature. You may not like hearing this, but I still want to remind you. As the saying goes, the tallest tree in the forest is the first to be felled by the wind. Being too outstanding is not necessarily a good thing, as it can easily attract jealousy. One should conceal one's talents when necessary, in order to protect oneself. Li Chen's expression turned solemn, and he respectfully bowed to the old man before him, saying, "Thank you for your guidance, Master Chen. This disciple has learned a great deal. I keep Master Chen's teachings in mind, and dare not be complacent or arrogant." Li Chen felt the old man's concern. Li Chen is not an ungrateful person. Perhaps at first Chen Danshu didn't take Li Chen seriously, but recently, Li Chen could clearly feel that Chen Danshu intended to train him to be his successor. Li Chen understood the principles that Master Chen was talking about. A tree that stands out in the forest will surely be felled by the wind. Yinshin Fang appears peaceful on the surface, but undercurrents are surging beneath, though Li Chen's current cultivation level and status don't allow him to access them. Although the reputation of Fairy Linglong is awe-inspiring, there are countless vicious people in the cultivation world, and not everyone is afraid of Fairy Linglong. Besides, Li Chen couldn't stay in Yinshin Fang forever, living under the protection of Fairy Linglong's wings. Sooner or later, he will have to leave Yinshin Fang and face this dangerous world of cultivation. In the cultivation world, a place where the strong prey on the weak, one should remain low-key until one possesses absolute strength. Li Chen had not originally intended to be high-profile. He obtained a second-tier alchemy inheritance and received the memories of several second-tier alchemy masters. It is no exaggeration to say that as long as Li Chen dares to show his second-tier alchemy skills, many cultivation families in Yen Kingdom, and even the Zishu Immortal Sect, will immediately come to find him, either to invite him as an honored guest or to capture him to use as an alchemy tool. Li Chen felt that most forces would likely capture him and use him as a tool for alchemy, since the weak have no human rights. Li Chen was very clear about how one's cultivation level determined one's talent. With the alchemy talent he has shown so far, it is not enough to alarm important figures, so there's no need to be worried. Seeing that Li Chen was gentle and respectful, without any arrogance or complacency, Master Chen was very pleased. He patted Li Chen on the shoulder and said earnestly, "If Shou Jian had been half as humble as you back then, he wouldn't still be unable to advance to the rank of alchemist." Shou Jian believed from beginning to end that his inability to advance to the rank of alchemist was due to my interference, and that I had spoken ill of him to old Ghost Fu and the Pavilion Master. In reality, his arrogant and conceited personality was disliked by the Pavilion Master, who never intended to cultivate him. Forget it. I won't talk to you about this anymore. Just remember Shou Jian's example. During this time, continue refining the Big Pill. Once you have successfully refined the pill to perfection, you can then begin learning to refine the Rejuvenation Pill and the Qi Nourishing Pill. If you have any questions about alchemy, feel free to ask me anytime. Don't be shy. These are my early notes on alchemy. Keep them and study them carefully. Chen Danshu took out an old booklet from his storage bag. Li Chen received Master Chen's alchemy insights and felt even more grateful to the old man before him, although he probably won't be able to use these alchemy tips. After bidding farewell to Master Chen, Li Chen was summoned by Manager Fu. On the top floor of the Divine Pill Pavilion, Li Chen looked at the elderly man in front of him, bowed respectfully, and said, "This humble one, Li Chen, greets Uncle Fu." Manager Fu was a kind and benevolent elder with a gentle face and a perpetually smiling expression. Whether it was his imagination or not, Li Chen felt that Manager Fu's gaze towards him seemed to carry a hint of doting, as if he were looking at his grandson. "Young man, there are no outsiders here, so don't be shy. I heard that you succeeded in making pills on your first try, and the success rate was 70%? Li Chen nodded and respectfully agreed. Manager Fu stroked his chin, looked Li Chen over for a moment, and slowly said, "Now that you are able to start refining pills from today onwards, you will receive a commission for every batch of pills you refine. Your success rate in producing pills is higher than that of ordinary apprentices. While an ordinary apprentice might earn 1 spirit stone for each batch of big pills, you would earn 2 spirit stones." "Thank you, Uncle Fu." Li Chen made no attempt to hide his joy and immediately thanked Manager Fu. Shopkeeper Fu looked at Li Chen with a smile and asked again, "Young Li, have you encountered any difficulties in your cultivation?" Li Chen's eyes flickered slightly, and he shamelessly replied, "Uncle Fu, I have a 9th grade spiritual root, and the path to immortality is arduous. I have already consumed all the Qi-nourishing pills that the Pavilion Master bestowed upon me last time, and now that I have no more pills, cultivation is indeed quite difficult." "You little rascal, you've got a thick skin. Take it." Shopkeeper Fu laughed heartily and casually tossed out a jade bottle. Li Chen quickly caught the jade bottle, opened it, and found 10 more round Qi-nourishing pills. Li Chen looked at Manager Fu and hesitated for a moment. A bottle of Qi-nourishing pills is worth 60 spirit stones. 60 spirit stones are enough to make a low-level rogue cultivator risk everything. Manager Fu is being far too kind to himself. When Li Chen was chopping wood as a handyman, Manager Fu would give him 2 spirit stones every month, plus an extra bottle of fasting pills. You should know that the other workers didn't get this treatment. If you have any questions, feel free to ask. Manager Fu noticed Li Chen's hesitation, but his smile remained unchanged and his eyes were still gentle. Li Chen thought for a moment, then asked in a deep voice, "Uncle Fu, there is something I don't understand. Why are you and the pavilion master taking such good care of me? Is there anything special about me?" Manager Fu did not answer Li Chen. He remained silent for a long time, a hint of reminiscence in his eyes, and said in a hoarse voice, "It wouldn't hurt to tell you, because you look somewhat like your owner." Before Li Chen could ask, Manager Fu continued, "My master is the pavilion master's brother. All right, I've told you what I needed to tell you. Now you can go down." Li Chen nodded and respectfully bowed to Manager Fu, saying, "Uncle Fu, I'll take my leave now." The doubts that had been troubling Li Chen for so long were finally resolved, and Li Chen could finally be certain that Fairy Ling Long and Manager Fu had indeed not plotted against him. The reason they promoted him was simply because he looked somewhat similar to Ling Long Fairy's brother, the owner of Shopkeeper Fu. I wonder what kind of person Fairy Ling Long's brother is, whether he's alive or dead. The many businesses owned by the Fairy Ling Long were left behind by that person, weren't they? After leaving the Divine Pill Pavilion, Li Chen quickly stopped thinking about these questions. Although he looked somewhat similar to Fairy Ling Long's brother, Li Chen didn't expect Fairy Ling Long and Manager Fu to always take care of him. Mountains may crumble, and people may run away. On the path of cultivation, don't think about relying on others for help. You have to rely on yourself and the system. Li Chen's gaze gradually became clearer, and his Dao heart became more firm and stable. Chapter 15, Purchasing Talismans. After the furnace is opened for alchemy, 1 batch of fasting pills can be exchanged for 2 spirit stones. With my Qi refining level 2 cultivation, my magical power is still too weak. I can only refine 2 batches of Bigu pills a day at most, which can yield 4 spirit stones. By this calculation, one can earn 120 spirit stones a month. Han Mao risked his life to hunt demons, but he couldn't earn even 120 spirit stones in a month. This is just an apprentice who is learning how to refine the Bigu pill. No wonder alchemists are highly respected in the cultivation world. Li Chen secretly marveled at how quickly alchemy could earn spirit stones. He refined a batch of fasting pills, and the income from it was equivalent to a month's income in the past. Life is gradually getting better now. Li Chen tallied his belongings and found a total of 16 spirit stones and 3 first-tier, low-level talismans. The 3 are first-tier low-level talismans: Golden Light Talisman, Swift Movement Talisman, and Fireball Talisman. The Golden Light Talisman is a defensive talisman. After use, it can form a golden light shield on the body, which can defend against a full-force attack from a mid-stage Qi refining cultivator spell. The Divine Speed Talisman is a talisman used for escaping or traveling. Early-stage Qi refining cultivators have not yet developed spiritual consciousness, so they cannot refine or control magical artifacts, let alone wield flying magical artifacts, and cannot take flight. Therefore, the Divine Speed Talisman is very important for cultivators in the early stages of Qi refining. The Fireball Talisman is a talisman used to release fireballs. Li Chen, who cultivates the Crimson Flame technique, can also use fireballs. After cultivating for more than half a year, Li Chen reached the 2nd level of Qi refining and learned 2 spells: Fireball Technique and Spirit Transformation Hand. Fireball Technique is an inherent spell of the Crimson Flame technique. Almost every cultivator who practices fire-based techniques can conjure fireballs by hand. Normally, Li Chen only uses the Fireball Technique to start a fire and warm the furnace. It wouldn't be enough to fight an enemy. As for the Spirit Transformation Hand, it was taught by Master Chen Dan and is a very common spell. It involves using magical power to condense a giant hand that can grab object from a distance or launch attacks from a distance. Now that Li Chen can refine pills and earn more spirit stones, he is considering preparing some protective measures. The world of cultivation is extremely dangerous. In the struggle for that slim chance of becoming an immortal, it is common for cultivators to fight to the death. Without protection, it's easy to be murdered and robbed while walking on the street. Li Chen remembered perfectly that he had encountered a cultivator who tried to ambush him before he even reached Yinshanfeng. The cultivator's goal was simple: to turn Li Chen into material for corpse refining. The demonic and evil cultivators in the cultivation world don't even spare mortals, let alone cultivators who are weaker than them. Li Chun heard that in the neighboring country of Yu, demonic cultivators were wreaking havoc in the mortal realm in order to refine blood-based magical treasures, causing rivers of blood to flow. Some cultivators of the ghost path extracted living souls and slaughtered tens of thousands of mortals in order to refine the soul banner. There are also evil cultivators who go to the secular world to capture martial arts masters and create zombies. In the world of cultivation, there's a widely circulated saying, if you don't work hard in cultivation, you'll end up as one of the brothers in the 10,000 souls banner. When you're in the world of martial arts, you're not always in control of your own destiny. The world of cultivation is also a martial arts world, a more brutal one than the secular martial arts world. Once you step into the world of cultivation, many things will no longer be up to you. If your cultivation level is not high, you might be walking down the street when a giant hand falls from the sky, grabs you, and turns you into a zombie. Li Chun didn't want to one day encounter a demonic cultivator and be killed for no reason, having his soul extracted and blood refined. Furthermore, the cultivation world is not only dangerous for demonic and evil cultivators, but also rife with murderous and thieving cultivators. Many cultivators who had undergone tribulations mingled in Yinshanfang. If you're targeted by a bandit, you will be killed the moment you step out of Yinshanfang. With his cultivation at the second level of qi refining, Li Chun would never dare to leave Yinshanfang alone. Within Yinshan Ward, with its established rules, patrol teams, and the formidable reputation of the Fairy Linglong, safety is somewhat guaranteed. Once he leaves Yinshanfang, Li Chun is certain that there will be cultivators who will try to kill him, and his neighbors might even turn into them. However, Li Chun cannot stay away from Yinshanfang forever, so it is important to prepare some protective measures. At the second level of qi refining, my magical power is too weak, and I can only cultivate a limited number of spells. Li Chun planned to take some time to master the Fire Crow technique attached to the Crimson Flame Manual, and then go to the Heavenly Talisman Pavilion to buy some talismans for self-defense. Early-stage qi refining cultivators, who cannot use magical artifacts, have very low mana. After casting a few spells, their mana is basically exhausted. This is when the importance of talismans becomes apparent. If your combat strength isn't enough, use talismans to make up for it. Among alchemy, arrays, artifacts, and talismans, the art of talismans ranks among the top of all cultivation arts, demonstrating the importance of talismans. After meditating and cultivating all night, Li Chun felt his internal magical power increase, and was very happy. This feeling of constantly being able to feel yourself improving can be very addictive. However, Li Chun also knew that he was able to maintain such a cultivation speed entirely thanks to the pills. Without the Qi Nourishing Pill, he didn't know how long he would have remained stuck at the first level of Qi refining. The bottle of Qi Nourishing Pills bestowed by Manager Fu is not enough for me to cultivate to the third level of Qi refining. It will be used up in half a month at most. I need to earn more spirit stones to buy more Qi Nourishing Pills for cultivation, or I could simply start a furnace and refine Qi Nourishing Pills myself. With that thought in mind, Li Chun pushed open the door and headed towards the market. After he was allowed to start refining pills, Li Chun had much more freedom. He no longer had to go to the Divine Pill Pavilion early every morning to do odd jobs and chop wood, so he had time to stroll around the market. Before he knew it, Li Chun had arrived at the West Street of the market. West Street is the area where independent practitioners set up their stalls. The stall was filled with a dazzling array of miscellaneous items. Fellow Daoist, are you interested in the fragments of magical artifacts unearthed from ancient ruins? On the street, a young rogue cultivator stopped Li Chun with a mysterious smile on his face. Li Chun glanced at the miscellaneous items on his stall, shook his head, and chuckled. Li Chun didn't even consider the idea of finding a bargain. If it were truly a fragment of a magical artifact unearthed from an ancient ruin, it wouldn't be sold at a street stall. First-tier magic artifacts, second-tier spiritual artifacts, and third-tier magic treasures. Magical treasures are something only Golden Core cultivators can possess. Fragments of magical artifacts could not possibly appear at the stall of a mid-stage qi refining cultivator. This cultivator probably saw that Li Chun was a stranger and assumed he was a newbie who had just entered the world of cultivation, so he tried to swindle and deceive him. The world of cultivation is full of intricate schemes. Li Chun ignored the rogue cultivator and walked straight ahead. Seeing that Li Chun wasn't fooled, the young rogue cultivator wasn't surprised and continued searching for his next target. Reaching the end of West Street, Li Chun stopped and looked at the thick stacks of talismans on the roadside stalls. The stall owner, shrouded in a black robe, had a hoarse voice that made it impossible to tell if he was male or female. "What kind of talisman do you want?" Li Chun looked around for a while. The stall displayed more than 10 kinds of talismans, including first-tier, low-level golden light talisman, Swift Movement Talisman, Fireball Talisman, Ice Cone Talisman, Earth Spike Talisman, and Mighty String Talisman, as well as first-tier mid-level Thunderfire Talisman, Ice Seal Talisman, Earth Splitting Talisman, and Wind Blade Talisman. Li Chen squatted down, picked up a stack of Thunderfire Talismans, examined them for a moment, and after confirming that they were of genuine quality, asked the stall owner, "How much are these Thunderfire Talismans?" "You can't afford it." The stall owner was completely hidden under a black robe, with only a pair of indifferent eyes visible, and his voice was hoarse and emotionless. Li Chen's expression froze. "How did you know I couldn't afford this Thunderfire Talisman?" An indifferent gaze swept over Li Chen, and a flat tone reached Li Chen's ears. "You are only at the second level of Qi refining. How many spirit stones do you have?" "A dozen Thunderfire Talismans, 10 in total, cost 30 spirit stones. A single talisman costs 4 spirit stones." Li Chen reluctantly put down the Thunderfire Talisman and turned his gaze to the Golden Light Talisman. "How much does the Golden Light Talisman cost?" 8 spirit stones are sold in a bundle. 1 spirit stone is sold per ticket. After thinking for a moment, Li Chen bargained with the stall owner and said, 6 spirit stones for a dozen. I'll buy 2 dozen. "No bargaining. Get out if you're not buying." The stall owner seemed to have lost patience. His tone became colder and his voice hoarser. In the end, Li Chen bought a dozen Golden Light Talismans and 2 Swift Travel Talismans. After buying the talismans from this stall, Li Chen decided not to go to the Heavenly Talisman Pavilion. Compared to Tianfu Pavilion, this stall owner's talismans are of just as good quality and at a cheaper price. As far as Li Chen knew, in the Heavenly Talisman Pavilion, a dozen first-tier low-grade talismans cost 10 spirit stones each. This stall owner sells a dozen low-level talismans for 2 spirit stones cheaper than at the Heavenly Talisman Pavilion. Perhaps this stall owner is a talisman master? Li Chen glanced back at the stall owner, whose entire body was hidden under a black robe, and whose voice was hoarse, making it impossible to tell whether he was male or female. Li Chen couldn't even see through the stall owner's cultivation level. Li Chen is only at the second level of Qi refining. Cultivators with lower cultivation levels cannot see through cultivators with higher cultivation levels than themselves. Chapter 16 Storage Bag. After strolling around the west street of the market and buying a dozen Golden Light Talismans and 2 Swift Travel Talismans, Li Chen returned to the Divine Pill Pavilion and went straight to the pill-making room shared by the apprentices to start refining pills. Li Chen's daily life is very monotonous. During the day, he stayed at the Divine Pill Refining Center to make 2 batches of Bigo pills, and at night, he returned to the shantytown to cultivate. Although these days were monotonous, Li Chen's heart was full of fighting spirit. Soon, a month had passed. Today is the day that Shun Dan Gu settles the spirit stones with its employees. Li Chen finally saw the Fairy Ling Long again. The Fairy Ling Long still looks as charming as ever, always wearing a light blue flowing fairy dress and a flower wreath woven from fresh flowers on her head. Even now, Li Chen still doesn't understand why the flowers on Fairy Ling Long's head don't wither. Zhou Jian, this month you successfully refined 10 batches of Gathering Spirit pills, 7 batches of Harmony Chi pills, and 1 batch of Yellow Sprout pills, totaling 150 spirit stones. In the Shun Dan Gu staff meeting hall, Manager Fu, with his full head of white hair, calmly announced Zhou Jian's performance while flipping through the ledgers. Wrong. Manager Fu, the rules of the Divine Pill Pavilion stipulate that an apprentice can earn 10 spirit stones for refining 1 batch of spirit gathering pills, 12 spirit stones for Qi Harmony pills, and 20 spirit stones for Yellow Sprout pills. I should have received 204 spirit stones this month. Why did I only receive 150? As soon as Manager Fu finished speaking, Zhou Jian stepped out from the crowd, his face pale and his eyes questioning Manager Fu. Manager Fu explained calmly, "This month you tried to refine Yellow Sprout pills 6 times. Failing 5 times. The spiritual herbs you wasted due to these failures will be deducted from your performance record." Zhou Jian's pale face instantly turned ashen. He clenched his fists and said coldly, "If you fail to refine pills, the alchemist has to bear the consequences. There doesn't seem to be such a rule in the cultivation world, does there?" This rule doesn't exist in the cultivation world, but it does in the Divine Pill Pavilion. Do you have any other comments? Before Manager Fu could speak, the exquisite fairy, who was sitting in a high position with her legs crossed, suddenly spoke up. The Fairy Ling Long had a beautiful voice, but her tone was indifferent, and a chill permeated the hall, seemingly freezing everyone's souls. In the hall, everyone lowered their heads, not daring to meet the gaze of the petite and beautiful Ling Long fairy sitting on a high seat. Li Chen also bowed his head along with the others. It must be said that this Fairy Ling Long is very dignified. After all, She is one of the few Foundation establishment cultivators in Yinshanfang, and she has the power of life and death over the lower-level rogue cultivators. No cultivator dares to confront her directly. Zhou Jian lowered his head, his face full of resentment, clenched his fists tightly, his nails digging into his palms, and said in a low, hoarse voice, "I dare not have any objections." Linglong Fairy's eyes remained calm and still. "Oncle Fu, continue. Shopkeeper, Fu nodded. Mo Bai. This month you will refine 120 batches of Qi nourishing pills, which will cost a total of 600 spirit stones. Mo Bai stepped forward, accepted the spirit stones, and said with a simple and honest smile, "Thank you, Manager Fu. Thank you, Pavilion Master." In the hall, the apprentices looked at Mo Bai with envy and admiration. Zhou Jian's eyes grew even angrier. It's clear that Mo Bai has failed many times in his alchemy attempts. So why shouldn't the spiritual herbs he wasted due to his failed attempts be deducted? Linglong Fairy and Fu Laogui are targeting me. Li Chen looked at Mo Bai, whose face was full of honest smiles, and felt a certain admiration for him. Mo Bai is at the 4th level of Qi refining. In theory, he can only refine 2 batches of Qi nourishing pills per day at most. But this senior brother Mo Bai worked extremely hard. He stayed in the alchemy room day and night, desperately refining Qi nourishing pills. He even gave up cultivation and managed to refine 120 batches of Qi nourishing pills in a month, earning 600 spirit stones. 600 spirit stones is an astronomical figure for a low-level rogue cultivator in the cultivation world. Li Chen also knew why Mo Bai was working so hard to earn spirit stones. Li Chen had a good relationship with Mo Bai in private, and he had heard Mo Bai mention that he had a son and a daughter. His son, in particular, possessed a 7th grade spiritual root and had joined the Purple Void Immortal sect, becoming an outer disciple. Mo Bai has given up his own path to immortality and placed his hopes for becoming an immortal on his son. Recently, the Purple Void Immortal sect is about to hold its outer sect competition. The top 10 will be able to enter the inner sect and receive cultivation from the sect. In order to help his son shine in the outer sect competition and achieve a good ranking to enter the inner sect, Mo Bai worked so hard to refine pills and earn spirit stones to buy magic weapons for his son. Parents' hearts are always full of love and worry. Mo Bai was usually honest and kind and treated Li Chen very well. Over time, Li Chen developed a very good impression of his senior brother Mo Bai. Soon, all the apprentices had received their spirit stones. Manager Fu turned his gaze to Li Chen, a slight smile on his face, and his tone became gentler. "Li Chen, this month you will refine 60 batches of Bigu pills, which will cost a total of 120 spirit stones." As he spoke, Manager Fu took out a storage bag and tossed it to Li Chen. Li Chen took the storage bag and quickly realized what was happening. He immediately bowed to Manager Fu and Fairy Linglong and said gratefully, "Thank you, Uncle Fu. Thank you, Pavilion Master." The apprentices around him looked at Li Chen with envy. Clearly, when Manager Fu distributed the spirit stones, he personally gave Li Chen a storage bag. Storage bags are common in the cultivation world, but even the worst storage bag costs 30 spirit stones in the Treasure Pavilion. 30 spirit stones may seem like a small amount, but they are very expensive for low-level independent cultivators. Under normal circumstances, in the cultivation world, rogue cultivators in the early stages of Qi refining are not entitled to possess storage bags. After the spirit stones were distributed to all the apprentices, Manager Fu gave a summary, saying that everyone's performance this month was quite good. In particular, Mo Bai's style is worth learning from. "All right, everyone go get to work. Li Chen, stay here." As soon as Manager Fu spoke, the crowd dispersed. Before leaving, they couldn't help but glance at Li Chen, their eyes filled with undisguised envy and jealousy. Now, everyone in the Divine Pill Pavilion is speculating about the relationship between Li Chen and Fairy Linglong. Some people even privately inquired about it with Li Chen. After all, Li Chen was personally brought into Yinshan Workshop by Fairy Linglong, along with the Divine Pill Pavilion. Furthermore, the way Manager Fu and Fairy Linglong showed care for Li Chen was too obvious, making it hard not to speculate wildly. Is he about to break through to the 3rd level of Qi refining? It seems you haven't been slacking off. After everyone left, Fairy Linglong stepped down from her high position and walked to Li Chen. Her gaze softened considerably, unlike her indifferent expression just moments before. He also owes a great debt to the Fairy and Uncle Fu for their care. If it weren't for their care, Li Chen would never have achieved his current level of cultivation. Li Chen will forever remember the kindness and support shown to him by the Fairy and Uncle Fu, and will never forget it. Upon meeting the Fairy Linglong, Li Chun immediately cupped his hands in greeting to express his gratitude and respect. Although he looked somewhat similar to Fairy Linglong's brother, Li Chun dared not be presumptuous in front of her. This is the Fairy Linglong, one of the few Foundation establishment cultivators in Yinshanfang, a big shot who has been vying with various cultivation forces in Yin Kingdom. Don't be fooled by the gentle demeanor of the Fairy Linglong in front of me. In reality, she is ruthless and merciless. The Fairy Linglong nodded, looking at Li Chun with admiration. You know how to behave. The path to immortality is arduous, and I can offer you little help. Ultimately, how far you go depends entirely on yourself. Go down now and don't slack off. Fairy Linglong encouraged Li Chun for a couple of minutes, then waved for him to leave. Although Li Chun and her brother look somewhat alike, Shui Linglong can tell them apart clearly. Her brother is her brother, and Li Chun is Li Chun. They are two completely different people. Chapter 17 Ink Clouds and Rain. A level D cave dwelling requires 80 spirit stones per month. Maybe I should move. With an extra 120 spirit stones in his hand, Li Chun began to consider moving. The shantytown is located on the edge of Yinshanfang. The environment is harsh and chaotic, and people can only cultivate by taking advantage of the spiritual energy dissipated from the spiritual veins. There is a second-tier spiritual vein in Yinshan Market. Many cave dwellings were built on the spiritual vein, divided into 4 levels: A, B, C, and D. There are 10 Class A cave dwellings, all located in the center of the spiritual vein, where the spiritual energy is most abundant. Li Chun knew that the number 1 Class A cave in Yinshanfang was the residence of Fairy Linglong. As for the Class A number 2 to number 10 cave dwellings, they are all inhabited by important figures. Master Gadan lives in Class A number 8 cave dwelling. Master Chindan was not qualified to live in a Class A cave dwelling. His cave dwelling was Class B. Li Chun dared not even think about a Grade A cave dwelling, let alone a Grade C one. However, a Level D cave dwelling is acceptable. A Grade D cave dwelling, rented for a month, costs 80 spirit stones, which Li Chun can barely afford. Li Chun always believed that cultivation level was fundamental. In a world of cultivation, cultivation level was the most important thing. Only with a high level of cultivation could one gain status. In order to accelerate his cultivation and improve his cultivation level, Li Chun decided to move to a Grade D cave dwelling. Although the Ding level cave dwelling is located on the outer edge of the spiritual vein, it is also situated on the spiritual vein itself. The speed of meditation and cultivation in a Grade D cave is several times faster than cultivation in a shanty town. Junior Brotherly, I have instructed my daughter to prepare a banquet at home and would like to invite you and Master Chen to have a drink. Would you do me the honor of inviting your senior brother? As Li Chun walked out of the Divine Pill Pavilion, he was still planning to move when Mo Bai blocked his way. Li Chun glanced at Mo Bai, thought for a moment, and nodded. Since senior brother Mo had extended such a warm invitation, junior brother dared not refuse. Li Chun and Mo Bai were both apprentices of Master Chindan, and they addressed each other as fellow disciples. During this period, Li Chun and Mo Bai got along well, and not wanting to offend Mo Bai, he agreed to attend the banquet. Seeing that Li Chun agreed, Mo Bai smiled innocently and cupped his hands towards Li Chun, saying, "Junior Brotherly, I'll go and invite Master Chen. Do you know where my home is?" Li Chun nodded. "Senior brother Mo, please go ahead with your work." Mo Bai went to invite Master Chindan. Li Chun recalled the direction of Mo Bai's house and strode towards the east side of the shantytown. Mo Bai was able to refine pills on his own at a very young age, and he earned a considerable amount of spirit stones every month, but he and his daughter continued to live in a shantytown. Li Chun also expressed his understanding of this. Because Mo Bai gave almost all of the spirit stones he earned to his son who joined the Purple Void Immortal Sect. Soon, Li Chun arrived outside a courtyard. Although Mo Bai also lived in a shantytown, he did not live in a single room, but in a small courtyard. Such a small courtyard is for lower-class cultivators who bring their families to live in. It has a main hall and 3 bedrooms, and requires a monthly fee of 5 spirit stones. Li Chun stood outside the courtyard and knocked on the gate. Soon, the door opened. A girl with short, ear-length hair and simple clothes opened the door, looked Li Chun up and down with curious eyes, and asked in a soft voice, "You must be Uncle Li, right? Are you Yin Yu?" Li Chun's gaze swept over the girl, and he took out a bottle of fasting pills from his storage bag. He smiled gently and said, "This is my first time visiting, so I didn't prepare any decent gifts. Please take this bottle of fasting pills." Now, that Li Chun has some financial resources, he can afford to give away a bottle of Big O Pill, which costs 8 spirit stones. Seeing the bottle of fasting pills that Li Chun handed her, The girl blushed and waved her hands repeatedly, her voice weak. Uncle Li, this is too precious, I can't accept it. Li Chen shook his head, grabbed the girl's hand, and forcefully stuffed the bigu pill into her hand. This girl, who looked to be 18 years old, was Mo Bai's daughter, named Mo Yunyu. Mo Yunyu is indeed 18 years old, but she has never taken any beauty-enhancing pills or anti-aging pills. For example, Fairy Linglong. Although she looks only 15 or 16 years old, she is actually almost 30 years old, much older than Li Chen. Facing Fairy Linglong, Li Chen dared not treat her as a little sister. After all, Fairy Linglong's cultivation level and status were evident, and she was also older than Li Chen. The Mo Yunyu in front of me is different. She is only 18 years old and has the same 9th grade spiritual root as Li Chen. Unlike Li Chen, her cultivation level was only at the first level of qi refining. Li Chen had been cultivating in the world of immortals for less than a year, while Mo Yunyu had been cultivating alongside Mo Bai since childhood. Li Chen secretly admired the well-behaved and sensible girl in front of him, and felt that Mo Bai favored sons over daughters and was somewhat harsh on his daughter. Mo Bai's monthly income is quite high. However, Mo Yunyu had only cultivated for more than 10 years and had only reached the first level of qi refining. As far as Li Chen knew, Mo Yunyu was a washerwoman who often stayed at home, washing clothes for the other female cultivators in the shantytown to earn a few spirit stones. Mo Yunyu didn't use the spirit stones she earned from washing clothes for others for herself. Instead, Mo Bai gave them all to his son who had joined the Purple Void Immortal Sect. Otherwise, given Mo Yunyu's age, even with a 9th grade spiritual root, she wouldn't still be at the first level of qi refining. Looking at the girl in front of him with short, timid hair and dressed in simple clothes, Li Chen even felt a little sorry for her. Her clothes were too plain. Forget about fairy dresses and robes. She should at least have changed into some decent clothes. The clothes worn by worldly noble ladies were all more luxurious than those worn by Mo Yunyu. Uncle Li, please come in. Meeting Li Chen's loving gaze, Mo Yunyu brushed a few stray hairs from her temples, her eyes sparkling with a blush on her cheeks, and her voice became even softer. Li Chen came to his senses and stepped into the courtyard. The young woman hurriedly invited Li Chen into the hall, carefully wiped the chair for him with her sleeve, and then asked him to sit down. She said shyly, Uncle Li, the dishes are not ready yet. Please sit for a while. Li Chen waved his hand dismissively. No rush. Senior Brother Mo and Master Chen haven't arrived yet. You go ahead with your work. The girl gave Li Chen a shy smile, then blushed and ran away. Looking at the girl's retreating figure, a smile appeared on Li Chen's face. This is the shy look a young girl should have. Li Chen could tell that Mo Yunyu's shyness was genuine, unlike Shu Chan's, which was feigned. Teacher Chen, I am deeply grateful for your presence at my humble abode. Master Chen, please come inside. Mo Bai's voice came from outside the courtyard, and Li Chen knew that Master Chen had arrived. Li Chen stood up and saw Mo Bai respectfully helping Chen Danshi into the courtyard and towards the main hall. The disciple pays respects to the teacher. Upon seeing Master Chen, Li Chen bowed respectfully. Master Chen pulled up a chair and sat down, smiling kindly as he said, We are master and disciple. There's no need for such formalities. Please sit down. Mo Bai, you sit down too. After Master Chen took his seat, Li Chen and Mo Bai followed suit. As soon as he sat down, looking at the clean table, Mo Bai frowned, slammed his hand on the table, and shouted sternly, Yunyu, you come here. Father, are you calling your daughter? Mo Yunyu jogged over, wiping her calloused hands on her simple clothes, unsure of what to do with them, her expression timid and somewhat uneasy. Mo Bai frowned deeply and asked in a cold voice, I told you this morning when I left that we have guests coming tonight and that you should prepare a banquet. Why aren't we ready yet? Mo Yunyu lowered her head and explained softly, Father, there are a lot of clothes to wash today, which has made us late. How could you neglect something so important? Mo Bai was furious, his expression and tone becoming even more stern. Li Chen fronat. The Mo Bai at this moment was different from the Mo Bai that Li Chen usually saw. At the Divine Pill Pavilion, Mo Bai was honest and kind, but when facing his daughter, he was like a tyrant. Li Chen finally understood why Mo Yunyu was dressed in simple clothes and why she carried an air of timidity. Seeing the timid and uneasy girl, Li Chen couldn't bear it any longer and said in a deep voice, Senior Brother Mo Bai, it's just a small matter. There's no need to get so angry. When Li Chen spoke, Mo Bai's expression softened a bit. What are you still standing there for? Hurry up and bring the wine and dishes up. After speaking, Mo Bai looked at Chen Danshi and Li Chen, and with a completely different expression, he explained with a simple and honest smile, Master Chen, junior brotherly, my daughter is clumsy. Please forgive her. Li Chen shook his head slightly without speaking. Mo Bai seemed somewhat unfamiliar to him. Master Chen smiled kindly and calmly said, "It's all right. I'm not in a hurry." Chapter 18, Selling a Daughter. Soon, Mo Yinyu brought over the wine and dishes and waited awkwardly to the side. The wine is crimson blood wine, a first-tier, low-level spiritual wine, brewed with crimson spirit rice. It is suitable for cultivators in the early stages of qi, refining to slightly increase their magical power. The pot of crimson blood wine on the table costs 20 spirit stones on the market, which is much cheaper than qi-nourishing pills. Many cultivators who cannot afford elixirs choose to buy spirit wine to aid their cultivation. Li Chen glanced at Mo Bai, then at alchemist Chen. Mo Bai's face showed a hint of heartache, clearly indicating that he was usually reluctant to drink spirit wine. As for Master Chen, he did not show any disgust because crimson blood wine was a low-grade spiritual wine. Strictly speaking, it was inappropriate for Mo Bai to serve crimson blood wine to Master Chen. Fortunately, Master Chen didn't mind these things. The dishes on the table were quite ordinary, not spiritual cuisine, and all were made by Mo Yunyu. They looked decent. Master Chen, I have been in the Divine Pill Pavilion for 17 years. During these 17 years, I am deeply grateful for your care. Mo Bai poured a cup of spiritual wine for Master Chen, then poured one for himself, and raised his cup to toast Master Chen. Master Chen picked up his wine cup and drank it all in one gulp. He smacked his lips and said with a smile, "Crimson blood wine, it's been many years since I've had it." His rough, dark face turned red, and he said abruptly, "Master Chen, it is my fault for not being a good host and for neglecting you. Please forgive me." Master Chen, Dan, shook his head calmly. Mo Bai, I'm also aware of your family situation. Your son is promising. He has joined the Purple Void Immortal Sect. You are willing to spend all your wealth to train him to become a foundation establishment cultivator and build his own family. I feel sorry for all your hard work. Mo Bai's eyes reddened, and he bowed to Master Chen, saying, "This disciple thanks Master Chen for his understanding." Master Chen didn't say much. He looked at Li Chen and said with a smile, "Young Chen, raise your glass and have a drink with this old man." "Yes, teacher. Your disciple respects you." Li Chen stood up, poured a full glass of wine for Master Chen, and then poured one for himself. After drinking a cup of crimson blood wine, Li Chen felt a slight stirring of magical power within his body. Li Chen's assessment of the crimson blood wine was that it was inferior to the qi-nourishing pill. Indeed, although the qi-nourishing pill is also a first-tier, low-level pill, it is used by qi-refining level 3 cultivators to break through their bottlenecks. A bottle costs 60 spirit stones, which is definitely not comparable to the crimson blood wine. Eat vegetables, eat vegetables. Don't just drink alcohol. Although we cultivators are physically stronger than ordinary people, we are not immune to drunkenness. Drinking alcohol without eating any food makes the meal bland and tasteless. Chen Dancer picked up her chopsticks and invited Li Chen and Mo Bai to eat. Seeing Chen Dancer pick up his chopsticks to eat, Mo Bai smiled and said, "Master Chen, junior brotherly, my daughter is clumsy. If her cooking skills are not good, please bear with her." As Mo Bai finished speaking, the girl beside him lowered her head deeply, her humility reaching its very core. Chen Dancer did not comment. Li Chen took a bite of food and looked at the girl waiting beside him. The girl lowered her head deeply, her calloused hands resting in front of her, unsure of what to do, like a maid. Seeing the girl's expression, Li Chen couldn't bear it and subconsciously said, "This dish tastes good. Even the imperial chefs in the secular palace don't have such skills. Thank you for your hard work, Yunyu. Yunyu, come and sit with us." As Li Chen finished speaking, the girl looked up, her eyes suddenly glistening with tears. She waved her hands repeatedly, saying, "Uncle Li, you don't need to worry about me. Yunyu will take care of you. Junior brother Li, ignore her. Why should your daughter sit at the table? Just let her stand to the side." Mo Bai looked at his daughter, his gaze clearly becoming impatient, and he scolded her in a deep voice. "What are you standing there for? Are you stupid? Why aren't you pouring wine for Master Chen and Junior brother Li?" The girl raised her hand to wipe the corner of her eye with her sleeve, then quickly stepped forward to pour wine for Master Chen, and then poured wine for Li Chen. Looking at the wine glass in front of him, and then at the humble girl, Li Chen suddenly lost his appetite for drinking and wanted to turn around and leave. Li Chen has been in this world for 20 years. It's true that men are superior to women in this world, but Li Chen couldn't bear to see the girl in front of him so humble. Mo Yunyu has a 9th grade spiritual root. It's right that Mo Bai is raising his son, but he shouldn't be so harsh on his daughter. Looking at the humble girl, Li Chen looked at Mo Bai with a serious expression and said earnestly, "Senior brother Mo, please let Yunyu sit down, otherwise junior brother won't be able to drink this wine. As Li Chun finished speaking, the girl trembled slightly. She looked at Li Chun, and a glimmer of light seemed to appear in her eyes. Mo Bai looked at Li Chun, then at Alchemist Chun, hesitated for a moment, and nodded. Since Junior Brother Li has spoken, you may sit down. Sit next to Junior Brother Li. Mo Bai spoke, and the girl then walked to Li Chen's side, secretly glancing at Li Chen's handsome profile before nervously and cautiously sitting down. Master Chen chuckled and smoothed things over, saying, Mo Bai, young Chun, you are both learning alchemy under my tutelage, so please don't hurt our camaraderie. Mo Bai immediately stood up and respectfully said, Master Chen's teachings are correct. Junior Brother Li is so young, yet he can open the furnace on his own. He is also valued by the Pavilion Master and trained by Master Chen. He will definitely have a bright future. Junior Brother Li, I'd like to offer you a toast. Yunyu poured wine for Junior Brother Li. Mo Bai raised his wine glass to Li Chun, who tilted his head back and drank the wine, feeling somewhat uneasy. Originally, Li Chen had a good impression of his senior brother Mo Bai, but now, Li Chen's impression of him began to change. The three of them drank from a pot of crimson blood wine. After only a few cups, the pot was empty. With a rough, dark red face, Mo Yin spoke up. Master Chun, Junior Brother Li, I invited you here for drinks today because I have a favor to ask of you. Li Chen remained expressionless. Chen Danshi did not react. In fact, when Mo Bai invited him to have a drink, Li Chen knew that he must have something on his mind. Seeing that Li Chun and Chen Danshi did not speak, Mo Bai continued. Master Chun, Junior Brother Li, you also know that Yunsheng has joined the Zisu Immortal Sect and is currently at the 6th level of Qi refining. I have no hope of becoming an immortal in this life, but it's different for my son. He has a bright future ahead of him. 2 months from now is the Purple Void Immortal Sect's Outer Sect Grand Competition. The top 10 in the Outer Sect Grand Competition will be able to enter the Inner Sect, receive more Spirit Stones and pills from the Immortal Sect for support and cultivation, and may even have the chance to obtain a Foundation Establishment pill to try and reach the Foundation Establishment realm. In order to break into the top 10 in the Outer Sect competition, Shenger set his sights on a top-tier magic weapon that requires 2,800 Spirit Stones. I withdrew some Spirit Stones from Manager Fu, and with my previous savings, I now have 2,000 Spirit Stones, but I still need 800 Spirit Stones short. Master Chun, I hope you can help me. I will definitely repay the Spirit Stones in the future. 2,800 Spirit Stones. Li Chen stared wide-eyed at Mo Bai. For Li Chun at present, 2,800 Spirit Stones is undoubtedly an astronomical figure, far more outrageous than the 120 Spirit Stones that Shu Chan had proposed. Master Chen put down his chopsticks, frowned slightly as he looked at Mo Bai, and met Mo Bai's expectant gaze. He remained silent for a long time before speaking. I don't have much savings either. I can only lend you 300 Spirit Stones at most. Mo Bai opened his mouth, but swallowed the words back down. Given Master Chen's status, he could easily come up with not only 800 Spirit Stones, but even 1,000. Clearly, Master Chen was unwilling to lend so many Spirit Stones to Mo Bai. Talking about money hurts feelings. Li Chen remained silent. In a cultivation world, it was the same. Talking about borrowing Spirit Stones would definitely hurt feelings. Master Chen was only willing to lend 300 Spirit Stones, which displeased Mo Bai, but he dared not disrespect Master Chen. He looked at Li Chen. Junior Brother Li, before Mo Bai could finish speaking, Li Chen interrupted him. Senior Brother Mo, I haven't been in the cultivation world for long, and I don't have any Spirit Stones on me. You'd better not ask me anything. Mo Bai gave a bitter smile. At the round table, Li Chun and Chen Danshi stopped talking. The girl sat next to Li Chun, her head bowed deeply, her calloused hands unconsciously fiddling with the hem of her clothes. The atmosphere in the hall became somewhat tense. After a moment, Mo Bai broke the awkward silence and asked Li Chun, Junior Brother Li, you have never married or taken a concubine, and you don't have any maids by your side, do you? Li Shen fronut. What did Senior Brother Mo mean by that? Mo Bai looked at Li Chun, then glanced at Mo Yunyu, and said indifferently, Junior Brother Li, what do you think? As long as you give me 120 Spirit Stones, I will give you my daughter, even if she is a slave or a maid. Li Chun frowned even more deeply. Mo Bai has gone to great lengths, even selling his possessions and his daughter, all for his son's path to immortality. After a moment's thought, Li Chun said coldly, Senior Brother Mo, we are brothers, and Yunyu calls me Uncle Master. How could you propose such an absurd thing? The atmosphere in the hall became even more tense. Suddenly, Mo Yunyu, who had been silent all along, reached out and grabbed Li Chen's sleeve. Her body trembled slightly. A bitter smile appeared on her delicate face, and her eyes were filled with glistening tears. She pleaded, "Young master, please take Yunyu with you. Yunyu is willing to be your servant." Li Chen remained silent for a long time, meeting the girl's sorrowful gaze, before finally taking out the 120 spirit stones that he hadn't even warmed up yet from his storage bag. Chapter 19, The First Daoist Partner. Li Chen walked towards his simple house, followed by a pretty girl with short, ear-length hair. The girl kept her head down, following behind Li Chen, watching his heels and following his every step. Li Chen gave a wry smile as he weighed the empty storage bag in his hand. The 120 spirit stones I just received had vanished before I could even enjoy them. The plan to move to a Grey D cave for cultivation will have to be postponed. Soon, Li Chen led the girl back to his simple house. Li Chen stopped in front of the door. The girl bumped into his back. She quickly looked up, her eyes filled with tears, and apologized to Li Chen in a timid and anxious voice. "Young master, I'm sorry, I didn't mean to. You can hit me or scold me. I will not complain. I only ask that you do not abandon me." Li Chen turned to look at the girl, whose nose was red and whose expression was anxious. She was almost crying. Reaching out to pinch the girl's delicate nose, Li Chen's eyes softened, and he asked gently, "Does it hurt?" The girl was stunned. She quickly came to her senses and shook her head repeatedly. "Young master, I'm not in pain." Li Chen stroked the girl's thin cheek and said, "Your father must have often beaten and scolded you, right?" The girl did not answer. Looking at the man in front of her, her shoulders began to twitch slightly, and large, crystal-clear tears slid down her thin cheeks. "Well," Li Chen sighed softly and pulled the girl into his arms. "Silly girl, from today onwards, you're my Daoist partner." The girl was slender and had a faint, delicate fragrance. In his arms, the girl's body trembled incessantly, her hands tightly wrapped around Li Chen's waist, refusing to let go. Li Chen didn't know how to comfort her. With a father like that, she must have suffered a lot all these years. "Oh, isn't this Master Li from the Divine Pill Pavilion?" Just then, a female cultivator walked towards them, wearing a flowing, emerald-green dress with wide sleeves. It's Shu Chen. She wore a flowing, wide-sleeved fairy dress, a popular style in the cultivation world, and her face was rosy and charming, making her look radiant. Li Chen didn't care about Shu Chan's mocking tone. He was just surprised that Shu Chen could wear a flowing, wide-sleeved fairy dress. It should be noted that the flowing fairy dress with wide sleeves is the most popular magic dress among female cultivators. It is priced at 300 spirit stones in the 100 Treasures Pavilion and is considered a low-level magic artifact. Shu Chen swayed her slender waist like a water snake as she walked up to Li Chen and said in a sarcastic tone, "I heard that you have already been able to open the furnace to refine pills and have been regarded by Master Chen as a successor. Many people say that you will soon be promoted to a pill master in the Divine Pill Pavilion. Is this the Daoist companion you've been searching for?" Li Chen gently patted Mo Yunyu's back, and Mo Yunyu immediately released Li Chen's waist, leaving his embrace and standing obediently to the side. Looking at the radiant, beautiful, and graceful Shu Chen, Mo Yunyu lowered his head in self-consciousness. Meeting Shu Chan's teasing gaze, Li Chen remained expressionless and calmly replied, "Greetings, Fairy Shu. Fairy Shu, this is my Daoist partner. Now that I have found a Daoist partner, would Fairy Shu like to offer a gift and ask for a cup of celebratory wine?" "You." Seeing Li Chen's expressionless face and calm tone, Shu Chan's teasing gaze turned to anger. Her smile turned cold, and her voice was like ice that had never melted for 1,000 years. "Li Chen, I ask you, in what way am I inferior to this woman who is only at the first level of qi refining? In terms of looks, I am prettier than her. In terms of cultivation, I am far superior to hers. What is it about me that I'm inferior to her? When I first asked to become your Daoist partner, you wouldn't part with 120 spirit stones, but now you've chosen such a low-class person who's even worse than me. What do you mean by this?" Shu Chen cursed loudly, her high breasts heaving, completely losing her usual gentle and charming demeanor. Mo Yunyu stood beside Li Chen, unconsciously taking 2 steps away from him, bowing her head deeply, becoming even more humble. Li Chen remained expressionless. In Li's eyes, you are indeed inferior to her. "Fairy Shu, I have other matters to attend to and will not chat with you any longer." As he spoke, Li Chen unlocked the door and pushed it open, then beckoned to the girl, "Xiao, you come in." The girl nodded obediently and followed Li Chen into the simple house. Staring at the closed door, Shu Chan's face flushed and paled in turns. She sneered, "Li Chen, you can only find such low-class trash as a Daoist partner. You look down on me, but I look down on you too. I'm not afraid to tell you, I've already become your Daoist partner with Master Yang for the talisman shop. Master Yang is young and promising. You're not even worthy to carry his shoes. Inside the room, Li Chen remained calm, his heart as still as a deep well. Li Chen knew the Yangfu master that Shu Chen mentioned. He was the owner of the spirit talisman shop. He was not yet 30 years old, but he had already reached the 8th level of qi refining. He was also a direct descendant of the Yulong Yang family, a first-level advanced talisman master, and the most eligible bachelor in the eyes of countless female cultivators in Yinshanfang. Did he become a Daoist couple with Master Yang of the spirit talisman shop? I'm afraid she became Yang Fusher's concubine? Li Chen did not believe Shu Chan's words, because it was impossible for a low-level rogue cultivator like Shu Chen to become a Daoist partner with a direct descendant of the Yulong Yang family. To test the relationship between Li Chen and Fairy Ling Long, Shu Chen asked Li Chen for 120 spirit stones, but Li Chen refused, thinking she wasn't worth it. Mo Yunyu was bought by Li Chen for 120 spirit stones. To talk about love is nonsense. Today was only the first time Li Chen and Mo Yunyu had met, and Li Chen felt more pity for Mo Yunyu. Compared to Shu Chen, Li Chen believed that Mo Yunyu was more worth the 120 spirit stones. Thinking this, Li Chen looked at Mo Yunyu. Mo Yunyu also has a spiritual root, although it is a 9th grade spiritual root. The system's first side quest is ready to be completed. Mo Yunyu looked at Li Chen cautiously. Young master, are you alright? Li Chen shook his head, gently cupping the girl's cheeks with a smile. It's alright. Xiaoyu, from today onwards, we are Daoist partners. Let's have a child together first. The girl nodded gently, her voice soft, and her cheeks flushed with embarrassment, as Li Chen did as he pleased, her clothes being undressed with a soft rustling sound. In the simple house, there was only a hard wooden bed, not even a quilt. Accompanied by soft singing, the girl's blood fell drop by drop onto the hard wooden bed. Chapter 20 Double Happiness. After their lovemaking, the girl clung tightly to Li Chen's chest, her jade-like arms wrapped tightly around his waist, refusing to let go. Li Chen gently stroked the girl's back and said softly, Xiaoyu, I'm sorry you had to go through this. Living in this shabby shanty town, Li Chen hadn't bought any belongings. His room was empty, except for a hard wooden bed. There wasn't even a blanket. Tonight, for a young girl experiencing her first sexual encounter, it was indeed somewhat unfair to her. Young master, Xiaoyu is not wronged. The girl rubbed her slender cheek against Li Chen's chest and whispered, Young master, do you know Xiaoyu is actually very happy? Because Xiaoyu finally has a home. From the moment we were born, Father favored my younger brother, especially after the spiritual root test. My brother was found to have a 7th grade spiritual root, while I had a 9th grade useless spiritual root. From then on, Father often said that I was a money-losing commodity and that he wanted to sell me. If my mother hadn't stopped me, my father might have really sold me. I was terrified every day. Father gave all his love to his younger brother, giving him medicinal baths and pills from a young age. Everything in the house was given to my younger brother. Later, my mother died from overwork, and no one cared about me anymore. Father went to great lengths to send his younger brother to the Purple Void Immortal Sect, where he became a menial disciple. The younger brother lived up to his father's expectations and was promoted from a menial disciple to an outer disciple. To ensure his younger brother's continued advancement within the Immortal Sect, his father worked tirelessly to earn spirit stones, sending all the family spirit stones to the Purple Void Immortal Sect every month to support his brother's cultivation. My father always thought I was a money-losing asset. Several times, I was afraid he would sell me, so I worked hard washing clothes for others to earn some spirit sand, thinking that this way my father wouldn't sell me. Well, Li Chen held the girl in his arms and sighed again, realizing that his chest was soaked with tears. Young master, would you abandon Xiaoyu? Young master, Xiaoyu is already yours. Xiaoyu listens to everything you say and is willing to do anything for you. Please don't abandon Xiaoyu, okay? The girl clung tightly to Li Chen's waist, her body tense, and looked up at him, her thin face full of nervousness. Li Chen lowered his head, his heart trembling violently. He kissed away the tears from the corners of the girl's eyes and comforted her gently. No, Xiaoyu is so well-behaved and sensible. I will not abandon her. Xiaoyu, you're already my Daoist partner. In the mortal world, we are already husband and wife. Don't worry, your husband will never abandon you. From now on, you don't need to be afraid. And don't call me young master, call me husband. Husband and wife. Mo Yunyu gazed at Li Chen's handsome face, her tears turning into a smile, and softly called out, husband, her voice barely audible. Li Chen ran his hand through the girl's short hair and said softly, Xiaoyu, you must be exhausted tonight. Get some rest. Mo Yunyu stubbornly shook her head, her voice weak. Xiaoyu won't sleep. She's afraid that when she wakes up, it will all just be a dream. In the end, Mo Yunyu couldn't resist her exhaustion and fell asleep. She curled up beside Li Chen like a kitten, her brows furrowed even in her sleep, as if she were having a nightmare. Li Chen reached out and smoothed the girl's furrowed brows, secretly resolving to be kinder to her. The girl's breathing was very light. Even her breathing seemed cautious. Li Chen was not sleepy. Since completing his path to immortality, he had lost the habit of sleeping and usually replaced sleep with meditation and cultivation. Glancing at the girl, Li Chen took out a chi-nourishing pill from his storage bag and emptied his mind to enter a state of complete absorption. When Li Chen opened his eyes again, it was still dark. Feeling the surging magical power within him, and glancing at the sleeping girl beside him, Li Chen couldn't help but smile. Not only did he find a Daoist partner, but he also broke through to the third level of Qi refining overnight. This is double happiness. Although both Mo Yunyu and Li Chen have 9th grade spiritual roots, their child will likely also have a 9th grade spiritual root, but that doesn't matter. The system's first side quest is to give birth to a child with spiritual roots. Even a 9th grade spiritual root is considered to have spiritual roots. Li Chen sat cross-legged on the bed, and with a thought, brought up the system panel. The panel remains as simple and clean as ever. Host, Li Chen. Lifespan, 20 or 87. Cultivation level, Qi refining level 3. Cultivation technique, Crimson flamme technique, Spirit transformation onde. Daoist partner, Montauk Yunyu. Offspring none. Family, not founded. Main quest, establish a cultivation family, incomplete. Side quest, give birth to the first offspring with spiritual roots, incomplete. My own data hasn't changed much. Li Chen focused his gaze on lifespan, feeling quite excited. He could have lived to be 81 years old, but now he can live to be 87. As his cultivation improves, one day Li Chen will surely become an immortal and live forever. Is it the purpose of cultivating immortality to achieve immortality? Husband. A faint voice came from behind him. Li Chen turned his head and saw that Mo Yunyu had woken up, her cheeks flushed slightly. Li Chen reached out and pulled the girl into his arms, asking softly, Xiao Yu, does it still hurt? Mo Yunyu shook her head shyly. Li Chen's hands started groping around uncontrollably. Shall we do it again? It wasn't that Li Chen was impatient. It was just that he was too eager to improve and too eager to complete the system tasks and get the rewards. Before getting up to go to the Divine Pill Pavilion to start refining pills, Li Chen decided to favor Mo Yunyu one more time so that she could conceive soon and give birth to her first offspring with spiritual roots. The soft singing ended, leaving the hard wooden bed in a mess. Mo Yunyu blushed, silently dressed herself, and then helped Li Chen put on his clothes. As dawn broke, Li Chen pushed open the door and felt refreshed. Even the sunlight seemed brighter, as if filled with hope. Mo Yunyu stood in front of the door, looking at Li Chen with tender eyes, and watched him leave. Li Chen took a few steps and turned back to look at the slender girl leaning against the door. The morning sunlight bathed the girl's short, ear-length hair in a golden hue. Her cheeks were flushed, and she had shallow dimples on her slender face as she looked at Li Chen with gentle, watery eyes. Li Chen grinned and said, Xiao Yu, you stay home and cultivate. You don't need to do anything. Wait for me to come back. The girl nodded obediently, and Li Chen then turned and left. Under the rising sun, the girl watched Li Chen's departing figure, feeling that his golden silhouette was incredibly majestic. Li Chen's figure had already disappeared. It took her a long time to withdraw her gaze, look up at the sky, put her hands together, and prayed softly with a devout expression. May heaven bless my husband and grant him all his wishes and a smooth path to immortality. When Li Chen arrived at the Divine Pill Pavilion, he went to pay his respect to Master Chen, as usual, and asked Master Chen if he could learn how to refine chi-nourishing pills. After a brief moment of surprise, Master Chen nodded in agreement to Li Chen's request. Young man Chen, you have already reached the third level of Qi refining, and your success rate in making big pills has reached 100%. You can indeed learn to refine Qi nourishing pills. Here's what we'll do. Come find me this afternoon. I have some time this afternoon. I can help you refine a batch of Qi nourishing pills. Li Chen bowed gratefully to Master Chen, saying, Thank you, teacher. Master Chen waved his hand and laughed heartily. I've already said that you and I, master and disciple, don't need to be so formal and don't always have to perform such grand gestures. Go ahead and get busy. The disciple takes his leave. After bidding farewell to Master Chen, Li Chen went straight to the alchemy room shared by the apprentices. In the alchemy room, Mo Bai was refining chi-nourishing pills. He seemed to have been refining pills all night, his eyes were bloodshot, and he appeared somewhat listless. Mo Bai glanced at Li Chun, nodded slightly to him, and did not speak. Li Chun nodded in return, but did not speak to Mo Bai. Overnight, Li Chun and Mo Bai's relationship began to drift apart. Chapter 21, Genius Talisman Cultivator. In the afternoon, as the sun was about to set, Li Chun walked out of the Divine Pill Pavilion. Today, he only refined one batch of Bigu pills and spent the rest of the time learning the details of refining qi-nourishing pills for Master Chen. Actually, Master Chen's guidance was unnecessary. Because Li Chun received the Daoist alchemy inheritance, the alchemy process was more detailed than that of Master Chen. However, Li Chun needed such a teacher. He couldn't reveal that he possessed a second-tier alchemy inheritance. After leaving the Divine Pill Pavilion, Li Chun originally planned to go straight home. After thinking for a moment, Li Chun strode toward the tailor shop. He still had a few spirit stones in his storage bag, which he planned to use to buy Mo Yunyu 2 decent outfits. Li Chun couldn't afford the celestial robes and fairy dresses, but buying 2 pieces of gorgeous secular clothing was easy. Besides buying clothes for Mo Yunyu, Li Chun also planned to buy a quilt, 2 pillows, and pots and pans. Mo Yunyu followed him, and Li Chun was unwilling to wrong her. If Li Chun were alone, he wouldn't need to sleep at night. He could meditate instead of sleeping, or he could abstain from grains and simply swallow 1 Bigu pill each day. But now Li Chun is not alone. He needs to learn to adapt to his new life. Once Mo Yunyu becomes pregnant, she definitely can't take the fasting pills with Li Chun. We need to buy her pots and pans and feed her spirit rice, spirit meat, and even spirit medicine so that the child won't be born with congenital deficiencies. Li Chun will not wrong Mo Yunyu, and he will certainly not wrong his child in the future. Upon arriving at the tailor shop, Li Chun used only 1 spirit stone to buy 2 gorgeous women's dresses, a silk quilt, and 2 gold-threaded wooden pillows. The items sold in the tailor shop all came from the mortal world and were targeted at the lower-class cultivators in Yinshanfang who had families. The prices were extremely cheap, with 1 spirit stone being more than enough. The tailor shop owner was a male cultivator at the 6th level of qi refining. Li Chun gave him a spirit stone, and he gave him 30 grains of spirit sand in return. In the world of cultivation, spirit stones are the common currency, and they are divided into low grade, medium grade, high grade, and top grade. Normally, cultivators use low grade spirit stones. Mid-grade spirit stones are probably only affordable for wealthy foundation establishment cultivators. High-grade spirit stones are generally not circulated in the market. They're used by golden core cultivators or nascent soul true monarchs for cultivation. As for top-grade spirit stones, Li Chun had never heard of any top-grade spirit stones appearing in the cultivation world of Yin Kingdom. The spirit stone exchange rate is 100 low-grade spirit stones to 1 mid-grade spirit stone, 100 mid-grade spirit stones to 1 high-grade spirit stone, and 100 high-grade spirit stones to 1 top-grade spirit stone. Normally, you can't exchange low-level spirit stones for high-level spirit stones, but it's very easy to exchange high-level spirit stones for low-level spirit stones. Spiritual sand is also a form of currency in the cultivation world. It is a lower grade of low-grade spiritual stones and circulates only among low-level independent cultivators. The so-called spirit sand refers to fine, low-grade spirit stone fragments. 100 spirit sand fragments are needed to exchange for 1 low-grade spirit stone. Previously, Mo Yunyu would wash clothes for people, and for each piece of clothing he washed, he would receive a grain of spirit sand. Even so, Mo Bai went so far as to send all the fine spirit sand that Mo Yunyu had earned to Mo Yinshan, who was far away at the Zishu sect. It was precisely because of Mo Bai's inhumane actions that Mo Yunyu's cultivation level remained stagnant at the first level of qi refining after more than 10 years of practice. Li Chun carefully put away the 30 spirit sand grains that the tailor shopkeeper had given him, and then headed to West Street to buy pots, pans, and other household utensils. On West Street, Li Chun saw the stall owner who sold talismans once again. The stall owner, still hidden beneath his black robe, noticed Li Chun's gaze fixed on him and spoke in a hoarse voice. "You've advanced to the 3rd level of qi refining? What kind of talisman should I buy this time?" Li Chun shook his head, smiled at the stall owner, and said, "Fellow Daoist, I don't have any spirit stones to buy spirit talismans. How about you give me a few?" Roll. The stall owner was hidden under a wide black robe and wore a mask, so his face could not be seen. Only a pair of dark, bright eyes could be seen. Li Chun didn't care about the stall owner's attitude. He had just said it casually and didn't expect the stall owner to give him a talisman. Talisman paper, talisman brush, talisman ink. Making talismans also requires costs. Having only met once, and having no kinship, no cultivator would be so generous as to give away a talisman. Just as Li Chun was about to leave, A voice came from behind him. Come back. Here, take it. The stall owner called out to Li Chen and took a dozen dust-repelling talismans from his stall, tossing them to him. The dust-repelling talisman is an entry-level talisman, not even a first-tier low-level talisman. It can only be used to clean clothes and prevent them from getting dusty. However, the lower-level cultivators were unwilling to spend spirit stones to buy dust-repelling talismans. They prefer to spend a grain of spirit sand to hire a washerwoman like Mo Yunyu to wash their clothes, because washerwomen were more cost-effective. Even worse, some people are unwilling to spend even a single grain of spirit sand. Li Chen subconsciously caught a dozen dust-repelling talismans, stood there dumbfounded, his face full of astonishment. Although the dust-repelling talisman is only an introductory talisman, it still requires cost. A dozen dust-repelling talismans cost 5 spirit stones at the Heavenly Talisman Pavilion. Looking at the stall owner again, Li Chen wondered if it was just his imagination, but he felt that there was a certain liveliness in his eyes. This dust-repelling talisman has been sitting here for a long time, but I couldn't sell it, so I'm giving it to you. Hearing the hoarse voice coming from beside him, Li Chen keenly noticed that the stall owner's voice was somewhat crisp despite its hoarseness. She's a female cultivator, and also a talisman master. There is only one female talisman master in Yinshanfeng who can draw intermediate-level spirit talismans, and that is Huang Qingya, the genius talisman master of the Spirit Talisman Shop. Huang Qingya is very famous in Yinshanfeng. Some people even compare her to Linglong Fairy, praising them as the two beauties of the cultivation world in Yin Kingdom. The reason why Huang Qingya and Linglong Fairy are listed as the two beauties is because both Huang Qingya and Linglong Fairy are extremely beautiful and have very aloof personalities. In the Yinshanfeng area, there are quite a few male cultivators pursuing Huang Qingya, including many direct descendants of cultivation families. However, Huang Qingya never showed any interest in the male cultivators who pursued her, which was basically the same as Linglong Fairy. The difference is that Fairy Linglong is a foundation establishment cultivator, while Huang Qingya is a qi refining cultivator. Huang Qingya is not old, reportedly not even 20 years old, but she has already reached the 6th level of qi refining and can draw first-order intermediate spirit talismans, making her extremely popular among male cultivators. Holding the talisman given to him by the stall owner, Li Chen bowed to her and thanked Fairy Huang for the gift. How did you recognize me? The yellow fairy was still hidden under her wide black robe, but her voice was no longer hoarse. Instead, it was clear and melodious like a silver bell. Li Shen Shuklat. I sense you were a woman, and considering the intermediate-level spirit talismans on your stall, I dare to make a guess. I didn't expect to be right. Huang Qingya, wearing a mask, looked at Li Chen with a flickering gaze. Her voice suddenly turned cold. It's fine if you guess my identity, but why did you have to point it out? The reason I dress like this to sell talismans is that I didn't want to reveal my identity. You've exposed my identity. Aren't you afraid of being killed to silence me? Li Chen's face stiffened, cold sweat poured down his forehead, and he subconsciously tightened his grip on the willow leaf throwing knife hidden in his sleeve. Then he apologized to Huang Qingya. Fairy, it was my oversight. Please forgive me. It wasn't that Li Chen was cowardly, but rather that the cultivation world was just that cruel. Huang Qingya's cultivation level is 3 minor realms higher than Li Chen's, and she's also a genius talisman cultivator. It should be noted that talisman cultivators carry a huge number of spirit talismans. When they throw down a bunch of spirit talismans, they can even kill enemies across minor realms. If this genius talisman cultivator were to set his sights on him, Li Chen would be restless even while staying in Yinsha Market. Huang Qingya looked at Li Chen with a playful expression, then suddenly laughed. Just kidding. So you're a coward. However, the throwing knife you hid in your sleeve is quite interesting. Even I feel like I have a thorn in my side. If it were an ordinary mid-stage qi refining cultivator, they would fall for your trick if they weren't careful. In an instant, Li Chen felt a chill run down his spine. This is the world of cultivation. Li Chen's flying dagger, which he is so proud of and which allows him to roam freely in the secular world, can be seen through by any cultivator in the mid-stage of qi refining. Only now did Li Chen realize how ridiculous his little tricks in front of Fairy Linglong had been. Fairy Huang, if there's nothing else, I, Li, will take my leave now. Li Chen didn't want to stay any longer, so he clasped his hands in farewell to Huang Qingya, and didn't even have the thought of buying pots and pans anymore. Huang Qingya waved her hand dismissively. Go. Be more careful in the future. The cultivation world is not the secular martial arts world. Don't try to be clever, or you'll easily bring disaster upon yourself. Thank you for the reminder, Fairy. I, Li, have learned a lot. Li Chen bowed deeply to Huang Qingya, showing that he had truly learned something. Huang Qingya sat there, watching Li Chen's departing figure. She slowly took off her mask, revealing a beautiful wheat-colored face. The corners of her mouth turned up slightly, and she muttered to herself, "He's quite an interesting person." Chapter 22, Tearing Off the Mask. Huang Qingya's words served as a warning to Li Chen. In the world of cultivation, one should not say what should not be said, and one should not approach those who should not be approached. Just now, Li Chen guessed Huang Qingya's identity and had the idea of befriending her. After all, Huang Qingya is a genius talisman master, and the benefits of befriending a genius talisman master are self-evident. Looking back now, Li Chen feels he made a foolish mistake. With the system at his disposal, Li Chen was naturally full of confidence in his path to immortality and did not believe that he was inferior to any genius. Therefore, he wanted to befriend Huang Qingya with an attitude of equality. But upon closer inspection, others are unaware that you possess a system. To outsiders, Li Chen was just a low-level cultivator with a 9th-grade spiritual root and a little talent for alchemy. At most, he was lucky to have been mentored by Fairy Linglong. It is foolish to approach people with an attitude of equality. In the world of cultivation, there is never any equality between people. Mortals are nothing but ants in the eyes of cultivators. Even low-level cultivators are nothing more than ants in the eyes of high-level cultivators. Li Chen returned home with a heavy heart. "My husband, you're back." Li Chen had just arrived at his doorstep when he saw Mo Yunyu. She squatted on the threshold with 2 large basins in front of her and was washing clothes diligently. Her hands were red from rubbing, and her soft hair was covered with sweat and stuck to her forehead. Upon seeing Li Chen return, Mo Yunyu quickly stood up to greet him, her cheeks adorned with shallow dimples, her eyes brimming with undisguised joy. Li Chen frowned and asked in a deep voice, "Didn't I tell you to stay home and cultivate properly? Who gave you permission to wash the clothes?" Seeing Li Chen frown, Mo Yunyu was at a loss. She rubbed her red hands in front of her, looked at Li Chen weakly, and stammered, "Husband, Xiaoyu doesn't need to cultivate. Xiaoyu has a 9th-grade spiritual root. No matter how much she cultivates, she will never be able to break through to the mid-stage of qi refining in this lifetime. Xiaoyu doesn't earn many spirit stones, but she wants to help her husband and doesn't want to be a burden to him. If she becomes a burden, her husband will start to dislike Xiaoyu." Silly girl. Mo Yunyu's timid and humble appearance softened Li Chen's heart. He gently embraced her, unsure how to scold her, and even more unwilling to do so. Mo Yunyu reached out and wrapped her arms around Li Chen's waist, carefully raising her head. "Husband, I'm a little foolish. My father has always called me a little foolish since I was little. Please don't despise me. Although I'm a little foolish, I'm obedient." Xiaoyu is willing to do anything to make her husband happy. Sensing the girl's humility and timidity, Li Chen's gaze softened, and he gently stroked her short hair. "Xiaoyu, don't be afraid. Your husband will not despise you, much less abandon you. You're not stupid. You really aren't stupid. Let's go inside. From now on, don't wash clothes for others anymore. I don't need that little bit of fine spiritual sand. Ha! Inferior goods are inferior goods, forever so lowly. Li Chen, you've chosen such a lowly and inferior person as your Daoist partner. It seems you're just as lowly and inferior as me. You'll never amount to anything in this life." Shu Chan is back. A mocking smile played on her lips, her eyes filled with contempt and disdain. Her emerald green, flowing dress was still dazzling and radiant. Looking at Shu Chan, Li Chen's gaze suddenly turned icy, and a fierce anger rose in his heart. The willow leaf throwing knife in his sleeve quietly slipped in his palm, and he said indifferently, "Who are you calling a lowly, inferior person?" After arriving in the world of cultivation, Li Chen became cautious and kept a low profile. But that doesn't mean Li Chen has no temper. Before he came to the world of cultivation, quite a few martial arts heroes had perished under his flying daggers. If you were to inquire in the secular martial arts world, you would know just how much blood Li Chen had spilled on his journey from a poor farmer's son to the pinnacle of the secular martial arts world. A murderous intent surged within Li Chen, his killing aura raging, and his eyes became incredibly sharp. Shu Chan was startled, feeling a chill run down her spine, and goosebumps rose on her skin. She instinctively took 2 steps back, then realized what she meant, raised an eyebrow, and said coldly, "I'm talking about the little slut in your arms, and you too. What, you want to kill me?" Shu Chan sneered repeatedly. "Don't forget, my cultivation is higher than yours, and my magic power is deeper. Can you kill me? Furthermore, this is Yinshan Market. Several major cultivation families have explicitly stipulated that cultivators are not allowed to fight in the market. Do you have the guts to break the rules of Yinshan Market?" "Husband, no." Just as Li Chen was about to throw the flying knife from his palm, Mo Yunyu grabbed Li Chen's sleeve and gently shook her head at him. Li Chen took a deep breath to calm himself down. Today, Li Chen was first warned by Huang Qingya, and then he encountered Mo Yunyu washing clothes. Shu Chan's sarcasm ignited the resentment hidden in Li Chen's heart. At the critical moment, Li Chen remained calm. The major cultivation families that founded Yinshanfang stipulated that cultivators must not fight each other within Yinshanfang. He cannot kill Shu Chan, at least not in Yinshanfang. He is not yet qualified to challenge the authority of the major cultivation families. If we're talking about lowliness, then isn't it lowly for Fairy Shu to be someone's concubine? Li Chen had suppressed his murderous intent, coldly mocking Shu Chan before looking at Mo Yunyu and saying, "Xiaoyu, let's go back inside and ignore her." And Mo Yunyu nodded obediently and followed Li Chen into the house, closing the door behind them. Shu Chan stood a few meters away, staring at the tightly closed door. For some reason, she suddenly broke down, her face contorted, and rushed to the door, pounding on it with all her might. Her voice was sharp and hysterical. "Yu Chun, say it again. Say that again if you dare." At this moment, Shu Chan seemed to have gone mad, her eyes turning bloodshot as she pounded on Li Chen's door, shouting, "Li Chen, come out. Come out here, or I'll tear you apart. You are the lowly, inferior one, and your Daoist partner is the lowly, inferior one." I am not. Inside the room, Mo Yunyu clung tightly to Li Chen's arm, her face filled with tension, fearing that Shu Chan would break down the door. Li Chen, on the contrary, calmed down and was no longer affected by Shu Chan. Shu Chan shouted and cursed outside the door for a while, but as the neighbors gathered around, she gradually calmed down, snorted coldly, went back to her house, and slammed the door shut. "Xiaoyu, don't be afraid, she won't dare to do it." Li Chen gently comforted Montak Yunyu. Seeing that Mo Yunyu's emotions had stabilized, Li Chen took out a silk quilt and 2 gold-threaded wooden pillows from his storage bag. Mo Yunyu immediately took the quilt from Li Chen, quickly made the bed, and then neatly arranged the 2 pillows. "Xiaoyu, I bought you 2 outfits. They should fit you well, but I don't know if you like them." Li Chen then took out the clothes he had bought for Mo Yunyu from his storage bag. Looking at the beautiful clothes in Li Chen's hands, Mo Yunyu's eyes turned red and tears welled up in them. She stood there, stunned. Li Chen pulled Mo Yunyu to his side and asked softly, "What's wrong? You don't like it? I'll take you to the tailor's shop tomorrow, and you can choose for yourself." Mo Yunyu shook her head vigorously, took the 2 pieces of clothing from Li Chen and hugged them to her chest as if they were priceless treasures. A shallow dimple appeared on her thin face, and tears slid down her cheeks. She liked them. "Husband, Xiaoyu likes you very much." Seeing the silly girl's touched and satisfied expression, Li Chen felt sorry for her because she was too well-behaved and sensible. If it were any other female cultivator, she would probably look down on mortal clothes and be determined to wear magic robes and fairy dresses. Unfortunately, Mo Yunyu's spiritual root was too low. However, Li Chen didn't care about that, as he himself was also a 9th grade spiritual root. Having poor spiritual roots doesn't mean anything. You can still improve your cultivation level with pills. At most, it just consumes more resources. "Xiaoyu, what are you doing?" Li Chen was still feeling sorry for Mo Yunyu, but Mo Yunyu took the initiative to take off her clothes and clung to Li Chen, her cheeks flushed. She replied weakly, "Husband, don't you want a child? I will definitely give you a child as soon as possible." Li Chen felt relieved and rolled over to pin Mo Yunyu down. Such a well-behaved and sensible girl. Marrying her would be a stroke of luck. Chapter 23 Inferior Gujis. After a night of fussing, Mo Yunyu leaned against Li Chen's chest, a satisfied smile on her face. Li Chen exhaled a breath of stale air, gently patted the pert buttocks, and said, "Xiaoyu, get up first. Your husband is going to cultivate." Mo Yunyu blinked and said with concern, "Husband, why don't you rest for the night and cultivate again tomorrow?" Li Chen shook his head, his eyes inexplicably becoming firm, and said in a deep voice, "Xiaoyu, you must remember, in the world of cultivation, cultivation level is fundamental. Why do we embark on the path to immortality? It is precisely to become immortal and to achieve eternal life. On the path to immortality, countless beings vie for that one sliver of opportunity. How could I dare to slack off?" Mo Yunyu stared blankly at Li Chen and subconsciously said, "Husband, you seem to have changed. You become somewhat different." Li Chen did not answer. He hasn't changed. He hasn't changed at all. Ever since he learned that there's a world of immortal cultivation, he has decided to become an immortal. Mo Yunyu obediently climbed off Li Chen, her gaze gentle and tender. So her husband had such lofty ambitions. Xiaoyu believed that her husband would surely get what he wanted. Li Chun tilted his head. Don't you think I'm just indulging in wishful thinking? Mo Yunyu shook her head. Li Chun reached out and pulled Mo Yunyu into his arms, his eyes firm and his tone resounding. I will definitely reach the end of the path to immortality and finally become an immortal. Xiaoyu trusts her husband. Mo Yunyu did not laugh at Li Chun, nor did she think that Li Chun was delusional. She looked at Li Chun with gentle eyes, full of trust. As Fairy Ling Long said, the world of cultivation is vast, with billions of beings vying for a sliver of opportunity to become immortals on the path to immortality. Yet, throughout the ages, how many have actually achieved immortality? In the world of cultivation, very few cultivators set their sights on becoming immortals. For most low-level cultivators, breaking through to the foundation establishment stage and establishing their own cultivation family is the ultimate dream. They don't even dare to hope for core formation, let alone becoming immortals. The word immortal is too vague and distant. Li Chun could say the words, I want to become an immortal to Mo Yunyu. But if he dared to say them to other cultivators, he would definitely be ridiculed. Looking at the girl in his arms, Li Chun couldn't help but smile and said softly, Xiaoyu, your husband is destined to become an immortal. After becoming an immortal, one can live forever. Starting today, you must also work hard in your cultivation. If you don't improve your cultivation, how can you keep up with your husband's pace and accompany him to see more of the scenery on the path to immortality? I don't want to watch you grow old and die one day. Husband. The silly girl's eyes welled up with tears again, deeply moved. Li Chun took out a jade bottle from his storage bag, poured out 2 chi-nourishing pills, and handed one of them to Mo Yunyu. Xiaoyu, from now on, you will cultivate together with your husband. You and I will advance hand in hand on the path to immortality. No. Seeing Li Chun hand her the chi-nourishing pill, Mo Yunyu stubbornly shook her head and said softly, from now on, I will also work hard in my cultivation. Husband, you should use this chi-nourishing pill yourself. It's too wasteful for me to use it. Once my husband's cultivation level is high enough, I can have as many chi-nourishing pills as I want. It's important for my husband to improve his cultivation level first. Li Chun thought about it carefully and realized that it made sense. Only when his cultivation level is high enough can he use a massive amount of resources to boost Mo Yunyu's cultivation level. Mo Yunyu, like himself, possessed a 9th grade spiritual root. Without resources, even breaking through to the mid-stage of chi refining would be difficult. Given his current situation, he indeed did not have the extra cultivation resources to help Mo Yunyu. After giving Mo by 120 spirit stones, Li Chun was already strapped for cash, as he didn't even have enough chi-nourishing pills for his own cultivation. Since Mo Yunyu said so, Li Chun did not insist. He was determined to use his resources to help Mo Yunyu once he became wealthy. Neither Li Chun nor Mo Yunyu slept that night. The couple meditated and cultivated instead of sleeping. As dawn broke, Li Chun carefully examined the results of his midnight cultivation. After reaching the 3rd level of chi refining, Li Chun felt his cultivation speed slow down. Even after taking chi-nourishing pills, his magical power increased extremely slowly. This damned 9th grade spiritual root is utterly useless. It seems I'll have to find a way to buy or refine spirit gathering pills for cultivation in the future. The spirit gathering pill and the chi harmony pill are both mid-level first-tier pills used by mid-stage chi refining cultivators to enhance their magical power. Since the chi-nourishing pill isn't very effective, let's just use the spirit gathering pill. Furthermore, the shanty town is no longer habitable. The spiritual energy there is too thin, so we must move to a cave dwelling. At this moment, Li Chun deeply felt his poverty. The spirit gathering pill costs 100 spirit stones per bottle at the Divine Pill Pavilion. Even a grade D cave dwelling built on a spiritual vein costs 80 spirit stones per month. In his own storage bag, there were only 5 spirit stones and 30 grains of spirit sand left. Spirit stone. Li Chun needs spirit stones, more spirit stones. Mo Yunyu also woke up from her meditation. She had been meditating and cultivating for half the night, and she was full of energy and vitality. Seeing the changes in Mo Yunyu's mental state, Li Chun couldn't tell whether it was the effect of her meditation and cultivation or the effect of his own efforts to nourish her. However, this change is ultimately a good thing. Li Chun hopes that this silly girl can become more confident and no longer be as humble and timid as before. Xiaoyu, I'm going to Shindan Pavilion. Take these spirit stones and use them to buy pots, pans, and other household utensils, as well as some spirit rice. With our ninth grade spiritual roots, relying solely on meditation and cultivation, we probably won't be able to reach the late stage of chi refining in this lifetime. So don't be stingy with spirit stones. You must buy spirit rice. After getting up, Li Chun took out the remaining 5 spirit stones and 30 grains of spirit sand from a storage bag and handed them all to Mo Yunyu. Mo Yunyu stared blankly at the glittering spirit stones and said weakly, "Husband, I have never seen so many spirit stones before. Aren't you afraid I will lose them if you give them to me?" Li Chun chuckled and reached out to stroke Mo Yunyu's hair. "Since I'm entrusting you with the spirit stones, it means I trust you. Xiao Yu, be good and keep the spirit stones. Remember what I told you to buy." Mo Yunyu nodded emphatically, her eyes solemn, and carefully put away the 5 spirit stones and 30 grains of spirit sand. Li Chun thought of something and took out 2 more golden light talismans, 1 speed talisman, and 1 fireball talisman from a storage bag, handing them to Mo Yunyu. Before Mo Yunyu could speak, Li Chun interrupted her domineeringly. "Take it and keep it on you for self-defense. If you don't listen to me, I'll get angry. Also, you are no longer allowed to wash other people's clothes. Improving your own cultivation is the most important thing. Prepare a meal at home and wait for me to come back." With that, Li Chun turned and left, striding towards the divine pill pavilion. Mo Yunyu kept watching Li Chun's back until he disappeared into the shantytown. Only then did she look away, her thin face showing a shallow dimple. She smiled sweetly, looked up at the sky, and murmured softly, "Heaven has been kind to me, letting me meet my husband. Heavens, please bless my husband today, so that everything goes well for him and his journey to immortality is smooth." Xiaoyu was a little greedy. She prayed to the heavens that she could become pregnant soon and give birth to a child for her husband, because he wanted a child. Shu Chan pushed open the door, glanced at Mo Yunyu with a contemptuous look, and said in a sharp and sarcastic tone, "Your husband is refining pills in the divine pill pavilion, and he only gave you a set of mortal clothes. Didn't he give you a magic robe or fairy dress?" Mo Yunyu smiled gently as she looked at Shu Chan's flowing, shimmering fairy dress, then glanced at her own clothes. Her eyes were clear, and her tone was satisfied. "I really like this outfit. Even a magic robe or fairy dress can't compare." "Ha! Inferior goods are inferior goods." Shu Chan sneered and turned to leave. Chapter 24: Borrowing the Alchemy Room. In the communal alchemy room of the divine pill pavilion, all the apprentices stared intently at Li Chun, the silence almost unnerving. Li Chun successfully refined the Qi Nourishing Pill for the first time. It should be noted that the Qi Nourishing Pill has entered a certain level. Although it is only a first-level low-grade spiritual pill, which is only for cultivators in the early stage of Qi refining, it is still a spiritual pill that has entered a certain level, and it is completely different from the Bigu pill. Bigu pills and hemostatic pills are at best entry-level pills, not advanced ones. At the Divine Pill Pavilion, an apprentice earns 1 spirit stone for each batch of Bigu pills he refines. If he successfully refines 1 batch of nourishing Qi pills, he earns 5 spirit stones. Li Chun ignored the shock of the crowd. He was so short of spirit stones that he directly refined a Qi Nourishing Pill on his first attempt, but Li Chun kept the success rate of the Qi Nourishing Pill to 50%. With a 100% success rate in elixirs, you will obtain 10 Qi Nourishing elixirs. Li Chun could achieve a 100% success rate in pill formation, but he deliberately kept the success rate at 50%. Next, Li Chun decided not to continue refining pills in the communal alchemy room for apprentices. He wanted to borrow alchemist Chen's alchemy room. If the pills were being refined in the communal alchemy room used by the apprentices, Li Chun would not be able to confiscate them under the watchful eyes of everyone. However, Chen Danshi's alchemy room was different. When no one was watching, Li Chun could refine a batch of 10 Qi Nourishing pills and keep 5 for his own cultivation. Li Chun had already made his plans. With his Qi refining level 3 cultivation, he could barely refine 2 batches of Qi Nourishing pills a day, 1 in the morning and 1 in the afternoon. In this way, he could keep 10 Qi Nourishing pills for his own cultivation each day, and even provide them for Yun Moyu's cultivation. However, doing so would be somewhat unfair to Fairy Linglong. Li Chun could only console himself with the thought that he would repay Fairy Linglong when his cultivation level was higher. A group of apprentices gathered around, looking at Li Chun with envy and offering flattery. "Senior brother Li, you've been refining the Bigu pill for less than 2 months, and you're already able to refine the Yangqi pill? Senior brother Li's talent in alchemy is truly enviable. I have been the Divine Pill Pavilion for 9 years, and I still cannot refine Qi Nourishing pills. Senior brother Li is truly valued by Master Chen. It seems that Master Chen regards Senior brother Li as his successor and is imparting all his knowledge to him. Seeing a group of cultivators much older than himself addressing him as senior brother, Li Chen realized the realities of the cultivation world. They used to call me junior brother, but now they call me senior brother. Their attitude toward me has changed too quickly. Li Chen maintained his smile, politely responded with a couple of words, and then excused himself to leave the crowded and noisy communal alchemy room, saying he needed to rest. As Li Chen passed by Mo Bai's location, Mo Bai looked at him with a complicated expression, his smile even becoming obsequious. "My dear son-in-law, congratulations. It seems that Master Chen truly regards you as his successor and has passed on some of his most treasured alchemy techniques to you." Li Chen remained non-committal. He was too lazy to explain since everyone thought that way. He would just consider it as Master Chen passing on his most treasured alchemy techniques. Li Chen glanced at Mo Bai, his expression calm, and replied indifferently, "It's just refining a batch of qi-nourishing pills. It's not as good as Senior Brother Mo's years of experience in qi-nourishing pills." After saying that, Li Chen ignored Mo Bai's ugly expression and left the place. Seeing that Li Chen had mastered the qi-nourishing pills so quickly, Mo Bai addressed Li Chen as his son-in-law, hoping to ease tensions with him. But Li Chen did not acknowledge this relationship. If this relationship were truly acknowledged, Li Chen was certain that Mo Bai would keep asking him to borrow spirit stones and then send them to his son, who was far away in the Purple Void Immortal Sect. After leaving the alchemy room, shared by the apprentices, Li Chen went to the courtyard where Master Chen lived and found him. "Is this the qi-nourishing pill you refined?" In the quaint and elegant courtyard, Master Chen lay on a wrought-tan chair, holding a qi-nourishing pill refined by Li Chen between two fingers, stroking his flowing beard with the other hand, his expression somewhat unsettled. Two maids stood, one in front of Chen Danshi and the other behind him, one kneeling in front of him to massage his legs and the other standing behind him to massage his shoulders. The two maids were beautiful and voluptuous. Both were cultivators, one of whom had a higher cultivation level than Li Chen, being at the 5th level of qi refining. Li Chen secretly admired Master Chen's vigorous spirit despite his advanced age, and respectfully replied, "Teacher, this is a qi-nourishing pill that I just made, which I specially brought for you to appreciate." After a moment of contemplation, Master Chen said in a complex tone, "The success rate of the pills is 50%, and the quality is excellent. It seems that I need to reevaluate your talent in alchemy." "Young Master Chen, have you forgotten what I told you before?" Li Chen bowed to Master Chen, saying, "I will never forget your teachings, Master. The alchemy room, shared by the apprentices, is too crowded and noisy. To avoid attracting too much attention, I would like to borrow your alchemy room to refine elixirs. I hope you will grant me permission." Chen Danshi did not answer immediately. He narrowed his eyes and sized up Li Chen. Seeing Li Chen's respectful attitude, he thought for a moment and then slowly said, "Since you respect me as your teacher, I will naturally take care of and guide you. I don't use the furnace often. On weekdays, you can use the Azure Phoenix furnace in my alchemy room." The disciple bows in gratitude to the teacher for his grace. Li Chen bowed deeply to the old man before him, expressing his sincere gratitude. The Azure Phoenix furnace was Chen Danshi's personal item, and it was passed down from his master. If he didn't truly consider Li Chen his disciple, he would never have lent the Azure Phoenix furnace to Li Chen. That Azure Phoenix furnace is a top-tier first-order magic artifact, worth over 3,000 spirit stones, making it exceptionally valuable. The pills refined using the Azure Phoenix furnace are of much higher quality than those refined using a low-grade magic weapon furnace. "Go down." Master Chen waved his hand, signaling Li Chen to step down. Li Chen bowed to Master Chen again, retreated to the courtyard gate, and then turned and left. After Li Chen left, Master Chen lay on the rattan chair, his eyes narrowed into slits, and muttered to himself, "It seems that this kid is not bad so far. However, we still need to observe for a while." Two maids stood one in front of the other, their eyes filled with envy. Although they were Chen Danshi's maids, their status was not high. Their role was simply to massage Chen Danshi's shoulders and legs, and serve him in bed. They were not valued by Chen Danshi. Li Chen left the courtyard where Master Chen was, then went to the herb garden to retrieve the spiritual herbs needed to refine the qi-nourishing pill, and went straight to Master Chen's private alchemy room to start refining the pill. In the quiet alchemy room, Li Chen looked at the life-size bronze alchemy furnace, reached out and touched the phoenix engraved on the furnace body, his eyes flickering uncertainly. He also wanted to own a pill refining furnace so he could refine pills at home. "The alchemy furnace is too expensive. I can't afford it. In the 1,000 refinement pavilion, even a lowest grade magic weapon grade alchemy furnace costs several hundred spirit stones to customize. The alchemy furnace is also a type of ritual implement, but its price is far higher than other types of ritual implements. Li Chen brought over the ironwood, shook his head, banished his distracting thoughts, and raised his hand to ignite the ironwood with a fireball. The raging fire licked at the alchemy furnace. When the azure phoenix on the furnace body transformed into a fire phoenix, Li Chen used his magic to condense a large hand to lift the furnace lid and skillfully put one spiritual herb after another into the furnace. If his magical powers were weak, Li Chen even considered refining dozens or hundreds of qi-nourishing pills in one batch. Unfortunately, his qi refining level 3 cultivation limited his alchemy skills, preventing him from refining so many pills at once. The reason why Master Chen and Master Go held such a high status was that they could refine dozens or even hundreds of low-grade elixirs in a single furnace operation. Master Chen Dan burns 2 furnaces every month and spends the rest of his time basically in retirement. As for Master Gadan, he always lived in the grade A number 8 cave dwelling and only opened his furnace once a year. His alchemy room was basically empty and unused, and the Divine Pill Pavilion had to send staff to clean it every day to prevent dust from accumulating. Master Gudan only opens his furnace once a year, and the Divine Pill Pavilion also sends him a fixed amount of 1,000 spirit stones every month. Although both Master Chen and Master Gu are listed in the Divine Pill Pavilion, their actual status is completely different. Li Chen has been at the Divine Pill Pavilion for almost a year, and he has never met the alchemist Gu. He has only heard about him from the apprentices and staff of the Divine Pill Pavilion. Chapter 25 Bottleneck. The alchemy furnace stopped vibrating. A crimson hand lifted the furnace lid, and white steam immediately rose into the alchemy room, filling it with the fragrance of elixirs. Li Chen walked to the furnace, wiped the sweat from his forehead, took out a round pill, and a satisfied smile appeared on his face. After sealing the 10 qi-nourishing pills into 2 jade bottles, Li Chen handed one bottle over to the Divine Pill Pavilion and put the other into his own storage bag before leaving the alchemy room. As Li Chen stepped out of the alchemy room, it was already getting dark. He planned to hand over the qi-nourishing pills he had refined that day and then go straight home. In the Divine Pill Pavilion, some apprentices work day and night to refine pills in order to earn spirit stones. When their magical power is exhausted, they meditate for a while and continue refining pills when their magical power is restored. As a result, they have even fallen behind in their own cultivation. Li Chen wouldn't do that. Alchemy is merely an aid to cultivation. Cultivation itself is the foundation of everything. To neglect cultivation in order to earn spirit stones is putting the cart before the horse. Of course, cultivators like Mo, by who abandon the path of immortality and place their hopes on their offspring, are another matter. Back in the shanty town, as soon as Li Chen reached the door, he smelled the fresh aroma of rice. In the simple house, there was an extra stove built with rubble, as well as a table, 2 chairs, and a cabinet. Li Chen entered the room and felt it was a bit crowded. In the past, when Li Chen lived alone, he felt that the room was empty and somewhat lonely. Now, with the addition of Mo Yunyu and some furniture, the room feels more crowded, but also more homely. "My husband, you're back. Please serve quickly. The food will be ready soon." Mo Yunyu put down her work, helped Li Chen to sit down at the table, and then went back to the stove to continue her work. Li Chen felt a sense of warmth in his heart. If this were an ordinary person, Li Chen would be content to marry a wife like Mo Yunyu, even if life were a little poor. But this is the world of cultivation. Li Chen would not be satisfied with the status quo. He would work hard to cultivate and improve his cultivation level, earn more spirit stones, and make himself stronger step by step. Soon, Mo Yunyu brought over 2 dishes and a soup, and served Li Chen a bowl of spirit rice. In the world of cultivation, there is spirit rice, and there are also specialized spirit farmers. Spirit farmers cultivate spirit rice to obtain spirit stones. To put it bluntly, it's like a cultivation version of farming. Where there are peasants, there are naturally landlords. Heishui Prefecture has many mountains and rivers, and not many spiritual fields can be cultivated to grow spiritual rice. It is said that in places like Yunzhou, Pingzhou, Huazhou, and Qingzhou, many cultivation families would cultivate spirit fields and hire low-level cultivators to grow spirit rice. Spirit rice contains pure spiritual energy and can also aid in cultivation, though its effects are not as good as those of elixirs. Having been in the cultivation world for almost a year, Li Chen still hasn't tasted the flavor of spirit rice. Li Chen picked up the golden bowl and tasted a bite of the rice cooked with spirit rice using ivory chopsticks. He chewed it carefully, and it tasted slightly sweet. After swallowing it, it turned into pure spiritual energy to nourish his magic power. Mo Yunyu sat to the side and whispered to Li Chun, "Husband, I bought 2 pairs of ivory chopsticks and 20 grains of spirit sand. 10 golden bowls, 10 grains of spiritual sand. The cupboard, table, and chairs cost 1 spirit stone. 2 caddies of spirit rice, 2 spirit stones. I built the stove myself using rubble. I didn't use any spirit stones. Of the spirit stones you gave me, only 2 remain." Li Chen nodded and chuckled, saying, "You can make these decisions yourself. There's no need to report them to me in detail." Seeing Li Chen smile, Mo Yunyu felt a little relieved. Just now she was feeling uneasy, thinking that she had been a bit wasteful, having spent 3 spirit stones and 30 grains of spirit sand in one day. In the past, she would have had to wash 2 people's clothes to earn those 3 spirit stones. "Why are you only eating vegetables?" Li Chen looked at Mo Yunyu, who was holding a golden bowl and using ivory chopsticks to pick up wild vegetables and taste them in small bites. As for the spirit rice in the pot, she didn't touch it. When Li Chun asked her a question, Mo Yunyu smiled faintly and remained silent. Li Chun immediately understood. She was reluctant to eat the spirit rice and wanted to save the best for Li Chun. "Silly girl, you don't need to do that." Li Chun stood up, took Mo Yunyu's bowl, filled it with spirit rice, and continued, "I have good news for you. My husband is now able to start refining chi-nourishing pills. 1 batch of chi-nourishing pills can yield 5 spirit stones, and my husband can refine 2 batches a day." Montak Yunyu blinked. Her husband could earn 10 spirit stones a day and 300 spirit stones a month? Li Chen chuckled and nodded. "So, eat as much as you like. I can afford to support you." Hearing Li Chen's explanation, Mo Yunyu felt relieved. After the meal, Mo Yunyu got up to clear the dishes. Li Chen wanted to help, but Mo Yunyu pushed him away. According to Mo Yunyu, her husband was destined to become an immortal and should not do such lowly things, so Li Chen let her be. After Mo Yunyu finished tidying up, the 2 went to bed together. After a period of intimacy and a thorough soaking, they began their daily cultivation as usual. Li Chun can now refine 2 batches of chi-nourishing pills every day. He keeps 5 pills from each batch, so 2 batches would yield 10 pills. Li Chun no longer has to face the problem of not having enough chi-nourishing pills. He can swallow 2 chi-nourishing pills at once. After swallowing 2 chi-nourishing pills, Li Chun felt that the rate at which his magical power was increasing was still too slow, so he simply swallowed 3 more. The 5 chi-nourishing pills that were confiscated during the day were used up by Li Chun in just one night. Even so, Li Chun was still not satisfied with his cultivation speed. This is a 9th grade spiritual root. Useless. The peaceful days passed by one. Every morning, Li Chun would go to the Divine Pill Pavilion to refine pills in Master Chen's private pill room, and he would basically not have any contact with the other apprentices. A month has passed in the blink of an eye. Mo Yunyu broke through from the first level of Qi refining to the 2nd level, while Li Chun reached the peak of the 3rd level of Qi refining. During this month, Li Chun withheld 10 chi-nourishing pills every day. Over the course of the month, Li Chun withheld approximately 300 chi-nourishing pills. Aside from the few given to Mo Yunyu, Li Chun swallowed all the remaining chi-nourishing pills. More than 270 chi-nourishing pills. The chi-nourishing pill is used by cultivators at the 3rd level of Qi refining to break through their bottlenecks. Li Chun sensed a bottleneck that seemed like a heavenly gate blocking him out, which no amount of chi-nourishing pills could break through. Perhaps I've ingested too many chi-nourishing pills, and my body has developed a resistance to them. Li Chen's cultivation level remained at the peak of the 3rd level of Qi refining. Li Chen suddenly understood. No wonder that elder of the Purple Void Immortal Sect once asserted that those with 9th grade spiritual roots, without the right opportunity, would remain stuck at the early stage of Qi refining for their entire lives, unable to break through to the middle stage of Qi refining, and would not even qualify to become a menial disciple of the Purple Void Immortal Sect. Han Mao possessed an 8th grade spiritual root. He borrowed a chi-nourishing pill from Li Chun and broke through his bottleneck to reach the 4th level of Qi refining. Even after consuming so many chi-nourishing pills, Li Chun couldn't break through the bottleneck between the 3rd and 4th levels of Qi refining. That bottleneck was as solid as the gates of heaven. The difference between an 8th grade spiritual root and a 9th grade spiritual root is so great, even though it's only 1 grade. Li Chun gained a deeper understanding of how useless a 9th grade spiritual root was. It seems that the Qi-nourishing pill won't be enough for me to break through to the 4th level of Qi refining. I'll have to use the spirit-gathering pill. However, this matter cannot be rushed. It hasn't even been a full year since I entered the immortal realm. In just 1 year, he transformed from an ordinary person into a cultivator, and even reached the peak of the third level of Qi refining. This is somewhat illogical. Fortunately, Li Chen didn't have much contact with outsiders on a daily basis, so he didn't arouse any suspicion. Chapter 26 Exposure. Today is payday again, once a month. The apprentices of the Divine Pill Pavilion gathered together, each with an expectant smile on their face. After all, this was the result of a month of hard work in refining pills. Zhou Jian is an exception. Zhou Jian spent little time at the Divine Pill Pavilion during this month, and basically didn't open the furnace. Zhou Jian stood in the crowd, his pale face expressionless, his eyes even somewhat cold. Manager Fu flipped through the ledger, as usual. Zhu Dashan had refined 30 batches of Bigu pills and 30 batches of hemostatic pills this month, totaling 60 spirit stones. Ma Chong refined 70 batches of Bigu pills, totaling 70 spirit stones. Mo Bai refined 130 batches of Qi nourishing pills, totaling 650 spirit stones. Li Chun refined 57 batches of Qi nourishing pills, totaling 285 spirit stones. Shopkeeper Fu paused for a moment, then continued. Zhou Jian, this month you will refine 2 batches of spirit gathering pills, which will cost a total of 20 spirit stones. Manager Fu turned his gaze to Zhou Jian with a meaningful look. The mistress, Linglong Fairy, sat regally in her high seat, casually fiddling with her fingernails. After everyone had received their spirit stones, Manager Fu spoke up, the rest of you, disperse. Li Chun, stay behind. Everyone was used to Manager Fu, leaving Li Chun behind alone, and didn't react. After everyone left, Manager Fu looked at Li Chun with a smile, but didn't say anything. The fairy Linglong sat regally on her high seat, looking at Li Chun with a playful gaze, without saying a word. Shopkeeper Fu was a peak Qi refining cultivator, while Fairy Linglong was a foundation establishment cultivator. As Shopkeeper Fu and Fairy Linglong stared at each other, Li Chun felt his mouth go dry and his scalp tingle. Li Chun thought for a moment, then bowed to Fairy Linglong and then to Manager Fu, and respectfully asked, I wonder what important business the Pavilion Master and Uncle Fu have with me. The Fairy Linglong stood up from her high position. She was petite and pretty, with a flower wreath on her head. She asked with a smile, you've reached the peak of the third level of Qi refining? If I remember correctly, you entered the cultivation world less than a year ago, and still have a 9th grade spiritual root, right? Li Chen's heart sank, his back was soaked with sweat. Before Li Chen could answer, Fairy Linglong continued. I heard from Uncle Fu that you don't start the furnace with the other apprentices, but instead started alone in Master Chen's alchemy room. Li Chen looked up, meeting the amused gaze of Fairy Linglong, and replied with a wry smile. I shouldn't have kept the pills without permission. Please forgive me, Pavilion Master. Now that things had come to this, Li Chen readily admitted it. He secretly withheld the pills, and although no one saw it, Fairy Linglong and Manager Fu had already guessed it. Not only Fairy Linglong and Manager Fu, but Master Chundan probably knew about it too, but he turned a blind eye to it. Li Chen knew that it was better to admit the truth than to argue with Fairy Linglong. Even if Fairy Linglong were to fly into a rage, take back the 285 spirit stones Li Chen had received, and expel him from the Divine Pill Pavilion, Li Chen would have no complaints. He truly wronged Fairy Linglong in this matter. To Li Chen's surprise, Fairy Linglong was not angry. She walked slowly to Li Chen, tilted her head, and asked in a clear voice, This fairy is very curious. What is the success rate of your Qi nourishing pill? Li Chen bowed to the charming and graceful fairy before him, and answered honestly. Reporting to the Pavilion Master, my success rate in refining Qi nourishing pills is 100%. 100%? Beside him, Manager Fu plucked a strand of his gray beard and stared at Li Chen with a bewildered expression. The fairy Linglong didn't react as strongly. She pondered for a moment, then reached out and stroked her smooth chin, saying softly, It seems you also have some unknown opportunities. Li Chen opened his mouth, unsure how to respond. He possesses a second-tier alchemy inheritance. Can I tell Fairy Linglong about this? That seems like a good option. However, he couldn't tell Fairy Linglong about the fact that he had a system. Just as Li Chen was pondering how to explain, Fairy Linglong raised her hand to stop him and calmly said, You don't need to explain. Since this is your opportunity, keep it hidden. Don't reveal it until your cultivation level is high enough to preserve this opportunity. Thank you, Fairy. Li Chen bowed deeply to Fairy Linglong, his voice hoarse. Originally, Li Chen had already prepared to offer the second-tier alchemy inheritance to Fairy Linglong, and he was not very resistant to it. After all, Fairy Linglong had done him a great favor. What Li Chen didn't expect was that Fairy Linglong had no intention of prying into his secrets or seizing his opportunities. It's all thanks to Fairy Ling Long. If it were any other Foundation establishment cultivator, they would have surely pried the second-tier alchemy inheritance out of Li Chen. At that moment, Li Chen realized that he was still not sneaky enough, not cunning enough, and not cautious enough. In addition, Li Chen also realized that there were no ordinary cultivators in the cultivation world, especially someone like Fairy Ling Long. Okay, this matter is over. You don't need to be nervous. As she spoke, Fairy Ling Long returned to her high position and looked at Manager Fu, saying, "Uncle Fu, please set up a separate alchemy room for him." Manager Fu nodded calmly. Yes. Li Chen stood there, stunned, unsure how to react. Fairy Ling Long smiled at Li Chen and said, "You can refine any kind of pill you want from now on. Keep half of the pills you refine and leave the other half in the Divine Pill Pavilion. In addition, for each batch of pills you refine, the Divine Pill Pavilion will distribute spirit stones to you according to the corresponding grade. This will remain unchanged. I will instruct Yin Feng and Yunji that you may take any of the medicinal herbs in the herb garden. By the way, I heard from Uncle Fu that you found a Daoist partner, Immortal Bai's daughter, right?" Li Shen nodded subconsciously. After a moment's thought, Fairy Ling Long raised her hand and tossed out a jade slip. "You have married a Daoist partner, and I, Fairy Ling Long, would like to give you a congratulatory gift." Li Chen reached out and caught the jade slip. Looking at the charming and beautiful fairy on the high seat, he was already deeply grateful to her. Just as Li Chen was organizing his thoughts to express his gratitude to Fairy Ling Long, she waved her hand dismissively and said, "All right, you can go now. As I always say, cultivation is the foundation of immortality. Never slack off in your practice." Li Chen bowed again and respectfully withdrew from the hall. He only turned and left when he reached the door. After Li Chen left, Fairy Ling Long smiled charmingly and said meaningfully, "I brought him into Yinshinfang back then only because he had a firm Dao heart and his appearance was somewhat similar to my elder brother. I never expected that I would pick up such a remarkable person." Manager Fu squinted. "Miss, even if he has some extraordinary talent, he doesn't deserve such praise from you, does he?" Fairy Ling Long shook her head. "Uncle Fu, not only does he have a fortuitous opportunity, but more importantly, his resolve in the Dao is exceptionally strong, a rarity in the cultivation world. My innate supernatural power sensed a change in his aura, and befriending him would be beneficial to my cultivation path. Normally, a person's destiny is predetermined at birth, but his situation is rather unusual. His destiny only began to change after he embarked on the path of immortality. I provided him with some assistance when he was in dire need, and if he is not an ungrateful person, he will surely repay me 1,000-fold in due time." Manager Fu opened his mouth, his face full of shock, and remained speechless. Manager Fu did not doubt Fairy Ling Long's judgment, because only Manager Fu knew how amazing the background of the young lady he had taken care of since childhood was. Chapter 27, Young Master Bai. As Li Chen walked out of the Divine Pill Pavilion, his back was soaked with sweat. The evening breeze made him feel a chill. Li Chen's feelings were very complicated. He thought no one knew about his unauthorized withholding of the elixirs, but it turned out he was exposed anyway. The problem lies in one's own cultivation level. He broke through to the 3rd level of Qi refining in a short time, reaching the peak of the 3rd level of Qi refining within a month. Such a cultivation speed should not exist in a 9th grade spiritual root. This is the cultivation speed that only a top grade spiritual root should possess. Based on Li Chen's spiritual root aptitude and his act of using Master Chen's private alchemy room to refine pills, Fairy Ling Long and Manager Fu could easily guess that Li Chen had secretly withheld the pills and used them to artificially boost his cultivation to the peak of the 3rd level of Qi refining. Not only Manager Fu and Fairy Ling Long, but Master Chen Dan probably guessed this as well, but he just turned a blind eye to it. Although Fairy Ling Long and Manager Fu had no evidence, Li Chen still honestly and frankly admitted it. The cultivation world is not a place for evidence. Suspicion is enough. It would be foolish to try to argue with Fairy Ling Long. Li Chen began to reflect on himself. The world of cultivation is not the secular world. I was still not cautious enough. Improving one's cultivation level is important, but one should not be too hasty. The cultivation speed is too fast, which is inconsistent with his 9th grade useless spiritual root aptitude. If it falls into the eyes of outsiders, they will definitely think that he has hidden opportunities. In the world of cultivation, what should a cultivator do if he knows that another cultivator has a hidden opportunity, and that the other cultivator's cultivation level is not as high as his own? The saying, "a common man is innocent, but possessing a treasure is a crime," perfectly illustrates this point. Li Chen secretly rejoiced. and his gratitude towards Fairy Linglong rose to an unparalleled level. He made up his mind to repay Fairy Linglong properly when his cultivation level was higher in the future. Linglong Fairy was not only his guide on his path to immortality, but also someone who had helped him in many ways. After learning that Li Chun had secretly withheld the pills, Fairy Linglong not only did not blame Li Chun, but also asked manager Fu to open a separate alchemy room for Li Chun and gave him many privileges. Not only that, she also gave Li Chun a jade slip. As for what was recorded in the jade slip, Li Chun had no idea, because he had not yet developed spiritual consciousness and could not read the information inside the jade slip. After this experience, Li Chun reflected deeply on himself and resolved to be more cautious in the future. Li Chun adjusted his mindset and, instead of going home, headed towards the spirit wine shop. Li Chun was going to buy a pot of spirit wine to give to Master Chen. Master Chen treated Li Chun as his disciple, lending him his personal alchemy room and turning a blind eye to Li Chun's unauthorized retention of pills. Li Chun had to show his appreciation and couldn't pretend nothing had happened. Lingjiafang is located in the central area of Yinshanfang, next to Zengxiela, and is owned by the Bai family of Kings Hushan. Even before you get close to the Lingjia winery, the rich aroma of wine fills the air. As Li Chun stepped into the spirit wine shop, a maidservant immediately greeted him with a smile and asked, "Fellow Daoist, our shop offers crimson blood wine, bitter bamboo wine, green bamboo wine, and monkey wine. Which one would you like to buy?" Li Chun glanced at the maid. She was at the third level of qi refining. Her cultivation level was similar to his own. The spirit wine sold at the spirit wine shop are mainly crimson blood wine, bitter bamboo wine, green bamboo wine, and monkey wine. Among them, monkey wine is the highest grade, a first-class high-grade spiritual wine, which can enhance the magical power of cultivators in the late stage of qi refining. After some calculation, Li Chun realized that the spirit stones in his storage bag were not enough to buy monkey wine, and even buying green bamboo wine would be a bit of a stretch. A pot of bitter bamboo wine. In the end, Li Chun chose to buy a pot of bitter bamboo wine as a gift for Master Chen. He only had 285 spirit stones in his storage bag, and he needed to keep 80 spirit stones to rent a cave for cultivation, so he couldn't be too extravagant. The maid nodded, took a wine pot, and handed it to Li Chun, saying, "Fellow Daoist, I would like to offer you 90 spirit stones." Wait a minute. Qing'er, do not accept this fellow Daoist, Li's spirit stones. Just as Li Chun was about to hand over the spirit stones, a young man in white robes, waving a folding fan, walked into the neighborhood with an elegant gait. Upon seeing the visitor, the maid immediately bowed and said, "Qing'er greets the young master." Li Chun looked at the newcomer, cupped his hands, and said, "Greetings, third young master Bai. The man before me is named Bai Feng, a direct descendant of the Bai family of Qingzhou Mountain. Because he is the third son, he is known as Young Master Bai and is in charge of the spirit wine shop. The Bai family of Qingzhou Mountain is a top-ranking cultivation family in Heishui Prefecture. There are two major foundation establishment cultivation families in Blackwater Prefecture, the Yang family of Blackwater Fish and Dragon and the Wang family of Ningbi Cliff. These two major cultivation families both have foundation establishment ancestors in charge, making them the two largest cultivation families in Blackwater Prefecture. Below the two major cultivation families are the Bai family of Qingzhou Mountain, the Sidu family of Crescent Lake, and the Zhao family of Yinfeng Cliff, among other qi refining families. Yinshanfang was founded by two foundation establishment families in conjunction with several qi refining families. The Bai family of Qingzhou Mountain has several qi refining peak cultivators, making them second only to the two foundation establishment families in terms of power among the many cultivation families in Blackwater Prefecture. Li Chun heard that a member of the Bai family at the peak of qi refining stage was in seclusion attempting to break through to foundation establishment. He couldn't tell if the news was true or not. "Do you recognize me, young Master Bai?" Young Master Bai is a rare young talent in Yinshanfang. He is about the same age as Li Chun and has already reached the 6th level of qi refining. The fact that he recognized him surprised Li Chun. After all, he was just a minor cultivator at the 3rd level of qi refining. Young Master Bai stood in front of Li Chun, shaking his folding fan. His smile was gentle and warm, giving people a feeling of being bathed in a spring breeze. "I have heard of fellow Daoist Li before. I know that fellow Daoist Li is an apprentice of the Divine Pill Pavilion and is already able to open the furnace to refine Biga Pill and Yanchi Pill. I was a man who loved making friends. This pot of bitter bamboo wine is a gift for our first meeting. I hope fellow Daoist Li will accept it and become friends with me." Li Chen's mind raced, and with a polite smile he said, "Then Li, thank you, fellow Daoist Bai." Bai Feng smiled warmly and nodded. I live in cave number 3, Class C. Fellow Daoist Li, you may visit my cave more often in your spare time. Li made a note of it. Fellow Daoist Bai, I have important matters to attend to. I will visit you another day. Li Chenchao bowed to the third young master Bai and took his leave. A white wind sends off fellow Daoist Li. Bai Feng, with an undiminished smile, saw Li Chen out of the spirit wine shop, his attitude impeccable. As Li Chen stepped out of the spirit wine shop, his eyes gleamed, realizing that this third young master Bai was representing Qingzhou Mountain and tried to win him over. He was only at the third level of qi refining, and the only pills he could refine were Bigu pill and Yangqi pill, which attracted the attention of cultivation families. If Bai Feng truly wants to be friends with him, Li Chen has no objection. If Bai Feng wanted Li Chen to leave Shindan Pavilion and join Qingzhou Mountain, there is absolutely no way Li Chen would agree. The Bai family of Qingzhou Mountain wields considerable power in Heishui Prefecture, but compared to Fairy Linglong, they are nothing. If you really want to calculate it, then Fairy Linglong is actually the largest cultivation force in Blackwater Prefecture. Or, to put it another way, Fairy Linglong is the largest cultivation force in the Yin Kingdom's cultivation world besides the Purple Void Immortal Sect. Even if Li Chen leaves the Divine Pill Pavilion in the future, he will go out and create his own cultivation family, rather than joining another cultivation family. Bai Feng presented Li Chen with a pot of bitter bamboo wine, which Li Chen accepted. If you refuse, you'll most likely offend Bai Feng. Don't be fooled by Bai Feng's gentle and refined appearance. His true character is another matter entirely. After leaving the spirit wine shop, Li Chen picked up a pot of bitter bamboo wine, thought for a moment, and then headed to the Jinxiu restaurant next door. Bringing only a pot of bitter bamboo wine to visit Master Chen would not be appropriate. Fortunately, the bitter bamboo wine was a gift from Bai Feng, saving Li Chen 90 spirit stones. Li Chen planned to order several spiritual dishes from Zhengxila and go to visit Master Chen Dan along with kuzu wine. Chapter 28, An Encounter. Li Chen ordered 3 spiritual dishes from the Jinxiu restaurant, and that cost him 100 spirit stones. Among them, the price of the spirit fish soup is the most outrageous, costing a whopping 70 spirit stones. Zhengxila is a business owned by the Yang family of Heishui Yulong. The Yang family designated a 300-mile stretch of the Heishui River within Heishui Prefecture to raise spirit fish. It is said that they even cultivated a second-tier fish dragon as their clan's guardian spirit beast, hence the name Fish Dragon Yang family. The most famous dish at Zhengxila is red dragon soup. The so-called crimson dragon soup is made by simmering a first-tier high-level demon beast, the crimson carp. It is so expensive that Li Chen cannot afford it. As Li Chen walked out of the restaurant, he bumped into 3 people, one of whom surprised him. 3 people approached, with a portly middle-aged man in the center. The middle-aged man had a ruddy complexion, a sleazy mustache, and wore a high-quality pine-patterned white cloud robe. He was accompanied by 2 female cultivators. This middle-aged man was a big shot in Yinshin Fang, and Li Chen knew him too. His name is Yang Daxiu, the manager of the talisman shop. People call him Talisman Master Yang. He is a collateral descendant of the Yang family of Yulong. He is over 50 years old and has the cultivation level of the 8th level of qi refining. Beside Yang Fusher were 2 charming female cultivators, one of whom was wearing a flowing emerald green dress with wide sleeves. She was none other than Shu Chan, whom he had not seen for many days. During this period, Li Chen had not seen Shu Chan. Shu Chan was still wearing her dazzling, flowing fairy dress with wide sleeves. Originally, she had a fawning smile on her face, but when she bumped into Li Chen, her smile suddenly froze, and her expression became somewhat unnatural. Li Chen stepped aside, his gaze sweeping over Shu Chan before quickly looking away. When Shu Chan first arrived at Yinshin Fang, she was at the peak of the 4th level of qi refining. She earned spirit stones to cultivate by washing and making spirit paper for the spirit talisman shop. Judging from the fluctuations of magical power on Shu Chan's body, she has fallen from the peak of the 4th level of qi refining to the 3rd level of qi refining, and is even about to fall to the 2nd level of qi refining. Li Chen almost laughed, but ultimately held it back. Some time ago, Shu Chan put on a flowing fairy dress with wide sleeves and said that she had become a Daoist couple with Yang, the talisman master from the talisman shop. At the time, Li Chen thought that Shu Chan had become a mistress of a wealthy man and had become Yang Fusher's concubine and maid. Now it seems that Shu Chan was not serving as Yang Fusher's concubine or maid, but rather as his cultivation vessel, having her cultivation drained by him. Li Chen suppressed a laugh, avoided Yang Fusher and Shu Chan, and left Zhengxila with a bitter bamboo wine and 3 spiritual dishes. Yang Fusher glanced at Shu Chan. "What? Do you know that kid from earlier?" Shu Chan nodded stiffly with an unnatural expression. then reached out and took Yang Fusher's arm, saying in a coquettish tone, "That boy's name is Li Chen. He used to be my neighbor, and we had some disagreements. Master, why don't you teach him a lesson and avenge Shaner?" Yang Fusher looked at Shu Chan with a half-smile. "If you're just a rogue cultivator at the 3rd level of qi refining, it wouldn't hurt to teach him a lesson for you. But tell me, can a rogue cultivator at the 3rd level of qi refining buy bitter bamboo wine and spirit fish soup from Jinxiu restaurant?" Shu Chan's expression changed, and she stammered, unable to speak. The female cultivator on Yang Fusher's left looked at Shu Chan with a mocking gaze and said in a coquettish voice, "Master, I also know that cultivator named Li Chen from earlier. Li Chen was an apprentice at the Divine Pill Pavilion, studying under Master Chen. He was already able to refine Bigu pills and qi-nourishing pills, and was highly valued by Master Chen. About a year ago, Fairy Linglong personally brought Li Chen to Yinshan village, which was witnessed by many cultivators there. It can be said that Fairy Linglong was Li Chen's guide on the path to immortality." Yang Fusher's expression changed, and he turned to look at Shu Chan, his eyes turning icy cold. "You lowly servant, you want to harm me?" Shu Chan's legs went weak, and she knelt on the ground, her face pale. She clung tightly to Yang Fusher's legs and shook her head repeatedly at him. "Master, it's not like that, it's not like that. Master, please let me explain. Li Chen and Fairy Linglong weren't that close. A person of Fairy Linglong's stature wouldn't care about someone as insignificant as Li Chen." Yang Fusher's expression was cold as he kicked Shu Chan away. "Do you know that a few years ago, Fairy Linglong advanced to the mid-foundation establishment stage and broke the flying sword of Song Su, the first true disciple of the Zishu Immortal Sect? The Zishu Immortal Sect has not made any response to this day. A figure like the Fairy Linglong could cause an earthquake throughout the entire Blackwater Prefecture with a single stomp of her foot. Regardless of the relationship between that young man and Fairy Linglong, I would never risk my life for a lowly servant like you. Roll. From this day forward, never appear before me again." With a kick, Yang Fusher led another female cultivator into the treasure pavilion, leaving Shu Chan sitting on the ground, her wide-sleeved fairy dress dazzlingly beautiful. A crowd gathered around, looking at Shu Chan, who was sitting on the ground, with strange expressions on their faces. Outside the Jinxiu restaurant, Shu Chan mechanically got up from the ground, staring at Yang Fusher's back with tears in her eyes and a terribly sad smile. Some time ago, Master Yang promised Shu Chan that if she would serve as his furnace, he would give her a fairy dress and a reward of 1,000 spirit stones afterward. For the sake of her path to immortality, and for the sake of 1,000 spirit stones, Shu Chan gritted her teeth and agreed. "As long as I can get 1,000 spirit stones, what does it matter if my cultivation level drops after being taken away? I can just start cultivating again." But now, apart from the flowing fairy dress she was wearing, Master Yang had not given Shu Chan the 1,000 spirit stones he had promised. Shu Chan knew in her heart that she probably wouldn't get the 1,000 spirit stones. Feeling the mocking gazes of the surrounding cultivators, Shu Chan clenched her teeth so tightly they almost broke, her smile stern and her eyes filled with venom. She dared not resent Master Yang, because the gap between them was too great, so great that she could not even muster any resentment. Therefore, Shu Chan transferred all her resentment onto Li Chen. Li Shen. Shu Chan left the Jinxiu restaurant with gritted teeth. Never before had she felt so humiliated and dishonored. Li Chen didn't care about Shu Chan's condition. On the path to immortality, countless beings vie for that sliver of opportunity. If you think about it carefully, Shu Chan's actions are understandable. In the world of cultivation, there are quite a few cultivators like Shu Chan. Many lower-level cultivators, in their pursuit of immortality and to improve their cultivation, will stop at nothing to achieve this goal. If Li Chen didn't have a system and hadn't met Fairy Linglong, what would he be like now? Li Chen shook his head, banishing the jumbled thoughts from his mind, and strode towards the cave area. Yinshan Fang is divided into 4 areas. The Central Commercial District, the cave-dwelling area built on the spiritual vein, the Western Street District where scattered cultivators set up stalls, and the shantytown on the edge of the market. The shantytown was the poorest area in Yinshan Fang. Dongfu District is the wealthy area of Yinshan Fang. Cave dwellings built on spiritual veins are also divided into different levels. The cultivation level and status of the owners of different cave dwellings are different. The fact that Fairy Linglong resides in the number 1 class A cave proves that Fairy Linglong is the number 1 person in Yinshan Fang. Master Chen Dan resides in a class B number 7 cave dwelling, which also shows his status in Yinshan Fang. A formation was set up in front of the cave. Li Chen stood in front of the cave, carrying bitter bamboo wine and 3 spiritual dishes, and respectfully said, Disciple Li Chen requests an audience with Master. As Li Chen finished speaking, the light screen parted, and a voluptuous young woman swayed out, saying respectfully to Li Chen, "Young Master, the Master invites you in." Li Chen glanced at the maid and secretly criticized Chen Danshi's taste. "My teacher seems to only like this type of plump and full-figured woman." Chapter 29 Pregnancy. You've put your heart into it. Let's sit down and eat together. Master Chen's cave dwelling was exquisitely and luxuriously decorated, dazzling Li Chen's eyes. Li Chen sat down on the chair carved from precious spirit wood, as instructed. The table was carved from first-tier spirit wood, and the chair was also carved from first-tier spirit wood. Inside the cave, there were two maids, both at the early stage of qi refining, not the two Li Chen usually saw. Master Chen Dan has two residences. One was a Class B number 7 cave dwelling, and the other was the courtyard behind the Divine Pill Pavilion. He spent most of his day sunbathing in the courtyard behind the Divine Pill Pavilion and returned to his cave dwelling at night. Li Chen had spent quite a bit of time with Master Chen and knew that Master Chen's full name was Chen Tiange, and that he was a person who valued enjoyment above all else. As for cultivation, Master Chen had long since given up. There is a common saying in the cultivation world that cultivators need to attempt to break through to the foundation establishment stage before the age of 60, and the younger they are, the greater their chances of success. After the age of 60, one's vital energy and blood begin to decline, and the soul begins to decay, making it virtually impossible to break through to the foundation establishment realm. Master Chen Dan is well past 60, 79 this year, and will soon be 80. A cultivator in the qi refining realm has a lifespan of about 120 years. After breaking through to the foundation establishment realm, their lifespan can increase to 200 years. The golden elixir immortal lived to be 500 years old. As for the nascent soul, true monarch, with a lifespan of 1,000 years, he can sit back and watch the world change. This is also why cultivators work so hard to improve their cultivation level, since most cultivators want to live longer. Inside the cave, a maidservant held up her chopsticks, protecting the fish meat with one hand, and brought it to Master Chen's mouth. Ignoring the maid, Master Chen turned his gaze to Li Chen and asked calmly, "Young man Chen, what brings you here today? Is there something you wish to ask of me?" Li Chen immediately shook his head. Teacher has misunderstood his disciple. The teacher has been very kind to his disciples. Since the disciple received some spirit stones today, he thought of buying a pot of spirit wine to show his respect to the teacher. Master Chen looked at Li Chen with suspicion. "You really have nothing to ask of me?" Li Chen was both amused and exasperated. "Teacher, I had no other intentions." Master Chen nodded slowly, his expression softening and a hint of satisfaction appearing in his eyes. "Over the years, I have taken on many apprentices. They're all good at flattery, but none of them care about me as much as you do. A pot of bitter bamboo wine costs 90 spirit stones, and these 3 spiritual dishes also cost about 100 spirit stones. Your cultivation level is not high, you don't have many spirit stones, and you also have a Daoist partner. In the future, please don't be so extravagant. Young Master Chen, I am very pleased with your kind intentions. Do you have enough spirit stones?" Li Chen nodded. "Thank you for your concern, teacher. I have enough spirit stones." Master Chen raised his glass. "Young man Chen, raise your glass. Let's drink to our heart's content today." The disciple toasts the teacher. After downing a cup of the spirit wine, his mouth was filled with bitterness, causing Li Chen to frown slightly. Master Chen stroked his beard and laughed heartily. Young man Chen, the Bai family's bitter bamboo wine is bitter at first but sweet later. You have to savor it slowly. Come on, let's continue." Li Chen and Chen Danshe raised their glasses repeatedly, while Chen Danshe's 2 maids waited by to add wine and serve food. After finishing a pot of bitter bamboo wine, Master Chen was not satisfied and instructed his maid to bring out his treasured monkey wine, which he had kept for many years, to drink with Li Chen. Monkey wine is a first-grade high-level spiritual wine, containing an astonishing amount of spiritual energy. Even cultivators in the late stage of qi refining can enhance their magical power by drinking it. At the spirit wine shop, this pot of monkey wine costs 600 spirit stones. After swallowing a cup of monkey wine, Li Chen felt the surging spiritual energy within his body. His cheeks flushed red, and without bothering to apologize to Master Chen, he quickly sat down to meditate and refine this enormous spiritual energy. Master Chen looked at Li Chen with a smile, as one maid fed him wine and another maid fed him vegetables. About half an hour later, Li Chen finally refined a cup of monkey wine. As the bottleneck, as thick as a heavenly gate, opened a crack, Li Chen looked at Master Chen and sincerely thanked him, saying, "Disciple thanks Master for the wine." Master Chen shook his head, saying there was no need for further words of thanks. Young Master Chen, it is true that you have a 9th grade spiritual root, but you are still very young, and your talent in alchemy is even stronger than mine. Given time, you may have a chance to break through to the foundation establishment realm. I have no children, and over the years I've taken on many apprentices, but none of them are any good. I truly consider you my disciple. I never expected anything in return from you. I only hope that you will cultivate diligently and not slack off, so that you can build a foundation for immortality in the future and go see the scenery at the higher peaks of the immortal path in my stead. Master Chen talked on and on to Li Chen, who listened quietly. Only after Master Chen became intoxicated and fell into a deep sleep in the broad embrace of his maid did Li Chen get up. Li Chen stood up, looked at the vigorous old man in the maid's arms, bowed respectfully, and said in a low voice, "Teacher, this disciple will take his leave now." Another maid escorted Li Chen out of the cave. After Li Chen left, Chen Danshi, who was in the maid's arms, turned over to adjust his position so as to better enjoy the softness of the pillow, and a satisfied smile appeared on his fair face. As Li Chen stepped out of the cave, the sky had completely darkened, with only a few stars sparsely hanging from the ceiling. As the evening breeze blew, Li Chen sobered up a bit. Today I originally intended to buy spiritual wine and food to pay my respects to Master Chen, but in the end, I ended up benefiting myself. Li Chen staggered slightly as he walked towards the shantytown. As soon as Li Chen arrived at the shantytown, he saw Mo Yunyu leaning against the door from afar, her short hair blowing in the night wind. It seemed that she had been waiting for a long time. Upon seeing Li Chen, Mo Yunyu smiled with relief and ran forward to help him up. "Husband, have you been drinking?" Li Chen nodded and looked at Mo Yunyu beside him. "Xiao Yu, I visited my teacher today and was late for home. I didn't tell you in advance and made you worry. I apologize." Mo Yunyu paused, then said softly, "Husband, you don't need to apologize to Xiao Yu. Xiao Yu will help you to bed to rest." Mo Yunyu helped Li Chen to the bed, and Li Chen rolled over and pinned her down. Just as Li Chen was tearing at Mo Yunyu's clothes, Mo Yunyu wrapped her arms around Li Chen's waist, smiled faintly, and whispered in Li Chen's ear, "Husband, I'm pregnant." Li Chen jolted awake, all the alcohol taking effect. He sat up abruptly, his face full of excitement, and stammered, "Xiao Yu, you said you're pregnant. What's pregnant?" Mo Yunyu reached up and brushed a strand of hair behind her ear, tucking it behind her ear. With a gentle smile, she said to Li Chen, "Husband, we have a child." Today, while I was meditating, I felt the life force in my abdomen. Upon hearing this, Li Chen was overjoyed and hurriedly pulled Mo Yunyu over, leaning down to press his face against her still not so obvious lower abdomen. A feeling of blood connection rose in Li Chen's heart, and he couldn't hide his excitement. "Ha ha ha, I have a child. I have a child." Having lived 2 lives, this was the first time Li Chen had a child of his own. Although the child was not yet born, Li Chen was still extremely excited. Mo Yunyu sat on the edge of the bed, looking at the excited and joyful Li Chen. She had a faint smile on her face, and a feeling called happiness flowed through her heart. After the initial excitement and joy subsided, Li Chen gradually calmed down and looked at Mo Yunyu's lower abdomen, a hint of worry creeping into his heart. Both he and Mo Yunyu have 9th grade spiritual roots, so their child will likely also have a 9th grade spiritual root, though there's a high chance they won't have one. I just hope this child has a spiritual root. Even a 9th grade spiritual root would be fine, but please don't let him have no spiritual root at all. It wasn't because of the system task. Li Chen was worried that his child didn't have spiritual roots and wouldn't be able to embark on the path to immortality. If a child lacks spiritual roots, they are destined to remain a mere mortal, and resources cannot be used to nurture them. Li Chen didn't want to bury his child in the future. Chapter 30 Spirit Gathering Pill. That night, Li Chen was unable to calm down for a long time, and even neglected his cultivation. Mo Yunyu is pregnant, and Li Chen will become a father. Li Chen eagerly awaits the birth of his child. If the child possesses spiritual roots, he can complete the system's first side quest and receive a system reward. At the same time, Li Chen was also worried that the child had no spiritual root and would only be immortal in the future. As dawn approached, Li Chen gradually calmed down. Li Chen figured out, it's good if a child is born with spiritual roots. If not, then may he enjoy worldly wealth and prosperity and live a peaceful life. He doesn't need to worry about the future. He should focus on taking each step carefully and striving to improve his cultivation and strength. Xiao Yu, stay home and rest peacefully, don't do anything. Before leaving, Li Chen solemnly instructed Mo Yunyu to stay home and rest well during her pregnancy, and not to disturb the fetus. Mo Yunyu nodded obediently, straightened Li Chen's clothes, and saw him out of the shantytown. On the way, Li Chen and Mo Yunyu met Shu Chan again. Shu Chan moved back to the shantytown and rented a simple house again. She changed into plain clothes and lost her former radiance. Upon seeing Li Chen and Mo Yunyu, Shu Chan remained indifferent and expressionless. Li Chen didn't deliberately mock Shu Chan and didn't even glance at her. Xiaoyu, I'll leave you here. You can go back now. Li Chen patted Mo Yunyu's hand and turned to walk towards the Divine Pill Pavilion in the central area of Yinshanfang. Watching Li Chen's figure disappear, Mo Yunyu glanced at Shu Chan, nodded to her with a kind smile, and then turned and left. Looking at Mo Yunyu's slender figure, Shu Chan's cold expression finally crumbled, her face contorting. Li Chen, what is it about me that I'm inferior to this lowly servant? You'd rather choose her than me. If you had been willing to take out 120 spirit stones back then, we would have become Daoist partners long ago, and I wouldn't be in this situation. Shu Chan blamed everything on Li Chen and subconsciously ignored Yang Fushi, who had taken away her cultivation. Li Chen arrived at the Divine Pill Pavilion. Manager Fu has already set up a separate alchemy room for him, which also contains a top-grade magic weapon alchemy furnace. The alchemy furnace was as tall as a person, entirely crimson, and had a fire toad on its body. Li Chen felt somewhat flattered. This fire toad furnace was no less impressive than Master Chen's Azure Phoenix furnace. Fairy Linglong had really gone all out. Thinking about Linglong Fairy's identity, Li Chen felt relieved. He is the #1 cultivator in Yinshanfang, the head of Shin'an Pavilion, the head of Tianfu Pavilion, and even his businesses in Yunzhou and Hepingshao. The top-tier magic artifact, the alchemy furnace, was very valuable to Li Chen, but it meant nothing to Fairy Linglong. Linglong Fairy is a wealthy woman in the cultivation world, but unfortunately, there are no love stories in the cultivation world where poor boys can climb up to rich women. In the cultivation world, only high-level female cultivators can replenish the essence of low-level male cultivators, or vice versa. Try to use your looks to hook up with rich women or become a sugar daddy is out of the question, since everyone in the cultivation world is handsome or beautiful. Li Chen first refined a batch of chi-nourishing pills, and then headed towards the herb garden. Last night, Master Chen's cup of monkey wine opened a crack in Li Chen's thick neck, which was as solid as the gate to heaven. Li Chen felt that as long as he drank a few more cups of monkey wine, he would soon be able to break through the bottleneck, advance to the 4th level of chi refining, and become a mid-stage chi refining cultivator. After reaching the 4th level of chi refining, one soul will undergo some changes, giving rise to spiritual consciousness, which allows one to refine magical artifacts and utilize their power. The difference between the 3rd and 4th levels of chi refining is only one small realm. It is an insurmountable chasm. In the cultivation world, countless cultivators with 9th-grade spiritual roots waste their lives, stopping at the 3rd level of chi refining, unable to break through to the 4th level, and can only helplessly return to the mortal world to live out their old age. Li Chen is lucky. He has the alchemy inheritance given to him by the system, the care of Fairy Linglong, and the care of Alchemist Chen and Manager Fu. He has basically never lacked resources. Starting from the 1st level of chi refining, he used chi-nourishing pills to accumulate his cultivation to the peak of the 3rd level of chi refining. A cup of monkey wine from Master Chen even loosened Li Chen's bottleneck. Other cultivators don't have systems, nor are they as lucky as Li Chen to receive the care of figures like Fairy Linglong and Alchemist Chen. Li Chen wanted to buy a pot of monkey wine, but his storage bag was too small, so he couldn't afford it. Continuing to take the chi-nourishing pills is unlikely to be effective. He has ingested too many, and his body has developed a resistance to them. Now, the only option is to start refining the spirit-gathering pill. In the herb garden, as expected, Li Chen met Yunfeng and Yunji, the grandmother and granddaughter. Yunfeng lay on the rattan chair, his face covered by a palm leaf fan as he basked in the sun. He didn't even bother to open his eyes when Li Chen arrived. Yunji squatted by the medicinal herb field, always seemingly calm and serene, tending to a few magnolia trees. Fellow Daoist Li, what kind of elixir do you wish to obtain? Upon seeing Li Chen, Yunji stood up, her smile serene and her voice calm. Li Chen clasped his hands in greeting to Yunji and asked, Fellow Daoist Yun, please fetch 10 spirit ginseng roots and 10 spirit gathering flowers for me. A ripple appeared in Yunji's calm eyes. After a moment of silence, she spoke to Li Chen. Fellow Daoist Li, spiritual herbs and medicines have a growth cycle. You can't take so many at once. After thinking for a moment, Li Chen changed his mind and said, then let's have 5 spirit ginsengs and 5 spirit gathering flowers. This time, Yunji didn't say much. She moved gracefully to the medicinal field, dug up 5 spirit ginseng plants, and picked 5 spirit gathering flowers to give to Li Chen. Li Chen also knew that medicinal herbs had a growth cycle. For example, the golden bone grass needed to refine the bigu pill has simple growing conditions, and there are large areas of it in the medicinal fields which the apprentices can squander. The medicinal herbs needed to refine the chi-nourishing pill are also planted in the herb garden in large quantities. High-grade medicinal herbs are rare in the herb garden. The higher the grade of the medicinal herb, the more complex its growing conditions and the longer its growth cycle. Even in the Divine Pill Pavilion's herb garden, the spiritual herbs and medicines are not available for unlimited use. Li Chen took the jade box from Yunji, thanked her, and turned away. Li Chen originally wanted to say a few more words to Yunji, but the old man Yunfeng was watching him like he was a thief. After Li Chen left, Yunfeng removed the fan from his face and clicked his tongue in amazement. He was about to start refining the spirit gathering pill. How long has it been? TSK, TSK, TSK. This kid's alchemy talent is extraordinary. No wonder the pavilion master gave him the privilege of freely using spiritual herbs. Perhaps this kid has a spiritual body related to alchemy? It's just a pity that his cultivation level is still a bit too low, not good enough for Maijir. Otherwise, we could take a look at him. Yunji was used to this and continued to tend to the medicinal herbs, ignoring her grandfather, who was talking to himself. Li Chen took the spirit ginseng and spirit gathering flower, along with some other medicinal ingredients, and started the furnace directly. 1 spirit ginseng, paired with 1 spirit gathering flower and supplemented with other medicinal ingredients, can be used to refine a batch of spirit gathering pills. Having received the memories of several second-tier alchemy masters, Li Chen was thoroughly familiar with many details of refining the spirit gathering pill. As expected, he successfully refined the spirit gathering pill with a 100% success rate. According to the agreement with Fairy Ling Long, Li Chen could keep 5 of the 10 spirit gathering pills for himself, while the remaining 5 would belong to the Divine Pill Pavilion. Looking at the round, emerald green pill the size of a longan, Li Chen was thrilled, and his eyes gleamed. These 5 spirit gathering pills should be enough to help him advance to the 4th level of Qi refining. Chapter 31 Moving. With the spirit gathering pill refined, Li Chen can now begin his attempt to break through his bottleneck and advance to the 4th level of Qi refining. The 4th level of Qi refining is considered the mid-stage of Qi refining. However, one should not attempt to break through to the 4th level of Qi refining in the shantytown. The shantytown is crowded with people and attention, and the magical fluctuations generated by breaking through from the 3rd level to the 4th level of Qi refining are likely to attract onlookers. Moving is time to go. The cave dwelling was built on a spiritual vein, and the spiritual energy was even more abundant and plentiful when cultivating in the cave dwelling, and no one watched. However, before renting a cave dwelling, you need to buy a set of array plates and set up an array outside the cave dwelling to cover up the magical power fluctuations generated during the breakthrough. After breaking through to the 4th level of Qi refining, Li Chen still needed a technique to conceal his aura and hide his cultivation level. With his 9th grade spiritual root aptitude, breaking through to the 4th level of Qi refining so quickly would easily arouse suspicion from others. To be on the safe side, Li Chen decided to first purchase an array plate and then rent a cave dwelling to break through to the 4th level of Qi refining. As Li Chen counted the spirit stones in his storage bag, his expression gradually fell. I just received 285 spirit stones yesterday. The bitter bamboo wine was a gift from Bai Feng and doesn't count as spirit stones, but he spent 100 spirit stones at the Jinxiu restaurant. Right now, he only has 185 spirit stones left in his storage bag. Renting a Class D cave dwelling costs 80 spirit stones per month. As for purchasing magic array plates, even the lowest level magic array costs hundreds of spirit stones. In addition, Mo Yunyu is pregnant, so even if we don't provide her with spiritual food, we definitely can't stop supplying her with spiritual rice. After doing this calculation, Li Chen felt a chill run down his spine and could only manage a wry smile. Cultivating immortality is truly difficult, but it's even more difficult when you have a family to support, especially if your spiritual roots and aptitude are poor. Li Chen was able to refine pills and earn spirit stones, but the other lower-level cultivators in Yinshan village were in a situation 1,000 times more difficult than him. No wonder Mo Bai was refining pills day and night, neglecting even his own cultivation. After a moment of reflection, Li Chen suppressed the idea of immediately breaking through to the 4th level of Qi refining. Let's move from the shantytown to the cave dwelling first. After we receive the spirit stones next month, we can consider buying an array plate and a technique that can conceal our breath. After reaching the 4th level of Qi refining, you will need to purchase magical artifacts. The spirit stones I've earned right now aren't enough. I need to find a way to earn more. In the world of cultivation, everyone is a cultivator undergoing tribulation. Chen had come to understand this somewhat. If you don't fight for it, how will you have enough cultivation resources? Suppressing his distracting thoughts, Chen left the Divine Pill Pavilion and headed to the cave abode area to rent a Grade D cave abode. Yinshan Fang was jointly established by several major cultivation families, but it was managed in rotation by the Yang family of Yulong and the Wang family of Ningbi Cliff. The other families, such as the Bai family of Qingzhou Mountain, the Sidu family of Yuyao Lake, and the Zhao family of Yinfeng Cliff, had virtually no say in front of the 2 foundation establishment families. Today, Yinshan Fang is managed by the Yang family of Yulong. Chen paid 80 spirit stones to a Qi refining level 9 cultivator from the Yang family. After being registered, he obtained the opening token for cave mansion number 299, a level D cave. The cave dwellings are divided into A, B, C, and D. There are 10 Class A cave dwellings, 50 Class B cave dwellings, 100 Class C cave dwellings, and more than 300 Class D cave dwellings on the periphery. Holding the jade pendant, the front of the pendant has a ding on it, and the back has 299. Only with this token can one move into the cave. Chen has been granted the right to reside in cave number 299, Grade D, for 1 month. After 1 month, he will have to continue paying spirit stones. In the cultivation world, there's no such thing as rent arrears. If you can't pay your spirit stones, you'll definitely be kicked out. With 185 spirit stones in his storage bag, 80 were instantly gone. Chen left the cave area expressionlessly, preparing to return to the shanty town to help Mo Yunyu move. Although the cave dwellings are expensive, there's a reason for the high price. They must be rented. Upon returning to the shanty town, Chen encountered an unexpected person. Han Mao is back. He had changed a lot. His originally oval-shaped body had become muscular, and 3 ferocious claw marks appeared from the corner of his eye to his chin. His entire demeanor had also undergone a huge change, a change that could only occur after seeing blood. A few months ago, Han Mao borrowed spirit stones from Chen to buy magical artifacts and then go to join the demon hunting team. A so-called demon hunting team is a group of cultivators who go to the Yinshan Mountains to hunt demonic beasts. Han Mao was gone for several months. Chen thought he would never come back, and that he had probably been used as cannon fodder and died tragically in the mouths of monsters. I didn't expect him to come back and to have changed so much. Brotherly. Upon seeing Chen, Han Mao approached him with a ferocious grin. The 3 claw marks on his face seemed to come alive, writhing as they appeared on his face. Shen nudda. Unexpectedly, Han Mao took out 10 spirit stones from his pocket and said, "Brotherly, I no longer hate you. Having narrowly escaped death from the jaws of monsters several times, I know that your refusal to lend me spirit stones was for my own good. I lent you a Qi nourishing pill before, and I said I would pay you interest." The Han Mao before me has become more mature and composed, shedding his former naivety. Chen did not refuse. He took the 10 spirit stones from Han Mao and calmly asked, "Do you still want to become a Daoist couple with Fairy Shoe?" Han Mao's gaze hardened, and he nodded emphatically, "Of course. Several times I nearly died tragically, and every time I was in dire straits, I could think of Sister Chan's gentle smile. It was Sister Chan who gave me the will to survive and supported me to return to Yinshan Fang alive. I want to find Sister Chan, express my feelings, and become her Daoist partner." Chen nodded, offered his blessings, and turned to leave. Whether Han Mao and Shu Chan could become Daoist partners, and what would become of the 2 of them, Chen didn't care at all. What Chen cared about more was how to earn more spirit stones to support his cultivation. Aside from alchemy, he doesn't know any other cultivation techniques. He can't exactly hunt demonic beasts or become a cultivator who has undergone tribulations. Whether it's hunting demons or becoming a cultivator, it's a life or death endeavor where one can easily be doomed. After returning home, Chen stuffed some odds and ends into a storage bag, then hoisted the cupboard, table, and chairs all onto his shoulder. Chen's storage bag was a gift from Manager Fu. It was considered the lowest grade storage bag in the cultivation world, with only 1 cubic meter of space, not enough to hold cupboards, tables, or chairs. Chen originally wanted to discard the cupboard and table, but after thinking about it again, he decided to take them with him, since they were worth dozens of grains of spirit sand. Seeing Chen's strange behavior, Mo Yunyu asked in confusion, "Husband, what are you doing?" Chen looked at Mo Yunyu with a smile. "Xiaoyu, starting today, we won't have to live here anymore. I'll help you move. Mo Yunyu nodded obediently and followed Li Chun out of the shantytown. As Li Chun walked out of the shantytown, he glanced back at the low, continuous rows of houses, his thoughts drifting back to a year ago. A year ago, he had just entered the world of cultivation and settled down in the shantytown. Before we knew it, a year had passed. During this year, Li Chun not only completed the Qi induction and embarked on the path to immortality, but he was also close to reaching the 4th level of Qi refining, and he even had a Daoist partner and a child. My dear husband, I am reluctant to part with you. Mo Yunyu stood beside Li Chun, looking back at the shantytown. A sense of reluctance welled up in her eyes. After all, she had lived in the shantytown since she was a child and had lived in this area for many years. Li Chun withdrew his gaze, his ambition boundless, yet his tone remained calm. Xiao Yu, you need to learn to adapt. We've only moved from the shantytown to Dongfa district. Later, we'll have to move again, and then we'll move to outside Yinshanfang. Chapter 32 Purchasing Array Plates. Li Chun moved into the cave with Mo Yunyu. There are more than 300 Class D cave dwellings. Li Chun lives in cave dwelling number 299. The cave dwellings ranked after that are not yet occupied. The 298th cave in front is inhabited by a young man who exudes a strong aura of blood and malevolence. The new neighbor was quite indifferent. He didn't even greet Li Chun and his wife when they moved in. Indifference to human relationships is the norm in the cultivation world. Li Chun nodded to his new neighbor, which was considered greeting. The space inside the cave is much more spacious than the houses in the shantytown. Even after placing the cupboards and chairs, it still feels somewhat empty. Li Chun carefully sensed that the spiritual energy here was more than 3 times denser than that in the shantytown. And so, Li Chun and Mo Yunyu settled down in Dongfa district. During the day, Li Chun would go to the Divine Pill Pavilion to refine pills, and at night he would return to his cave to cultivate. Another month passed quickly. Nothing particularly noteworthy happened during this month. Mo Yunyu's flat stomach gradually became more prominent day by day. In order to nourish Mo Yunyu's body and lay a good foundation for the unborn child, Li Chun would buy a pound of white spirit rice every day when he got home, and every few days he would go to Zhengxila to pack a spiritual dish. After visiting the Jinxiu restaurant many times, Li Chun discovered that his new neighbor next door actually worked there as a spirit butcher, slaughtering spirit animals for the restaurant. That's how he acquired his thick aura of blood and malevolence. Li Chun still doesn't have much interaction with his new neighbor. Before they knew it, it was time for the monthly settlement of spirit stones at the Divine Pill Pavilion. Instead of settling the settlement with the other apprentices, Li Chun sought out Manager Fu to settle the settlement privately. This time, Fairy Ling Long did not appear. Li Chun didn't ask any further questions. For someone like Fairy Ling Long, who is at the foundation establishment stage, it's common for her to go into seclusion for several years at a time. It's not unusual. Li Chun worked very hard at alchemy this month and received more than 400 spirit stones from Manager Fu. With his spirit stones now plentiful, Li Chun headed straight for the treasure pavilion. After a month's delay, it's time to break through to the 4th level of Qi refining and advance to the middle stage of Qi refining. Li Chun went to the 100 Treasures Pavilion for 2 reasons. First, he wanted to purchase an array plate to set up outside his cave dwelling to conceal the fluctuations of his magical power when he broke through to the 4th level of Qi refining. Second, setting up an array outside the cave dwelling would also provide some protection for Mo Yunyu's safety. In addition to purchasing array plates, Li Chun also planned to buy a secret technique that could conceal one's aura and hide one's cultivation level. The treasure pavilion was tall, almost as tall as the Divine Pill Pavilion. In Yinshanfang, the Baibelu, Shendange, Qianliange, Tianfuge, and Shenblu have the largest businesses. For example, the Divine Pill Pavilion not only sells pills to independent cultivators, but also has business dealings with the Purple Void Immortal Sect and many cultivation families in the Yen Kingdom. That's why Manager Fu encourages his apprentices to work hard to refine pills. In the world of cultivation, elixirs are in high demand and short supply. The Divine Pill Pavilion and the Heavenly Talisman Pavilion are properties owned by Fairy Ling Long, while the 100 Treasures Pavilion and the 1000 Refinements Pavilion are properties established by the Purple Void Immortal Sect in Yinshan Ward. As for the Goddess Tower, its history is quite significant. I've heard that the Goddess Pavilion has branches in every market town in the Yin Kingdom's cultivation world, and even in the neighboring Yu Kingdom's cultivation world. No one knows which faction the Goddess Tower belongs to. It is certain that the owner of a multinational chain like the Goddess Pavilion must be an extremely powerful cultivator. Li Chun wants to purchase array plates and the method of concealing one's breath. The 100 Treasures Pavilion is the most suitable place. If you buy from street vendors in West Street, you're likely to get ripped off. The Treasure Pavilion is different. It is an enterprise of the Purple Void Immortal Sect. The prices of the items sold there may be higher, but the reputation is guaranteed. Moreover, the Treasure Pavilion sells a wide variety of items, basically everything. Li Chen stepped into the Treasure Pavilion, where he was greeted by an ordinary martial artist. I, a humble sage, pay my respects to the Immortal Master. May I ask what you wish to purchase? Looking at the ordinary martial artist before him, Li Chen was reminded of himself a year ago. This person was also a martial artist of innate level, but he appeared extremely humble in front of Li Chen. He probably came to Yinshan Feng seeking immortality, and ended up working as a shop assistant at Bai Belu, hoping to earn spirit stones to buy cultivation techniques and embark on the path to immortality. This person was lucky. He got a job as a shop assistant at Bai Belu. During his year in Yinshan Feng, Li Chen often heard that secular martial artists came to Yinshan Feng seeking immortality, but most of them were captured by evil cultivators before they even entered Yinshan Feng. Li Chen snapped out of his daze and smiled at the martial artist before him, saying, I wish to purchase a first-tier minor spirit-locking array plate, as well as a cultivation technique. Immortal Master, please go up to the second floor. The mortal martial artist looked at Li Chen with envy and invited him to the second floor. The array plate is extremely valuable. The small spirit-locking array plate that Li Chen wants to buy is only a first-tier low-grade array plate. It is made by array masters using special spiritual materials, so that even cultivators who do not know arrays can set up arrays. However, the price is extremely expensive, almost the same as the price of a low-grade magic weapon. Upon reaching the second floor, Li Chen, who was a cultivator, was the one who greeted them. This was an elderly man, wearing the outer sect robes of the Purple Void Immortal Sect, which Li Chen had seen before when he participated in the Purple Void Immortal Sect's spirit testing ceremony. My surname is He. Young friend, you may call me Master He. I heard that you want to buy a small spirit-locking array plate and a cultivation technique. The old man was hunched over, dressed in a gray-blue robe, his cloudy eyes scrutinizing Li Chen, a kind smile on his face. I have met with Manager He. Li Chen clasped his hands in a fist salute, secretly on guard. He was only there to buy a small spirit-locking array plate and a breath-concealing technique. It wasn't a big deal. What merit did he have to alarm the owner of the 100 Treasures Pavilion? The small spirit-locking array plate costs 200 spirit stones. May I ask what kind of cultivation method you wish to purchase, young friend? I'm looking to purchase a technique that can conceal one's aura. I wonder if your establishment has any for sale? Of course there are. Seeing that Li Chen's cultivation level was at the 3rd level of chi refining, the old man thoughtfully took out 2 books that exuded the fragrance of ink and placed them in front of Li Chen with a smile. The turtle breathing technique and the withered wood technique are more suitable for you, young friend. If you like them, I will gladly give you 10 spirit stones. Li Chen cursed under his breath. How ruthless. The turtle breathing technique and the withered wood technique are just common techniques. While they can indeed conceal one's aura after cultivation, they can still be seen through by cultivators with higher levels of cultivation. On the market, the price of the turtle breathing technique and the withered wood technique is around 7 spirit stones, but the price at Bai Belu is a full 30% higher. In the end, Li Chen obediently took out spirit stones to buy a small spirit-locking array plate, a book recording the dry wood technique, and a book recording the initial understanding of array principles. Li Chen decided to go back and study formations. He didn't want to become a formation master, but at least he couldn't be completely ignorant about formations. Young friend, welcome to visit again. The elderly man surnamed He smiled and watched Li Chen go downstairs. After Li Chen came downstairs, he shook his head slightly and sighed. Instead of using spirit stones to buy pills to improve cultivation, he used them to purchase array plates. He's too naive. Beside them, a chi refining level 3 employee couldn't help but speak up. Boss, that man just now certainly doesn't lack spirit stones. He's a disciple of alchemist Chen from the Divine Pill Pavilion, and it's said he can already refine bigo pills and chi nourishing pills. Oh, the old man turned his head, his cloudy eyes showing a hint of surprise, then smiled and didn't discuss the topic any further. He's just a chi refining level 3 alchemy apprentice. He's not worth his time. Chapter 33 Mid-Stage Chi Refining. Li Chen returned to his cave dwelling, where Mo Yunyu had been waiting for him for a long time. Every day at this time, Mo Yunyu would stand outside the cave to greet Li Chen. This had become a habit for her. Coincidentally, the neighbor next door came back from work downstairs from Jinxiu. The 2 cave dwellings are only a dozen meters apart. Fu Kong glanced at Mo Yunyu and asked Li Chen in a cold tone, "Is your wife pregnant?" Li Chen replied with a smile, "It's been almost 3 months, fellow Daoist Fu. You have to come for a drink after my child is born." Fu Kong nodded. returned to his cave without saying a word, and sealed the cave entrance. Li Chen didn't take Fu Kang's actions seriously. Li Chen has been living in the cave for a month now. During this time, he has had several encounters with his fellow Daoist Fu and knows that fellow Daoist Fu is naturally a quiet person who does not like to talk to people. My dear husband, you're so late today. The food is getting cold. Li Chen helped Mo Yunyu back to her cave dwelling and explained softly, I went to the 100 Treasures Pavilion to buy array plates today, which took some time. Mo Yunyu nodded and asked no further questions. After having dinner, Li Chen immediately took out the array plate from his storage bag and placed it at the entrance of the cave. Husband, are you setting up an array? Li Chen explained with a smile, I don't have the skill to set up arrays. This is a small spirit-locking array plate. With the array plate, you can embed spirit stones into it and place it at the entrance of the cave to activate it directly, eliminating the tedious process of setting up an array. Mo Yunyu pressed further, asking, what kind of formation is the lesser spirit-locking array, and what are its effects? The minor spirit-locking array is a low-level, first-tier array. Once activated, it can lock the spiritual energy within the cave, preventing fluctuations from spreading outside. Additionally, the minor spirit-locking array also has a protective function. Although its defense is weak, a mid-stage chi refining cultivator can break it with a few attacks. Li Chen was extremely patient. Although Mo Yunyu is also a cultivator, her understanding of the cultivation world is not as good as Li Chen's, and she often lacked common sense. Before meeting Li Chen, she had never used spirit stones for cultivation, never taken any pills, and had never even taken a fasting pill. Otherwise, she wouldn't have been stuck at the first level of chi refining for more than 10 years. Mo poured all his love into his son and was extremely harsh on his daughter. Li Chen suddenly remembered something. He hadn't seen Mo for more than 10 days. Perhaps he was going to the Purple Void Immortal sect to deliver spirit stones to Mo Yunsheng. Li Chen didn't think much of it. After activating the minor spirit locking array, Li Chen taught Mo Yunyu the techniques to control it, allowing her to freely enter and exit the cave. After a night of his usual cultivation, Li Chen felt that the bottleneck, as solid as the gates of heaven, was about to open up to him. The next day, Li Chen went to Shindan Pavilion to ask Manager Fu for leave. Manager Fu's gaze swept over Li Chen. Are you going into seclusion to break through to the 4th level of chi refining? Li Chen nodded, cursing the trashy drywood technique in his heart, saying it couldn't hide his cultivation level at all, and Manager Fu could see through it at a glance. Manager Fu readily approved the leave and smiled at Li Chen, saying, after you break through to the 4th level of chi refining, come find me immediately. Mrs. prepared a gift for you. Li Chen was taken aback, but immediately realized what was happening and thanked Manager Fu. When Li Chen first entered the Dao, Fairy Linglong gave him a bottle of chi-nourishing pills and encouraged him, saying that if he broke through to the mid-stage of chi refining, he would receive another reward. Li Chen had almost forgotten about the matter, but Linglong Fairy really kept her word. Even though she wasn't in Yinshan Fang, she still gave the gift to Manager Fu and asked him to pass it on to Li Chen. Li Chen truly didn't know how to express his gratitude to Fairy Linglong, his guide. Filled with excitement, Li Chen returned to his cave. Fellow Daoist Fu, what are you doing? In front of the cave, Li Chen saw his new neighbor Fu Kong handing a slaughtered and processed spirit fish to Mo Yunyu, who repeatedly declined to accept it. Fu Kong breathed a sigh of relief upon seeing Li Chen return. He clearly didn't know how to deal with women. Mo Yunyu's expression also relaxed, and she spoke softly to Li Chen. Husband, fellow Daoist Fu insists on giving me a spirit fish. Li Chen looked at Fu Kong. Fu Kong, with a stern face and a calm tone, said, this fish is not of good quality and is not suitable for the dining table. So Chef Feng entrusted it to me to handle. Your wife is pregnant, so I brought this back for her to help her recover. Since this is a token of your appreciation, Xiaoyu, please accept it. Li Chen pondered for a moment, then nodded to Mo Yunyu, who then took the spirit fish from Fu Kong. Looking at his neighbor with a cold face and indifferent expression, Li Chen cupped his hands in a fist and bowed, and thanked him with a gentle smile. On behalf of my wife, I thank fellow Daoist Fu. Mo Yunyu curtsied to Fu Kong and said softly, thank you, fellow Daoist Fu. Fu Kong forced a stiff smile and said in a cold tone, you're welcome. After thinking for a moment, he added, spirit fish that can't be served on the dinner table are only barely at the advanced level and aren't worth many spirit stones. After saying that, he went straight back to his cave. Mo Yunyu walked to Li Chen's side and whispered, husband, this fellow Daoist Fu is really a strange person. Li Chen shook his head and corrected him. Fellow Daoist Fu is cold on the outside, but warm on the inside. He's just not good at dealing with people. Xiaoyu, Daoist Fu kindly gave you a spirit fish, but you said it was strange. Isn't that inappropriate? And Mo Yunyu stuck out his tongue. After returning to his cave and having dinner, Li Chun instructed Mo Yunyu to seal off the cave and not to disturb him or go out for the next period of time. Knowing that her husband was going into seclusion to break through to the 4th level of qi refining, Mo Yunyu understood the seriousness of the matter, and her delicate face also became serious. The cave was inlaid with luminous pearls, whose soft light illuminated Li Chen's resolute face. Li Chun sat cross-legged on the futon, clearing his mind and adjusting his state. After adjusting his state, Li Chun took out 3 spirit-gathering pills from his storage bag at once and swallowed them. Swallowing a spirit-gathering pill wasn't enough for Li Chun to break through his bottleneck. If he swallowed too much at once, the immense medicinal power would flood his dantian, and Li Chun was afraid it would burst. Li Chun could barely withstand the effects of the 3 spirit-gathering pills. As the spirit-gathering pill entered his stomach, its surging medicinal power transformed into spiritual energy, raging through Li Chen's dantian and nearly bursting it. Li Chun clenched his teeth, his cheeks flushed red, and large beads of sweat appeared on his forehead. He controlled the fusion of magical power and immense spiritual power within his dantian, and then manipulated the magical power to begin striking the thick, heavenly bottleneck. Boom! 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 Within Li Chen's body, as if the heavens and earth were being created, a torrent of magical power surged and crashed against the bottleneck, which was as thick as the gate to heaven. Once, twice, 3 times, Li Chen repeatedly manipulated his magic power to break through the bottleneck. When he was exhausted, he immediately took out a spirit-gathering pill and swallowed it. Fortunately, he had prepared enough spirit-gathering pills. Outside, Mo Yunyu pursed her lips, looking at Li Chun with a tense expression, her hands clasped in front of her chest in silent prayer. Heavens, see how you praise to you. I hope you can bless your husband so that he can successfully break through the bottleneck and advance to the mid-stage of qi refining. Li Chun could not hear Mo Yunyu's prayers, but Li Chun saw a glimmer of light. Under the relentless onslaught of the surging, torrent-like magical power, Li Chun felt his meridians were about to burst. Fortunately, he finally broke through that bottleneck that was as solid as the gates of heaven. Boom! As if the sky had fallen, the bottleneck that had been blocking Li Chen's advancement was broken through, and his magical power surged to the acupoint between his eyebrows, merging seamlessly with his soul. The soul, nourished by magical power, began to undergo miraculous changes. Inside the cave, spiritual energy surged, forming a vortex that rushed into Li Chen's pores, rapidly strengthening the magical power within his dantian. Li Chun ignored the surge in magical power and felt a strange sensation. With a single thought, it seemed as if a third eye had grown out of the body's constraints. Through this third eye, Li Chun saw his physical body sitting cross-legged on the futon, and he saw Mo Yunyu looking relieved. Everything within a 2-zhang radius around him was so clear. This sense of exquisite detail is more direct than observing with the eyes. Li Chun knew that he had developed spiritual consciousness. The emergence of spiritual consciousness is the mark of becoming a mid-stage qi refining cultivator, meaning that one can refine magical artifacts and fly on a sword. Having transmigrated to this world for 20 years and entered the world of cultivation for over a year, Li Chun finally advanced to the mid-stage of qi refining. Li Chun slowly opened his eyes, extending his spiritual sense outwards, but could only reach 2 zhang, approximately 6.6 meters. The biggest difference between early-stage qi refining cultivators and mid-stage qi refining cultivators, besides the difference in magical power, lies in their spiritual consciousness. Spiritual awareness is not a tangible thing, but it can provide early warnings, extend beyond the body to observe external conditions, and has many other wonderful uses. Li Chun was very fortunate. Before entering Yinshan Feng, Li Chun encountered a cultivator who attempted to ambush him. Li Chun was fortunate that the cultivator was only in the early stage of qi refining. If the cultivator was at the mid-stage of qi refining, his spiritual sense would have issued a warning the instant he fired the flying knife, and he could have activated the golden light talisman to block it. Upon seeing Li Chun wake up, Mo Yunyu rushed into his arms, her face full of excitement. "Husband, you have successfully advanced to the mid-stage of qi refining." "Yes, I've advanced to the mid-stage of qi refining." Compared to Mo Yunyu's excitement, Li Chun was surprisingly calm. Chapter 34. The Art of Deception. Upon advancing to the mid-stage of qi refining, Li Chen felt neither excitement nor exhilaration. Instead, he realized the arduousness of the path to immortality. The fact that a ninth-grade spiritual root could be considered useless once again refreshed Li Chen's understanding of its worth. If it's this difficult to break through the small bottleneck from the 3rd to the 4th level of qi refining, what about the bottleneck from the 6th to the 7th level of qi refining? What is the major bottleneck between qi refining and foundation establishment? Those with ninth-grade spiritual roots, without the right opportunity, will remain stuck at the early stage of qi refining for their entire lives, and even breaking through to the middle stage of qi refining will be difficult. It's not that the Purple Void Immortal sect looks down on ninth-grade spiritual roots. It's that ninth-grade spiritual roots are truly useless. Li Chen dared not imagine how many cultivation resources he would have to expend to reach the foundation establishment stage. However, Li Chen was not discouraged. Even if your spiritual roots are poor, you still have a system, right? This immortal, Li, is destined to become one. Li Chen quickly adjusted his mindset, neither discouraged nor disheartened, and he did not leave the seclusion. Li Chen took out a jade slip from his storage bag and probed it with his spiritual sense. This jade slip was a gift from Fairy Ling Long, and only now has Li Chen been able to read its contents. Li Chen felt a moment of mental disorientation as he probed the jade slip with his spiritual sense. In a daze, he saw a translucent divine dragon with a completely azure blue body, its size changing in countless ways. Half a day later, Li Chen came to his senses, rubbed his throbbing temples, and looked somewhat pale. Having a ninth-grade spiritual root is one thing, but could it be that my comprehension is also very low? Otherwise, why didn't you understand the contents of the jade slip? Li Chen quickly dismissed this guess. My comprehension is not low. It must be that the content inscribed on the jade slip is too profound. Li Chen really didn't believe it, so he picked up the jade slip again and probed it with his spiritual sense. Once, twice, Li Chen tried again and again, and after a whole month of studying, he finally deciphered the contents of the jade slip. In order to comprehend the jade slip given to him by Fairy Ling Long, Li Chen became emaciated over the past month, causing Mo Yunyu to secretly shed tears. However, Li Chen also noticed that his spiritual sense seemed to have grown considerably stronger during the process of comprehending this jade slip. Before he began to study the jade slip, Li Chen's spiritual sense could extend 2 zhang, approximately 6.6 meters, outside his body. Now, his spiritual consciousness can extend 3 zhang, approximately 10 meters. Deceitful tactics. Li Chen muttered to himself as he carefully put the jade slip away. This is a secret technique passed down to me by the Fairy Ling Long, called the Deceiving Heaven Technique. This technique of deceiving the heavens was only passed down to the lower 2 levels by the Fairy Ling Long. After mastering the basics of the Deceiving Heaven Technique, one can not only conceal one's aura, but also hide one's cultivation level, making it impossible for even cultivators at the peak of the qi refining realm to see through the disguise. If one cultivates the Deceitful Heaven Technique to the 2nd level, even a foundation establishment peak cultivator will not be able to see through the disguise. Trash and Deadwood Technique. Garbage treasure trove. Li Chen cursed the Witheredwood Technique in his heart as garbage, and the treasure pavilion that sold him the Witheredwood Technique was also garbage. Compared to the Deceitful Heaven Technique passed down by Fairy Ling Long, the Witheredwood Technique is indeed trash. If Li Chen had known that Fairy Ling Long had passed down such a secret technique, why would he have wasted 10 spirit stones? Li Chen's eyes flickered, knowing that this deceptive technique was extraordinary. What is the origin of the Fairy Ling Long? Is her brother dead or alive? What level of cultivation does he possess? In the end, Li Chen couldn't figure out. It took Li Chen 3 days to break through from the 3rd level of qi refining to the 4th level, but it took him a full month to comprehend the Deceiving Heaven Technique. For the past month, Mo Yunyu has not lit a fire to cook for fear of disturbing Li Chen, and has been taking fasting pills. Seeing that Mo Yunyu was even thinner than before, Li Chen cursed himself for being foolish and quickly got up to start a fire and cook. My husband, let's see how you come. Mo Yunyu's eyes welled up with tears. For the past month or so, she had watched Li Chen go into seclusion, yet dared not disturb him, which had worried her terribly. Li Chen finally returned to normal, and she was overjoyed. After quickly cooking the spirit rice and eating a couple of bites, Li Chen immediately began cultivating the Deceitful Heaven Technique. He intends to master the art of deceiving the heavens before emerging from seclusion. Another half-month passed, and Mo Yunyu's belly grew bigger and bigger. Li Chen finally mastered the Deceiving Heaven Technique and also learned the fire crow technique and fire arrow technique from the crimson flame technique. Upon opening the cave, the long-awaited sunlight shone on Li Chen, who felt somewhat unaccustomed to it. So this is what cultivators are like. Qi refining stage cultivators are fine, but if they are foundation establishment stage cultivators, a single seclusion can last for several years. I thought you had died in the cave. As soon as Li Chen opened the cave, he saw a young man looking at him with a cold smile. Who are you? Li Chen looked at the newcomer with a puzzled expression. The young man looked at Li Chen with disdain, took out a token from his storage bag, and replied arrogantly, My surname is Yang, and my grandfather is Yang Dezu. You haven't paid the 80 spirit stones you owed for renting the cave this month. Pay the spirit stones immediately. Li Chen came to his senses and realized that they were collecting spirit stones. This person was indeed a member of the Yang family, and he came to collect spirit stones with Yang Deju's token. The token was not fake. Li Chen didn't say much, and immediately took out 80 spirit stones from his storage bag and handed them to the young man in front of him. Before you go into seclusion next time, remember to pay enough spirit stones in advance so I don't have to come and collect them. I'll let it slide since this is your first time. You poor wretches, if you don't have spirit stones, don't live in caves, go back to the shantytown. The young man accepted the spirit stones, glanced at Li Chen with disdain, cursed twice, and then leisurely turned and left. Li Chen watched the young man leave with a flicker in his eyes. The Yang family, with their dragon-like arrogance, what a magnificent sight. Li Chen knew that if he hadn't been an apprentice of the Divine Pill Pavilion, and if this young man hadn't been wary of Fairy Ling Long, he would never have been so polite and would have broken through the formation and entered the cave long ago. Is it humiliating? Li Chen did feel humiliated, but he couldn't retaliate. At this stage, the Yang family of Yulong is still a behemoth in his eyes. Li Chen secretly memorized the young man's ugly face. Sooner or later, Li Chen will establish his own cultivation family, making the disciples of the Yulong Yang family bow and scrape before his Li family disciples. Before you have the strength, be patient. Li Chen kept this matter in mind and strode towards the Divine Pill Pavilion to find Manager Fu. In addition, we should also visit Master Chen Dan. Master Chen must be quite worried about me, having been in seclusion for so long. On the top floor of the Divine Pill Pavilion, Manager Fu's gaze swept over Li Chen and asked in a deep voice, It shouldn't take more than a month and a half to break through from the 3rd level of Qi refining to the 4th level, right? Li Chen explained calmly that he had also practiced 2 spells, which took him a little longer. Shopkeeper Fu nodded in understanding. It's good that you've made a breakthrough. You're still young. You have a bright future ahead of you. This is a gift from the Pavilion Master to you. Take it. Manager Fu reached into his storage pouch, and a gleaming golden brick appeared in his palm. Li Chen rubbed his eyes, took the gold brick from Manager Fu's hand, and felt that it was so heavy that he almost dropped it. In an instant, Li Chen realized that this was not a worldly gold brick, but a magical artifact, only that the artifact looked rather vulgar. Shopkeeper Fu said calmly, This is a top-tier magic artifact. Take it back and refine it carefully. Don't let miss down. Top-tier magical artifact. Li Chen stared wide-eyed at Manager Fu in disbelief. Shopkeeper Fu nodded with a smile. That's right, this is a top-tier magical artifact. Li Chen's heart was in turmoil, and he secretly clicked his tongue in amazement. As expected of the work of the Fairy Ling Long. 1st-tier magic artifacts, 2nd-tier spiritual artifacts, and 3rd-tier magic treasures. Magical artifacts are further divided into low-level, mid-level, high-level, and top-level magical artifacts, corresponding to cultivators at the early stage of Qi refining, mid-stage of Qi refining, late stage of Qi refining, and peak stage of Qi refining, respectively. A top-tier magical artifact, once refined, would drain all of one's magical power with a single use, right? Li Chen remembered that Mo Bai had asked him and Master Chen to borrow spirit stones, wanting to raise 2,800 spirit stones to buy a top-tier magic weapon for Mo Yinshen. Top-tier magical artifacts are indeed that valuable. First came the Deceiving Heaven technique, then the top-tier magical artifact. Li Chen felt that Fairy Linglong's generosity was almost on par with the system. Fairy Linglong was Li Chen's guide in the world of cultivation and provided him with much support. Having just received a top-tier magical artifact from Fairy Linglong, Li Chen was deeply moved. If Fairy Linglong asked, Li Chen felt he would be willing to go through fire and water for her. Seeing Li Chen's moved expression, Manager Fu nodded in satisfaction and continued. By the way, there's some news I need to tell you. Mo Bai has probably perished abroad and has not returned yet. Chapter 35 Cold-faced but warm-hearted fellow Daoist. Mo Bai has probably perished abroad and has not returned yet. Manager Fu spoke calmly, as if chatting about something trivial. Li Chen frowned, but didn't react much. Every so often, Mo Bai would take the flying boat of the Wang family of Ningbi Cliff to the Zishu Immortal Sect to deliver the accumulated spirit stones to Mo Yunsheng. After delivering the spirit stones to Mo Yunsheng, Mo Bai was reluctant to take the flying boat back because it cost 10 spirit stones to ride it. Mo Bai saved all the spirit stones for his son's cultivation. His own cultivation level was not high, and he did not have any magic weapons or talismans. If he encountered a cultivator undergoing tribulation, he would basically be doomed. Walking at night all the time will make you encounter ghosts. To save spirit stones, Mo Bai never took the flying boat back to Yinshenfang from Zishu Immortal Sect. Now he can't come back. Upon learning from Manager Fu that Mo Bai had likely perished, Li Chen was not greatly disturbed. After Li Chen and Mo Yunyu became Daoist partners, he did not interact with Mo Bai. Mo Bai, on the other hand, was preoccupied with his son who was far away at the Zishu Immortal Sect and spent his days and nights refining pills to accumulate spirit stones. Although Mo Bai was Mo Yunyu's father, Li Chen didn't feel sad at all. He only lamented the dangers of the cultivation world. Now, Li Chen is considering whether or not to tell Mo Yunyu the news. After careful consideration, Li Chen decided to keep the news a secret for the time being. Mo Yunyu was more than 5 months pregnant, and her belly was getting bigger and bigger. Li Chen was unsure how Mo Yunyu would react when she heard the news, and he was afraid it would affect his unborn child. Let's wait until the baby is born before telling Mo Yunyu the news. After refining a batch of spirit-gathering pills at the Divine Pill Pavilion, Li Chen left the pavilion and went to the spirit wine shop to buy spirit wine, preparing to visit Alchemist Chen. I've been in seclusion for almost 2 months. Master Chen must be very worried about me. Fellow Daoist Li, what kind of wine do you want to buy this time? Inside the spirit wine shop, Bai Feng was looking through the ledgers. When he saw Li Chen arrive, he put down the ledgers and stood up to greet him. His warm smile made people feel as if they were bathed in a spring breeze. I have met fellow Daoist Bai. I don't have many spirit stones, so, as usual, I'll buy a pot of bitter bamboo wine. After greeting Bai Feng, Li Chen bought a pot of bitter bamboo wine. This time, Bai Feng accepted 90 spirit stones from Li Chen. Although Bai Feng is a direct descendant of the Bai family of Qingzhou Mountain and the manager of the spirit wine shop, and enjoys good treatment within the family, it is impossible for him to be so generous as to send Li Chen spirit wine every time. A pot of bitter bamboo wine costs 90 spirit stones. Bai Feng was clearly not that extravagant. Fellow Daoist Bai, I shall take my leave now. Li Chen bid farewell to Bai Feng, who smiled and nodded, seeing Li Chen to the door. Take care, fellow Daoist Li. Remember to visit my cave when you have time. Li Chen nodded and readily agreed. Let's forget about going to White Wind Cave. Before you have enough strength, avoid contact with the young masters and sons of these cultivation families. Class B, Cave number 7. Master Chen looked at Li Chen with worry in his eyes. Li Chen felt a spiritual sense sweep over him, and that spiritual sense was much stronger than his own. Did you fail to break through to the 4th level of Qi refining this time during your seclusion? Li Chen was taken aback, then nodded. Yes, disciple's aptitude is inferior, and I failed to break through successfully, disappointing my teacher. Master Chen was at the 7th level of Qi refining, and he did not see through his disguise. This deception technique is indeed skillful. After mastering the deceitful heaven technique, Li Chen concealed his cultivation level, displaying it as the peak of the 3rd level of Qi refining. Only when he went to see Manager Fu just now did Li Chen not use the deception technique to conceal his cultivation level. After all, only if he breaks through to the mid-stage of Qi refining will Manager Fu hand over the gift prepared by Fairy Ling Long to him. Currently, only 2 people know that Li Chen has broken through to the mid-stage of Qi refining. Mo Yunyu and Manager Fu. Please sit down. You are still young. Don't be discouraged. One failure doesn't mean anything. Master Chen asked Li Chen to sit down, instructed a maid to bring some spiritual fruit, and earnestly comforted Li Chen. Li Chen didn't need comforting, but he still pretended to be listening attentively to the teachings. Regardless, the old man in front of me genuinely cared about me. However, Li Chen has decided that he will continue to use the deception technique to hide his cultivation level and try his best to appear as ordinary as possible. He usually conceals his cultivation level, but if someone tries to ambush or kill him, he will reveal his true cultivation level in a moment of crisis, catching his opponent off guard. After eating 2 spiritual fruits at Master Chen's cave, Li Chen got up to take his leave, feeling guilty. After all, the old man genuinely cared about him, but he had concealed his cultivation level and hadn't told him the truth. After leaving Master Chen's cave, Li Chen went home. Now, he couldn't wait to refine the golden brick magic artifact given to him by Fairy Linglong. In front of the cave, Li Chen ran into Fu Kong again. You failed to break through to the 4th level of Qi refining. Fu Kong looked at Li Chen, his spiritual sense sweeping over Li Chen, his tone still cold and hard. Before Li Chen could answer, Fu Kong continued, Cultivation cannot be rushed. Do not rashly begin practicing. Your child is about to be born. If something happens to you, what will happen to them? A widow and her child. Li Chen was both amused and exasperated. This fellow Daoist Fu is quite caring. However, Li Chen did not explain. He simply clasped his hands in thanks to the cold-faced but warm-hearted cultivator in front of him and said, Thank you for your concern, fellow Daoist Fu. I will certainly not be greedy for merit and act rashly next time. Fu Kong nodded and handed a packet of lotus leaves to Li Chen. This pheasant isn't fit for the Zengxila restaurant. Take it back and nourish your wife. Li Chen looked at the blue pheasant wrapped in lotus leaves, shook his head, and said in a deep voice, Fellow Daoist Fu, your cultivation is not easy either. I cannot accept this. A damaged blue pheasant isn't worth many spirit stones. If I give it to you, just take it. What are you fussing about, you big man? Fu Kong forcefully shoved the blue pheasant wrapped in lotus leaves into Li Chen's hands, then turned and headed towards his cave. Holding the blue pheasant wrapped in lotus leaves, Li Chen felt a warm current surge through his heart. This fellow Daoist Fu is taciturn, cold on the outside but warm on the inside. He is a person worth befriending. After thinking for a moment, Li Chen suddenly spoke up, Fellow Daoist Fu, please wait. Fu Kong turned around and looked at Li Chen with a puzzled expression. Li Chen stepped forward, walked to Fu Kang's side, took out a jade bottle from his storage bag, and handed it to Fu Kong. Fellow Daoist Fu, this is a bottle of qi-nourishing pills. Please take it and don't be disgusted by it. Fu Kong stared at the jade bottle in his hand, remained silent for a long time, and shook his head. No, the spirit fish and blue pheasant I gave you are of poor quality and are not worthy of being served at the Jinxia restaurant. They are worth very few spirit stones. Your bottle of qi-nourishing pills is too valuable. I cannot accept it. Upon hearing this, Li Chen grinned, revealing his neat, white teeth, and laughed heartily. Fellow Daoist Fu, I sincerely wish to befriend you. If you are willing to accept me as your friend, please do not hesitate to refuse. Fu Kong looked at Li Chen for a long time, then put the jade bottle into his storage bag and left. Looking at Fu Kong sealing the cave entrance, Li Chen smiled slightly. Chapter 36 Purchase of Flying Swords. Xiaoyu, fellow Daoist Fu, gave you a green pheasant. Take it and stew it. Back in his cave, Li Chen handed the blue pheasant wrapped in lotus leaves to Mo Yunyu, asking her to stew it. Mo Yunyu, her belly protruding and her face radiating loving kindness, took the pheasant from Li Chen and walked to the stove to skillfully start a fire. Watching Mo Yunyu's retreating figure, Li Chen hesitated for a moment, but ultimately did not tell her that Mo Bai had probably already passed away. After the meal, Li Chen took out the gold brick given to him by Fairy Linglong. This is a top-tier magical artifact, and also Li Chen's first magical artifact. After most cultivators break through to the mid-stage of Qi refining, their first thought is to acquire a magic weapon, because magic weapons can greatly enhance their strength. There are very few cultivators like Li Chen who can use top-tier magic weapons at the mid-stage of Qi refining. The golden bricks looked somewhat vulgar, but Li Chen didn't mind. He channeled his magic power into the gold brick, gradually refining the restrictions it contained. As expected of a top-tier magical artifact, the refining process was exceptionally difficult. It took Li Chen 3 whole days, during which his magical power was repeatedly depleted, and he had to rely on rejuvenation pills to recover his power before he could barely refine the gold brick. After refining it, Li Chen left his own spiritual imprint inside the gold brick. Only when a spiritual imprint is left on a ritual object can it be considered to have a master. Li Chen studied it for a long time. This gold brick has no extra functions other than enlarging and shrinking. By inputting magic power, one can control the gold brick to grow larger, making it more than 10 times larger, the size of a door panel, and weighing over 10,000 kilograms. However, using this gold brick would drain all of Li Chen's magical power in one go. With his Qi refining level 4 cultivation, wielding a top-tier magic weapon was somewhat of a stretch. Inside the cave, Li Chen dared not attempt anything recklessly, fearing that a single brick might destroy the cave. Mo Yunyu looked at Li Chen with a smile in her eyes. She seemed uninterested in magical artifacts, or perhaps she didn't care about cultivation at all. After studying it for a while, Li Chen shrunk the gold brick and put it into his storage bag. This gold brick can only be used as a trump card, because wielding it consumes too much magic power. For Li Chen at present, the gold brick can only be used once. If the gold brick grows bigger and smashes out and fails to kill the enemy, then he himself will die. As for the power of this gold brick, we'll have to find a secluded spot to test it out sometime. Li Chen considered it for a long time and felt that the gold brick magic weapon alone was not enough. He also needed to go to the 1000 Refinement Pavilion to buy a magic weapon flying sword. Flying on a sword, soaring through the heavens. This had always been Li Chen's dream. The gold brick given by Fairy Linglong was not a flying artifact, and using the gold brick would be too taxing for Li Chen. Li Chen felt that he needed to buy a low-level flying sword. Having a flying sword, I still need to buy a sword technique. On the market, a low-grade magical flying sword costs around 200 spirit stones. Purchasing sword techniques also requires spirit stones. Li Chen looked at Mo Yunyu's swollen belly. The baby's birth was not far off. He still needed to find a way to buy a Yinlingzi mushroom and the blood of a first-tier demon beast, the white-spotted deer, to refine a batch of deer blood pregnancy-nourishing pills for Mo Yunyu. Spirit stones. Li Shen Siga Souffle. Cultivating immortality requires a lot of resources, and resources need to be purchased with spirit stones. Of the four elements, wealth, companionship, location, and method, wealth is the most important. In order to break through to the fourth level of Qi, refining, and to comprehend the deceiving heaven technique, he had not opened the furnace to refine pills for nearly 2 months, and now the spirit stones in his storage bag were almost gone. We need to earn more spirit stones. Li Chen resumed his daily routine, going to the Divine Pill Pavilion every day to refine pills and returning to his cave at night to meditate and cultivate. After breaking through to the fourth level of Qi refining, Li Chen clearly felt that his cultivation speed had slowed down. Even with continuous consumption of spirit-gathering pills, his cultivation speed remained extremely slow. However, Li Chen was not in a hurry. 3 years to build a foundation, 10 years to form a core, and 100 years to reach the nascent soul stage. That's the mark of an unparalleled genius with a heavenly grade spiritual root. My 9th grade spiritual root and 4th level Qi refining stage were all built up with a massive amount of pills, so it's normal for my cultivation to be a bit slow. In the world of cultivation, anyone who can establish their foundation before the age of 60 and form their core before the age of 150 is considered a minor genius. Most of the true disciples of the Purple Void Immortal Sect establish their foundation around the age of 30. In this world, 99% of mortals lack spiritual roots and are unable to embark on the path to immortality. 9 out of 10 cultivators who embark on the path to immortality will remain stuck in the Qi refining stage and will be unable to establish their foundation. 9 out of 10 cultivators who have already established their foundation are unable to form their core. On the path to immortality, countless beings vie for that sliver of opportunity, yet every obstacle on the path will hinder the vast majority of cultivators. As Fairy Linglong said, how many people in the southern wilderness cultivation world have become immortals over the millennia? Not to mention that the Yin Kingdom was just one of the most remote of the 56 kingdoms in the southern wilderness. In the entire cultivation world of Yin Kingdom, there wasn't even a nascent soul, true monarch. The one with the highest cultivation was the core formation ancestor of the Purple Void Immortal Sect, who had lived for over 400 years. This shows that the path to immortality is more difficult than ascending to heaven. The saying, for mortals to become immortals, every step is a chasm, is widely circulated in the cultivation world, further illustrating the difficulty of the path to immortality. Li Chen was not in a hurry. He had only been in the cultivation world for less than 2 years, and he had already advanced to the mid-stage of Qi refining. This cultivation speed could not be compared with that of a cultivator with a high-grade spiritual root, but it was by no means inferior to that of a cultivator with a mid-grade spiritual root. Bringing up your data panel is still just as simple as it used to be. Host, Li Chen. Lifespan, 2196. Cultivation level, Qi refining level 4. Cultivation technique, Crimson flamme technique, Spirit transformation onde, Withered wood technique, De Saving even technique. Skill, 2nd tier alchemy. Magical item, golden brick. Daoist Patna, Montak Yunyu. Offspring none. Main quest, establish a cultivation family, incomplete. Side quest, give birth to your first offspring with spiritual roots, incomplete. The system panel now includes 2 new sections, skills and magic items. Otherwise, there are no major changes. Li Chen didn't pay much attention to the system panel. He simply followed the steps steadily, refining pills in the Divine Pill Pavilion during the day, and cultivating by consuming spirit gathering pills at night. Currently, he only wants to save up enough spirit stones as soon as possible to buy a magic weapon flying sword, a Lingji mushroom, and a jar of white-spotted deer demon blood to refine a batch of deer blood nourishing pills for Mo Yunyu. A month will pass quickly. The day for settling spirit stones has arrived again, but Fairy Ling Long still hasn't shown up. Li Chun received 600 spirit stones from Manager Fu. As his cultivation level improved, he was able to refine more and more pills, and the quality of those pills increased accordingly, as did the amount of spirit stones he earned. Currently, Li Chun mainly refines 3 types of spiritual pills at the Divine Pill Pavilion: Qi Nourishing Pill, Spirit Recovery Pill, and Spirit Gathering Pill. Occasionally, he will also open the furnace to refine Qi Harmony Pill. There were more than 600 spirit stones in the storage bag. After deducting the rent, there were still more than 500 left. After leaving the Divine Pill Pavilion, Li Chun thought for a moment, put on a bamboo hat and a wide black robe, and then went straight to the 1000 Refinement Pavilion to purchase magical artifacts and flying swords. To outsiders, Li Chun was a Qi Refining Level 3 cultivator. If he didn't conceal his identity when buying the flying sword, it would easily arouse suspicion. As soon as you approach the 1000 Refinement Pavilion, a scorching heat hits you. The man who greeted Li Chun was a Qi Refining Stage 1 employee. The employee didn't pay attention to Li Chun's attire, but instead introduced the magical artifact that the 1000 Refinement Pavilion had already refined with a smile. Inside the 1000 Refinement Pavilion, there are all sorts of magical artifacts, with most of the low and mid-level artifacts displayed on the first floor. The second layer consists of advanced magical artifacts and top-tier magical artifacts. As for spiritual artifacts, 1000 Refinement Pavilion does not sell them, and 1000 Refinement Pavilion does not have any second-tier artifact refining masters. At Qinlian Pavilion, in addition to purchasing pre-refined magical artifacts with spirit stones, you can also have artifact refiners custom-make magical artifacts. Li Chen's Crimson Flame technique is a common technique that doesn't include methods for refining magical artifacts, so he doesn't need to order custom artifacts. He can simply buy finished product from the 1000 Refinement Pavilion. Li Chen didn't even need to go up to the second floor, because the price of high-level magical artifacts was beyond his means. Finally, Li Chen's gaze settled on a crimson flying sword and a jet black rope. Chapter 37. Wang Quan and his nephew. The guest has a good eye. This crimson edge sword is forged from the essence of red iron and is named for its sharpness. Many disciples of the Purple Void Immortal Sect are equipped with this crimson edge sword. Seeing that Li Chen's gaze was fixed on the crimson edge sword, the shopkeeper tried his best to promote it. Li Chun waved his hand to interrupt the waiter. The crimson edge sword is a low-grade first-tier magic weapon, and is also the standard magic sword of the Purple Void Immortal Sect. Many of the miscellaneous disciples of the Purple Void Immortal Sect are equipped with the crimson edge sword, which is very famous in the cultivation world of Yin Kingdom. Li Chun does not need this guy to introduce it further. Li Chun was more interested in the dark rope. Pointing to the dark rope, Li Chun calmly asked the waiter, "What's the story behind that rope?" "Oh my sir, you have absolutely impeccable taste. This is a first-tier, intermediate-grade magic artifact, the Immortal Binding Rope. It is made by soaking the tendons of the dark cloud python in the blood of more than a dozen kinds of demons, and by refining it with many spiritual materials. It is exceptionally tough. Once bound by this Immortal Binding Rope, even a late-stage Qi refining cultivator would be unable to break free for a short period of time. I'm not afraid to tell my guests that this Immortal Binding Rope is the masterpiece of Master Ma of my 1000 Refinements Pavilion, and it's the only one of its kind in the entire Yinshan workshop. What kind of product is this that dares to call itself the Immortal Binding Rope?" Li Chun secretly scoffed. It's just a mid-level first-tier magic weapon, yet it dares to name itself Binding Immortal Rope, and troublemaker Tu Xingxuan. Despite his complaints, Li Chun was actually quite interested in the rope. "Could you please bring me this bundle of immortal ropes, so I could take a look?" The waiter hesitated for a moment, but finally nodded in agreement. Li Chun observed the Immortal Binding Rope for a moment, then asked the shopkeeper, "How many spirit stones does this Immortal Binding Rope cost?" "Guest, the Immortal Binding Rope is a mid-level magic artifact, and it is also one of Master Ma's masterpieces. It is priced at 698 spirit stones." 700 spirit stones. Li Chun thought to himself that this was outrageous. This bundle of immortal ropes would be a good choice for ambushing people. Originally, Li Chun planned to buy the Immortal Binding Rope, so that when he encountered enemies, he could first use the Immortal Binding Rope to bind them, and then take out the golden brick to give them a good blow. Upon hearing the outrageous price of the Immortal Binding Rope, Li Chun immediately gave up on the idea. In the end, Li Chun walked out of the 1,000 Refinement Pavilion with a Crimson Edge sword. The price of the Crimson Peak sword is much more acceptable, costing only 208 spirit stones. At the entrance of the 1,000 Refinements Pavilion, the shop assistant watched Li Chun leave. Once Li Chun was out of sight, his smile faded, and he spat at Li Chun's retreating figure. "You poor wretch. What are you doing looking at the immortal binding rope if you don't have spirit stones? You're wasting my breath." After leaving the 1,000 Refinement Pavilion, Li Chun headed straight for the 100 Treasures Pavilion to buy a sword technique. The spells attached to the Crimson Flame technique are too weak. He needs a sword technique to complement his flying sword. This time, Li Chun did not meet with manager Hiebai Bealu. After spending 36 spirit stones to purchase the Splitting Light and Shadow sword technique, Li Chun walked out of the Treasure Pavilion. In the cultivation world, low-level cultivation techniques are often cheaper than pills, magic tools, array plates, and spirit talismans because a cultivation technique can be continuously replicated, requiring virtually no cost. As for advanced techniques, they cannot be bought even with spirit stones. This shadow-splitting sword technique is also a common technique, only applicable to the Qi refining stage. After some calculation, Li Chun realized he still had quite a few spirit stones left, so he headed to the Treasure Pill Pavilion. In Yinshanfeng, besides Shindange, there is also Bodenlu, which also sells pills and can be considered a competitor of Shindange. Baodenlu is a property of the Wang family of Ningbi Cliff. Li Chun wanted to buy a Yinlingji, but the problem was that there was no Yinlingji in the Shindan Pavilion's herb garden. Yinlingzi is a specialty of Yinfeng Cliff, but the Zhao family of Yinfeng Cliff only sells Yinlingzi to Baodan Tower. Therefore, Li Chun had no choice but to come to Bodenlu to buy Yinlingzi. Upon entering Bodenlu, Li Chun was immediately greeted by a waiter. "What kind of pills would you like to buy, sir?" the waiter replied. "Whether it's Bigo pills, hemostatic pills, Qi-nourishing pills, spirit-returning pills, spirit-gathering pills, Qi-harmonizing pills, or yellow sprout pills, Bodenlu sells them all. The quality is absolutely no less than that of Shindange." Li Chun shook his head and said in a hoarse voice, "I don't buy pills. I came to your esteemed establishment to purchase a Yinlingzi mushroom." The waiter was taken aback, looked Li Chun up and down for a moment, and said, "Sir, I can't make the decision myself. I have to report to the manager first." Li Chun nodded and signaled the waiter to inform the manager of Baodenlu. Yinlingzi is not considered precious, but Baodenlu uses it as the main ingredient in refining Guyongdan. The so-called Guyongdan is similar to Master Chen's unique Zhongmiao Dan, with the same effect, and is sold to elderly and frail male cultivators. The problem is that Ganoderma lucidum only grows in extremely lean places. In the entire Blackwater Prefecture, only the Zhao family of Yinfeng Cliff possesses a Yin spirit vein for cultivating Yin spirit mushrooms. Furthermore, the Zhao family has a close cooperative relationship with the Ningbi and Wang families and is unwilling to sell the Yin spirit mushrooms to the Divine Pill Pavilion. Soon, a middle-aged man with a thick mustache, a dignified appearance, and wearing a monk's robe came out. Beside the middle-aged man was a young man, who was handsome and had a feminine demeanor. Li Chun's heart sank as he realized that the middle-aged man was brazenly spying on him with his spiritual sense, and the young man was also spying on him with his spiritual sense. I wonder who it is. So it's Master Li from the Divine Pill Pavilion. The middle-aged man laughed. Li Chun's ordinary black robe could not hide his gaze. Helpless, Li Chun had no choice but to take off his straw hat, bow to the middle-aged man in front of him, and greet Master Wang. Li's alchemy skills are not up to par, and he is unworthy of the title of alchemist. "Master Wang, please do not make fun of this young man." This man was the head of Baodan Tower, the grandson of the old patriarch of the Wang family of Ningbi Cliff, and a rare big shot in Yinshan Market. As for the young man behind Chief Wang, he should be a member of the younger generation of the Wang family of Ningbi Cliff, whom Li Chun did not recognize. Wang Quan's gaze swept across Li Chun's face, his smile undiminished as he spoke. Young friend Li has only been on the path of immortality for less than 2 years, yet he has already reached the 3rd level of Qi refining. Moreover, he can independently refine Biga pills and Qi-nourishing pills. With such talent, it is only a matter of time before he is promoted to alchemist. Li Chun did not respond, but changed the subject, saying, "Master Wang, I wish to purchase a Yinlingzi mushroom, and I hope you will grant my request." Wang Quan shook his head and said with a smile, "There's no need to buy it. If you want Yinlingzi, I can make the decision and give you one directly." At this point, Wang Quan paused, then changed the subject and continued, "I can not only give you a Yinlingzi, but also other spiritual herbs. I can even specially invite Master E to guide you in alchemy. You should know that Master E of my Baodan Tower is a 2nd-level alchemy master. Many alchemists want to seek Master Yi's guidance, but cannot find the way. However, all of this is on the premise that you leave the divine pill pavilion and come to my precious pill pavilion to become a pill master. Wang Quan looked at Li Chen with a calm expression, but his gaze carried a powerful sense of pressure, and his body emanated a spiritual aura. Facing the oppressive gaze of the king, Li Chen felt a chill in his heart. He bowed respectfully, saying, "The fairy Linglong has done me a great favor, and I am unwilling to betray the divine pill pavilion. Thank you for your kind offer, Master Wang." After saying that, Li Chen turned and left. Baodenlu has always regarded Shindange as a competitor. This manager Wang wants Li Chen to turn away from Shindange, which Li Chen certainly cannot agree to. Even if he were to leave the divine pill pavilion one day, Li Chen would not join any other forces or help them turn against Fairy Linglong. Li Chen will always remember the great kindness shown to him by the Fairy Linglong. Did they really think they could bribe Li with just a Yinlingzi mushroom and make him betray Fairy Linglong? The Wang family underestimates Li Chen, let alone a Yinlingzi. Even if the Wang family brought out magic treasures or spiritual treasures, Li Chen would never turn against Fairy Linglong. There must be a bottom line in being a person. Inside the Baodin Tower, Wang Quan was not angry. His eyes were calm, and his tone was indifferent as he spoke. He's just a Qi refining level 3 alchemy apprentice. You're elevating him by calling him Alchemist Li. Do you really think you're someone important? Feng Ming, send someone to keep an eye on him. Once he leaves Yinshan Fang, make your move immediately. So what if someone is a genius in alchemy? If they can't be used by my Wang family, then they'll be destroyed. Beside Wang Quan, a young man named Wang Fengming hesitated. Second uncle, I heard that the boy is highly regarded by Fairy Linglong. If we kill him, wouldn't that be a slap in Fairy Linglong's face? If Fairy Linglong goes mad, I'm afraid my Wang family won't be able to withstand her wrath. Wang Quan turned to look at the young man and said coldly, "What are you afraid of? Fairy Linglong is a foundation establishment cultivator, but is my ancestor made of clay. Do you really think Fairy Linglong would turn against my Wang family for such a nobody? Furthermore, the old man from the Purple Void sect is nearing the end of his life, and before that time comes, he will definitely eliminate Fairy Linglong. 20 years ago, the person who severely damaged the old man of the Zishu sect was none other than Fairy Linglong's brother. No one would believe that the old man didn't seek revenge. Moreover, in order to maintain the authority of the Immortal sect, the Zishu sect could not tolerate Fairy Linglong. Feng Ming, among the younger generation of my Wang family, the patriarch values you the most. You must not be weak, otherwise how will you support the Wang family in the future?" Wang Fengming nodded and replied in a deep voice, "Second uncle, Fengming understands your teachings." Chapter 38, The First Offspring. Royal Power. The Wang family of Ningbi Cliff. As Li Chen walked out of Baodan Tower, his heart sank to the bottom. These cultivation families are all incredibly domineering, especially the Yang family of Fish and Dragon and the Wang family of Ningbi Cliff. Li Chen originally thought that his cultivation level was too low to alarm these cultivation families, but he did not expect that these cultivation families had already noticed him. Li Chen felt a sense of urgency and a strong sense of crisis. He must not leave Yinshan Fang even for a moment before he has the ability to protect himself. Li Chen was unaware of how many people were secretly watching him. Within Yinshan Fang, given the reputation of Fairy Linglong, no one should dare to openly attack her. However, once she leaves Yinshan Fang, things might change. Strength. Li Chen was eager to improve his cultivation and strength. Having mastered the basics of the Deceiving Heaven technique, Li Chen could now recklessly enhance his cultivation. He rarely encounters Foundation Establishment cultivators now, let alone Golden Core cultivators, because his level is not high enough. As for cultivators at the Qi refining realm, they cannot see through the disguise of the Deceitful Heaven technique. Unable to purchase Yinlingzi, Li Chen had no choice but to abandon his attempt to refine the Deer Blood Nourishing Pregnancy Pill. After returning to his cave, he first checked on Mo Yunyu, and then focused on his cultivation, not daring to slack off for a moment. Time passed by day. 3 months passed in the blink of an eye, and Mo Yunyu's belly grew bigger and bigger, while the fetus's life force grew stronger and stronger. Judging by the timeline, the baby is due soon. For the past 3 months, Li Chen's life has remained as peaceful as ever, going back and forth between home and work every day. During the day, he would refine pills in the Divine Pill Pavilion, and at night he would cultivate in his cave. Unfortunately, Li Chen's cultivation level remained at the 4th level of Qi refining, showing no signs of breaking through to the 5th level. Every now and then, fellow Daoist Fu from next door would bring back spirit fish or monster meat from the treasure pavilion and give it to Li Chen. In addition, Li Chen fed him large amounts of qi-nourishing pills, so during the process of nurturing the fetus, Mo Yunyu's cultivation level was forcibly pushed to the third level of qi refining. A mother with higher spiritual cultivation is naturally beneficial to her unborn child. With his child about to be born, Li Chen was both nervous and expectant, and even his interest in cultivation had diminished considerably. On this day, Li Chen returned to his cave, dwelling from the Divine Pill Pavilion, as usual. As soon as they entered the cave, they saw Mo Yunyu lying on the bed, blood flowing from her crotch. Her face was pale as she smiled at Li Chen and said, "Husband, the child is about to be born. Do you want a son or a daughter? Xiaoyu, don't say anything yet. I'll love you whether it's a son or a daughter. Wait for me. I'll go get a midwife to help you give birth right away." When Li Chen left home in the morning, Mo Yunyu showed no signs of labor, but the baby was due to be born in the afternoon, catching Li Chen completely off guard. In a panic, Li Chen tore off a travel talisman and went to fetch a midwife to help with the delivery. "Is your wife about to give birth?" Fu Kong came down from work at the Jinxiu restaurant, carrying a spirit fish, and came to visit. Seeing Li Chen's flustered expression, he immediately realized that Mo Yunyu was about to give birth. "You stay in the cave and keep watch. I'll go and fetch a midwife for you." Fu Kong acted swiftly and efficiently, bringing over a woman in less than 15 minutes. This was Aunt Zhang, who had extensive experience delivering babies. Li Chen looked at the woman, stuffed 2 spirit stones into her hand, and said, "Aunt Zhang, please make sure they mother and child are safe." Aunt Zhang accepted the spirit stones with a smile. "Master Li, don't worry. Madam Li is also a cultivator, not an ordinary woman. She won't have any problems with childbirth. You wait outside the cave. The child will be born soon." Watching Zhang Sa enter the cave, Li Chen still felt nervous and his mouth was dry. Difficult childbirth, saving the mother or the baby. Various scenarios flashed through Li Chen's mind, leaving him in a state of utter confusion. In both his past and present lives, Li Chen had never felt so distraught. Fu Kong stayed by Li Chen's side, patted Li Chen's shoulder, and said, "Don't be nervous. Your wife is only at the third level of qi refining. She's not that fragile." Li Chen swallowed hard, managing to calm himself down. Mo Yunyu should be fine, and the baby should be born smoothly. I don't know if it's a boy or a girl, or if it will have spiritual roots. It is possible for mortals without spiritual roots to have children with spiritual roots, although the probability is low. If both parents have spiritual roots, their child will most likely also have spiritual roots. Both I and Mo Yunyu have 9th grade spiritual roots, so our child should also have a 9th grade spiritual root, right? Li Chen couldn't help but start having wild thoughts. As time ticked by in agony, Li Chen's emotions were complex and underwent many changes. Wow! After an unknown amount of time of torment, Li Chen finally felt relieved with a loud cry. Side quest complete. Rewards have been issued. Please check your account. Hearing the system notification, Li Chen breathed a sigh of relief. The child was born safely and possessed spiritual roots. The cave door opened, and the woman came out, smiling at Li Chen, saying, "Mother and child are safe." "Master Li, congratulations. It's a young master." "Thank you, Aunt Zhang." Li Chen bowed to the woman to express his gratitude, and then presented her with 2 more spirit stones. Aunt Zhang received the spirit stone from Li Chen, her weathered face beaming with joy. She had never encountered such a generous client before, even when she was a midwife. Li Chen ignored Zhang Sa and even rushed into the cave, without checking the rewards issued by the system. After thinking for a moment, Fu Kong followed Li Chen into the cave. The cave was inlaid with luminous pearls, whose soft light illuminated the dark clouds and rain. Mo Yunyu was weak, half lying and half sitting against the headboard, her face pale and bloodless, her smile loving and full of maternal glow, holding a crumpled baby in her arms. Li Chen moved closer to Mo Yunyu, looked at the baby wrapped in swaddling clothes, and couldn't help but smile happily. "My husband is a son." Mo Yunyu handed the swaddled baby to Li Chen, a faint smile on her thin face. Li Chen carefully took the swaddling clothes, and a feeling of blood connection welled up within him. This was his son, with his blood flowing through his veins. In the swaddling clothes, the baby was wrinkled, neither crying nor fussing, with a pair of clear eyes that were completely free of any impurities staring straight at Li Chen. Li Chen unconsciously revealed the kind smile unique to an old father, tapped his finger, and flicked the little boy. "Son, I am your father. Call him Dad quickly." In his arms, the wrinkled baby stared straight at Li Chen, stretched out its chubby, tender hands, and grinned with an innocent smile. Mo Yunyu sat half reclined, looking at Li Chen with a reproachful expression. "Husband, Our son has just been born. How can he speak? Li Chen then realized what was happening. He wasn't some kind of superhuman. His child was just born, no different from an ordinary baby. He couldn't speak, jump, let alone fly or disappear. Even he, as a father, couldn't fly or disappear into the earth. Fu Kong stood aside, looking at the family of 3 in front of him, and at the newborn baby in Li Chen's arms. He forced a gentle smile onto his hard face and said in a slightly hoarse voice, "Fellow Daoist Li, fellow Daoist Mo, congratulations." Li Chen was in a great mood and turned to Fu Kong. "Fellow Daoist Fu, if you also like children, you can always find a Daoist partner. With your cultivation level, finding a Daoist partner shouldn't be difficult, right?" Fu Kong shook his head, and as if thinking of something, his eyes dimmed, and his mood became depressed. Looking at the silent Fu Kong, Li Chen seemed to be deep in thought. This fellow Daoist, Fu, has quite a story to tell. Chapter 39, The Li family has a son who lives forever. Xiaoyu, take this blood-nourishing pill first. Li Chen held the child and took out a blood-nourishing pill from the jade bottle, feeding it to Mo Yunyu's lips. After taking the medicine, Mo Yunyu's complexion improved somewhat, and she was able to get out of bed and move around with difficulty. Despite her gentle and weak appearance and lack of interest in cultivation, Mo Yunyu is actually a Qi refining level 3 cultivator, with a physique far stronger than that of ordinary women. Even though she had just given birth and was severely weakened, her energy began to gradually recover after taking the pill. In the cultivation world, there is no concept of postpartum confinement for female cultivators after childbirth. Fu Kong returned to his cave and retrieved a pot of spirit wine, which he shared with Li Chen and his wife. After drinking a cup of crimson blood wine, Fu Kong looked at Li Chen and asked in a deep voice, "Fellow Daoist Li, have you thought of a name for this child?" Mo Yunyu looked at Li Chen with anticipation. When it comes to naming her, it's up to Li Chen, the father, since Mo Yunyu isn't a strong-willed person. After a moment of thought, Li Chen spoke with a serious expression. "We cultivators embark on the path of immortality, and all we seek and desire is to achieve immortality. Li aspired to become an immortal. So let's name this child Changsheng, meaning longevity. Immortality. Ascension to immortality. Li Changsheng. This name has a good meaning. Fellow Daoist Li, let's share a drink." Fu Kong did not laugh at Li Chen, but raised his wine glass. Mo Yunyu took the swaddled baby from Li Chen's arms, looked at her son with tender eyes, and said softly, "Son, from today onwards, your name will be Li Changsheng." Looking at her quiet son in her arms, Mo Yunyu seemed to think of something. Her face turned pale, and she looked at Li Chen timidly, asking in a weak voice, "Husband, what if Changsheng has no spiritual root and cannot embark on the path of immortality?" Li Chen knew what Mo Yunyu was worried about. Mo Yunyu has a 9th grade spiritual root and a younger brother, Mo Yunsheng, who has a 7th grade spiritual root. From birth, Mo Yunyu never received any love from her father, Mo Bai. All she was met with was his coldness. Mo Yunyu was afraid that her son would not be favored by Li Chen because he lacked spiritual roots. Li Chen understood Mo Yunyu's worries very well. He pulled her to his side, patted the back of her hand, and gently comforted her, "Don't worry. Regardless of whether Changsheng has spiritual roots or not, he is still my son, and I will not mistreat my son." Although no tests have been conducted yet, Li Chen is certain that his son has spiritual roots. The system side quest was to give birth to a child with spiritual roots. The quest has been completed, and the reward has been issued, so there shouldn't be any problems. Li Changsheng definitely possesses a spiritual root, although it is most likely a 9th grade spiritual root. After drinking a pot of spirit wine, Fu Kong rose to take his leave. Li Chen saw Fu Kong out of the cave, feeling that this fellow Daoist Fu was more reliable and a good friend. In Mo Yunyu's arms, her son was already asleep, sleeping soundly. That's how newborn babies are. They sleep most of the time. Li Chen looked at Mo Yunyu and said softly, "Xiaoyu, you're exhausted. Go and rest." Mo Yunyu nodded obediently, picked up her son, and lay down on the bed with a happy smile on her face. Mo Yunyu had no ambition, nor any lofty ideal of becoming an immortal. She didn't ask for much. She only hoped that her husband and children could be safe and sound, and that her family could be happy. Looking at Li Chen sitting cross-legged on the futon, Mo Yunyu's eyes revealed boundless tenderness, and she felt at peace. With his son born safely and possessing spiritual roots, Li Chen's worries vanished, and only now did he have time to check the system. Host, Li Chen. Lifespan, 2196. Spiritual root, rank 8. Cultivation level, Qi refining level 4. Cultivation techniques, Crimson Flame Technique, Spirit Transformation Hand, Withered Wood technique, Splitting Light and Shadow Sword technique, Deceiving Heaven technique. Magical items, Crimson Peak Sword, Golden Brick. Skill, Second Tier Alchemy. Daoist Patna, Montak Yunyu. Offspring, Li Xiangsheng. Main Quest, Establish a Cultivation Family, incomplete. Side Quest, Seize the Foundation, Occupy the Spirit Vein Land, incomplete. Li Chen stared wide-eyed at the system panel. A new section for Spiritual Roots has appeared on the panel. Am I not a 9th grade spiritual root? The spirit testing pillar of the Purple Void Immortal Sect showed that Li Chun had a 9th grade spiritual root. Fairy Linglong also said that Li Chun had a 9th grade spiritual root. So why does the system panel show an 8th grade spiritual root? Could it be that the spirit testing pillar of the Purple Void Immortal Sect is broken, and Fairy Linglong has also misread it? Li Chun shook his head, thinking it was impossible. The spirit testing pillar of the Purple Void Immortal Sect could not possibly be broken, and Fairy Linglong could not possibly be mistaken. Why did my 9th grade spiritual root become an 8th grade spiritual root? After studying it for a long time, Li Chun finally found the reason. With his mind open the offspring section, Li Chun was able to access Li Changsheng's data panel, but not Mo Yunyu's. Offspring, Li Xiangsheng. Lifespan, 0.75. Spiritual root, rank 8. Talent, none. Li Changsheng's data is extremely brief. Li Chun rubbed his chin and roughly understood why his 9th grade spiritual root had become an 8th grade spiritual root. So, the spiritual talent of one's offspring is superimposed on the father? Li Chun turned his gaze to Mo Yunyu and her son beside him, his eyes flickering uncertainly. Is the system encouraging itself to have more children? If Li Changsheng has a 7th grade spiritual root, does that mean I also have a 7th grade spiritual root? After thinking it over carefully, Li Chun became more excited. If I find a Daoist partner with a heavenly grade spiritual root and have a child with a heavenly grade spiritual root, will I also become a heavenly grade spiritual root? Li Chun had deeply experienced how useless a 9th grade spiritual root was. If the spiritual roots of his children could be superimposed on his own, and he could have several children with high spiritual root aptitude, wouldn't Li Chen's path to immortality become an easy road to heaven? I need to find more Daoist partners with high spiritual roots to have children in the future. Mo Yunyu and Li Chun both have 9th grade spiritual roots. Li Changsheng is lucky to have an 8th grade spiritual root. Perhaps their next child will also have a 9th grade spiritual root. Li Chun withdrew his gaze and secretly decided to marry several more Daoist partners. The higher their spiritual root aptitude, the better. Rather than having a bunch of children with 9th grade spiritual roots with Mo Yunyu, it's better to have a child with a heaven grade spiritual root. Eugenics and good parenting are the key. But it must be hard to find a Daoist partner with a heavenly grade spiritual root, right? In the vast cultivation world of the Yin Kingdom, there wasn't even a single nascent soul true monarch, which shows how rare heavenly grade spiritual root cultivators were. I wonder what kind of spiritual root the Fairy Linglong has. For no apparent reason, Li Chun thought of Fairy Linglong. Without a doubt, Fairy Linglong had a very high spiritual root aptitude. Otherwise, she wouldn't have such a high level of cultivation at such a young age. Thinking of the aloof and elegant face of the Fairy Linglong, Li Chun quickly came back to his senses and stopped thinking about it. The Fairy Linglong is not someone I can aspire to be near now. Li Chun suppressed his distracting thoughts and began to study the second side quest issued by the system. The first side quest is to give birth to a child with spiritual roots. After that, the side quest changes to seizing the foundation and occupying the spiritual vein land. Looking at the side quests issued by the system, Li Chun felt a chill run down his spine. In the cultivation world of Yin Kingdom, the spiritual veins, large and small, have long been divided and occupied by various forces. With his chi refining level 4 cultivation, how could he risk his life to occupy a spiritual vein? Li Chun also figured out some tricks to the side quests issued by the system. Each side quest is issued in relation to the main quest. However, Li Chun is currently unable to complete the system's second side quest. Let's take a look at the rewards the system gives out after completing the first side quest. Li Chun was full of anticipation for the system's rewards. After all, the newbie gift pack given by the system was a second-tier alchemy inheritance. After completing the task, the rewards should at least include the newbie gift pack. Chapter 40 Demonic Treasure, Bloodthirsty Blade. Li Chun, filled with anticipation, began to check the system rewards. When I first embarked on the path of immortality and activated the system gave me a newbie gift pack, which contained a second-tier alchemy inheritance. It was precisely because of the second-tier alchemy inheritance that Li Chen was able to use a massive amount of pills to push his cultivation to the current 4th level of qi refining. It should be noted that most apprentices in the Divine Pill Pavilion have studied for more than 10 years and can barely refine basic elixirs, such as Bigu Pill and Hemostatic Pill. Without the systematic installation of second-tier alchemy knowledge, Li Chen did not consider himself a true alchemy genius. The birth of Li Changsheng allowed Li Chen to complete the system's first side quest. Li Chen was full of anticipation for the reward. Since it's a reward for completing a task, there should be a newbie gift pack included. An additional item has been added to the system. Li Chen saw a scarlet throwing knife in his inventory. Throwing knife? Li Chen was full of questions and touched the scarlet flying knife with his mind. After a while, Li Chen came to his senses, his expression strange, not as happy as he had imagined. This scarlet throwing knife, named the Bloodthirsty Blade, is a magical artifact that can grow in size. In the world of cultivation, qi refining cultivators use magical artifacts, foundation establishment cultivators use spiritual artifacts, golden core cultivators use magical treasures, and nascent soul cultivators use spiritual treasures. This Bloodthirsty Blade is neither a magic weapon nor a spiritual weapon. It is neither a magic treasure nor a spiritual treasure, but a rare treasure with a potential for growth. Of course, if that were all, Li Chen wouldn't have shown such a strange expression. The key point is that the Bloodthirsty Blade is a demonic treasure. This demonic treasure requires its owner to nurture it within their dantian and feed it with their own blood daily. When facing an enemy, activating this bloodthirsty flying knife will cause it to draw out the master's life essence and then lock onto the enemy, leaving the enemy unable to dodge and only able to take the hit head-on. It can be said that the knife will hit its mark every time it strikes. With Li Chen's current cultivation level, even foundation establishment cultivators and golden core cultivators would be unable to dodge the bloodthirsty flying knife. However, the bloodthirsty flying knife would most likely not be able to break through the defenses of foundation establishment cultivators and golden core cultivators. As a growth-type rare treasure, the power this flying knife can unleash depends on the cultivation level of its master, Li Chen, and also on how much of Li Chen's essence and blood it draws out. The higher Li Chen's cultivation level, the more essence blood the bloodthirsty flying knife extracts, and the greater its power becomes. Simply put, this is a demonic artifact that can inflict 1,000 damage on the enemy, while also inflicting 800 on the user. Encountering an extremely powerful cultivator could result in significant self-inflicted damage without harming the enemy. Li Chen didn't know what to say. In the secular world, he relied on his golden bell cover and unerring throwing knife skills to dominate the martial arts world and reach the pinnacle of secular martial arts. After arriving in the world of cultivation, the system rewarded me with a demonic treasure, the bloodthirsty flying knife, which was also a flying knife that could harm both myself and others. Extract the bloodthirsty throwing knife from the system. The scarlet throwing knife lay in Li Chen's palm, only 3 inches long and shaped like a willow leaf. Before Li Chen could observe it further, the scarlet throwing knife merged into his flesh and blood and burrowed into his dantian. Does this throwing knife have a spirit? Li Chen used his spiritual sense to examine his dantian and observe the scarlet flying knife, concluding that the knife possessed spirituality. They've gained another trump card, and this one can't be used lightly. The golden light brick that Fairy Linglong gave to Li Chen is a top-level magic artifact. At present, Li Chen's cultivation level is too low. Activating the golden light brick once will basically drain all his magic power. He cannot use it lightly. The bloodthirsty throwing knife gifted by the system is even more outrageous. It doesn't require magic power to activate, but it does require blood essence to activate. Essence blood is not ordinary blood. Even if Li Chen is a cultivator, he can't squeeze out many drops of essence blood from his body. Well, having such a rare treasure is better than having none at all. When it comes to a life or death situation, it might just reveal a power that would surprise Li Chen. Li Chen really wanted to test the power of his bloodthirsty throwing knife, but he didn't have a suitable target to test it on because the knife would inevitably be stained with blood when it was used, and there was no way to avoid it. Li Chen had already tested the power of the golden brick. When a brick was smashed down, the earth shook and a deep crater was created in the ground. Ordinary late-stage, qi, refining cultivators could not easily withstand it. The power of the bloodthirsty flying knife should be no less than that of the golden brick. After all, it is a magical treasure of the growth type, while the golden brick is just a magic artifact. With a golden brick in his storage bag and a bloodthirsty flying knife in his dantian, Li Chen finally had a bit of confidence to face the cultivation world. If one were to recklessly unleash the bloodthirsty flying knife, even a cultivator at the peak of chi refining would perish instantly, right? As for Foundation establishment cultivators, Li Chun did not believe that the current bloodthirsty flying knife could break through their defenses. However, it's also very difficult for him to encounter Foundation establishment cultivators. Call. Exhaling a breath of stale air, Li Chun felt a little more relaxed, because the bloodthirsty flying knife in his dantian gave him confidence and a great sense of security. Next, all I need to do is refine pills and cultivate my skill step by step, while also raising my son. Alternatively, one could consider finding several female cultivators with high spiritual root aptitude, marrying them, and having more children with high spiritual root aptitude to improve one's own spiritual root aptitude. Once my cultivation breaks through to the Foundation establishment stage, and that core formation ancestor of the Purple Void Immortal Sect doesn't come out, I can basically roam freely in the cultivation world of Yin Kingdom. At that time, seizing a spiritual vein and establishing my own cultivation family will be a piece of cake. Set yourself a small goal. Break through to the Foundation establishment realm within 20 years. Li Chun sat cross-legged on the futon, his heart filled with boundless fighting spirit, and began to cultivate by circulating spiritual energy through the Crimson Flame technique. Perfect timing. Let's test the differences between an 8th grade spiritual root and a 9th grade spiritual root. The night passed quickly in cultivation. Li Chun opened his eyes and cursed again. Useless 9th grade spiritual root. Li Chun experienced the cultivation speed of an 8th grade spiritual root. If a 9th grade spiritual root is like crawling, then an 8th grade spiritual root is like walking upright. Based on this calculation, a 7th grade spiritual root would be like jogging, and a 6th grade spiritual root would be like sprinting. With a heavenly grade spiritual root, wouldn't cultivation be as easy as taking an airplane? You must find a Daoist partner, and one with high spiritual root aptitude. Li Chun secretly made up his mind to start looking for a new Daoist partner from now on. As for whether Mo Yinyu would have any objections, Li Chun was not worried. This is the world of cultivation. Powerful cultivators can directly refine crystal palaces and fill them with tens of thousands of wives and concubines without anyone saying a word. Didn't you see that Master Chendan had 4 maids and concubines? Why can't Master Li have a few more Daoist partners? And Mo Yinyu got out of bed. She looked much better and moved around normally. Li Chun walked to the bedside, glanced at Li Chongsheng in his swaddling clothes, and a kind smile, typical of an old father, appeared on his face. Son, your father's going to work to earn spirit stones. Be good at home, listen to your mother, and don't cry. If your dad comes back and sees you've misbehaved, he'll definitely beat you. Upon hearing Li Chen's voice, Li Chongsheng, still in his swaddling clothes, opened his clear and bright eyes, grinned without teeth, and looked at Li Chun with a silly grin. Li Chen's heart skipped a beat. Oh no, this son doesn't cry or make a fuss. He just keeps grinning like an idiot. Could he be an idiot? With gentle eyes, Mo Yunyu straightened Li Chen's clothes and said reproachfully, Husband, how old is Chongsheng? Don't scare him. Li Chun put his arm around Mo Yunyu's slender waist and gently kissed her forehead. Xiao Yu, I'm going to the Divine Pill Pavilion. Take good care of Chongsheng at home. Oh, and don't let your own cultivation decline. Mo Yunyu nodded, held Li Chongsheng in her arms, and saw Li Chun out of the cave, watching him disappear into the distance. Watching Li Chen's figure gradually disappear, Mo Yunyu glanced down at her son, then looked up at the sky, a shallow dimple appearing on her thin face. She murmured to herself, Heavens, please bless my husband today. May everything go well for him, and may his path to immortality be smooth. Also, please bless him to grow up safely, healthily, and happily. Chapter 41 Huang, Qingya, Reunited. Li Chun was in a great mood today. The bloodthirsty flying knife gave him immense confidence and assurance, as if the invisible mountain weighing on his head had been lifted, making him feel much more relaxed. Li Chun did not go to the Divine Pill Pavilion, but instead planned to browse the area where cultivators set up stalls on West Street and buy 2 small toys for his son. The West Street area is home to all sorts of independent cultivators. Li Chun spent a grain of spirit sand to buy a rattle drum. Walking down the street, Li Chun encountered 2 unexpected people. It was Shu Chan and Han Mao. The 2 of them actually got together, which was something Li Chun hadn't expected. Brotherly. Upon seeing Li Chun, Han Mao stood up, his face contorted with grotesque claw marks that resembled a centipede twisting its body, and greeted Li Chun. Li Chun glanced down at Han Mao's stall, which displayed scattered materials related to demonic beasts. Monster meat, monster bones, monster hide, monster milk, and monster blood. These were taken from a low-level monster, the sword hyena boar. Looking again at Shu Chan beside her, Shu Chan was dressed in simple clothes, and her stall was filled with stacks of neatly cut low-grade and mid-grade spirit paper. Shu Chan lowered her head, avoiding eye contact with Li Chen. Li Chen's eyes widened slightly in surprise. Had this woman reformed, and was she really planning to live a good life with Han Mao? His gaze swept over Han Mao, and Shu Chan, judging from the fluctuations of magical power emanating from Han Mao, he was slightly weaker than Li Chen, also at the 4th level of Qi refining. As for Shu Chan, she was at the peak of the 3rd level of Qi refining. After thinking for a moment, Li Chen asked Han Mao, "How much is this can of animal milk?" Han Mao's face contorted with claw marks as he chuckled and replied, "Brotherly, if you want it, take it. I don't need spirit stones." Li Chen gave Han Mao a meaningful look and calmly asked, "How many spirit stones?" Han Mao didn't insist and smiled at Li Chen, saying, 12 spirit stones. Li Chen took out 15 spirit stones from his storage bag and handed them to Han Mao, then took a jar of beast milk from his stall. Han Mao watched Li Chen leave and sighed softly. "Brotherly is getting better now, but unfortunately, my relationship with him can never go back to what it was before." Shu Chan raised her head, her eyes filled with resentment as she stared at Li Chen's back. When she turned to look at Han Mao, her expression was icy cold. Li Chen was only at the 3rd level of Qi refining. You are more powerful than him, so why are you being so subservient to him? That's all you've got. I truly regret becoming your Daoist partner. You good for nothing. Han Mao scratched his head, a fawning smile on his face. "Sister Chan, don't be angry. I won't do it again next time." Shu Chan looked at Han Mao with icy eyes. "You promised to buy me a bottle of nourishing pill to repair my damaged essence. When will you do that?" "Anmaus milafada." "Sister Chan, don't worry. Tomorrow I'll go hunting monsters in the Yinshan Mountains with Brother Wang and the others. We'll soon earn enough spirit stones to buy you nourishing pills." Li Chen walked along the street, quickly forgetting about Shu Chan and Han Mao. At the end of West Street, Li Chen stopped in front of a stall. "It's you." The stall owner wore a loose black robe and a mischievous monkey face mask. His voice was clear and melodious, like jade beads tapping on a plate, with a lingering and pleasant sound. Li Chen grinned and asked with a smile, "Fairy Huang, how's business today?" Huang Qingya did not remove her mask and replied in a flat tone. The deal didn't go through. Li Chen glanced at the talismans on her stall. They had both low-level and mid-level ones. After thinking for a moment, Li Chen tentatively asked, "Fairy Huang, do you have any high-level spirit talismans?" Li Chen's decision was not made on a whim. He planned to replenish some high-level spirit talismans, since spirit talismans were known for their convenience. Even cultivators in the early stages of Qi refining could use first-tier high-level spirit talismans, or even top-tier spirit talismans. Using talismans consumes virtually no magical power from a cultivator. If your cultivation level isn't high enough, use talismans to make up for it. This isn't just a saying. In the world of cultivation, cultivators such as talisman cultivators, array cultivators, and goo cultivators are often able to kill enemies even if they are within a small realm. There are countless examples of this. Huang Qingya wore a mask, so her face and expression were not visible. But Li Chen could see her beautiful, lively eyes. Huang Qingya blinked, carefully examining Li Chen, her tone somewhat mischievous. "You really are a coward. You're only at the 3rd level of Qi refining, and you're already thinking about buying high-level spirit talismans to save your life. Wouldn't it be better to save these spirit stones to buy elixirs for cultivation?" Li Chen's smile remained unchanged, and Huang Xinzi asked if there were any high-level spirit talismans. Previously, when facing Huang Qingya, Li Chen was timid and cautious, and was so frightened by Huang Qingya's words that he broke out in a cold sweat. Now, facing Huang Qingya, a genius talisman cultivator, Li Chen no longer felt nervous at all. All of this was because he had acquired a bloodthirsty flying knife in his dantian. At the stall, Huang Qingya tilted her head and said, "A dozen high-grade spirit talismans, priced at 200 spirit stones at the Talent Pavilion. Do you have any spirit stones?" Li Chen smiled. He admitted that he did not have enough spirit stones, but he could exchange them for pills. "What kind of elixirs do you have?" Huang Qingya became interested and her tone became more lively. Li Chen chuckled and said, "I have all the spirit-gathering pills, Qi harmony pills, and yuan enhancement pills on me." Huang Qingya looked at Li Chen with a flicker in her eyes. "Huang Yan, do you have one?" Li Chen did not give a direct answer, but said that as long as Fairy Huang had high-level talismans, he would have yellow sprout pills. Huang Qingya stood up. She was the same height as Li Chen. She glanced around to make sure no one was there before asking, "You're only a Qi refining level 3 cultivator. I heard you can only refine 3 types of spiritual pills: Bigu pill, Qi nourishing pill, and spirit recovery pill. How do you have intermediate and advanced elixirs on you? Li Chen's smile remained unchanged as he calmly replied, "It seems that Fairy Huang has forgotten that my teacher is Master Chen Dan." Huang Qingya sized up Li Chen for a moment, her voice clear and melodious. "You startled me. I thought you, a mere Qi refining level 3 cultivator, could refine yellow sprout pills. Turns out you're just processing pills for alchemist Chen. That makes sense. Give me a bottle of Huangya Dan, and I'll exchange it for 24 high-grade spirit talismans. You can choose any high-grade spirit talisman you want." Li Chen gave Huang Qingya, who was shrouded in a black robe, a meaningful look. "I need high-level wind and thunder talismans and high-level ice talismans. Do you have any, Fairy Huang?" Huang Qingya readily took out 24 spirit talismans from her storage bag, her bright eyes darting around in their sockets. Where was Huang Yaden? Li Chen took out a jade bottle and handed it to Huang Qingya. Huang Qingya opened the jade bottle, observed it for a moment, and then sniffed it at the mouth of the bottle. It really was Huang Yadan. "Here, take a look at the wind and thunder talisman and the frost talisman. If you have any more Huang Yadan next time, remember to come find me. I'll exchange them with a talisman or buy them from you with spirit stones. However, we're old acquaintances. I even gave you a dozen dust-repelling talismans last time. You should sell me pills at a lower price, not as expensive as those from Shendange and Baodanlu." As she spoke, Huang Qingya playfully stuck out her tongue at Li Chen. Li Chen took 24 high-grade spirit talismans from Huang Qingya, smiled and agreed, then turned and left. This Fairy Huang is hiding her true nature very well. Li Chen was only testing her, but he didn't expect that she could actually draw advanced spirit talismans. Rumors circulated in the market that this Fairy Huang was a genius talisman cultivator. At only 20 years old, she had already reached the 6th level of Qi refining and was able to draw intermediate-level spirit talismans. Now it seems that this Fairy Huang is clearly a late-stage Qi refining cultivator and is capable of drawing high-level talismans. Yellow Sprout Pill is a high-grade elixir used by cultivators in the late stage of Qi refining. Cultivators in the mid-stage of Qi refining generally wouldn't be so extravagant as to take Yellow Sprout Pill for cultivation. At less than 20 years old, she has already reached the late stage of Qi refining. It seems that this Fairy Huang's spiritual root aptitude is extraordinary. She's expected to establish her foundation before the age of 30. I wonder what kind of face is hidden under that mask. Li Chen stroked his chin, his eyes flickering uncertainly. Perhaps he could become Daoist partners with this Fairy Huang. Li Chen was eyeing this Fairy Huang, unaware that she was also watching his back with a strange look in her eyes, muttering softly, "Even if you were a disciple of Alchemist Chen shouldn't have given you such a high-level elixir as the Yellow Sprout Pill. Could it be that you, like me, have concealed your cultivation level and your talent for alchemy? But didn't everyone in Yinshanfang say that you only entered the immortal realm 2 years ago?" Huang Qingya stared at Li Chen's figure, her gaze becoming increasingly strange and her doubts growing. Chapter 42, The Uninvited Guest. After leaving the area where cultivators set up stalls on West Street, Li Chen went to the Divine Pill Pavilion and, as usual, started refining pills, obtaining 1 batch of Spirit Gathering pills and 1 batch of Qi Harmony pills. Although his spiritual root had been upgraded to the 8th grade, Li Chen's cultivation speed was still very slow, and he was unable to break through to the 5th level of Qi refining for a long time. An 8th grade spiritual root is also a low-grade spiritual root. Its cultivation speed is about twice as fast as that of a 9th grade spiritual root. However, if one only relies on meditation to cultivate, one will only reach the 6th level of Qi refining, and it will be difficult to break through to the 7th level of Qi refining. We still need to rely on elixirs. Currently, Li Chen has consumed too many spirit gathering pills, and his body has developed a resistance to them. Therefore, consuming more spirit gathering pills for cultivation will not be very effective. I need to refine more Qi Harmony pills in the future and consume them for cultivation. Both the Spirit Gathering Pill and the Qi Harmony Pill are mid-grade spiritual pills, but the Qi Harmony Pill is more effective and more expensive than the Spirit Gathering Pill. When Li Chen was about to finish work and return to his cave, he ran into Manager Fu. Manager Fu called out to Li Chen, "Young man Chen, I heard you had a baby?" Li Chen nodded to Manager Fu with a big smile. "Uncle Fu, even you know about this?" Shopkeeper Fu shook his head and earnestly advised, "Young Master Chen, you already possess a 9th grade spiritual root. The path to immortality is inherently difficult. Now, with a family to support, won't your path become even more challenging? If you still aspire to the path of immortality, focus on studying alchemy and improving your cultivation. Don't let your wife and children hinder your progress. Otherwise, 100 years from now, all that will be left are desolate graves." Li Chen's expression turned solemn, and he respectfully bowed to Manager Fu, saying, "Thank you for your concern, Uncle Fu. I am grateful for your guidance." Shopkeeper Fu nodded in satisfaction, smiled, and waved to Li Chen. "It's good that you understand. Don't think the old man talks too much. Now you can go." Li Chen then turned and left. Li Chen knew that Manager Fu was sincerely advising him, but he didn't heed his words. On the contrary, the more children he has, the higher their spiritual aptitude will be, and the smoother his path to immortality will be. Back at the cave, Mo Yunyu pushed a baby carriage woven from purple bamboo up to Li Chen, looking at him tenderly. "Husband, Changsheng is very good. He hasn't cried all day." Li Chen glanced at the baby stroller woven from purple bamboo. "Did you buy this?" Mo Yunyu shook her head. "It was a gift from fellow Daoist Fu next door. I was originally unwilling to accept it, but fellow Daoist Fu insisted on giving it to me, so I couldn't refuse." Li Chen nodded, feeling something was off. Fellow Daoist Fu is too concerned about Changsheng, even more so than he, the father, is. Anyone who didn't know better would think he was the father. However, on the other hand, this fellow Daoist Fu is indeed a person worth befriending. The friendship between Li Chen and Fu Kong gradually deepened. In truth, Fu Kong was his first friend in the cultivation world. "Changsheng, look at the gift your father bought you. Do you like it?" Li Chen took out a rattle drum from his storage bag and handed it to Li Changsheng. Li Changsheng stretched out his chubby hands and took the rattle drum from Li Chen's hands, looking bewildered. The rattle drum shook and made a thumping sound. Li Changsheng's eyes narrowed into slits, and he grinned with no teeth, looking silly. Li Chen became even more worried. Could his son really be stupid? After teasing Li Changsheng for a while and waiting for him to fall into a deep sleep, Li Chen took out a can of beast milk from his storage bag and handed it to Mo Yunyu. Raising children should start from a young age. We cannot let them lose at the starting line. Although Li Changsheng has an 8th grade spiritual root, Li Chen has already decided that he will make Li Changsheng a second-generation immortal in the future. Parents' hearts are always full of love and worry. After becoming a father, Li Chen gained a deeper understanding and appreciation of this statement. After having dinner with Mo Yunyu, Li Chen began his usual night of cultivation. Life is getting better now. There's spirit rice with every meal and monster meat every few days, but this grade D cave dwelling is a bit lacking. Li Chen wanted to move to a class C cave dwelling. A grade C cave dwelling is closer to the center of the spiritual vein and has a better environment than a grade D cave dwelling. With Li Chen's current income, he can barely afford it. However, Li Chen hesitated again. To outsiders, Li Chen was a Qi refining level 3 alchemy apprentice who could only refine Biga pills and Yangqi pills. Wasn't it too high profile to move to a grade C cave? In the end, Li Chen decided to be patient and make do in the grade D cave for 2 years. He would wait until he broke through to the 5th level of Qi refining, and Li Changsheng grew up a bit before showing off his skills in refining spirit gathering pills. Then, he would move to the grade C cave naturally. Li Chen sat cross-legged on the futon, and after adjusting his mindset, he took out a Qi harmonizing pill and swallowed it. The Qi unifying pill entered his stomach, transformed into spiritual energy, and strengthened Li Chen's magical power. After reaching the 4th level of Qi refining, the cultivation speed slows down considerably, even with the consumption of pills. It's not as fast as when one was at the 1st or 2nd level of Qi refining, where consuming pills could quickly increase one's magical power. The further you cultivate, the slower the speed will become, even if you consume elixirs to enhance your spiritual root. The path to immortality is arduous, and that's no exaggeration. The peaceful days passed by, and 2.5 years went by in the blink of an eye. In the past 2.5 years, Li Changsheng has gone from crawling to walking, his teeth have grown in, and he can now call Li Chen daddy. After 2.5 years of persistent cultivation and the accumulation of numerous pills, Li Chen finally broke through, barely raising his cultivation level to the 5th level of Qi refining. During this time, Li Chen had several encounters with Huang Qingya and saw her true face. The two had developed a superficial relationship, but it was far from the point where Huang Qingya could be married as a Daoist partner and have children. After all, in Huang Qingya's eyes, Li Chen was just a Qi refining level 3 apprentice who could barely refine spirit gathering pills. It is worth mentioning that Li Chen's friendship with Fu Daoyu next door is getting deeper and deeper. Every few days, Fu Kong would bring back monster meat from the treasure pavilion, along with a pot of spirit wine, to drink with Li Chen. Fu Kong genuinely loved his nephew Li Changsheng and had repeatedly found spiritual items to give to him, wanting to lay a solid foundation for his future. During his time with Fu Kong, Li Chen learned more about this fellow Daoist background. Fu Kong is 29 years old, with a chi refining level 6 cultivation. He works as a spirit butcher at the treasure pavilion to earn spirit stones. They also relied on slaughtering demonic beasts to collect blood and resentment, to cultivate demonic arts and refine demonic artifacts. He was originally a direct descendant of a chi refining family in Qingzhou, but his family was destroyed and their spiritual land was occupied. Currently, the spiritual land occupied by the Fukong family is occupied by the Yin family of Qingzhou. The ancestor of the Yin family is a cultivator at the 8th level of chi refining. Every time Fukong mentioned the Yin family of Qingzhou after drinking, his eyes would turn red and he would silently shed tears. Calculating the time, Li Changsheng is 2.5 years old, while Li Chun has been in the immortal realm for almost 5 years. Having been in the cultivation world for 5 years, my cultivation level of chi refining level 5 is not bad. On this day, Li Chen finished work at the Divine Pill Pavilion and planned to move to a Class C cave dwelling. As soon as he returned to his cave, Li Changsheng ran towards Li Chun with his short legs and called out from a distance, "Daddy, Daddy, did you buy Changsheng any toys today?" Li Chen chuckled and picked up his son. "Changsheng, Daddy was a bit busy today and forgot to buy you a toy. I'll buy it for you tomorrow, okay?" "Oh." Li Changsheng nodded, his young face showing disappointment, and his mood became low. Mo Yunyu walked out of the cave, looking at Li Changsheng sternly. "Changsheng, how many times has your mother told you this? Your father earns spirit stones with great difficulty and has to support the family. How can you be so insensible, always pestering your father to buy you toys?" Li Changsheng huddled in Li Chen's arms, shrinking his head back, somewhat afraid of Mo Yunyu. Li Chen never expected that Mo Yunyu would become like this after becoming a mother. She was infinitely gentle with Li Chun, but very strict with her son, which made Li Changsheng somewhat afraid of his mother. "Okay, Xiao Yu, Changsheng is still young. Why are you being so mean to him?" Mo Yunyu looked at Li Chun helplessly. "Husband, just keep spoiling him. Sooner or later, Changsheng will spoil you and fellow Daoist Furan." As she spoke, Mo Yunyu's expression suddenly stiffened. Li Chen also noticed someone coming from behind him. He turned around and saw a handsome young man wearing the standard robes of an inner disciple of the Purple Void Immortal Sect walking towards him. His eyebrows and eyes were somewhat similar to Mo Yunyu's. The young man walked to the front of the cave, glanced calmly at Li Chun, and then looked at Li Changsheng in Li Chen's arms, his gaze softening. Finally, the young man turned his gaze to Mo Yunyu and said in a hoarse voice, "Big sister, I've come back to see you." Chapter 43, The Arrogant Brother-in-Law. Mo Yunsheng was handsome and tall, wearing the standard robes of an inner disciple of the Zishu Immortal Sect, with a storage bag hanging at his waist. He exuded a faint air of arrogance. He glanced at Li Chun, his expression calm, even indifferent. His gaze softened slightly when he saw Li Changsheng in Li Chen's arms. Finally, Mo Yunsheng turned his gaze to Mo Yunyu, his voice slightly hoarse as he spoke. "Big sister, I come back to see you." Mo Yunyu remained silent for a moment, then stepped aside and said, "Let's go into the cave and sit down." Mo Yunyu had a somewhat complicated attitude towards this younger brother. Li Chen didn't say much and followed Li Changsheng into the cave. Li Changsheng nestled in Li Chen's arms, curiously examining Mo Yunsheng, and innocently asked Li Chun, "Father, is this uncle your friend? I've never seen him before." Before Li Chun could answer, Mo Yunsheng turned around, smiled at Li Changsheng, and said, "Changsheng, right? I'm your uncle." Li Changsheng ignored Mo Yunsheng and looked up at Li Chun. "Father, what is an uncle?" Inside the cave, Mo Yunsheng pulled up a chair and sat down. He looked around the cave for a moment, then looked at Li Chun for a moment, and said in a deep voice, "Although your cultivation is low, you have not mistreated my sister." As he spoke, Mo Yunsheng turned to look at Mo Yunyu and said, "My main purpose in coming down the mountain this time is to avenge my father. I've already killed the 3 villains of the Dark Cloud sect and avenged my father. I was worried about you, so I came to check on you. Sister, I'm relieved to see that you're doing well. After I return, I will go into seclusion to cultivate and strive to win one of the top 3 places in the intersect competition 10 years later, so as to obtain the Foundation Establishment Pill and see the scenery at the higher levels of the Immortal Path for my father. I built a cenotaph for my father right next to my mother's grave on Yangju Mountain in her hometown. For the next 10 years, I didn't have time to visit my parents' graves. I'll trouble you, sister, to visit them often and sweep their graves for them." Mo Yunyu looked at her younger brother with a complicated expression, and finally nodded, softly replying, "Okay." Mo Yunsheng smiled, and turned to look at Li Changsheng. "Little guy, call me uncle." Li Changsheng subconsciously looked up at Li Chun. Li Hinchao nadito Li Hengisting. It seems that this brother-in-law isn't a bad person. He knows how to avenge his father, so Mo Bai's efforts weren't in vain. With Li Chen's permission, Li Changsheng then called out "Uncle" in a clear and crisp voice. Mo Yinsheng walked up to Li Chen, reached out, and touched Li Changsheng's chubby face. He pondered for a moment, then reached into his storage bag at his waist and took out a palm-sized shield. This was the first time he had seen Changsheng, who was so old. "This is a magical artifact I used in my early years, the Iron Shield. Consider it a gift from your uncle to Changsheng. You can use it for now, and then give it to Changsheng later." With that, Mo Yunsheng handed the mixed iron shield to Li Chen. He looked at Li Changsheng again, his gaze gentle. He would immediately test Changsheng's spiritual roots after he turned 5. If Changsheng possessed spiritual roots, he would send him to the Purple Void Immortal Sect. Going to the Purple Void Immortal Sect, with me as your uncle to look after you, is much better than wasting your life with you. Li Chen pursed his lips and did not answer. Although Mo Yinsheng meant well, his words sounded rather harsh and unpleasant. He, Li Chen, has the ability to raise his son himself. There's no need to send him to the Zishu sect as a menial disciple. Looking back at Mo Yunsheng remained silent for a moment before speaking. "Sister, I know father has treated you badly, but father is still father. You can't hate him. I'm leaving, sister. Take care." Mo Yunyu pursed her lips and remained silent throughout, only watching Mo Yunsheng leave the cave with moist eyes. Li Chen didn't say much to Mo Yunsheng. This brother-in-law isn't a bad person. He's just a bit too arrogant. But thinking about it, it's understandable. Mo Yunsheng has a 7th grade spiritual root, which is not considered a good spiritual root aptitude. After joining the Zishu sect, he fought his way up from a menial disciple to an inner disciple. It would be strange if he wasn't arrogant. Mo Yunsheng is not old. He is 2 years younger than Li Chen. The fact that he was able to stand out from countless menial disciples of the Purple Void sect and become an inner disciple shows that he was at least at the 7th level of Qi refining. Although part of his late-stage Qi refining cultivation was achieved through Mo Bai's hard work, his own efforts cannot be denied. Looking at the low-level magic weapon, the mixed iron shield, in his hand, Li Chen's impression of his brother-in-law was neither good nor bad. Mo Yinyu stood there blankly, clearly in a very low mood. 2 years ago, Li Chen told Mo Yinyu about Mo Bai's death, but Mo Yinyu didn't react at the time. Li Chen thought that Mo Yinyu didn't care whether Mo Bai lived or died. Now it seems that she did care. Li Changsheng struggled to jump down from Li Chen's arms, took short steps to Mo Yinyu's side, reached out and tugged at Mo Yinyu's trouser leg. "Mother, don't cry. Changsheng won't make you angry anymore." Thanks to the foundation laid by Li Chen and Fu Kong, Li Changsheng, despite being less than 3 years old, can already run and jump, and his body is much stronger than most children of the same age. Mo Yinyu bent down and hugged her son in her arms. Her eyes were filled with tears as she looked at Li Chen. "Husband, I want to go back to our secular hometown, Yangjiao Mountain, to pay respects to our parents." Li Chen remained silent for a moment, and after careful consideration, nodded in agreement. "All right, tomorrow I will accompany you back to the secular world." It has been almost 4 years since Li Chen and Mo Yunyu became Daoist partners. Mo Yunyu has never made any demands on Li Chen. It seems that her whole life revolves around her husband and children. When Mo Yunyu made her first request to Li Chen couldn't bear to refuse. Now that he has reached the 5th level of Qi refining, he also possesses the top-tier magic weapon Golden Light Brick, a dozen high-level spirit talismans he obtained from Huang Qingya, and the demonic treasure, blood-devouring flying knife. Returning to the mortal world should not pose too much of a danger. Even if I encounter danger, I can handle it myself. Surely I can't be so unlucky as to run into a foundation establishment cultivator who comes to ambush and kill me. Can I? In the cultivation world of Yin Kingdom, every foundation establishment cultivator is a well-known figure, a powerful person who governs a region. They wouldn't bother to come all the way to deal with a mere Qi refining level 3 cultivator like him. Even now, Li Chen still displays his cultivation level as the peak of the 3rd level of Qi refining to the outside world. Manager Fu and Mo Yunyu knew that Li Chen was at the 4th level of Qi refining. In fact, Li Chen had already reached the 5th level of Qi refining. Since I'm going to accompany Mo Yunyu back to her secular hometown tomorrow, I need to ask Manager Fu for leave in advance. After all, this trip back to the secular world will take at least 10 days to half a month, and it's not impossible for it to last a month or 2. Also, I should inform Master Chen in order to avoid him worrying. That night, Li Chen went directly to Shindan Pavilion to ask Manager Fu for leave, while Mo Yunyu stayed in the cave to pack her things. On the top floor of the Divine Pill Pavilion, Li Chen met Zhou Jian. Li Chen was somewhat surprised to see Zhou Jian. Before Li Chen appeared, Zhou Jian was a genius alchemy apprentice at the Divine Pill Pavilion, capable of refining Qi Harmony pills and Yuan-enhancing pills, and even yellow sprout pills. Logically speaking, Zhou Jian should have been promoted to alchemist long ago, but Manager Fu and Fairy Linglong have not promoted him to alchemist of the Divine Pill Pavilion. Although Zhou Jian was nominally employed by the Divine Pill Pavilion in recent years, he had not actually visited the pavilion for a long time. He never expected to run into Zhou Jian today. It seems that Zhou Jian and Manager Fu had a falling out, and the atmosphere was somewhat stiff and cold. Chapter 44, I'm going to ambush and kill him. Young Master Chen, what business do you have with this old man? Manager Fu glanced at Li Chen, his face devoid of its usual amiable smile, his eyes filled with icy coldness. Li Chen knew that the coldness in Manager Fu's eyes was not directed at him, but at Zhou Jian. Meeting Manager Fu's gaze, Li Chen respectfully cupped his hands and said, Uncle Fu, I need to ask for a period of leave. I hope you will approve it. It was approved. You can go down now. Manager Fu waved his hand, signaling Li Chen to step down. Li Chen glanced at Manager Fu, then at Zhou Jian, said nothing more, and turned to leave. After Li Chen left, Manager Fu turned his gaze to Zhou Jian and said coldly, Zhou Jian, if it weren't for the training of my Divine Pill Pavilion, would you have the alchemy skills you have today? If you wish to go to the Treasure Pill Pavilion, you may do so. Give me 5,000 spirit stones as tuition for the years the Divine Pill Pavilion has nurtured you, and I will return the spirit contract you signed back then. Otherwise, you can forget about leaving the Divine Pill Pavilion to go to the Precious Pill Tower. You should know that violating the spiritual contract will have consequences, but I wonder if you can bear the price of those consequences? Zhou Jian's face was pale, and his eyes were sinister. Old Ghost Fu, how many batches of pills have I refined for the Divine Pill Pavilion over the years? Now you're asking me for 5,000 spirit stones. Don't you think that's going too far? Manager Fu sneered repeatedly. The Divine Pill Pavilion is not a charity, and I'm not a kind person either. In short, if you want to take the spirit contract, you must exchange it for 5,000 spirit stones. Good, good, good. What a wicked old man Fu. What a magnificent Divine Pill Pavilion. What a beautiful fairy. Zhou Jian stood up, gritted his teeth, and stormed off. Manager Fu watched Zhou Jian's departing figure with disdain in his eyes and a mocking smile. You clown, do you think you can stir up trouble? Zhou Jian left the Divine Pill Pavilion with a gloomy face, not even bothering to hide it, and headed straight for the Precious Pill Tower. Inside the Baodan Tower, a handsome young man with a delicate and feminine demeanor invited Zhou Jian to sit down and asked with concern, Master Zhou, what did old Ghost Fu say? Is he willing to release the person? Zhou Jian tilted his head back and gulped down a cup of spiritual tea, then said angrily, that old devil Fu is going too far. He wants 5,000 spirit stones before he'll return the spiritual contract to me. Before an apprentice at the Divine Pill Pavilion is qualified to open the furnace, they must sign a spiritual contract with old Ghost Fu and drip their essence blood onto the contract. Violating the covenant will result in repercussions from the covenant. Of all the Divine Pill Pavilion members, only Li Chen was somewhat special, as he did not sign a spiritual contract with old Ghost Fu. Wang Fengming's eyes flickered. Li Chen, Zhou Jian explained with a disdainful look, he's just an apprentice at the Divine Pill Pavilion. Only at the 3rd level of Qi refining, nothing special. However, he does have some talent in alchemy. He's only been in the cultivation world for 5 years, yet he's already able to refine spirit-gathering pills. Wang Fengming squinted his long, narrow eyes. His skin was even whiter and more delicate than a woman's. He was indeed a genius, but it was a pity that he was not useful to my Baodan Tower. Seeing that Wang Fengming, the eldest son of the Wang family of Ningbi Cliff, was interested in Li Chen, Zhou Jian added, by the way, I also saw Li Chen today. He went to ask old Ghost Fu for leave, and old Ghost Fu agreed without hesitation. It should be noted that the other apprentices of the Divine Pill Pavilion did not receive such treatment. Old Ghost Fu even secretly set up a separate alchemy room for him. I have been in the Divine Pill Pavilion for many years and have mentioned this matter to old Ghost Fu many times, but old Ghost Fu never budges. How can anyone believe that old man Fu is so unfair? Oh, Wang Fengming's gaze shifted, a glint of light flashing in his eyes. He smiled and changed the subject, saying, the Divine Pill Pavilion and old man Fu are blind. They don't even know how to cherish a genius alchemist like Alchemist Zhou. It seems the Divine Pill Pavilion won't last long. Zhou Jian nodded repeatedly, like a chick pecking at rice. Absolutely, absolutely. Young Master Wang, I cannot produce 5,000 spirit stones to retrieve the spirit contract from Old Man Fu. Therefore, I cannot come to the Precious Pill Pavilion to begin the furnace and oversee the operation. Young Master Wang, why don't you make up the 5,000 spirit stones for me? Wang Fengming squinted his long, narrow eyes and stared straight at Zhou Jian, making Zhou Jian's scalp tingle and his whole body feel uneasy. Just as Zhou Jian was about to speak, Wang Fengming spoke first. No problem, no problem. My Baodin Tower is willing to make up for the shortfall of 2,000 spirit stones for Alchemist Zhou. As for the rest, Alchemist Zhou will have to figure it out himself. Zhou Jian smiled with satisfaction. Thank you very much, young Master Wang. Wang Fengming shook his head. From now on, Master Zhou is one of my own at Baodin Liu. There's no need for thanks. Master Zhou, I have some things to take care of. What do you think? Zhou Jian understood and immediately stood up, saying, Young Master, I shall take my leave now. After Zhou Jian left, Wang Fengming spoke softly. Fellow Daoist Zhao, I have something I'd like to ask for your help with, and I need you to make a trip there in person. A young man in a wide black robe pushed open the door and entered. His face was ashen, and had a storage bag hanging from his left waist and a corpse-raising bag hanging from his right waist. He asked in a sinister tone, What kind of help do you want from me, fellow Daoist Wang? Wang Fengming chuckled and said, There is an apprentice in the Divine Pill Pavilion named Chen, who has the cultivation level of Qi refining level 3 and lives in cave number 299 of level D. I need fellow Daoist Zhao to keep an eye on this person. Once he leaves Yinshanfang, Zhao Ran's face turned ashen, and he looked at Wang Fengming with surprise. He was just a minor cultivator at the 3rd level of Qi refining. Couldn't fellow Daoist Wang have simply sent one of his concubines to finish him off? Why do I need to take action? Wang Fengming shook his head. My concubines have cultivation, but they have no experience in fighting and killing. They are all show and no substance. I'm afraid that boy will get away with it. It would be best if fellow Daoist Zhao went there personally. Only with fellow Daoist Zhao's help can we be absolutely certain of success. Zhao Ran thought for a moment, then nodded in agreement. You, Wang Qi, are so good at talking. I'll go on this trip for you then. Li Chen asked Manager Fu for a long leave, meditated and cultivated all night, and it was already dawn. At dawn, Li Chen held Li Changsheng in his arms, with Mo Yunyu following behind. The family of 3 sealed off their cave and headed out of Yinshanfang. Originally, Li Chen had not planned to leave Yinshanfang, but since Mo Yunyu had spoken up, Li Chen could not bear to refuse and agreed. Li Chen was worried about letting Mo Yunyu go to the mortal world alone. After all, Mo Yunyu was a true Qi refining level 3 cultivator, and she was somewhat timid and not good at fighting. If she encountered danger, she would most likely die. So he had no choice but to accompany Mo Yunyu to the secular world, and also bring his son Li Changsheng with him. Li Chen was also worried about leaving Li Changsheng in Yinshanfang, since Fu Kong had to work at Zhengxiela, and he couldn't very well let Fu Kong take Li Changsheng to the slaughterhouse. Li Chen led his wife and children out of Yinshanfang, completely unaware that 2 pairs of eyes were watching him from a distance behind him. Slum area. Shu Chan ran all the way home and, without saying a word, grabbed Han Mao and started walking outside. Han Mao let Shu Chan pull him along, his face full of ingratiating smiles. Sister Chan, where are you taking me? Why are you in such a hurry? Shu Chan stopped, her eyes flashing with resentment, and said, enunciating each word clearly, Li Chen has left in Shan Fang. Han Mao's face twisted with the hideous claw marks resembling those of a centipede. After a moment of silence, he said in a hoarse voice, Sister Chan, are you trying to ambush and kill him? Shu Chan's expression was icy. That's right, I'm going to ambush and kill him. Han Mao looked around and, seeing no one was around, lowered his voice and said, Sister Chan, are you crazy? Brotherly is highly regarded by Fairy Linglong. What if we abduct and kill Brotherly, and Fairy Linglong investigates? Shu Chan's eyes were cold. How many years has it been since Fairy Linglong last appeared in Yinshanfang? Do you really think someone like Fairy Linglong could have any close relationship with Li Chen? But what about Master Chen Dan? Even without Fairy Linglong, Brotherly is still Master Chen's disciple, and we cannot withstand Master Chen's wrath. Seeing Han Mao's hesitant and timid look, Shu Chan raised her eyebrows and scolded. Look at your cowardly appearance, afraid of this and that. What kind of a mortal are you? Han Mao lowered his head, his imposing manner suppressed by Shu Chan, and weakly explained, Sister Chan, I'm not cowardly, I'm just cautious. If I weren't cautious enough, I would have died 100 times over in the mouths of demonic beasts. Shu Chan looked at Han Mao in front of her, softened her tone, and said softly, Li Chen has been refining pills in the Divine Pill Pavilion for several years and still lives in a cave. Do you think he has accumulated a lot of wealth over the years? Li Chen is only at the 3rd level of Qi refining, and his partner is even more useless. We are both at the 4th level of Qi refining, so killing him would be easy. Han Mao, if you truly love me, then come with me to kill Li Chen. This way, we can not only obtain his accumulated wealth, but also eliminate my inner demons. You don't want to see me living in resentment every day, do you? Han Mao looked up and met Shu Chan's resentful gaze. He gritted his teeth and finally nodded in agreement, muttering to himself, "Brotherly, don't blame me. I don't want to do this either, but I can't bear to see Sister Chen living in resentment every day. I want to see her smile and be happy every day." Chapter 45 Counterattack. As Li Chen walked out of Yinshanfang, he was filled with emotion, his thoughts drifting back to 5 years ago. 5 years ago, he went to the Purple Void Immortal Sect to participate in the Immortal Sect's spiritual testing ceremony. But unfortunately, his spiritual roots were inferior, and he was not selected by the Immortal Sect. After making inquiries from various sources, Li Chen learned that there was a market town called Yinshan Market Town at the foot of the Yinshan Mountains in Heishui Prefecture. It was a gathering place for independent cultivators in Heishui Prefecture. So Li Chen resolutely came to Yinshan Market Town, wanting to try his luck in finding immortals. Before even reaching Yinshanfang, he, being immortal, encountered a cultivator who attempted to ambush him. Fortunately, the cultivator was only at the early stage of Qi refining, allowing him to use his flying knife technique to kill the cultivator in return. Just as he was standing outside Yinshanfang, unable to find a way in, he encountered the Fairy Ling Long. It was Fairy Ling Long who brought him to Yinshan Workshop, then to the Divine Pill Pavilion, and guided him onto the path of immortality. 5 years have passed in the blink of an eye. He has returned to Yinshanfang and is now a Qi refining level 5 cultivator. In Li Chen's arms, Li Changsheng looked around curiously, gazing at the distant, continuous mountain range with eyes full of wonder. "Let's go." After a moment of reflection, Li Chen led his wife and children northward. Mo Yinyu's hometown is Yangjiishan in Qingyang County, Shuanqing Prefecture, which is under the jurisdiction of Heishui Prefecture. It is located in the northern part of Heishui Prefecture and borders the neighboring Qingzhou. If it were Li Chen himself, he could easily fly on his sword and reach Yangjiang Mountain in half a day. But he couldn't bring Mo Yunyu and Li Changsheng along, because Li Chen didn't have the ability to fly on a sword and carry people, unless you buy a flying boat artifact. Flying boats are magical flying implements that can carry many people. The Wang family of Ningbi Cliff possesses a flying boat, a magical artifact that travels daily between various markets. Cultivators can ride the Wang family's flying boat for 10 spirit stones. Mo Bai originally traveled to the Purple Void Immortal Sect on the Wang family's flying boat, but on the way back, he was reluctant to take the flying boat. When he passed through Black Cloud Mountain, he encountered the 3 fiends of Black Cloud, and then he could not return. Li Chen didn't use the flying boat, not because he was reluctant to part with the spirit stones, but because the flying boat didn't go to the mortal world, but only traveled between various markets and immortal sects. After walking for a while, Li Chen stopped, handed Li Changsheng to Mo Yunyu, and looked coldly at the dense forest behind him. Mo Yunyu asked, puzzled, "Husband, what's wrong?" Li Chen did not answer Mo Yunyu. Gazing at the lush, dense forest, his tone was as cold as ice that had never melted for millennia. "Come out. You've been following us all this way. How long are you going to keep following us?" Upon hearing Li Chen's words, Mo Yunyu was horrified and hugged Li Changsheng tightly, cautiously observing her surroundings. Swish! Swish! The roadside weeds rustled as 2 figures walked out side by side. It was Shu Chan and Han Mao. Shu Chan's expression was cold, her eyes filled with resentment as she looked at Li Chen. Her voice was hoarse and low as she said, "Li Chen, today is your death day." Compared to Shu Chan's indifferent expression, Han Mao looked somewhat uneasy and avoided Li Chen's gaze. Li Chen glanced at Shu Chan and Han Mao, ignored them, and continued, "The other friend, you can come out now." Smack! 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 "Can you tell me how you found me?" A young man in a wide black robe, with a dark complexion and an aura of death emanating from him, clapped his hands as he emerged from the dense forest, tilting his head and curiously examining Li Chen. "What? There are still people." Shu Chan and Han Mao stared wide-eyed, their pupils suddenly contracting. Li Chen observed the young man for a moment, his gaze lingering on the storage bag and corpse-raising bag at his waist. Judging from the magical energy emanating from this young man, he was at the 6th level of Qi refining. Li Chen secretly breathed a sigh of relief and asked calmly, "I have no grudge against the Zhao family of Yinfeng Cliff, have I?" With fellow Daoist Zhao status and cultivation level, why bother to ambush and kill a mere Qi refining level 3 cultivator like me? The young man looked at Li Chen with surprise. After thinking for a moment, he said in a deep voice, "You are not a Qi refining level 3 cultivator, otherwise you would never have been able to discover my whereabouts. You must have a treasure that can conceal your cultivation level, right?" Li Chen remained non-committal. This cultivator from the Zhao family is no pushover either. Li Chen was able to identify him because of the body bag on his waist. The Zhao family of Immortal Cliff possesses a Yin spirit vein, and the Zhao family's cultivators have used this Yin spirit vein to refine and cultivate many zombies and vengeful ghosts. The fact that the young man did not deny it when Li Chen probed him earlier proves that he is a cultivator from the Zhao family. As for how Li Chen discovered this Zhao family cultivator, it was naturally because Li Chen's spiritual sense was no weaker than that of the Zhao family cultivator. Although this Zhao family cultivator was at the 6th level of Qi refining, his cultivation level was higher than Li Chen's. However, Li Chen's divine soul was naturally stronger than that of ordinary people, and his spiritual consciousness underwent another enhancement when he comprehended the deceiving heaven technique. Despite Li Chen's cultivation level of the 5th level of Qi refining, his spiritual sense is actually equivalent to that of a 7th level Qi refining cultivator. Now, Li Chen wants to figure out one thing. Why would this Zhao family cultivator come to ambush and kill him? Li Chen remembered that he had never had any grudges with the Zhao family, nor had he ever seen this Zhao family cultivator before. As for Shu Chen and Han Mao, Li Chen simply ignored them. Shu Chen recovered her cultivation level to the 4th level of Qi refining, and Han Mao was also at the 4th level of Qi refining. Li Chen didn't care about the two of them. "Fellow Daoist Zhao, can you tell me who sent you to ambush and kill me?" Li Chen didn't make wild guesses. He directly asked the Zhao family cultivator. Zhao Ran's face turned ashen, and he chuckled. He had to admit that Wang Qi was prescient. If it were his concubines, they would most likely have fallen into your hands. Although you concealed your cultivation level, you still encountered me. Kid, it's all your bad luck and your own fault for messing with Wang Qi. Wang Qi and Wang Fengming. Li Chen nodded, recalling the handsome young man he had seen at Baodan Tower before. So that's how it is. Now, Li Chen also understood the identity of the handsome young man. Wang Fengming, the number 1 young master of the Wang family of Ningbi Cliff. Beside them, Shu Chen and Han Mao were pale, with beads of sweat on their foreheads and their legs trembling uncontrollably. The Zhao family of Immortal Cliff and the Wang family of Ningbi Cliff are both behemoths that they have to look up to. They simply couldn't understand how Li Chen could have provoked such a behemoth. And isn't Li Chen at the 3rd level of Qi refining? Why did that Zhao family cultivator say he was hiding his cultivation level? Under the horrified gazes of Shu Chen and Han Mao, the Zhao family cultivator with a bluish-black face strode towards Li Chen, emanating a chilling aura of death. Zhao Ran walked towards Li Chen, his body emanating a dark, corpse-like aura. The aura condensed into a giant claw, which he viciously clawed at Li Chen with a ferocious smile. "Kid, you can go now." Li Chen lowered his eyelids slightly. "You can set off now." The moment Li Chen opened his mouth, a bewitching blood-red light shot out, like a shooting star trailing its tail, dazzling and magnificent. "Call!" A gentle breeze blew through the mountains, sending goosebumps down Shu Chen and Han Mao's spines. Their hearts sank into an ice cellar, feeling a chill that seemed to seep into their very souls. The cultivator from a Zhao family stood upright in place, but when the wind blew, he seemed to fall to the ground without any weight. His eyes were wide open, and the horror of his last moments was still etched on his face. Li Chen beckoned, and a beam of blood-red light flew back from the Zhao family cultivator's body, landing in Li Chen's hand and merging into the flesh and blood of Li Chen's palm. Li Chen's face turned pale, and he turned to look at Shu Chen and Han Mao. "Brotherly, please let Sister Chen go. Please let Sister Chen go." Han Mao's legs went weak, and he collapsed to his knees in front of Li Chen, his voice trembling as he repeatedly kowtowed to Li Chen. "Plum. Brush." Before Han Mao could continue pleading, Li Chen patted the storage bag at his waist, and a crimson sword light split into 2 sword shadows that flashed by and plucked off 2 enormous heads. Li Chen turned his head, his face pale, and looked at Mo Yunyu and Li Changsheng, forcing a gentle smile. "Xiao Yu, Changsheng, it's all right now." The bloodthirsty throwing knife should not be used lightly. However, Li Chen still activated the bloodthirsty flying knife, simply because Mo Yunyu and Li Changsheng were still behind him. He had to end the battle immediately and not give the Zhao family cultivator any chance to harm his wife and children. As for Shu Chen and Han Mao, They are not worthy of dying under the bloodthirsty flying knife. Chapter 46, Li Chen teaches his son. Li Chen's face was ashen. He took out a blood-replenishing pill from his storage bag and swallowed it to replenish his body's deficiencies. Just now, the bloodthirsty flying knife instantly drained 30% of his vital essence. It should be noted that essence blood is different from ordinary blood. Even though Li Chen is a Qi refining level 5 cultivator, he only has a few drops of essence blood in his body. This cultivator from a Zhao family was only at the 6th level of Qi refining, also at the mid-stage of Qi refining, just one level higher than Li Chen. In fact, Li Chen didn't need the bloodthirsty flying knife. The high-level talismans and golden bricks he obtained from Huang Qingya were enough to deal with him. But Li Chen did not hesitate to activate the bloodthirsty flying knife, instantly killing the Zhao family cultivator. There was no other reason than that Mo Yunyu and Li Changsheng were still behind him, and Li Chen could not allow them, mother and son, to suffer even the slightest mishap. Upon activating the bloodthirsty flying knife for the first time, Li Chen deeply experienced the terrifying power of this weapon. Especially since this throwing knife can grow stronger. The moment it was launched, the Zhao family cultivator died, and all the blood in his body was drained away. This throwing knife truly lives up to its name, a bloodthirsty. Before it can be activated, it draws the life essence of its master, Li Chen. Once activated, it instantly takes the enemy's life and drains all the enemy's blood. Mo Yunyu carried Li Changxing up, her thin face pale, tears streaming down her face. "Husband, are you alright? It's all my fault. If I hadn't suggested going back to the secular world to worship our parents, my husband wouldn't have been in danger." Li Chen turned his head to look at Mo Yunyu, raised his hand to wipe away her tears, and smiled gently. "Little Yu, your husband can't stay in Yinshan Fang forever. Sooner or later, we'll encounter things like this. This is not your fault, so don't blame yourself." Mo Yunyu shook her head. "Husband, Xiao Yu will never be willful again." In Mo Yunyu's arms, Li Changxing shrank back. He had just witnessed Li Chen kill the Zhao family cultivator, and then saw Li Chen use his flying sword to behead Xu Chan and Han Mao. This scene was extremely shocking to the young Li Changsheng. He began to feel a little afraid of his father. Li Chen glanced at his son and asked calmly, "Changsheng, are you afraid?" Li Changsheng nodded and snuggled closer to Mo Yunyu's arms. Li Chen's expression was indifferent, and his tone was calm. "Changsheng, remember today's scene. Perhaps you don't understand now, but you must remember this. The cultivation world is a cruel place. If you don't kill, others will kill you. When you embark on the path of immortality, remember not to be merciful. Got it?" Facing Li Chen's stern gaze, Li Changsheng became even more frightened, but still obediently nodded. "Father, Changsheng will remember." Normally, Li Chen could be a loving father. However, Li Chen had to tell Li Changsheng about the cruelty of the cultivation world. Li Changsheng was Li Chen's eldest son. Although his spiritual root was only at the 8th grade, Li Chen still had high hopes for his son and did not want him to become a soft-hearted good-for-nothing in the future. "Changsheng, watch closely. Your father has another lesson to teach you. After killing someone, remember to touch the body and then destroy the evidence." Li Chen taught Li Changsheng a lesson by stepping forward and first taking the storage bag and corpse-raising bag from the Zhao family cultivator, then taking the storage bag from Xu Chan. Then, Li Chen raised his hand, and a fire crow flew out, engulfing the 3 corpses in flames. Li Changsheng hid in his mother's arms, peeking out with his head, looking at Li Chen with innocent and bewildered eyes, and at the raging fire. "Let's go. Let's get out of here first." After disposing of the 3 bodies, Li Chen immediately led the mother and son away from the area. As night fell, Li Chen led the mother and son out of the Yinshan Fang area and into the mortal world, where they found an inn in a small town to stay overnight. In the guest room, Li Chen took out 2 storage bags from his sleeve, one of which was a corpse-preserving bag. Li Chen easily opened Xu Chan's storage bag, which contained a jumble of odds and ends, including about 100 spirit stones. It took Li Chen half an hour to open the storage bag of the cultivator from the Zhao family. After opening it, Li Chen gently shook his head. This cultivator from the Zhao family was slightly wealthier than Xu Chan and Han Mao, but not by much. His storage bag contained not a single magical artifact, only a few mid-level spirit talismans, a little over 300 spirit stones, and some bottles and jars. Li Chen then turned his gaze to the body bag. Ultimately, Li Chen's spoils of war were as follows. The total amount of spirit stones was 457. Han Mao's low-level magic artifact, the Frost Silk Net, more than 10 kinds of Yin blood collected by the Zhao family cultivators who raise zombies, and 2 zombies with cultivation levels equivalent to the 5th level of Qi refining. Li Chen accepted all of these items without question. The Zhao family cultivator's corpse bag and the 2 zombies need to be disposed of sometime, otherwise keeping them on him will be a hassle. Also, after returning to Yinshanfang, I need to find an opportunity to take down Wang Fengming, the #1 young member of the Wang family. A hint of coldness flashed in Li Chen's eyes. Li Chen hadn't forgotten that it was Wang Fengming who sent the Zhao family cultivator to ambush and kill him. If the Zhao family cultivators don't return in a few days, Wang Fengming will definitely suspect Li Chen. It's just a matter of whether he will tell the Zhao family of Yinfeng Cliff about this. If Wang Fengming tells the Zhao family about this, even bigger trouble awaits Li Chen. Li Chen simply stopped thinking about it. He can face any challenge. As long as he returns to Yinshanfang and stays there, Fairy Linglong can protect him. The next day, Li Chen bought a fast horse and took Mo Yunyu and her son straight to Yangjiu Mountain in Shuanqing County. Having spent 5 years in the cultivation world, Li Chen returned to the mortal realm with ease, as he had previously been involved in the mortal martial arts world. 5 days later, Li Chen arrived at Yangjiu Mountain. On the mountaintop, there's a small grave and a large grave. The small grave is an old grave, where Mo Yunyu's mother rests in eternal sleep. The large tomb is a cenotaph, built by Mo Yunxing not long ago. Mo Yunyu knelt before the small grave, tears welling in her eyes. "Mother, it's been a long time since I've come to see you. You don't blame me, do you?" Xiaoyu has a husband and a child. Her husband treats her very well, and Changsheng is also obedient and sensible. Mo Yunyu knelt before her mother's small grave, murmuring and softly recounting many things, most of which were about Li Chen and Li Changsheng. Finally, she looked at Mo Bai's cenotaph, remained silent, and then lit incense and burned paper money. Li Changsheng stood beside Li Chen, tugging at Li Chen's trouser leg, looking at his mother with a blank expression. Li Chen stepped forward, lit an incense stick for his mother-in-law whom he had never met before, then lit an incense stick for Mo Bai, and then patted Mo Yunyu on the shoulder, saying, "Xiaoyu, we should go now." Meanwhile, in the secret chamber of Baodian Tower in Yinshanfang, Wang Fengming tapped his long fingers on the table, squinted his narrow eyes, and muttered to himself, "I thought I was giving Zhao Ran a lot of credit, but I underestimated you. What secrets do you hold? Otherwise, why would someone as important as Fairy Linglong value you? My ancestors always taught me that a son of a wealthy family should not sit under a dangerous roof, so it seems I was right not to take matters into my own hands. Next time, we'll have to get my second uncle involved." Chapter 47, Qing'a Market. Heishui Prefecture, Shuanqing Commandery. In the inn, Li Chen handed a dozen wind and thunder talismans, a dozen thunder and fire talismans, and a dozen ice talismans to Mo Yunyu, earnestly instructing her, "Xiaoyu, keep these high-level talismans. If you encounter danger, don't be stingy with them." And Mo Yunyu shook her head. "Husband, you should keep these high-level talismans yourself. This is the mortal world, not the cultivation world. After all, I'm a cultivator and won't encounter any danger. It's better to be safe than sorry. Besides, Changsheng is following you, so you should think more about Changsheng. If I give it to you, just take it." Li Chen forcefully shoved the high-grade talisman into Mo Yunyu's hand, not allowing her to refuse. Although this is a secular place, it doesn't mean that Mo Yunyu won't encounter danger. Back then, Li Chen, despite being immortal, managed to kill a cultivator in the early stage of qi refining. Mo Yunyu is timid and not good at fighting, so Li Chen wouldn't feel at ease if he didn't leave her some tricks up her sleeve. If Mo Yunyu weren't only at the 3rd level of qi refining, unable to refine and control magical artifacts, Li Chen would have even considered giving her the mixed iron shield and the cold silk net. On the bed, Li Changsheng opened his eyes blurry. "Father, where are you going?" Li Chen looked at his son and explained softly, "Daddy has gone out to take care of some things and will be back soon. Changsheng and Mommy will stay here and wait for Daddy. Don't run around and listen to Mommy, understand?" Li Shangxing nudda obediently. Li Chen had nothing more to say and stepped out of the room. And Mo Yunyu followed him out. After hesitating for a long time, she said softly, "Husband, please be careful in everything." Li Chen nodded, left Shuanqing County, and waited until there was no one outside the city. He then took out the crimson-edged sword from his storage bag and transformed into a streak of light, flying north. Shuanqing Prefecture was located in the northern part of Heishui Prefecture, bordering Qing Prefecture. Li Chen decided to make a trip to Qingdafang City in Qingzhou to dispose of the corpse bags and zombies belonging to the Zhao family cultivators and to purchase some additional resources. In the cultivation world of Yin Kingdom, there are several large markets, namely Yinshan Market in Heishui Prefecture, Nanshan Market in Yun Prefecture, Taiyou Market in Ping Prefecture, Qing'a Market in Qing Prefecture, and Shirlin Market in Ding Prefecture. These markets were all established on second-tier spiritual veins, attracting a large number of independent cultivators from the Yin Kingdom's cultivation world. Li Chen flew north along the Qingshui River. Within Qingzhou, there's a Qingshui River that flows south into Heishui Prefecture and merges into the Heishui River. There is a water vein in a certain section of the Qingshui River, and several major cultivation families in Qingzhou established Qing'an Market around this water vein. Flying on a sword is naturally much faster than riding a horse. Half a day later, Li Chen put down his flying sword and landed on a section of the river shrouded in thick fog. Thick fog blanketed the river section. This fog was created by an illusion array, which also served as the boundary separating immortals and mortals. Almost every market entrance had such an illusion array to prevent mortals from accidentally wandering into it. Li Chen was no longer a novice in cultivation. He knew quite a bit about the ins and outs of the cultivation world. He immediately made a hand seal and strode into the thick fog. This time, Li Chen wore a loose black robe and a monkey face mask like Huang Qingya, but did not use the deception technique to conceal his cultivation level. This wasn't Yinshin Fang, and there were no acquaintances here, so Li Chen stopped concealing his cultivation level. Concealing one's cultivation level has both advantages and disadvantages. The advantage is that it makes the enemy underestimate you and catches them off guard. The downside is that your cultivation level is too low, which may cause many cultivators to have bad intentions towards you. After the thick fog, a new world unfolds. The Qingshui River flows mightily, and many houses are built along its low banks, forming a continuous stretch that divides the area into different zones. Li Chen understood at a glance. Those with thatched roofs are shanty towns, while the attic shops are properties owned by various factions, and there's also an area where unlicensed repairmen set up stalls. The layouts of Qinghefang and Yinshinfang are very similar, except that the cave dwellings in Qinghefang are built underwater, not on the shore. Li Chen didn't go to the area where the repairmen set up stalls. He went straight to the commercial district. Buying things from independent repair stalls can easily lead to being ripped off, but it's different in commercial areas where shops generally have some degree of credibility. In the commercial district, Li Chen saw the goddess building and the treasure building. The Bai Beilu in Qinghefang is also an industry of the Zishu Immortal Sect. What do you want to buy, senior? Inside the 100 Treasures Pavilion, Li Chen was greeted by a maid with the second level of Qi refining cultivation. She did not pay attention to Li Chen's attire, but rather focused on the powerful magical energy emanating from him, addressing him respectfully as senior. Li Chen glanced at the maid, his voice low and hoarse. This old man wishes to purchase a body refining technique, as well as 2 magical artifacts and some spiritual herbs. Li Chen's visit to Qinghefang was not without purpose. Dealing with the corpse bags and the 2 zombies was secondary. His main concern was purchasing a body refining technique. Activating the bloodthirsty flying knife once comes at too high a price. Li Chen felt it necessary to purchase a body refining technique to strengthen his physique and boost his qi and blood. After practicing the body refining technique, the side effects of activating the bloodthirsty flying knife in the future may be less severe. In addition, Li Chen also needs to buy himself 2 intermediate level magic artifacts, as well as the main ingredients for refining Ziyuan Pill and Huanya Pill. Li Chen possesses low-level magical artifacts such as the Crimson Peak Sword, the Mixed Iron Shield, and the Frosty Silk Net, as well as top-level magical artifacts such as the Golden Light Brick. Li Chen looked down on the power of low-level magical artifacts. Activating the Golden Light Brick consumes too much of his magical power. Even with his Qi refining level 5 cultivation, activating the Golden Light Brick twice would almost deplete his magical power. Therefore, he needs to purchase 2 intermediate-level magical artifacts. The same goes for elixirs. In the Divine Pill Pavilion's herb garden, medicinal herbs are not available indefinitely. They have a growth cycle. Over the past few years, Li Chen has increasingly felt that the spiritual herbs cultivated in the Divine Pill Pavilion's herb garden are not enough. If Li Chen buys medicinal herbs in Qinghefang and takes them back, the elixirs refined from the herbs he personally purchased will naturally belong to him. The maid's eyes lit up, and her expression became even more respectful. Please wait a moment, senior, while I go and inform the manager. Li Chen nodded and sat down to the side. Such a large business deal was clearly beyond the control of this maid. The manager of the 100 Treasures Pavilion needed to be called in. After a short while, the head of the Zishu sect Bai Beilu in Qinghefang came out. He was a chubby middle-aged male cultivator, wearing the Zishu sect's standard robe, and his face was ruddy. Fellow Daoist, I am Xie Xian, the manager of Bai Beilu. Please come upstairs for a detailed discussion. Li Chen nodded, cupped his hands in a fist salute, and said in a low, hoarse voice, Greetings, fellow Daoists. Yeah. Upon reaching the second floor, Xian invited Li Chen to take a seat, ordered a maid to serve him spiritual tea, and asked Li Chen with a smile, I heard that you wish to purchase a body refining technique, as well as magical artifacts and spiritual herbs? That's right. Li Chen's true face was hidden behind a monkey face mask. His voice was cold, hard, and aged, making him appear taciturn. Xian did not presume to use his spiritual sense to probe Li Chen's true nature. His smile remained unchanged. He wondered what requirements his friend had for the body refining technique. There are no requirements regarding rank. Ideally, it should be something that strengthens the body's qi and blood. Li Chen knew very well that the 100 Treasures Pavilion would not sell high-level techniques. In the cultivation world, the cultivation techniques that can be put up for sale are basically low-level techniques. No one would put up high-level techniques for sale. To obtain advanced cultivation techniques, you either need to be a direct descendant of a cultivation family or become a true disciple of sect. Of course, some lucky individuals will explore the ruins of their predecessors' caves and receive the inheritance of those masters. Currently, apart from the deceiving heaven technique, all the cultivation methods Li Chen practices are common, mainstream techniques found throughout the cultivation world. Upon hearing Li Chen's request, Xian pondered for a moment and gently shook his head. In the cultivation world, body cultivators are already rare. There is a body refining technique in the 100 Treasures Pavilion, but it does not have the effect of strengthening one's blood and qi. Does the 100 Treasures Pavilion also lack body refining methods to strengthen one's qi and blood? Li Chen was not surprised by Xian's answer. In the world of cultivation, magic cultivation is the mainstream, while body cultivation is rare, hence body cultivation methods are scarce. Just as Li Chen was about to speak, Xian changed the subject and said with a smile, Although the 100 Treasures Pavilion does not have a body refining method to strengthen blood and qi, I do have a technique that may meet your needs. Li Chen was surprised, but remained outwardly calm. He said, Fellow Daoist, why don't you bring it out for me to see? Xian nodded, patted his storage bag, took out the blood jade slip, and pushed it in front of Li Chen. Chapter 48 Blood God Technique. Li Chen observed the blood-stained jade slip for a moment, then placed it between his eyebrows and read its contents. This is not a body-refining method. It is a demonic cultivation technique. A moment later, Li Chen suddenly opened his eyes, his heart filled with turmoil. Xian smiled as he looked at Li Chen. That's right, this is a demonic cultivation technique. I obtained it from killing a demonic cultivator in my early years. So, does this cultivation method meet your needs, fellow cultivator? Li Chen looked at the round, chubby cultivator in front of him and wondered if it was just his imagination, but it seemed as if the cultivator was covered in a thick layer of bloody light. Li Chen remained silent. Li Chen didn't believe a word Xian said. Although the jade slip Xian gave him only contained the beginning of the cultivation technique, Li Chen was certain that it was an extremely profound, demonic cultivation technique. The Blood God Technique, just its name and opening alone, stunned Li Chen. However, it cannot be denied that once this Blood God Technique is mastered, it can be used to unleash the bloodthirsty flying knife without limit, making it a perfect match for the bloodthirsty flying knife. How many spirit stones? Li Chen's voice was hoarse and his mouth was dry. It felt as if 1,000 voices were urging him to buy the Blood God Technique. Even knowing that Xian was problematic, and that the Blood God Technique Xian offered was flawed, Li Chen still couldn't resist the temptation. If you sincerely wish to obtain it, 1,000 spirit stones will suffice. Li Chen's eyes flickered. I don't have enough spirit stones on me. I wonder if your establishment buys spirit items and materials. Xian's smile remained unchanged, natural. Li Chen took a corpse bag from his sleeve and pushed it in front of Xian. Xian gave Li Chen a meaningful look, took the corpse bag, and slowly said, 2 Qi refining level 5 zombies, valued at 600 spirit stones. What do you think, fellow Daoist? Li Chen nodded. Okay. After selling the corpse bag and the 2 zombies, Li Chen took out 400 spirit stones and gave them to Xian. Xian took the blood text jade slip, cast a spell to remove the restrictions within, and then handed it to Li Chen, saying, Fellow Daoist, this Blood God Technique is yours. Li Chen took the jade slip, glanced at it briefly, and frowned slightly. Why was there only the first 3 levels? Xian chuckled and asked in return, If there are any follow-up contents, can you afford to buy them, fellow Daoist? Upon hearing this, Li Chen felt that it made sense. According to the opening description of the Blood God Technique, practicing this technique allows one to seize the blood of living beings to nourish one's self, refine it into one's own essence blood, and further improve one's cultivation level. When the Blood God Technique is cultivated to a high level, It can even evolve into a vast sea of blood and refine a blood god clone. However, Xiaxian only provided the first 3 levels of content, and cultivation would end at the peak of qi refining with no further methods. Li Chen didn't say much to Xiaxian. He took the blood jade slip, turned around, and left, abandoning his thoughts of buying magic weapons and spiritual medicines. Fellow Daoist, please take care. Xiaxian sat there, watching Li Chen leave with a smile. After Li Chen left the treasure pavilion, Xiaxian's eyes turned deep and dark, a layer of bloodlust appearing in them. Another fish took the bait, and he even got 1,000 spirit stones for free. As long as you cultivate the blood god technique, you will not escape my grasp. After leaving Bai Beilu, Li Chen circled around Qinghefang twice before cautiously leaving the market. Upon leaving Qinghe Market, Li Chen immediately took out his flying sword, transformed into a beam of sword light, and swiftly fled. Half a day later, Li Chen left Qingzhou and returned to Haishuozhou. Only then did he press down on his flying sword, land on the riverbank, and exhale a long breath. I was being overly sensitive. Xiaxian wasn't following me, and no one was trying to kill me. On the riverbank, Li Chen sat cross-legged on a blue stone, beginning to ponder Xiaxian, whom he had just encountered, and the blood god technique. Xiaxian is the head of the 100 Treasures Pavilion and a disciple of the Purple Void sect. How could he possess the blood god technique? Could it be that the blood god technique was truly obtained after he killed the demonic cultivator? And then there's this blood god technique. Li Chen was certain that the blood god technique was an extremely profound demonic cultivation method, and he had only obtained the cultivation content of the qi refining part. So, should we cultivate this blood god technique? It wasn't that Li Chen rejected demonic cultivation techniques, but rather that he wasn't sure if the blood god technique was a trap. With his current level of understanding, even if the blood god technique had flaws, he wouldn't be able to see them. Splash! As the Qing River surged and rushed, Li Chen was filled with countless thoughts. Finally, Li Chen raised his head, exhaled a breath of stale air, and his eyes became incredibly determined. He cannot cultivate the blood god technique. Regardless of whether the blood god technique has any pitfalls, even if it doesn't, he still can't cultivate it. Once someone cultivates the blood god technique, embarks on the path of slaughter, and becomes a bloodthirsty demon, they are essentially on a path of no return. While it's true that the blood god technique is fast to cultivate, it also has significant drawbacks. Those with weak minds who cultivate this technique and become demonic cultivators will likely meet a bad end. In the world of cultivation, which of the demonic giants with names and titles is not a person of great wisdom, perseverance, and great fortune? Low-level demonic cultivators are merely provisions for high-level demonic cultivators. Take the blood god technique, for example. Once you kill someone and steal their blood, and experience the feeling of rapid improvement in cultivation, will you still cultivate step by step in the future? Li Chen didn't want to become a demon hated by everyone in the cultivation world. Without the system, without a wife, without a son, Li Chen would not hesitate to cultivate the blood god technique, even if it meant becoming a demon hated by everyone. But he has a system. His spiritual root aptitude can be improved. If you want advanced cultivation methods, you can obtain them through the system. There is absolutely no need to risk cultivating the blood god technique. Furthermore, he has a family, and if his cultivation of the blood god technique is exposed, it will implicate his wife and children. Li Chen thought about it a lot and finally decided not to cultivate the blood god technique, but to pretend that the blood god technique did not exist. Just now, he seemed to be in a daze, with 1,000 voices in his mind tempting him to cultivate this demonic technique. Li Chen knew that this was because his inner demons had been stirred up after watching the blood god technique. Just watching the blood god technique can stir up one's inner demons. Demonic techniques are indeed evil. The dangers of the cultivation world are everywhere, and Li Chen has gained a deeper understanding of them. When he overcame his inner demons, his Dao heart undoubtedly underwent another tempering and test, and his spiritual consciousness subtly grew stronger. Standing on the riverbank, Li Chen stood up, still feeling a lingering fear. I came to Qinghefang just to buy a body refining technique to strengthen my qi and blood, but I almost fell for a trap. So who exactly is Xiaxian? Is he really a disciple of the Zishu sect? Li Chen wondered aloud, but he remembered this cultivator named Xiaxian. Just as Li Chen was about to leave, a young girl flew over from a distance, shouting anxiously, "Please, Immortal Master, wait." Li Chen turned around and calmly assessed the girl, concluding that she was a chivalrous woman from the secular martial arts world with remarkable lightness skills. The girl flew over and quickly arrived in front of Li Chen. She looked to be 16 or 17 years old, her chest heaving violently. She respectfully said, "This humble girl is Ning Hongxiu, paying respects to the immortal master." Li Chun, dressed in a black robe and wearing a monkey face mask, asked calmly, "Have you been chasing me all this way?" The girl looked up, revealing a face that Li Chun vaguely felt was familiar, as if he had seen it somewhere before. Hongxiu had just seen a sword light in the sky and knew that she had encountered a celestial master, so she chased after him. Li Chun looked at the girl in front of him, observed her for a moment, and asked softly, "Who is Ning Ji, the mountain opener, to you?" The girl stared wide-eyed at Li Chun, who was shrouded in a black robe, in disbelief. "Immortal Master, do you know my father?" Li Chun slowly removed his mask. Chief Ning had once helped Li Chun. The girl stared intently at Li Chun, her pink lips agape. Then she was overjoyed. "Little Leaf Flying Dagger. It really is you. Brotherly, it's me, Hongxiu." Looking at the girl in front of him, Li Chen's face twitched as he recalled the unbearable past. Before entering the world of cultivation, Li Chun mingled in the secular world, fighting his way to the peak of the secular martial arts world, and was hailed by the martial arts world as a genius that appears only once in 100 years. Back in his days in the martial arts world, Li Chun even had a well-known nickname, Little Leaf Flying Dagger. Li Chun was basically certain that the girl in front of him was Ning Gang leader's daughter. In this life, Li Chun was originally an honest farmer from Funyo Town, Pingshan County, Yanggu Prefecture, under the jurisdiction of Heishui Prefecture. His mother died in childbirth shortly after his birth. When he was 5 years old, his father passed away from overwork. He sold the family's meager land, went to Yanggu County, and joined a gang called the Sanha Gang, becoming a gang member. The Sanha Gang was a large gang in Yanggu County, founded by 3 martial artists who came together to fight for justice. Ning Ji was the leader of the Sanha Gang. In his early years, Li Chun received Ning Ji's support on many occasions and was highly regarded by Ning Ji. Ning Ji even proposed to marry his daughter to Li Chun on several occasions. Looking at the girl in front of him, her figure gradually overlapped with that of the snotty kid from before. Li Chun remembered that he had met Ning Hongxiu once. That year at the Ning family mansion, he was 14 years old, and Ning Hongxiu was 6 years old, nicknamed Xiu'er. That year, Ning Hongxiu was a mischievous, snotty-nosed child. Now she's a graceful and elegant heroine. "Brother Li, it really is you. Father said you went to seek immortality, but I never expected you would actually become an immortal master." Ning Hongxiu's face was full of excitement, and her cheeks were flushed with blood due to her excitement. In high spirits, Li Chun asked the young girl with a gentle smile, "Hongxiu, how is Chief Ning now?" "Not good." Ning Hongxiu's eyes reddened, and she threw herself into Li Chen's arms. Little tears welled up in her eyes and started to fall uncontrollably. She choked out, "Brother Li, if you hadn't left Yanggu County to seek immortality, Father would have passed the Sanha Gang to you. You would be the leader of the Sanha Gang, and Father wouldn't have died such a tragic death." Li Chen frowned slightly. "Hongxiu, what exactly is going on? Explain clearly." Ning Hongxiu raised her eyes, revealing a deep-seated hatred. 6 years ago, after Brother Li left Yanggu County, Duguing lost his restraint and his arrogance gradually increased. He first killed Uncle Wang, and then forced his father to hand over his power. Father naturally refused to give up his power in the gang, and fought a fierce battle with him, splitting the Triad Gang in 2. Until 2 years ago, Duguing mastered the Eagle Claw divine skill and stormed into my home, massacring my entire family. In order to protect me and fight my way out of Yanggu County, not a single one of my father's trusted confidants remained. Now, Duguing is the only one who holds power in Yanggu County. He has renamed the former Sanha Gang to Tianyuan Gang and become the martial arts overlord of Yanggu County. For the past 2 years, I've been dealing with assassins sent by Duguing every day. Today, I was preparing to leave Blackwater Prefecture for Qing Prefecture when I saw a sword light in the sky. So I chased after it, hoping to ask the Immortal Master to help me take revenge. Brother Li, I never expected that the Immortal Master was you. Li Chen now understood the cause and effect of the matter. The Sanha Gang has 3 leaders. The first leader Ning Ji, the second leader Duguing, and the third leader Wang Tianhao. Li Chen never imagined that so many things would happen in Yanggu County during the 5 years he had been cultivating. Looking at the tearful girl in his arms, Li Chen patted her shoulder and said, "Hongxiu, don't cry yet. Let's go back to Yanggu County." Ning Hongxiu nodded emphatically, gritting her teeth. "Brother Li, I will grind Duguing to dust." "All right, grind him to dust." And so, Li Chun led the girl down the river, heading straight for Yanggu County. Years ago, Li Chun had received kindness from Chief Ning. Now that he had encountered Ning Hongxiu and heard about Chief Ning's murder, Li Chen felt he had to do something about it. Although Ning Hongxiu was only human, she possessed considerable martial arts skills and excellent lightness skills, which allowed Li Chen to travel at a considerable speed with her. 3 days later, Li Chen and Ning Hongxiu arrived outside Yanggu County. Looking at the familiar yet unfamiliar city gate, Li Chen's eyes were filled with reminiscence. 6 years ago, he resolutely walked out of this city gate to participate in the spirit testing ceremony at the Purple Void Immortal Sect. 6 years later, he returned to the place, but everything had changed. Li Chen knew very well that he was now separated from the secular world, and as time went by, his old friends in the secular world would wither and age, turning into desolate graves. Brotherly, the city is full of Dugu Ying spies. Should we disguise ourselves? In front of the city gate, Ning Hongxiu was emotional, gripping the hilt of her sword tightly, her knuckles turning blue from the excessive force. Li Chen shook his head. No need. Let's go find Dugu Ying directly. Ning Hongxiu nodded, and the two immediately entered the city. After entering the city, Li Chen noticed many prying eyes, but he ignored them. Streets of Yanggu County. A group of martial arts practitioners watched the two figures on the street and huddled together, whispering among themselves. Is it that killer star? It's him, no doubt about it. Unexpectedly, he disappeared for 6 years and has now returned. With this murderous star returning to Yanggu County, the Tianyuan gang will surely suffer a bloodbath today. Let's go. Let's follow them and see. Dear seniors, who exactly is he? Is he famous? I don't recognize him. Kid, you're young and haven't been in the martial arts world for long. You may not have met him, but you must have heard of the name Little Leaf Flying Dagger, right? Hiss. He is the Little Leaf Flying Dagger, whose every strike is stained with blood and never misses its mark. Tianyuan. In the hall, the gang leader, Dugu Ying, hosted a banquet for all the gang leaders. The banquet featured fine wine and delicacies, as well as light singing and dancing. Dugu Ying sat in the main seat, looking around with a smug expression on his face. His current status as Dugu Ying is hard won. Just as Dugu Ying was feeling smug, a flustered figure burst into the banquet. Chief, something bad has happened. He's back. That man is back again. He's back with Ning Hongxiu. Dugu Ying frowned and coldly rebuked. Brother Chu, you are a well-known figure in the martial arts world. Who could frighten you like this? After being reprimanded by Dugu Ying, the pale-faced scholar Chu Yulin swallowed hard and said with difficulty, It's Li Chen. Li Chen is back. What? Dugu Ying suddenly stood up, a hint of panic clearly in his eyes. In the hall, the leaders of the Tianyuan gang could no longer sit still. They dropped their wine glasses without realizing it, their faces filled with fear. How did Little Leaf Flying Dagger, who disappeared for 6 years, suddenly return? And why did he return with Ning Hongxiu? They've definitely come to avenge Chief Ning. What should we do now? Let's see how things go first. Little Lee's flying daggers never miss, which is certainly terrifying, but with so many of us, does he have that many flying daggers on him? Amidst the whispers of the crowd, Dugu Ying gradually calmed down and sneered. So what if Li Chen is back? This gang leader has already mastered his divine skills and is now going to test whether the legendary Little Leaf Flying Dagger is truly unstoppable. Come, follow me to meet this Little Leaf Flying Dagger. Chapter 50, the second Daoist partner. Miss, the one who has a grudge against you is the gang leader. It has nothing to do with us lowly minions. Please spare my life. The Tianyuan gang's open space. Ning Hongxiu's pretty face was icy cold. She held a fine iron longsword in her hand, and the sword flew around, leaving behind limbs and broken bones everywhere, which filled Li Chen's ears with screams of agony. Li Chen followed Ning Hongxiu up the bloodstained steps, one by one. At the end of the long staircase was a grand hall. Standing in front of the hall were a group of martial arts heroes from Yanggu County. The leader was a tall, thin, middle-aged man with a sinister gaze as he looked at the man and woman climbing the steps. Ning Hongxiu walked ahead, clearing the way for Li Chen. When they reached the end of the long staircase, Ning Hongxiu stopped and stepped aside to look at Li Chen. She knew she could handle the small fry of the Tianyuan gang, but she had to hand over Dugu Ying to Brother Li, who had become a celestial master. Li Chen walked to the front of the hall, and from a distance of more than 10 meters, looked up at the plaque hanging in the hall. This hall was once called the Hall of Gathering Righteousness. Today, this great hall is called the Hall of Supreme Harmony. Looking at the young man in black robes with a cold face, Dugu Ying's eyes sharpened, and he said in a deep voice, Brother Li, welcome back to Tianyuan gang. Li Chen glanced sideways, his tone calm. Seeing you all with swords drawn, it doesn't seem like you're welcoming me. A forced smile appeared on Dugu Ying's gaunt face. That depends on what Brother Li is back for. If Brother Li is returning as a guest, This gang leader will naturally welcome him. If Brotherly has come looking for trouble, then draw your sword. This gang leader would like to test whether little Li's flying dagger is truly unstoppable. Li Chen ignored De Guiying, his gaze sweeping over the familiar faces before turning to Ning Hongxiu. Hongxiu, of those present, who should be killed and who should be spared? Ning Hongxiu's expression was icy cold. Everyone present deserved to die. Li Chen nodded slightly. In this way, they were all killed. Arrogant. Li Chen, you are as arrogant as ever. Do you really think you are invincible? Even if Li Xuanwan's flying daggers never miss, there are so many of us. Do you have that many flying daggers on you? Can you kill us all? The conversation between Li Chen and Ning Hongxiu was overheard by the leaders of various gangs, who glared at him angrily and shouted that Li Chen was arrogant. Arrogant? In his youth, Li Chen roamed the martial world undefeated, which was indeed arrogant. However, after entering the world of cultivation, Li Chen restrained his arrogance. He is no longer the arrogant youth he once was, nor the martial arts master, but a chi-refining realm cultivator who walks cautiously and tremblingly on the path to immortality. Looking at the group of old friends, Li Chen's eyes were calm as he raised his palm. As Li Chen raised his palm, a huge crimson hand materialized, casting a shadow over a group of martial arts masters from Yanggu County. Looking at that enormous crimson palm, a group of martial arts masters trembled, a nameless fear rising in their hearts. What kind of martial art is this? This is the spirit transformation hand, but it's not a martial art. Li Chen spoke softly, raising his palm and gently pressing down, the huge crimson palm following suit. Boom! The earthquake trembled. Under the horrified gazes of a group of Tianyuan gang lackeys and martial arts enthusiasts who had come to join the fun, the Supreme Hall collapsed with a deafening roar, raising clouds of dust. When the smoke and dust cleared, the figure of De Guiying, the martial arts overlord of Yanggu County, was nowhere to be seen, nor were the leaders of the Tianyuan gang. The sky has fallen over Yanggu County. Below, in the open space, a martial arts practitioner stood with a blank stare, muttering to himself. Ning Hongxiu stared blankly at the collapsed hall. She quickly came to her senses, rushed to the ruins, moved aside the rubble, and pulled De Guiying's body out of the rubble. 1 sword, 2 swords, 3 swords. Ning Hongxiu went berserk, relentlessly slashing at the corpse of the lone eagle with her fine, iron longsword. Below, the henchmen of the Tianyuan gang scattered and fled, while the martial arts spectators who had come to watch the spectacle fell silent. Clang! After a long while, Ning Hongxiu dropped her long sword to the ground. She turned to look at Li Chen, threw herself into his arms, and sobbed uncontrollably. Li Chen patted the girl's back and gently comforted her. Hongxiu, don't cry, it's all over now. Ning Hongxiu looked up, wiping away her tears, her eyes red-rimmed. Brotherly, thank you. Li Chen shook his head. Chief Ning had helped him many times, and now that he knew about this, he should avenge him. Hongxiu, you've avenged your great enemy. What are your plans now? Ning Hongxiu stared straight at Li Chen, without any shyness, and said directly, Brotherly, Hongxiu has no intention of marrying you. Li Chen waved his hand and said, Hongxiu, you don't need to do this. I came here to avenge Chief Ning only because he has helped me many times. I don't expect your gratitude. Ning Hongxiu looked at Li Chen with clear eyes, but her father had said he would marry her off to him. Li Chen chuckled, but did not reply. Seeing that Li Chen didn't react, Ning Hongxiu became anxious. Brotherly, I'm not marrying you because of what father said. I really want to marry you. You don't know, I've liked you since I was very young. Later, you suddenly disappeared. I kept pestering my father for a long time before he finally told me that you had gone to seek immortality. You have no idea how heartbroken I was at that time. Brotherly, why don't you marry Hongxiu? Under the setting sun, on the ruins, all around were pools of blood. The girl stared intently at Li Chen, her expression serious, and boldly poured out her heart. Li Chen frowned, thought for a moment, and replied to the girl in a deep voice, Hongxiu, I already have a wife and children. Ning Hongxiu grabbed Li Chen's sleeve, refusing to let go. I don't care. Meeting the girl's earnest gaze, Li Chen gently advised, Hongxiu, you know I've already embarked on the path of immortality. Immortals and mortals are different. You and I are no longer from the same world. Ning Hongxiu's eyes were stubborn, and she refused to give up. Then take me with you on the path to immortality. Helpless, Li Chen could only explain earnestly, Hongxiu, cultivating immortality requires spiritual roots. Those without spiritual roots cannot embark on the path to immortality. In a mortal world, only 1 in millions will possess spiritual roots. How can you be so sure I don't have spiritual roots? To dissuade the girl from giving up, Li Chun took out a spirit-testing disc from his storage bag. He placed his palm on the disc, which would then sense his spiritual root aptitude. If he possessed spiritual roots, the disc would light up. If it didn't react, it meant he had no spiritual roots. This spirit-testing plate was prepared by Li Chun for Li Changsheng. Although Li Chun knew that Li Changsheng had an 8th grade partial with spiritual root, the formalities still had to be followed. Unexpectedly, this spirit-testing disc was used on Ning Hongxiu. Li Chun hadn't really considered whether Ning Hongxiu possessed spiritual roots, since it was extremely difficult for someone with spiritual roots to appear in the mortal realm. Ning Hongxiu looked at the spirit-testing disc that Li Chun had taken out and nervously placed her palm on it. The next moment, a golden light shot out from the spirit-testing plate. The light was not dazzling, but it was several times brighter than the light emitted when Li Chun tested his spiritual roots. A 6th grade, slightly metal-based spiritual root. I never imagined she actually had spiritual roots. Li Chun looked at the girl, his eyes flickering uncertainly. Ning Hongxiu's pretty face lit up with a happy smile, extremely excited. It's lit. It's lit. Brotherly, this jade plate is lit. Can I marry you? Chapter 51 Return to Yinshan Workshop. Streets of Xuanqing County. Holding a candied hawthorn in one hand and tugging at Li Chen's sleeve with the other, Ning Hongxiu asked nervously, Brotherly, will Sister Mo accept me? Also, will Changsheng hate me? Li Chen turned his head, chuckled, and replied, Don't worry. Xiaoyu is gentle. She won't do anything to you. Changsheng is also very sensible. He'll like you as long as you give him a candied hawthorn. Hearing Li Chen's words of comfort, Ning Hongxiu was still a little nervous. After all, she was going to see Li Chen's wife and son. In fact, there is no concept of a principal wife, a secondary wife, or a concubine in the cultivation world. The only terms used in the cultivation world are Daoist companion, concubine, and maid. As for whether Mo Yunyu will accept Ning Hongxiu, Li Chun believes that she will. In front of the inn, Mo Yunyu held Li Changsheng's hand. Li Changsheng looked curiously at the crowd on the street. Suddenly, his eyes lit up. Mother, it's father. Father is back. Mo Yunyu looked in the direction Li Changsheng was pointing and indeed saw her husband. However, her husband was followed by a valiant young woman, and the two were behaving quite intimately. Li Chun, leading Ning Hongxiu, had already reached the entrance of the inn. He first looked at Mo Yunyu and asked softly, Xiaoyu, have you encountered any trouble these past few days? Mo Yunyu gently shook her head, looking tenderly at Li Chun. Husband, Changsheng and I have been staying at the inn these past few days without encountering any trouble. Father, who is this beautiful lady? Li Changsheng felt ignored, so he grabbed Li Chen's trouser leg and shook it vigorously, trying to get Li Chen's attention. Li Chen bent down and picked up Li Changsheng. Changsheng, this is your concubine Hongxiu. Quickly call her. Li Changsheng looked at Ning Hongxiu with innocent and pure eyes. Hello, Annie. Ning Hongxiu finally breathed a sigh of relief and handed the candied hawthorn to Li Changsheng. Changsheng, you're so good. This is a gift from your aunt. Li Changsheng did not accept it, but instead looked up at Li Chun. Seeing Li Chun nod with a smile, he took the candied hawthorn from Ning Hongxiu and tried licking it. Then, Li Changsheng's eyes lit up. Father, what is this? These are candied hawthorns. If Changsheng likes them, I'll ask Aunt Hongxiu to buy you some more. Changsheng, how about letting Aunt Hongxiu take you out to play for a while? Li Chen offered an explanation, then consulted his son's opinion. Li Changsheng looked at Ning Hongxiu, a thoughtful look appearing in his innocent and pure eyes, and then nodded emphatically. Li Chun handed Li Changsheng over to Ning Hongxiu, saying, Hongxiu, take Changsheng to the city for a while. Ning Hongxiu nodded and led Li Changsheng away. After Ning Hongxiu and Li Changsheng left, Li Chun looked at Mo Yunyu and said softly, Xiaoyu, Hongxiu is an old friend from my mortal life. This time, my husband, you don't need to explain. Mo Yunyu shook her head, looking at Li Chun with tender eyes. Since my husband likes her, let him bring her back. Even if my husband wants that Hongxiu girl to become powerful, Xiaoyu will not complain. Li Chun scratched his head. The explanation he had prepared was useless. Mo Yunyu is still the same Mo Yunyu. Even now, while she remains understanding, the timidity and weakness in her bones have not disappeared. Li Chun pulled Mo Yunyu into his arms. In the cultivation world, there's no such thing as a principal wife or a concubine. You and Hongxiu are both my Daoist partners, without distinction of rank. Mo Yunyu looked up and whispered, Husband, let's have another child. Li Chun shook his head and calmly refused. No. Do you want a child? What about your cultivation? Mo Yunyu gave birth to Li Changsheng for Li Chun, and that is enough. Li Chun does not plan to have any more children with Mo Yunyu. Mo Yunyu has a 9th grade spiritual root, while Li Chen currently has an 8th grade spiritual root. If the two of them have another child, the child will most likely have an 8th grade or 9th grade spiritual root. Why did Li Chen seek a Daoist partner with high spiritual root aptitude? It was because he wanted to have more offspring with high spiritual root aptitude to improve his own spiritual root aptitude. Without the system, Li Chen wouldn't even seek a Daoist partner, let alone have children. Li Chen was never a lecher. Yes, that's it. Li Chen nodded again, reaffirming his belief that he was not a womanizer. An hour later, Ning Hongxiu returned with Li Changsheng. In Li Changsheng's hand, there was an extra bag of snacks and 2 small toys. Mo Yunyu stepped forward and asked Ning Hongxiu with a gentle smile, "Sister Hongxiu, has Changsheng been naughty?" Ning Hongxiu seemed a little flustered and acted reservedly, shaking her head repeatedly. "Sister Mo, Changsheng is very well-behaved and not naughty at all." Li Chen picked up Li Changsheng and said, "Son, it's time for us to go home." That day, Li Chen bought 2 fast horses and set off towards Yinshanfang with Mo Yunyu, her son, and Ning Hongxiu. This trip has already taken long enough time. The secular world is different from Yinshanfang. In secular places, the spiritual energy of heaven and earth is very weak, almost non-existent. Therefore, no cultivator would stay in a mortal world for a long time, unless they were cultivators who had given up on the path to immortality and had abandoned cultivation. Only then would they return to the mortal world to act arrogantly and enjoy life. One difference between the cultivation world and the secular world is that wherever cultivators gather, there are usually spiritual veins. The spiritual veins emit spiritual energy, which cultivators can use for breathing exercises and cultivation. Only in places abundant with spiritual energy can spiritual herbs and medicines grow, and spiritual materials and minerals be found. However, in the cultivation world of Yin Kingdom, all the mountains with spiritual veins have been divided and occupied by various forces. The Purple Void Immortal Sect occupies the only 3rd-order spiritual vein in the Yin Kingdom. The Yulong family has designated a 300-mile stretch of the Blackwater River, exclusively possessing a 2nd-tier spiritual vein and forbidding cultivators of other surnames from approaching. The Wang family occupies several hilltops on Ningbi Cliff. Even 1st-order spiritual veins are divided and occupied by various qi refining families, such as the Bai family of Green Bamboo Mountain, the Sidu family of Crescent Lake, and the Zhao family of Inwen Cliff. Inshan Market, Nanshan Market, Taihu Market, Qinghe Market, and Sherlin Market. These 5 markets are built on 2nd-tier spiritual veins, attracting a large number of independent cultivators and providing them with a foothold. At the same time, the Zishu Immortal Sect and various cultivation families also set up businesses in these markets, exploiting the independent cultivators for their spiritual stones. Besides the 5 major cultivation markets, the cultivation world of Yin Kingdom also has some smaller markets built on 1st-order spiritual veins. 5 days later, Li Chen brought Mo Yunyu and her son back to the outskirts of Yinshanfang. Ning Hongxiu dismounted and looked at the thick fog ahead with curiosity. "Brother Li, is the cultivation world behind this fog?" Li Chen smiled and nodded. "That's right. Beyond this illusion array lies the world of cultivation." Red sleeves, the world of cultivation is different from the secular world. You'll understand once you embark on the path to immortality. At this point, Li Chen's eyes turned cold. The Wang family, Wang Fengming. Although he returned to Yinshanfang safely without being ambushed, Li Chen had not forgotten the incident where Wang Fengming hired the Zhao family cultivators to ambush him. This debt must be settled with Wang Fengming. Chapter 52 Daily Life of Cultivation. This is... Li Chen led Mo Yunyu and her son back to the cave, with Ning Hongxiu joining them. They bumped into Fu Kong, who glanced at Ning Hongxiu and looked at Li Chen with a puzzled expression. Li Chen chuckled and explained, "Fellow Daoist Fu, let me introduce you. This is Hongxiu, my new Daoist partner." Fu Kong nodded, his expression unchanged. Fu Kong expressed his understanding regarding Li Chen bringing back an ordinary woman. In Fu Kang's eyes, Li Chen was limited by his spiritual root aptitude and probably had no hope of becoming an immortal in this lifetime. Therefore, he placed his hopes of becoming an immortal on the next generation and wanted to have more children with spiritual roots so that he could raise them. It was precisely because Li Chen's cultivation level was low that Fu Kong felt comfortable befriending him. "Uncle Fu, Changsheng misses you so much." Upon seeing Fu Kong, Li Changsheng ran over with his short legs. "Changsheng, this time you're going back to the mortal world. Is the mortal world fun?" Fu Kong bent down and picked up Li Changsheng. A smile appeared on his cold, hard face, and even his tone became gentle. "The secular world is so much fun. Even those who aspire to immortality would want to return to it. Uncle Fu, do you have time to take Changsheng to the secular world for fun? Li Chen let Li Changsheng and Fu Kong play around, and then led Ning Hongxiu into the cave. Upon first entering the world of cultivation, Ning Hongxiu found everything novel and fascinating. Li Chen instructed Ning Hongxiu to stay in the cave with Mo Yunyu as much as possible before she entered the Daoist path, and not to wander around aimlessly. At the same time, Li Chen also asked Mo Yunyu to teach Ning Hongxiu some common knowledge about the cultivation world. After settling Ning Hongxiu in, Li Chen headed straight for the Divine Pill Pavilion to pay his respects to Manager Fu. Then, Li Chen went to Master Chen's cave to pay his respects. The next day, Li Chen, for the first time ever, refined 4 batches of pills at the Divine Pill Pavilion. There's no way around it. How can a man with a family like his not work hard to earn spirit stones? Especially now that Ning Hongxiu has joined the family. After finishing work, I went to Baibalu and bought a Golden Yuan Gong technique there. Like the Crimson Flame technique, the Golden Yuan technique is a common low-level cultivation method in the cultivation world. It is extremely cheap and readily available. Ning Hongxiu has a 6th grade spiritual root, with the attribute leaning towards metal. Li Chen wanted to find her a more advanced cultivation technique, but cultivation techniques are extremely special in the world of cultivation. High-level cultivation techniques are basically monopolized by cultivation families and major sections. The cultivation techniques circulating in the market are all low-level common ones, which end at the peak of qi refining and do not have any content after the foundation establishment stage. Once a rogue cultivator manages to establish a foundation, they will face the difficulty of having no cultivation techniques to practice. At this point, independent cultivators who have successfully established their foundation generally have only 2 choices in order to obtain subsequent cultivation techniques. Either become a retainer of a major cultivation family, or join the Purple Void Immortal sect as an outer sect steward and work for the sect. Aside from these 2 paths, it's difficult for independent cultivators to find other options for building their own foundations. Of course, those who have received instruction from a senior master are in a different situation. Wealth Law Earth Couple. Every step blocked the path of the lower-level cultivators. This is a general overview of the cultivation world in the Yin Kingdom. The cultivation world in other kingdoms are roughly the same. It wasn't that Li Chen didn't want to find profound methods for Ning Hongxiu, but rather that, given his current status, he couldn't. Li Chen himself also cultivates the Crimson Flame technique, which is not as advanced as the Golden Origin technique. Li Chen led Jin Yuangong back to his cave. Mo Yunyu was busy preparing dinner, while Ning Hongxiu was playing with Li Changsheng and teaching him a set of secular boxing techniques. In fact, Li Changsheng was very lonely because he had no playmates and started reading and recognizing characters before he was even 3 years old. With the arrival of a concubine named Hongxiu, Li Changsheng was noticeably happier. However, Ning Hongxiu couldn't play with Li Changsheng forever. She also needed to cultivate. After thinking it over, Li Chen decided to have a younger brother or sister for Li Changsheng as soon as possible, so that he would have a playmate and not be deprived of a complete childhood. After the family finished their dinner, Li Chen called Ning Hongxiu aside and taught her the Golden Scripture, hoping that she could quickly complete her cultivation and transform into a cultivator. Ning Hongxiu was quite perceptive, and since the Golden Yuan technique wasn't a particularly profound method, she quickly grasped its essence and went to meditate and cultivate with great enthusiasm. Looking at Ning Hongxiu, who was meditating and cultivating on his meditation cushion, Li Chen glanced around the cave dwelling. It seemed that moving would have to be put on the agenda as soon as possible. This grade D cave dwelling is ultimately a bit small, and the spiritual energy is not dense enough. The 4 people lived in a Class D cave, which felt a bit crowded. Li Chen decided to rent a Class C cave dwelling tomorrow and partition off several rooms within it. As Li Changsheng grew up, there were some things that he would eventually have to keep in his shoes. The next morning, Li Chen looked at Ning Hongxiu. Ning Hongxiu walked up to Li Chen, somewhat dejected. "Brother Li, I have sensed the spiritual energy of heaven and earth, but I still cannot draw it into my body to refine it into magical power and complete my path to enlightenment." Li Chen shook his head and chuckled, comforting him, "No rush. The world of cultivation is different from the secular world. Take it slow." Mo Yunyu smiled and echoed, "Hongxiu, you have a 6th grade spiritual root. I believe you will soon enter the Tao. I started cultivating at the age of 7, and it took me a full 5 years to reach the Tao by initiating qi at the age of 12. Ning Hongxiu nodded, then raised her fist. "Brother Li, Sister Mo, don't worry. I will definitely work hard on my cultivation and won't be a burden." Li Chen smiled and pinched Ning Hongxiu's nose, then turned and walked out of the cave to go to the Divine Pill Pavilion to work as usual. As always, Mo Yunyu saw Li Chen off from the cave and watched his figure disappear. This time, however, Mo Yunyu was not alone. Ning Hongxiu was by her side. As for Li Changsheng, he was still fast asleep, unaware that his father had already gotten up early and gone to work. In the afternoon, Li Chen went to the Class A No. 2 cave. A prominent figure in the Yang family, who lived in the No. 2 cave of the Class A, was named Yang Dezhu, who is said to be the son of the Yang family's patriarch. Yang Dezhu is a big shot in Yinshanfang. He is at the peak of the qi refining realm and manages the shantytown and cave dwelling areas of Yinshanfang. He is even in charge of the law enforcement team of Yinshanfang. Li Chen handed over 200 spirit stones and obtained the opening token for the Class C No. 99 cave dwelling. As Li Chen emerged from the Grade A No. 2 cave, he looked toward the Grade A No. 1 cave. The Grade A Cave No. 1 belongs to Fairy Ling Long and is located in the very center of a second-tier spiritual vein. This cave dwelling was specially given to Fairy Ling Long by the Yang family of Yulong and the Wang family of Ningbi Cliff. They dared not ask Fairy Ling Long for spirit stones. Although this cave dwelling belongs to Fairy Ling Long, she rarely lives here. Looking at the enclosed cave, there was no magic array set up in front of it. Calculating the time, Li Chen hadn't seen Fairy Ling Long for more than 3 years, and he had no idea where she was or what she was doing. Chapter 53 Blood Fiend Technique. Li Chen handed over 200 spirit stones and obtained the opening token for the Class C No. 99 cave dwelling. In the shanty town, a single room costs 1 spirit stone per month. A level D cave dwelling costs only 80 spirit stones per month. A Class C cave dwelling costs 200 spirit stones per month. A Grade B cave dwelling costs exactly 500 spirit stones per month. The pressure of life has increased again. Li Chen cursed the major cultivation families in his heart for their ruthlessness. They opened up cave dwellings on spiritual veins and rented them out to independent cultivators, charging tens of thousands of spirit stones every month. How many independent cultivators desperately earned spirit stones in order to rent cave dwellings for cultivation? As a result, all the spirit stones ended up in the pockets of the major cultivation families. Of course, the most important are the Yang family of Yulong and the Wang family of Ningbi Cliff. These two families are foundation establishment families with a history of hundreds of years and are also the largest shareholders of Yinshanfang. Although the Bai family of Qingzhou Mountain, the Sidu family of Crescent Lake, and the Zhao family of Yinfeng Cliff are nominally the founders of Yinshan Workshop, they actually have little say in the matter. In Yinshan Ward, the Yang and Wang families truly held sway. Li Chen returned home with the token to establish his residence, intending to invite Mo Yunyu and Ning Hongxiu to move into the Class C cave dwelling together. Don't run away, little black. Woof, woof. As soon as Li Chen arrived home, he saw Li Changsheng chasing a puppy the size of a palm running around outside the cave. Li Shen Skinta. This is a first-tier demon beast black fire hound cub. Where did this demon beast cub come from? Changsheng. Where did this black fire dog puppy come from? Li Chen stepped forward, picked up Li Changsheng, and asked him about the origin of the monster cub. Daddy, Xiaohei is a pet that Uncle Fu gave me. Li Chen nodded, put Li Changsheng down, and said, Go play by yourself. Your father has something to do, so go find Uncle Fu. Fu Kong really cared about Li Changsheng, basically treating him like his own child, and even found a first-tier demon beast cub for him. Although it's just a first-tier demon beast cub, it's still worth about 100 spirit stones. 100 or so spirit stones is an astronomical sum for a row cultivator in the early stage of qi refining, and it is no small amount for Kong, a cultivator at the 6th level of qi refining. Fellow Daoist Fu, are you there? Outside the cave, Li Chen called out, and the cave door slowly opened. Li Chen stepped into the cave. Fellow Daoist Fu, here are 200 spirit stones. Please accept them. Li Chen took out 200 spirit stones from his storage bag and pushed them in front of Fu Kong. He couldn't just take the black fire hound cub for free. Fu Kang's expression was cold and hard, and he frowned. Changsheng is not only your son, but also my nephew. Take the spirit stone back. Li Chen shook his head. One thing at a time. The demon beast cub is quite valuable, and fellow Daoist Fu also needs the resources for cultivation. He should accept the spirit stones. Fu Kong didn't look at the spirit stones. He calmly looked at Li Chen and said, Today I went to the Yinshan Mountains to hunt monsters and happened to come across a newborn black fire dog cub. I thought that Changsheng didn't have any playmates, so I brought it back to give to him. You know that I cultivate the blood fiend technique, which requires the aid of fiendish energy and blood energy. Slaughtering demonic beasts in the slaughterhouse is no longer sufficient for my cultivation. For the next period of time, I will enter the Yinshan Mountains to hunt demonic beasts, collect blood fiendish energy to break through to the late stage of Qi refining, and incidentally refine the Blood Fiend banner. I have resigned from my job as the butcher at Zengxiela. Now, I'd like to ask you for a favor. Seeing Fu Kang's solemn expression, Li Chen's expression also became very serious. Fellow Daoist Fu, please speak. Fu Kang looked calmly at Li Chen. The Blood Fiend technique relies on blood and fiend energy for cultivation. I have killed too many living beings. When I try to break through to the 7th level of Qi refining, I will definitely encounter internal and external demons blocking my way. I would like to ask Master Chen to refine a batch of cleansing spirit pills to suppress the internal and external demons. I have prepared all the medicinal herbs, auxiliary medicines, and the elixir formula, but I have no connection with Master Chen. Li Chen Fronat. Li Chen had known for some time that Fu Kang practiced demonic cultivation techniques, but today was the first time he had heard Fu Kang mention the name of the technique. Blood Fiend technique. Li Chen couldn't help but think of Xie Xian, whom he had met in Qingfang. He also has a Blood God technique sealed in his storage bag. The names of the Blood Fiend technique and the Blood God technique make it hard for Li Chen not to associate them together. Seeing Li Chen frown, Fu Kang said calmly, "If you don't like it, it's fine to ask Master Chen to refine pills for me." Li Chen came to his senses and said, "Fellow Daoist Fu, could you tell me how you obtained this Blood Fiend technique?" Fu Kang did not answer, but looked at Li Chen with a strange expression. Li Chen knew that Fu Kang had misunderstood and was about to explain when Fu Kang looked on with a look of reminiscence and said in a deep voice, 13 years ago, my Fu family was wiped out. During my escape, I met a wise and experienced senior. After that senior master saved me, he passed on the Blood Fiend technique to me. From then on, I traveled from Qingzhou to Haishuizhao and came to Yinshanfang. Actually, I am just like you, a 9th grade spiritual root. Without the Blood Fiend technique, I wouldn't have achieved my current level of cultivation. If you're interested in the Blood Fiend technique, I can teach it to you. Li Chen frowned deeply, took out a blood-textured jade slip from his storage bag, and said, "Fellow Daoist Fu, take a look at this cultivation technique." Fu Kang looked at Li Chen suspiciously, then took the blood jade slip and placed it between his eyebrows. A moment later, Fu Kang suddenly opened his eyes, and a beam of blood-red light shot out from them. The Blood God technique and the Blood Fiend technique originated from the same lineage, and were split off from a more profound demonic cultivation technique. Where did you obtain this Blood God technique? Li Chen did not hide anything and told the story of his encounter with Xie Xian during his trip to Qingfang. Fu Kang remained silent, lost in thought. Li Chen remained silent, trusting that Fu Kang had his own judgment on the matter. According to Li Chen's guess, the Blood God technique and the Blood Fiend technique were probably deliberately spread by a certain demonic master. Those who cultivate the Blood God technique and the Blood Fiend technique will become provisions or food once they have achieved success in their cultivation. Li Chen felt somewhat fortunate that he had resisted the temptation and had not cultivated the Blood God technique. After a long pause, Fu Kang's eyes turned cold and his voice became hoarse. Even though I know there are traps ahead, I have to keep going. I can't turn back. The blood feud of my Fu family must be avenged. Brother, thank you for bringing me this Blood God technique. Meeting Fu Kang's grateful gaze, Li Chen remained silent. After a long while, Li Chen spoke softly. Give me the medicinal herbs and the formula for refining the spirit-clearing pill, and I will ask Master Chen to start the furnace and refine the pill for you. Fu Kang knew that there were traps ahead in cultivating the Blood God technique and the Blood Fiend technique, but he chose to continue on. Because he wanted revenge. Driven by revenge, Fu Kang no longer cared about the path to immortality, longevity, or even whether he could become an immortal. He lives only for revenge. This is Fu Kang's choice, and Li Chen respects it. Since Fu Kang has chosen to continue cultivating the Blood Fiend technique, Li Chen will help him refine a batch of spirit-clearing pills to help him break through the 7th level of Qi refining and become a late-stage Qi refining cultivator, so that he can avenge the blood feud of his family. Actually, there's no need to use the recipe for the spirit-clearing pill. The second-tier alchemy inheritance that Li Chen obtained already includes the method for refining the spirit-clearing pill. Li Chen doesn't need to ask Alchemist Chen for help. He can refine it himself. After Li Chen arrived in the world of cultivation, he had virtually no friends other than Fu Kang and Huang Qingya. Huang Qingya and Li Chen could not even be considered friends, because their relationship was too superficial. Fu Kang was usually taciturn and had a cold expression, but Li Chen knew that he wasn't born that way. He became taciturn and unsmiling because the tragedy of his family's massacre caused a drastic change in his personality. But from a friend's perspective, Fu Kang is a friend worth associating with and trusting. Now that he had accepted this friend as a friend, Li Chun would not refuse to help if his friend needed it. Chapter 54 Ning Hongxiu enters the Dao. Li Chun returned to his cave dwelling and invited Mo Yunyu and Ning Hongxiu to move in together. Li Changsheng, holding the little black dog, asked, "Daddy, where are we going?" "We moved to a Class C cave." Li Chun explained the difference between a Class C cave dwelling and a Class D cave dwelling to his son with a smile. Li Changsheng was bewildered. Li Changsheng was not yet old enough to cultivate, so he was completely confused. Upon arriving at the Class C cave, Li Chun personally gathered rubble and built several walls, dividing the cave's interior into 4 sections. There's a large hall, a bedroom that belongs solely to Li Changsheng, and 2 other bedrooms for Mo Yunyu and Ning Hongxiu. As for Li Chun, it doesn't matter. At daybreak, Li Chun went to work at the Divine Pill Pavilion, as usual. In the alchemy room, Li Chun took out the spiritual herbs prepared by Fu Kong and started the furnace to refine the mind-clearing pill for him. The cleansing spirit pill is a high-grade, first-tier pill. Because he was busy refining this batch of pills, Li Chun didn't have time to refine any other pills all day. The higher the grade of the elixir, the longer it takes to refine it. Li Chun can produce a batch of fasting pills, hemostatic pills, and qi-nourishing pills in an hour. Pills like the Spirit Gathering Pill, Qi Harmony Pill, and Vitality Enhancement Pill all have different time consumption periods. As for second-tier spirit pills, it takes at least 10 days to half a month to produce a batch. This is because the higher the grade of the spirit pill, the more types of spirit herbs are needed when starting the furnace, and the older they are. The alchemy process is also more complicated, so it takes a long time. At night, Li Chun went to cave number 298 of rank D and handed a bottle of refreshing pills to Fu Kong. Fu Kong took the jade bottle, put it into his storage bag without even glancing at it, and gave Li Chun a hug without saying a word. Li Chun could even smell the strong aura of blood and killing intent emanating from him. "They're gone." Fu Kong gave Li Chun a hug, and under the cover of night, they left the cave and the Yinshan market. Li Chun silently watched Fu Kang's figure, which appeared exceptionally lonely and resolute. After a long while, Li Chun withdrew his gaze and said softly, "Fellow Daoist Fu, I wish you good luck." Suddenly, Li Chun realized that someone was watching him from the shadows. Turning around, I saw a cultivator in the early stage of qi refining. Meeting Li Chun's gaze, the cultivator looked somewhat flustered, turned around, and quickly disappeared into the night. Li Chun's eyes turned cold. Wang Fengming. This person was most likely sent by Wang Fengming to spy on him, but of course, it cannot be ruled out that he was sent by other forces. Li Chun returned to his Class C cave dwelling, swallowed a qi-boosting pill, and seized the time to cultivate. With fewer and fewer high-grade spiritual herbs being cultivated in the Divine Pill Pavilion's herb garden, Li Chun could no longer consume qi-nourishing pills without limit for cultivation as he had before. Fortunately, he moved to a Class C cave dwelling, and his spiritual root improved from the 9th grade to the 8th grade, so his cultivation did not stagnate. 3 more months passed. That day, Li Chun returned to his cave as usual. As soon as they returned to their cave, Ning Hongxiu ran up to Li Chun, stood on tiptoe, and wrapped her arms around his neck. "Brotherly, I have some good news for you. I've successfully entered the Dao." Li Chun smiled and nodded encouragingly. Hongxiu is really amazing. Actually, he could tell at a glance without Ning Hongxiu saying anything. Ning Hongxiu had just entered the Dao, and the fluctuations of her magical power were unstable, which was obvious to anyone with discerning eyes. To achieve qi induction and Dao transformation into a cultivator in 3 months is a normal cultivation speed for someone with a 6th grade spiritual root. After all, Ning Hongxiu lived in a Class C cave dwelling, ate spiritual rice every meal, and received spiritual meals every few days. Even disciples of the Zishu sect and their families might not be able to enjoy such conditions. "Brotherly, I'm also a cultivator now. Why don't you teach me alchemy? That way I can share some of the burden with you and give you more time to cultivate." Ning Hongxiu put her arm around Li Chun's neck and asked if she could learn alchemy. Li Chun's gaze shifted, and he thought it was feasible. Now that he has a family to support, even though he receives a considerable amount of spirit stones from Manager Fu every month, it's still not enough. Living in a Class C cave dwelling, one receives 200 spirit stones per month. In addition, we need to buy spirit rice and monster meat. Li Changxing's little black dog also needs to be fed blood every day, all of which costs spirit stones. The burden of supporting the family, including food, clothing, and daily necessities, as well as cultivation, rested entirely on Li Chen's shoulders. It was indeed no easy task. Mo Yunyu also expressed her desire to learn a skill to earn spirit stones and share the burden with Li Chun. Unfortunately, Mo Yunyu simply lacked talent. She couldn't learn alchemy. She still couldn't learn how to make talismans. Not to mention formations. After several attempts, Mo Yunyu became increasingly self-conscious, feeling utterly useless. She even considered earning spirit sand by washing clothes for others. But after being scolded by Li Chen a few times, she never dared to mention it again. Now that Ning Hongxiu wants to learn alchemy, Li Chen is naturally willing to teach her. I wonder if Ning Hongxiu has the talent for alchemy. However, if Ning Hongxiu wanted to learn alchemy, she would need to buy an alchemy furnace, spiritual herbs, and even ironwood. How many spirit stones would that cost? Thinking about all this, Li Chen felt a chill run down his spine. The resources required to train a pill master are terrifying. Not everyone is like Li Chen, who has a system to impart second-tier pill cultivation inheritance. Only powerful forces are qualified to train alchemists. Let's take Ning Hongxiu to the Divine Pill Pavilion as an apprentice and see if she has any talent for alchemy. If you don't have a talent for alchemy, you should give up the idea of learning it as soon as possible. Looking at the girl in his arms, Li Chen pondered many things, then said with a smile, "There's no rush to learn alchemy. Right now, there's something even more urgent." Ning Hongxiu looked bewildered. "Brother Li, what's the urgent matter?" Ning Hongxiu suddenly exclaimed, her cheeks flushing red. Li Chen lifted her up by the waist, leaned close to her ear, and chuckled as he said, "Of course, we're going to give Changsheng a younger brother or sister. Otherwise, Changsheng will be so lonely." Ning Hongxiu was lifted up by Li Chen around the waist. She wrapped her arms around Li Chen's neck and pressed her burning cheeks against Li Chen's chest. Her whole body was tense and had lost its flexibility. Li Chen carried Ning Hongxiu into the room, and after a passionate night together, he didn't forget to continue meditating and cultivating. The young girl, who had just experienced the pleasures of life, peeked out from under the covers and looked at Li Chen, asking softly, "Brother Li, are you still going to cultivate?" Li Chen reached out and stroked the girl's hair, smiling gently. "It's time to change how you address her." Husband and wife. Meeting Li Chen's gentle gaze, Ning Hongxiu called out, "Husband," then buried her head under the covers, refusing to come out again. Seeing Ning Hongxiu hide under the covers, Li Chen smiled, then spoke earnestly, "Hongxiu, we cultivators embark on the path of immortality, and all we seek is to achieve immortality. However, the path to immortality is fraught with difficulties and dangers. If one slacks off in cultivation, how can one overcome these difficulties and dangers?" After saying that, Li Chen took out a chi-boosting pill and slowly closed his eyes. Ning Hongxiu threw back the covers and looked at Li Chen, who was meditating. Her eyes flickered and then became firm. Since her husband is working so hard to achieve immortality, she naturally wants to stay by his side and walk with him forever. Ning Hongxiu sat up and closed her eyes, just like Li Chen. The next day, when Li Chen woke up from his meditation, he saw Ning Hongxiu still meditating and cultivating beside him, and he couldn't help but show a look of relief. Compared to Mo Yunyu's laid-back attitude towards cultivation, Ning Hongxiu is undoubtedly ambitious. Just thinking about Mo Yunyu gave Li Chen a headache. Mo Yunyu has a 9th grade spiritual root, but she doesn't care much about cultivation. Even when given chi-nourishing pills and spirit-gathering pills, she secretly hides them and doesn't take them herself. Li Chen had reprimanded Mo Yunyu many times for this, but Mo Yunyu ignored his words and continued to do as she pleased. In her own words, since she already has a 9th grade spiritual root, she shouldn't waste resources. She wanted to save these elixirs for her son. Li Chen tried to persuade her and even scolded her, but while Mo Yunyu outwardly agreed, she still kept the cultivation resources Li Chen gave her hidden. Li Chen couldn't help but think of Mo Bai. Mo Yunyu and Mo Bai are indeed father and daughter. In some ways, they are exactly alike. Chapter 55 Li Xian. Li Chen took Ning Hongxiu to the Divine Pill Pavilion and began to teach her how to identify the properties of medicinal herbs, how to open and warm the furnace, and how to control the size of the flames. All the basics of alchemy. Although Li Chen held a special position in the Divine Pill Pavilion, the apprentices and staff there gossiped about him behind his back. Gradually, rumors of Li Chen's womanizing ways began to spread among the lower-level cultivators of Yinshanfeng. Li Chen had heard some of these rumors, but he just smiled and didn't care. Ning Hongxiu possessed a 6th grade spiritual root. She followed Li Chen to learn alchemy, but unfortunately, she lacked the talent for it. As Ning Hongxiu's belly grew bigger day by day, Li Chen simply stopped taking her to the Divine Pill Pavilion, and Ning Hongxiu also gave up her desire to learn alchemy. Alchemy is too difficult. This is Ning Hongxiu's version of events. Another year passed, and Ning Hongxiu's belly became very large. Her cultivation level had reached the 3rd level of qi refining, and she could give birth at any time. Reaching the 3rd level of qi refining isn't an exaggerated cultivation speed, considering Ning Hongxiu has a 6th grade spiritual root and an unlimited supply of qi nourishing pills from Li Chen. On this day, Li Chen returned home from Xindan Pavilion as usual. Li Changsheng, accompanied by a black and red dog, was guarding outside the cave. Upon seeing Li Chen, he ran over quickly, his face full of excitement. Father, Aunt Hongxiu is about to give birth. I'm going to have a younger brother or sister. Li Changsheng is 4 years old. He has a relatively calm personality and is usually obedient and sensible. Overall, Li Chen was satisfied with his eldest son. The black and red dog followed Li Changsheng around, wagging its tail and sticking out its tongue at Li Chen. Li Chen squatted down, patted Li Changsheng's head, and asked with a smile, Changsheng, do you want a younger brother or a younger sister? Li Changsheng bit his finger, thought for a moment, and replied, I want a younger sister. Li Chen remained silent. Li Chen didn't really care whether Ning Hongxiu gave birth to a son or a daughter. What he cared about was what kind of spiritual talent this child possessed. Perhaps it's true that practice makes perfect. With Li Changsheng and the 2nd child about to be born, Li Chen didn't feel nervous. Li Chen stood at the entrance of the cave, full of anticipation. Normally, pregnancy and childbirth take 10 months. Ning Hongxiu has a 6th grade spiritual root, and she's been pregnant with this child for a whole year, so her spiritual root aptitude should be quite high, right? Wow! With a loud cry of a newborn baby, Li Chen smiled. Standing beside Li Chen, Li Changsheng, who only reached Li Chen's thigh, was so excited that he danced around. It's born! Father! Aunt Hongxiu has given birth. The cave was opened. Mo Yinyu walked out and looked at Li Changsheng sternly. Changsheng, what are you shouting for? Aren't you afraid of scaring your sister? Li Changsheng quickly covered his mouth with his hand, but the excitement in his eyes was impossible to hide. Mo Yinyu looked at Li Chen, her husband, and said, It's a daughter. Li Chen nodded and stepped into the cave. In the bedroom, Ning Hongxiu lay half reclined on the bed, holding a fresh-faced baby in her arms, completely different from Li Changsheng's wrinkled appearance when he was born. Upon seeing Li Chen return, Ning Hongxiu got out of bed and handed the swaddled baby girl to Li Chen, saying, Husband, it's our daughter. Hongxiu, lie down first and don't move around. Li Chen took the baby girl from her swaddling clothes and told Ning Hongxiu not to move her. The baby girl was held in Li Chen's arms, crying incessantly. Beside him, Li Changsheng tugged at Li Chen's trouser leg, his face full of excitement and eagerness. Daddy, can I hug my little sister? Li Chen smiled and nodded, handing his newborn daughter to Li Changsheng. Li Changsheng carefully took his younger sister from Li Chen's arms and pinched her cheek, which frightened the newborn girl so much that she cried even harder. Seeing his younger sister crying even more violently, Li Changsheng was at a loss. Ning Hongxiu lay half reclined on the bed, smiling as she looked at the brother and sister. Li Chen did not reprimand Li Changsheng, and his face was filled with a kind smile. Husband, let's name our daughter. Ning Hongxiu watched with a smile as Li Changsheng frantically tried to coax his younger sister, then turned her gaze to Li Chen. Mo Yinyu also looked at Li Chen. Li Changsheng stopped trying to comfort his crying sister and looked at his father, wondering what kind of name his father would give his sister. Without hesitation, Li Chen calmly replied, Immortal, Li Qian. Ning Hongxiu paused for a moment, then laughed and said, All right, let's call him Li Xian. In Li Changsheng's arms, the newborn Li Xian suddenly quieted down, then grinned and let out an innocent giggle. Father, mother, Aunt Hongxiu, and my little sister are smiling. Mo Yinyu stepped forward, pinched Li Changsheng's ear, and said, Give me Xiener, so you don't fall. Li Chen watched this scene calmly, feeling only warmth in his heart. Naming his son Changsheng, meaning long life, and his daughter Xian, meaning immortal, reflects Li Chen's expectations for them and serves as a self-motivational impetus. Mo Yunyu held the newborn Li Xian in her arms, sat down on the edge of the bed, and discussed with Ning Hongxiu how to raise their daughter. Li Changsheng stood to the side, and for some reason, his mood suddenly became depressed. Li Chen thought Li Changsheng was in a bad mood because he was jealous, so he chuckled and patted his head, asking with concern, Changsheng, what's wrong? Weren't you happy just now? Li Changsheng looked up at Li Chen and said, Father, you said that when I was born, Uncle Fu held me. I haven't seen Uncle Fu for a long time. Li Chen was taken aback, then smiled and comforted him. Uncle Fu will be back to see you soon. Real? It's true, of course. Li Changsheng became happy. This son was so easy to please. Since the last time Li Chen saw Fu Kong off, Fu Kong had not returned. Chen did not know whether Fu Kong had successfully broken through the bottleneck of the 6th level of Qi refining and advanced to the late stage of Qi refining. I wonder how that fellow Daoist Fu is doing now, and what he's up to. Soon, Chen stopped thinking about these problems and focused his attention on the system panel. Host, Chen. Lifespan, 25 or 99. Spiritual root, rank 6. Cultivation level, Qi refining level 5. Cultivation techniques, Crimson Flame technique, Spirit Transformation Hand, Withered Wood technique, Deceiving Heaven technique, Splitting Light and Shadow Sword technique. Skill, 2nd tier alchemy. Magical items, Crimson Edge Sword, Golden Brick. Daoist couple, Imo Yunyu, Ning Hongxiu, Wolfspring, Li Shenshen, Li Xian. Main quest, establish a cultivation family, incomplete. Side quest, seize the foundation, occupy the spirit vein land, incomplete. Chen then opened Li Xian's data panel. Wolfspring, Li Xian. Lifespan, 081. Spiritual root, rank 6. Talon, Gongba. Li Xian possesses a 6th grade spiritual root, inheriting Ning Hongxiu's spiritual root aptitude, and incidentally elevating his father Li Chen's spiritual root aptitude to the 6th grade as well. What does combat talent mean? Li Chen stroked his chin, seemingly lost in thought. Compared to Li Changsheng's stats, Li Xian has an additional talent, combat magic. Li Changsheng, on the other hand, has no talent. Li Chen glanced at his daughter, still in swaddling clothes, then at his son, who was grinning foolishly, and couldn't help but sigh softly. I wonder if Li Changsheng will still be able to laugh as happily as he does now, once Li Changsheng and Li Xian both begin their cultivation. Chapter 56 Qi Refining Level 6. When Li Xian was born, he also raised Li Chen's spiritual root aptitude to the 6th rank. Li Chen had experienced the cultivation speed of a 9th grade spiritual root and also the cultivation speed of an 8th grade spiritual root. Now that his spiritual root had been upgraded to the 6th grade, he was still somewhat unaccustomed to it. Compared to 9th and 8th grade spiritual roots, 6th grade spiritual roots are simply geniuses, with cultivation speeds several times faster. No wonder the Purple Void Immortal Sect places such importance on spiritual roots when recruiting disciples. The Purple Void Immortal Sect holds a spirit testing ceremony every 10 years to recruit promising immortal cultivators from the Yin Kingdom's cultivation world. Of course, the Purple Void Immortal Sect recruits disciples mainly from the major cultivation families and independent cultivators in the Yin Kingdom's cultivation world. Very few people, like Li Chen, who are mortals, go to participate in the spirit testing ceremony. When Li Chen went to the Purple Void Immortal Sect to participate in the spirit testing ceremony, he was met with no shortage of cold stares and ridicule. A 9th grade spiritual root is not qualified to enter the Purple Void Immortal Sect. One is not even qualified to become a menial disciple. Those with 8th grade or 7th grade spiritual roots, if they are young, can enter the Purple Void Immortal Sect and become menial disciples. If one has a 6th grade spiritual root, one can directly enter the Outer Sect and become an Outer Sect disciple. The disciples of the Purple Void Immortal Sect are divided into miscellaneous disciples, outer disciples, inner disciples, and true disciples. Disciples who perform menial tasks do not enjoy the support of the Immortal Sect's resources. However, starting from the Outer Sect disciples, they can enjoy the preferential treatment of the Immortal Sect's resources. Only true disciples will be taught the sect's signature techniques by the Zishu Immortal Sect. Zishu Sect is the only immortal sect in Yin Kingdom, with a history of thousands of years. The sect has 3 levels of inheritance, and basically every generation produces a golden core true person. At its peak, the Zishu Sect even had several golden core cultivators. The Zishu Sect is currently in a state of decline, with only one golden core ancestor who is over 400 years old, and no newly promoted golden core ancestors. Even so, the Zishu Sect is the only immortal sect in the Yin Kingdom, standing tall above the cultivation world of the Yin Kingdom. If the secular world of Yin is ruled by the dynasty, then the cultivation world of Yin is ruled by the Zishu Sect. Whenever the Zishu Immortal Sect holds its spirit testing ceremony, all the major cultivation families in the Yin Kingdom send their disciples with high spiritual root aptitude to the Zishu Immortal Sect. The reason why major cultivation families send their disciples with high spiritual root aptitude to the Zishu Sect is quite simple. The Zishu Sect has more cultivation resources and offers 3rd-tier inheritance. With his spiritual root aptitude improved to the 6th grade and aided by elixirs, Chen also experienced the cultivation speed of a genius. Spiritual roots are divided into 9 grades, with the 1st grade being the highest, known as the heavenly grade spiritual root, which can be cultivated to the nascent soul stage without any bottlenecks. In reality, however, celestial grade spiritual roots only exist in legends. In the history of the cultivation world of Yin Kingdom, there's never been a single person with a heavenly grade spiritual root. If one day, a cultivator from the Yin Kingdom's cultivation world were to produce a heavenly grade spiritual root, major sect from other countries would immediately come to snatch them away. As far as Chen knew, Song Su, the number one disciple of the Zishu sect, was the one who pursued Fairy Ling Long and caused her to break her flying sword. He was only a third-grade spiritual root. Even so, Song Su was accepted as a personal disciple by the Golden Core ancestor of the Zishu sect and was regarded as the future of the Zishu sect. A sixth-grade spiritual root is considered a minor genius in the cultivation world of Yin Kingdom. The vast majority of rogue cultivators in the Yin Kingdom's cultivation world possess low-grade spiritual roots. A genius cultivator like Huang Qingya should, in principle, have joined the Zishu sect and become its true disciple. However, everyone has secrets, and Huang Qingya must have her own reasons for not going to Zishu sect. Despite the improvement in his spiritual root, Chen's life remained largely unchanged. He continued to go to the Divine Pill Pavilion every day to refine pills, and returned to his cave at night to meditate and cultivate, while also spending time with his two children. And so, more than 2 years passed. 2 years later, Chen's cultivation level improved again, from the 5th level of Qi refining to the 6th level. 8 years after entering the world of cultivation, Chen is 27 years old and has reached the 6th level of Qi refining. At 27 years old, Chen was generally satisfied with his 6th level Qi refining cultivation and hoped to establish his foundation before the age of 40. After breaking through to the 6th level of Qi refining, Chen displayed a cultivation level of the 4th level of Qi refining and successfully became the 3rd alchemist of the Divine Pill Pavilion. Nowadays, in Yinshan Feng, lower-level cultivators who encounter Chen must greet him with a smile and address him as Master Li Dan. In the eyes of the lower-level rogue cultivators in Yinshan Feng, Chen could barely be considered a figure of note. In the past 2 years, Ning Hongxiu has cultivated to the 4th level of Qi refining, and Chen gave her the low-level magic artifact, the Cold Silk Net. As for Mo Yunyu, he remained the same as before, still at the 3rd level of Qi refining, with no progress in his cultivation whatsoever. Even though Chen forced her to take the spirit-gathering pill, she still couldn't break through the bottleneck and advance to the 4th level of Qi refining. There was no trace of Dao heart in Mo Yunyu. It was precisely because of her indifferent, laid-back attitude that, even though she lived in a Class C cave dwelling and had the help of elixirs, she was still unable to break through to the mid-stage of Qi refining. Li Changsheng is already 7 years old, and he acts like a little adult. Li Xian, who was not yet 3 years old, was mischievous all day long. He rode Li Changsheng's pet black fire dog and ran around the cave, often making a mess of the cave. Compared to Li Changsheng, this daughter is anything but quiet. Li Chen realized that the Class C cave dwelling was still too small. He couldn't let Li Xian run around outside the cave, otherwise he might attract the attention of other cultivators. But Li Xian was at a lively and active age, and keeping her locked up in the cave every day would restrict her nature. Li Chen realized that he needed to find a sacred place in advance, both to complete the system's side quest and for the sake of his lively and active daughter. Furthermore, Li Changsheng is 7 years old, and his spiritual root has already manifested. It's time for him to begin cultivation. The spiritual energy in a grade C cave was barely enough to support Li Chen and Ning Hongxiu, both mid-stage Qi refining cultivators. If Li Changsheng were to embark on the path of immortality, the spiritual energy in a grade C cave would definitely not be sufficient. We must find a place with a spiritual vein and occupy a mountain peak by ourselves. The problem is that all the spiritual veins in the cultivation world of Yin Kingdom have been divided up and occupied. If you want a piece of spiritual vein land, you can only compete with other cultivation families. With Li Chengkai at the 6th level of Qi refining and Ning Hongxiu at the 4th level of Qi refining, which cultivation family could they possibly defeat? In addition, as their children grew up and Li Chen and Ning Hongxiu's cultivation improved, the spirit stones Li Chen received from refining pills at the Divine Pill Pavilion were no longer enough to support the family's expenses. Li Chen felt a deep headache. While cultivating immortality with his family in tow, he also had to take care of his wife and children, ensuring his own cultivation level did not suffer. This is too difficult. That day, Li Chen returned to his cave after finishing work at the Divine Pill Pavilion. As soon as Li Chen returned to his cave, he saw Li Xian riding a black and red dog, crashing through a lot of furniture and excitedly chasing after Li Changsheng, shouting, "Little Black, bite him, bite him." Seeing this, Li Chen's face darkened and his temples throbbed. Li Xian, Li Shangshen. Li Chen stepped into the cave and looked at the brother and sister with a cold expression. "Father, you're back? What about the spirit fish you promised to give Xianer?" Upon seeing Li Chen return home, Li Xian jumped off the dog's back with a happy smile on her face and went up to grab Li Chen's trouser leg and shake it. Li Chen's cheeks twitched, and he said coldly, "Li Xian, you still dare to ask me for a spirit fish? Stand by the wall and stand properly." "Oh." Li Xian reluctantly stood in front of the cave wall, but surprisingly, there was no fear on her little face. She even secretly winked at Li Changsheng. Li Chen was even angrier. This daughter is absolutely out of control. She's been spoiled rotten by Mo Yunyu and Li Changsheng. "Father." Li Changsheng lowered his head and called out weakly. Li Chen looked sternly at his son. "Changsheng, Xianer is still young. She doesn't understand, but don't you understand either? You stand over there too, and face the wall to reflect on your actions." Li Changsheng obediently walked to the cave wall, not daring to speak, for fear that his father would get angry. Li Chen then turned his gaze to the dog, which was as tall as a person and had black and red fur. His eyes turned cold. "If you dare to fool around with Xianer again, I will cut off your dog penis and use it to refine the Myriad Wonders pill." Little Black immediately tucked its tail between its legs and looked at Li Chen with a pitiful expression. Seeing that Li Chen's eyes were still cold, it quickly ran to Li Changsheng's side, squatted down facing the cave wall, and trembled. Just then, Mo Yunyu brought back a bundle of green bamboo from outside the cave, which she used to make spirit paper. Looking at Li Chen's cold expression, and then at Li Changsheng, Li Xian, and Xiao Hei facing the wall, Mo Yunyu quickly understood what was going on. She smiled and asked softly, "Xianer, you've been naughty again and made your father angry." Li Xian nodded nonchalantly, grinning. "Auntie, please persuade father to stop being angry." Mo Yunyu looked at Li Chen. "Husband, Xianer is still young. It's normal for her to be naughty. Why are you angry with her?" Li Chen rubbed his temples and sighed softly. "We need to rent another Class C cave dwelling. Otherwise, with only this one cave dwelling, Li Xian will never have a moment of peace if he starts causing trouble. But a Class C cave dwelling costs 200 spirit stones per month." Chapter 57 Relics of Our Predecessors. The next day, Li Chen rented another cave dwelling and obtained the opening token for the Class E number 100 cave dwelling from Yang Dezhu. Li Chen felt a pang of regret when he paid the spirit stones. Is it easy for independent cultivators to earn spirit stones? With 2 cave dwellings, each costing 400 spirit stones a month, the Yang family of Yulong and the Wang family of Ningbi Cliff must be heartless. Yang Dezhu handed the opening token to Li Chen and said with a smile, "Master Li is really young and promising. He has only been in the cultivation world for 8 years, but he has already reached the 4th level of Qi refining and has been promoted to the 3rd alchemist of the Divine Pill Pavilion. He is able to open the furnace to refine Qi harmony pills. Master Li must receive a considerable monthly stipend from the Divine Pill Pavilion, right? Many independent cultivators in Yinshanfang have higher cultivation levels than Master Li, but they can only rent Class D cave dwellings. How could they rent 2 Class C cave dwellings like Master Li?" Li Chen shook his head and replied with a wry smile, "Senior Yang, please don't tease me. I have a family to support. What else can I do?" With a kind smile, Yang Dezhu asked, "So, even though Master Li is refining pills in the Divine Pill Pavilion, the spirit stones he receives each month are still not enough to cover his expenses?" Li Chen remained silent. Yang Dezhu continued, "Master Li is young and promising, and he can refine Qi harmony pills. Why don't you come to my Yang family as a guest master? I can promise Master Li that as long as you come to my Yang family can provide you with a courtyard built on a spiritual vein to settle down in. In addition, the monthly salary of spirit stones given to Master Li will not be less than that of the Divine Pill Pavilion. All Master Li needs to do is refine some elixirs for the cultivation needs of my Yang family disciples every month. Master Li Dan, what do you think?" Li Chen raised his eyes, cupped his hands in greeting to the old man before him, and said, "I am deeply grateful for your kindness, Senior. However, I have received great favor from the Pavilion Master and cannot betray the Divine Pill Pavilion. I hope my Senior will forgive me." Yang Dezhu wasn't angry. He smiled and waved his hand, saying, "I didn't expect Master Li to be so grateful. I'll pretend I never mentioned this." Li Chen walked out of the Grade A number 2 cave, glanced back, then looked at the Grade A number 1 cave next door, and quickly left. Over the years, as Li Chen demonstrated his alchemy skills in refining spirit-gathering pills and qi harmony pills, and was promoted to the third alchemist of the Divine Pill Pavilion. He was no longer an unknown cultivator. The third young master of the Bai family of Qingzhou Mountain repeatedly tried to win him over, wanting to invite Li Chen to Qingzhou Mountain as a guest minister, and offered him generous terms. The Sidu family of Crescent Lake and the Zhao family of Enfone Cliff also sent people to contact Li Chen, hoping to recruit Li Chen, the newly promoted alchemist of the Divine Pill Pavilion. Alchemists hold a revered position in the cultivation world, but the resources required to cultivate one are enormous. Even the prestigious Yang family extended an olive branch to Li Chen. Li Chen rejected all the offers of recruitment from various powerful families. At the Divine Pill Pavilion, Li Chen was relatively free. He could refine pills whenever he wanted, and no one would force him if he didn't want to. If you accept the offers from various cultivation families, you'll lose all freedom, especially if your cultivation level is low. Li Chen never considered becoming a retainer for other forces, no matter how generous their offers were. It is worth mentioning that Wang Fengming did not inform the Zhao family of Enfone Cliff about Li Chen killing Zhao Ran. After renting the cave dwelling, Li Chen did not go home, but went to the 100 Treasures Pavilion to buy the Greenwood Technique. Li Changsheng has an 8th grade wood attribute spiritual root, so he can start cultivating now. The time cannot be delayed any longer. As for sending Li Changsheng to the Zishu sect as a menial disciple, Li Chen had not considered it. Because servant disciples do not enjoy the support of the Immortal sect's resources, and Li Changsheng is only 7 years old, he cannot be sent to the Zishu sect. After buying a copy of the Greenwood Technique, Li Chen thought for a moment and then headed toward the area on West Street where cultivators were setting up stalls. I bought an earthenware pot from a rogue cultivator. Inside the pot was a beautiful golden-scaled fish. It cost me 30 spirit stones. This golden-scaled fish is considered a low-level first-tier demonic beast. It doesn't have much meat on its body, but it's beautiful and not aggressive. It's perfect for Li Xian to keep as a pet. Back in his cave, Li Chen gave the golden-scaled fish to Li Xian. Li Xian held the earthenware pot, her eyes lighting up as she looked at the beautiful golden-scaled fish inside. She tiptoed and gave Li Chen a quick kiss on the cheek, saying in her childish voice, "Thank you, Daddy. Daddy is the best to Xianer." Li Chen looked at his lively, mischievous, and audacious daughter in front of him, feeling both fond of her and troubled by her. "Xianer, go play with Xiao Hei by yourself. I need to talk to your older brother." Li Xian nodded, then skipped and hopped away, carrying the earthenware pot. "Dad, what do you want to see me about?" Li Changsheng stood in front of Li Chen, already quite tall, and appeared rather composed. Li Chen looked his son over for a moment, then said in a deep voice, "Changsheng, starting today, I will teach you cultivation. Are you ready?" Li Changsheng nodded emphatically. "Father, don't worry. Changsheng will definitely work hard on my cultivation." Li Chen patted Li Changsheng on the shoulder. He had always been satisfied with this obedient and sensible son. After passing on the Greenwood Technique to Li Changsheng, Li Chen instructed Ning Hongxiu to move into the Class C number 100 cave dwelling. Compared to Mo Yinyu's laid-back attitude, Ning Hongxiu was very enthusiastic about cultivation. She spent most of her day meditating because she was frustrated by her failure to learn alchemy and talisman making. Li Chen was naturally delighted with this, as he naturally hoped that his Daoist partner would have a higher cultivation level so that they could accompany him for a longer period of time. From then on, Li Chen and Ning Hongxiu moved into the Class C number 100 cave dwelling, while Mo Yunyu, Li Changsheng, and Li Xian lived in their original cave dwelling. Even so, Li Xian would often come knocking on the door, disturbing Li Chen and Ning Hongxiu's peace. In the end, Ning Hongxiu got angry and severely reprimanded Li Xian, after which Li Xian calmed down for a while. But in less than half a month, Li Xian completely forgot about the beating she had received last time and reverted to her mischievous nature. Whenever Li Xian caused a scene, Ning Hongxiu would beat her up. But after being beaten so many times, Li Xian's skin became thicker and thicker, and she was no longer afraid of Ning Hongxiu. In the end, even Ning Hongxiu couldn't do anything about her. In addition, the golden-scaled fish that Li Chen gave her, she raised for half a year and actually killed the first-level low-grade demon beast golden-scaled fish. Although the golden-scaled fish is an ornamental monster, it is still a monster, and its vitality is extremely strong. Even so, it was still managed to be killed by Li Xian. As Li Xian grew older, Li Chen became increasingly worried about his daughter's future. Time flies, and another 2 years have passed. Li Xian is almost 5 years old. Apart from her birth mother Ning Hongxiu, who still has some influence over her, almost no one else in the family can control her. Li Changsheng is 9 years old and has successfully entered the Dao, becoming a Qi refining level 1 cultivator. Li Changsheng was very sensible. He knew his father had a heavy burden. So, in his spare time from cultivation, he would help his mother wash and make spiritual paper just to help his father share the burden. Ning Hongxiu is exceptionally diligent in her cultivation and has already reached the peak of the 4th level of qi refining and is about to break through to the 5th level of qi refining. Mo Yunyu remained unchanged, still at the peak of the 3rd level of qi refining. Every day, he would go to the area where independent cultivators set up stalls on West Street to buy green bamboo and then wash and process it to make spirit paper. She learned the skill of making spirit paper from the Heavenly Talisman Pavilion under Li Chen's guidance. The spirit paper she made was also supplied to the Heavenly Talisman Pavilion, earning her about 100 spirit stones each month, which indeed relieved some of Li Chen's burden. As for Li Chen, he was still at the 6th level of qi refining, and it was a long way from breaking through to the 7th level of qi refining. Life wasn't always so peaceful. Until this day, outside Yinshanfang, a streak of blood-red light shot out from Yinshan Mountain. Upon seeing this streak of blood, all the cultivators in Yinshanfang were in an uproar. This is the birthplace of a cave dwelling left behind by a master from the past. Such a commotion would only occur if at least a Foundation Establishment cultivator's cave dwelling relic were to emerge. It's not impossible for a golden core cultivator to do the same. Like a madman, a large number of rogue cultivators from Yinshanfang rushed towards the Yinshan Mountains, and even Yang Dezhu and Wang Quan, 2 peak qi refining realm cultivators, could not stop them. Normally, when facing the 2 Foundation Establishment families, the Yang family of Yulong and the Wang family of Ningbi Cliff, the rogue cultivators would always be obsequious and humble. Now that opportunity and good fortune are right in front of us, who cares about the Yang and Wang families? Faced with the fortuitous opportunities left by their predecessors, the prestige accumulated by the 2 great families vanished in an instant. Chapter 58. Finally, the opportunity was seized. Above Yinshanfang, Wang Quan, dressed in a magnificent robe, stood on a flying sword. He gazed at the soaring blood-red light in the distance, and then at the swarming rogue cultivators. Among these independent cultivators, there are many formidable figures at the peak of the qi refining realm, just like Wang Qiuanyu. Wang Quan's eyes were cold as he spoke in a deep voice to Wang Fengming beside him. Fengming, judging from this commotion, it's at least a cave dwelling left behind by a Foundation Establishment cultivator, and it's not impossible that it's a cave dwelling left behind by a golden core cultivator. These rogue cultivators can't be suppressed, but the treasures in the cave of the senior expert must not be allowed to be taken away by them. I'll follow first to prevent anyone from taking the treasure. You must return to Ningbi Cliff immediately and ask the ancestor to come out of the mountain. Only when the ancestor arrives can the situation be stabilized. Wang Fengming squinted his long, narrow eyes, pondered for a moment, and replied in a deep voice. In that case, second uncle, you go to the senior master's cave first, and I will immediately go back to ask the ancestor to come out of the mountain. The uncle and nephew immediately split up, transforming into 2 streaks of sword light, one heading towards the Yinshan Mountains and the other towards Ningbi Cliff. On the ground, a pair of cold eyes watched the uncle and nephew, who remained completely unaware. Li Chen was completely shrouded in a black robe. He reached out and pulled down his hood to cover his face. Only after Wang Fengming's sword light left Yinshanfang did he ride his flying sword to follow. Li Chen had no interest in the relics and cave dwellings of the senior masters. However, Li Chen was very interested in the ambush and killing of Wang Fengming. Look at the blood-red light soaring into the sky in the Yinshan Mountains. It is most likely the ruins of a cave left by a demonic cultivator. The cave ruins left behind by demonic cultivators are likely filled with traps and mechanisms. One wrong move could lead to utter destruction. Even if we assume there are no traps or mechanisms in the cave ruins, so many cultivators from Yinshanfang are heading towards the cave ruins. What would Li Chen do if he went with them? Instead of heading to the cave ruins, we should ambush and kill Wang Fengming. Wang Fengming is a late-stage qi refining cultivator and the top young talent in the Wang family. He is highly valued by the Wang family patriarch. The spirit stones and magical artifacts he carries must be quite valuable. Li Chen had not forgotten the matter of Wang Fengming hiring the Zhao family cultivators to ambush and kill him. He had always remembered it. After returning from the mortal world, Li Chen paid attention to Wang Fengming's movements, but Wang Fengming rarely left Yinshanfang. Even when he did leave, he was never alone. He was always accompanied by other cultivators. This time, he was finally alone. Is this kid born in the year of the rabbit? That's incredibly fast. In midair, Li Chen gritted his teeth as a sword light in front of him was about to disappear. Li Chen was focused on ambush and kill Wang Fengming, But he overlooked one thing. Wang Fengming's cultivation level was higher than his, and the quality of his flying sword was better than his Crimson Edge sword, which caused Li Chun to lose track of him. On the grounds of Yinshan Feng, Li Chun dared not openly ambush and kill Wang Fengming. But as soon as Li Chun left Yinshan Feng, he saw Wang Fengming riding his flying sword faster and faster, flying farther and farther. Looking at the streak of light on the horizon that was about to disappear, Li Chun felt utterly dejected. Having finally caught Wang Fengming alone, Li Chun was prepared to kill him, even at the risk of having his life essence drained by the bloodthirsty flying knife. The result was that Wang Fengming ran too fast, and he couldn't keep up. Looking at the Crimson Edge sword at his feet, Li Chun's eyes blazed with anger. Trash Crimson Edge sword. Trash 100 Treasures Pavilion. Trash Purple Void Sect. Just as Li Chun was feeling dejected and preparing to give up and return to Yinshan Feng, a large net suddenly rose from the sky and the ground in the distance, enveloping the sword light in the air. Li Chun's angry gaze turned to astonishment. Has Wang Fengming encountered a cultivator who has been robbed? Is it not just him who wants to abduct and kill Wang Fengming? Li Chun narrowed his eyes, and with a thought, he pressed down on his flying sword, landed on the ground, tore off a swiftness talisman, and quickly approached the direction of the battle ahead. Soon, Li Chun arrived on the ground. The deception technique completely concealed his aura, preventing any leakage. Looking up at the two figures fighting in midair, Li Chun's eyebrows twitched. It was her. In midair, the tall and beautiful female cultivator stood on a flying sword, her hands forming hand seals. Countless high-level spiritual talismans floated around her, like agile swimming fish. Wang Fengming was disheveled and somewhat embarrassed, his narrow eyes gleaming with a dangerous light. He said in a low voice, "Huang Qingya, you wretched servant, I let you escape last time, and you still dare to show your face in front of me? Get out of my way, I don't have time to play with you today." In midair, Huang Qingya's expression was cold and her tone icy. "Wang Fengming, I've finally caught you. Today, you deserve to die here. Go." With a wave of her hand, Huang Qingya sent hundreds of high-level lightning and fire talismans flying toward Wang Fengming as if they were alive. Immediately following was a series of thunderous explosions, turning the sky a fiery red. As Li Chun gazed at Wang Fengming, who was engulfed in midair by lightning and fire, his pupils contracted, and he clicked his tongue in amazement. Talisman cultivators are indeed terrifying. A high-level spirit talisman is equivalent to a late-stage chi-refining cultivator casting a spell. With hundreds of high-level spirit talismans being thrown down, the sheer force would surely leave even a foundation establishment cultivator scratched if they weren't prepared. It's useless. I possess the tortoise shell shield bestowed upon me by my ancestor. You cannot harm me. Although this turtle essence shield is not a spiritual artifact, it is still a top-tier magic weapon. No matter how many spiritual talismans you have, even if you have top-tier spiritual talismans, you cannot break through my turtle essence shield. Unless you have a second-tier spirit talisman. But do you? Huang Qingya, I have important business to attend to today and do not wish to get entangled with you. Get out of my way at once, or I will force you to kill me. After the thunder and fire bombardment, Wang Fengming's figure appeared in midair. He held a shield in his hand, which emitted a blue light to form a protective shield, firmly protecting him. He was in a hurry to return to Ningbi Cliff and was caught off guard by Huang Qingya's ambush, which made him look rather disheveled. When he gets serious, that lowly made Huang Qingya can't hurt him anymore, because he has the top-tier magic artifact, the Turtle Yuan Shield. However, Wang Fengming had no time to get entangled with Huang Qingya at this moment, because he was in a hurry to return to Ningbi Cliff to report to the ancestor that the remains of the senior master's cave had been discovered outside Yinshan Feng. While Wang Fengming was not afraid of Huang Qingya, he was not confident that he could defeat this genius talisman cultivator in a short period of time. Huang Qingya's expression was cold as she took out several blood-red talismans and stared at Wang Fengming as if he were a dead man. As the blood-red talismans flew out, the terrifying spiritual pressure made Wang Fengming break out in a cold sweat. In midair, the violent explosion caused a surge of spiritual energy, creating a hurricane. Even Li Chun on the ground was unsteady on his feet, and the surrounding trees were snapped in half by the hurricane. Second-tier spirit talisman. Huang Qingya actually has a second-tier spirit talisman. Li Chun couldn't imagine what would happen to Wang Fengming, who was at the center of the storm. A second-tier spirit talisman is equivalent to a foundation establishment cultivator casting a spell. Huang Qingya unleashed several second-tier spirit talismans in a row, causing Li Chun, who was watching the battle, to break out in a cold sweat. Cough cough. You think that by awakening the blood talisman spirit body and nurturing a few top-tier spirit talismans to the second rank, you can kill me? If it weren't for the Turtle Yuan shield, 2 top-tier magic robes, and a top-tier magic artifact inner armor, I might have truly fallen into your hands today. You wretched servant, you have truly angered this young master. When the aftershocks of the explosion subsided, Wang Fengming was still standing in mid-air, blood trickling from the corner of his mouth, his tortoise yuan shield broken, and his magnificent robe tattered, revealing another robe and inner armor. Li Chen's eyes widened. They're still alive? At this moment, Li Chen felt somewhat fortunate that he had flown slowly and had not attacked Wang Fengming first. Huang Qingya threw several second-tier spirit talismans, but failed to kill Wang Fengming. Li Chen didn't know if the bloodthirsty flying knife could break through Wang Fengming's defenses. Even if it drained all of Li Chen's life essence, it was still a long shot. Li Chen was wrong. Wang Fengming wasn't born in the year of the rabbit, but in the year of the tortoise. First came the top-tier defensive magic artifact, the Turtle Yuan shield, then 2 top-tier magic robes, and beneath those robes was a layer of top-tier magic artifact inner armor. Is he that afraid of dying? As expected of the number 1 young talent of the Wang family of Ningbi Cliff, this outfit alone is worth tens of thousands of spirit stones. You should know that many impoverished foundation establishment cultivators can't even afford tens of thousands of spirit stones. You lowly servant, prepare to die. Wang Fengming's hair was disheveled, his inner armor of his robe was torn, and the blood at the corner of his mouth had not yet dried. His eyes were ferocious, and 2 golden flying swords shot out from the left and right towards Huang Qingya. Huang Qingya's face was pale. She threw out high-level golden light talismans one after another, recklessly creating layers of protective shields in front of her. Haha, don't you have a lot of talismans? Wang Fengming's handsome face twisted into a grimace as he wielded his flying sword, piercing through layers of golden light. Facing Wang Fengming's frenzied attack, Huang Qingya revealed a strange smile on her bloodless face. Wang Fengming's expression froze as he sensed a fluctuation of spiritual energy behind him. As he turned around, a gold brick the size of a door panel was already crashing down on him with tremendous force. In mid-air, the cultivator, shrouded in black robes, stood on a crimson flying sword, his eyes cold and his tone indifferent and devoid of warmth. Finally, I've got my chance. Chapter 59, The Grief-Stricken Ancestor of the Wang Family. Boom! In mid-air, Wang Fengming's eyes were filled with terror. A golden brick, the size of a door panel, crashed down on his head. He instinctively made a hand seal and used magic to try to blast the brick away. But this gold brick weighs more than 10,000 jin. The ground shook violently, and the gleaming golden bricks slammed Wang Fengming into the ground, creating a deep crater. Boom! 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 When Wang Fengming was slammed into the ground, Li Chen did not stop. He manipulated the gold brick to smash it several more times, each time causing the ground to tremble violently. Huang Qingya fell from mid-air, watching the gold bricks fall again and again. She looked at Li Chen, who was shrouded in a black robe, and her long eyelashes trembled involuntarily. With his magic power nearly depleted, Li Chen finally retrieved the gold brick. With Li Chen's current cultivation level, it is still somewhat difficult for him to control the golden light bricks. It wasn't that Li Chen hated Wang Fengming that much. He was simply being cautious, fearing that Wang Fengming might have some other tricks up his sleeve. Li Chen was truly astonished by Wang Fengming's tortoise-shaped shield, 2 top-tier robes, and a top-tier magical inner armor. I've seen people who are afraid of death, but I've never seen anyone as afraid of death as Wang Fengming. On the ground, there was a crater that was more than 10 meters in diameter and several meters deep. Li Chen cautiously approached the crater, but could no longer see Wang Fengming's figure. Only a pool of flesh covered by the tattered inner armor of his robe remained. No need to watch anymore. At the rate you're playing like this, he has no chance of surviving. Huang Qingya also stood in front of the pit, right next to Li Chen. Her eyes flickered as she observed Li Chen, her voice as clear and crisp as ever, with a hint of teasing in it. Li Chen turned around and met Huang Qingya's gaze. Huang Qingya wore an apricot-colored robe, and her wheat-colored face gained some color. Her eyes held a hint of pleasure. Fellow Daoist Li, you've kept this from Qingya for quite a while. Li Chen removed his hood, revealing a pale and cold face. How did you recognize me? Li Chen used a deceptive technique to conceal his aura, not believing that Huang Qingya could recognize him without using her spiritual sense to examine his face. Huang Qingya blinked, a sly smile appearing on her wheat-colored face. She guessed. Li Chen didn't dwell on this issue too much. He was more interested in another question. Fellow Daoist Huang, why did you attempt to kill Wang Fengming? Did you have a grudge against him? Huang Qingya nodded, her expression suddenly turning cold, and she said in a deep voice, "A few years ago, I went to the Yinshan Mountains with Wang Fengming to hunt monsters together. After I severely injured the monster, Wang Fengming launched a sneak attack from behind, trying to capture me. He failed to capture me and instead let me escape." Li Chen nodded, having learned the process by which Huang Qingya and Wang Fengming became enemies. Li Chen still had doubts. He wanted to ask Huang Qingya what kind of spiritual root she had and what kind of physique the blood talisman spirit body had, but after thinking about it, he ultimately didn't ask. In the world of cultivation, the prerequisite for embarking on the path to immortality is possessing spiritual roots. Spiritual roots are divided into 9 grades, and spiritual root aptitude is of paramount importance to cultivators. The better the spiritual root aptitude, the smoother and easier the path to immortality. The worse the spiritual root aptitude, the more bumpy and difficult the path to immortality. A first-grade heavenly spiritual root said to have no bottlenecks in cultivation up to the nascent soul stage. However, even with a 9th-grade spiritual root, there's a bottleneck at the 3rd level of chi refining, and the bottleneck is as thick as the heavenly gate. Major immortal sects regard high-grade spiritual roots as immortal seedlings, and they spare no resources to cultivate mid-grade spiritual roots, while low-grade spiritual roots can only be used as menial disciples. If one possesses a 9th-grade spiritual root among low-grade spiritual roots, they're not even qualified to become a menial disciple in a sect. Besides spiritual root aptitude, the cultivation world also has the concept of spiritual bodies. Spirits come in all shapes and sizes, and cultivators who possess a spirit body associated with alchemy will have extraordinary talent in alchemy. For example, Li Chen received the 2nd-order alchemy inheritance from System. In the eyes of alchemist Chen and manager Fu, Li Chen suspected that he possessed some kind of alchemy spirit body. In fact, Li Chen has no spirit body. But does Huang Qingya truly possess a talisman spirit body? Or is it some kind of blood talisman spirit body? No wonder she can already draw top-tier talismans and nurture them to upgrade them to 2nd-tier talismans. Li Chen did not ask Huang Qingya what her spiritual root aptitude was, nor did he ask her what the blood talisman spirit body was. However, Huang Qingya asked Li Chen, "Fellow Daoist Li, if I remember correctly, you have only been in the cultivation world for 10 years, right?" Meeting Huang Qingya's bright eyes, Li Chen was puzzled. Huang Qingya's eyes were bright, and her gaze was sly. 10 years of cultivation to reach the 6th level of chi refining, and you can even open a furnace to refine high-grade spiritual pills. Fellow Daoist Li, you really have a 9th-grade spiritual root. Could it be that fellow Daoist Li possesses a spiritual body like I do? After a moment of silence and careful consideration, Li Chen slowly replied, "I do indeed possess a 9th-grade spiritual root. My cultivation level is entirely due to the accumulation of elixirs. As for whether he possesses a Daoist spiritual body, Li is not sure. Many people know that Li Chen has a 9th-grade spiritual root. He used to have a 9th-grade spiritual root, but not anymore. Now he has a 6th-grade spiritual root. However, this matter could not be explained to Huang Qingya. There are indeed treasures in the cultivation world that can improve spiritual root aptitude, but they are definitely not something that cultivators at the chi refining level can obtain." Huang Qingya and many others suspected that Li Chen possessed some kind of alchemical spiritual body. Li Chen neither confirmed nor denied it, letting them speculate as they pleased. Huang Qingya didn't press the issue further. Instead, she turned her gaze to Wang Fengming, who had turned into minced meat in the crater. A hint of excitement appeared on her beautiful face. "Fellow Daoist Li, it's time to check our harvest." Li Shen nudda. The two immediately jumped into the pit. Huang Qingya took the storage bag hanging from Wang Fengming's waist and began to inspect the spoils of war. Li Chen picked up the tattered tortoise-shaped shield, then stripped off his tattered robe and inner armor, his face full of regret. The top-tier magic artifact, the tortoise yuan shield, 2 top-tier magic robes, and 1 top-tier magic artifact inner armor, 4 top-tier magic artifacts worth tens of thousands of spirit stones, are all unfortunately damaged. Beside her, Huang Qingya had already opened Wang Fengming's storage bag. Her eyes lit up as she murmured to herself, "I'm rich. I'm rich." Just as Li Chen and Huang Qingya were happily dividing up their spoils, Wang Fengqi, who was guarding the soul tablets of his clansmen at Ningbi Cliff, gradually developed a strange look in his eyes and finally grinned, his smile unusually bright. Wang Fengqi was so happy because Wang Fengming's natal soul tablet had shattered. In the spiritually rich secret chamber, the hunched old man suddenly opened his cloudy eyes, reached out, and covered his chest, looking somewhat uneasy. Ancestor, Feng Qi requests an audience. Inside the secret chamber, the old man stood up, his expression serious as he looked at the stone door and entered. The stone door opened, and before the old man could speak, Wang Fengqi looked at him with a sorrowful expression and said in a trembling voice, "Ancestor, my cousin Fengming's life-bound soul tablet is broken." The old man was taken aback. A moment later, he came to his senses, his face filled with unconcealed grief, his eyes dark and almost dripping with tears, his voice aged and hoarse. "Fengming, my Wang family has finally produced a true phoenix with a third-grade spiritual root, who is expected to break through to the core formation stage in the future. That's why I named him Fengming, hoping that he will soar to the sky like a phoenix and make his name known throughout the cultivation world of Yin Kingdom. Fengming, you're the phoenix of my Wang family. You have not yet led the family to prosperity. How can you die young?" After a long while, Wang Shouqiang suppressed his grief. His eyes were cold, and a terrifying aura emanated from his body, making it difficult for Wang Fengqi, who was standing next to him, to breathe. The fate of the Wang family rests entirely on Fengming. If you dare to sever the fate of my Wang family, no matter who you are, I will not let you off. Wang Shou, the patriarch of the Wang family, was furious. His eyes were filled with murderous intent and hatred, which almost materialized. Wang Fengqi stood by his side, his head bowed the entire time, his shoulders trembling almost imperceptibly, seemingly also deeply grieved by the death of his cousin. Chapter 60 Blood River Master. We will split the 3,680 spirit stones equally. 2 golden dragon swords, 1 for each person. The black light cone is mine. The soul suppressing bell is yours. I will make a copy of the cultivation techniques and secret arts contained in these 2 jade slips for you. The tattered tortoise-shaped shield, the 2 robes, and the inner armor are all yours, while the youth-preserving pill is mine. Fellow Daoist Li, what do you think? Huang Xingyao looked at Li Chen with a smile, discussing the distribution of the spoils with him. As for the remaining flesh and blood of Wang Fengming, the 2 of them had already burned it to ashes. Faced with Huang Xingyao's proposed distribution plan, Li Chen agreed without hesitation. The 2 split the spoils almost evenly, and strictly speaking, Huang Xingya actually suffered a loss. After all, she was the main force in dealing with Wang Fengming, and she used up a lot of spirit talismans. She broke through Wang Fengming's tortoise-shaped shield, 2 robes, and 1 inner armor. Li Chen merely used a deceptive technique to conceal his presence and steal the kill at the crucial moment. It's out. It's out. Looking at the 1,840 spirit stones he had just received, Li Chen's breathing became heavier. Since entering the world of cultivation, this is the first time Li Chen has handled such a huge number of spirit stones. In addition to spirit stones, Li Chen also received the top-tier magic weapon Golden Dragon Sword, the top-tier magic weapon Soul Suppressing Bell, as well as a broken Tortoise Yuan shield, 2 magic robes, an inner armor, a second-tier divine fire technique, and a secret technique for cultivating spiritual flames. It seems that Wang Fengming's spiritual root is also of the fire element. Otherwise, he wouldn't carry a second-tier divine fire technique and a secret technique for cultivating spiritual flames with him. As expected of a direct descendant of the Wang family of Ningbi Cliff and the number 1 among the younger generation of the Wang family, his wealth is such that even killing a foundation establishment cultivator wouldn't be much better. Sure enough, it's still faster to acquire spirit stones when you're a calamity cultivator. Make huge profits with no investment and get rich instantly. Li Chen's eyes flickered. At this moment, he no longer wanted to refine pills. How many spirit stones does alchemy cost? It's still faster to acquire spirit stones during calamity. Li Chen quickly came to his senses and gave a wry smile. Faced with enormous profits, he developed a demonic thought and actually wanted to become a cultivator who had been robbed of his power. It should be understood that those who engage in calamity-based cultivation are doing business with no capital, risking their lives, and who knows when they might run into a tough opponent and be doomed forever. Moreover, not every cultivator is as wealthy as Wang Fengming. Li Chen has a family and can't become a cultivator who has been robbed. Li Chen sighed inwardly, for the path to immortality was fraught with difficulties and dangers. Just now, he once again went through the test of his inner demons. Fellow Daoist Li, I need to go to Qingdafeng to deal with the things left behind by Wang Fengming and to purchase some spiritual items. Would you like to come with me? After packing up her spoils, Huang Xingya suggested going to Qingdafeng to deal with them and asked Li Chen if he wanted to come along. The 2 killed Wang Fengming, and Wang Fengming's magical artifacts naturally could not be seen in the light and could not be used openly. Therefore, Huang Xingya had to deal with these shady ritual objects. Li Chen thought for a moment, then gently shook his head. I have a wife and children at home, so it's inconvenient for me to travel far. Li Chen didn't want to go to Qingafang for 2 reasons. The first reason is that his wife and children are at home, so it is indeed inconvenient for him to travel far. The second reason was Xie Xian. Li Chen didn't want to encounter that cultivator named Xie Xian. Huang Qingya didn't force the issue. She smiled at Li Chen, her wheat-colored face highlighting her bright white teeth, her smile exceptionally radiant. Fellow Daoist Li, it's a pleasure to cooperate with you. Therefore, I will take my leave first. Li Chen nodded, watching Huang Qingya transform into a streak of light and fly north to Qingzhou. Li Chen could clearly feel that after their joint attempt to ambush Wang Fengming, his relationship with Huang Qingya had become much closer. I wonder when I'll be able to bring this genius talisman cultivator home and have a baby with him. A moment later, Li Chen came to his senses, withdrew his gaze, and rode his flying sword back to Yinshanfang. At the same time, on a cliff between the Yinshan Mountains, the stone door of a cave was wide open, like a giant demon opening its blood-red maw and shooting out a beam of blood-red light. Inside the cave, a tall, thin young man with a cold and hard face, wearing a blood-red robe and exuding a bloodthirsty aura, stood in front of a pool of blood. He held a blood bead in his hand, and it was this blood bead that emitted a bloody light, shooting straight out of the cave and attracting countless cultivators from Yinshanfang. Blood God Technique, Blood Fiend Technique, Azura Technique, Blood Pool Transformation. Whether one can successfully establish their foundation depends on whether the blood transformation pool can be filled. Since Fairy Ling Long is not in Yinshan Village, there should be no foundation establishment cultivators there at the moment. Yin family, wait for me. Just as the young man was talking to himself, a group of cultivators rushed into the cave. This is not a cave dwelling left by a senior master, but a trap set by demonic cultivators to lure us here. You audacious demonic cultivator, how dare you toy with us? Who are you? He Yuaning, Wang Quan, Wang Fei, Yang Dihai, Yang Daxiu, Bairong, Sita Ming, Zhao Waiye, and other bigwigs from Yinshanfang, along with several rogue cultivators from Yinshanfang, rushed into the cave. When they saw the churning blood pool inside the cave, and the young man holding a blood bead in his hand, wearing a blood-red robe, with a head full of blood-red hair, exuding a bloody and murderous aura, and with a cold and hard face, they all frowned. The young man was tall and thin, with a cold and hard face. His blood-red eyes swept over the crowd. Very good. No foundation establishment cultivators. My name is Fu Cho, and you may call me the Blood River Man. Wang Quan frowned and coldly rebuked. You, a demonic cultivator in the Qi refining realm, call yourself a superior? You are simply ignorant of your own limitations. He Yuaning, the head of Baibelu, stepped forward, his eyes icy cold. How dare this Qi refining realm demon brat act so recklessly in the Yin Kingdom's cultivation world? Does he not fear the might of the immortal sects? The young man raised his hand with a cold expression. Inside the cave, the blood pool surged and boiled, and the blood bead he held in his hand shot out hundreds of bloody rays. Kill! The dark cave was illuminated by the blood-red light, and all sorts of magical artifacts and spells flew around, only to be submerged by the blood river that surged from the blood pool. Sizzle sizzle. The blood in the pool seemed to possess a demonic quality, rendering the cultivator's magical artifacts and spells powerless before it. In the young man's hand, the blood-red bead shot out hundreds of beams of blood-red light. Anyone who was exposed to the blood-red light began to lose control of their blood essence, and their magical power also burned rapidly. I have a wife and children. What will happen to them if I die here? What's this? I still need to build my foundation and form my core. How can I die here? I'm not reconciled. In the dark cave, one cultivator after another was pulled into the blood pool, watching helplessly as they merged with it, their eyes filled with resentment as they died. This little devil is weird. Let's go. He Yuaning, the manager of the Baibelu in Yinshanfang of the Zishu sect, looked terrified. He took out a second-tier minor teleportation talisman from his storage bag, disregarding the pain in his eyes, fearing that if he was too slow, he would become part of that strange blood pool. The other cultivators were also terrified. In the dark cave, a pool of blood churned, and many Qi refining realm cultivators struggled and roared in the pool. Their flesh and blood became part of the pool, and their souls were forever trapped in it, howling above the pool, and then gradually transforming into hideous monsters. The young man had a cold and hard face, his hair was covered in blood, and a sea of blood seemed to be surging behind him. The blood light in his eyes intensified, and he muttered to himself, Blood God Technique, Blood Fiend technique, Azura technique, the foundation of the blood path has been established. I can only continue down this path of slaughter. There is no turning back. Before Fairy Ling Long and the Purple Void Immortal Sect can react, I must escape from here as soon as possible. As he spoke, the young man walked out of the cave. He looked towards Yinshin Fang, a gentle smile appearing on his hard face. Then he turned into a streak of blood-red light and disappeared into the earth. Chapter 61, Bringing the Letter. Li Chen returned to Yinshin Fang. This robbery and killing of Wang Fengming made him rich overnight, alleviating his problem of being short of storage space. Father, did you find a spirit stone? Inside the cave, Li Xian was practicing her boxing, her pink fists whistling through the air as she relentlessly struck the dog. Upon seeing Li Chun return to his cave, Li Xian came running over with her short legs and a fawning smile on her face. This daughter is almost 5 years old. She doesn't like studying and only likes playing with swords and spears. She also likes to pester Li Chun to tell her stories. The black fire dog squatted to one side, looking aggrieved. Ever since Li Xian was able to walk, it hadn't had a single day of peace. After all, it was a demon beast too. Li Chen glanced at his daughter, his smile quickly fading, and said irritably, "Tell me, what do you want this time?" Li Xian grinned, revealing a set of shiny, fine teeth, and pulled a willow leaf throwing knife from his waist as if showing off a treasure. "Daddy, look what this is." Li Shenza Yelitis Wisha. "Where did you get this throwing knife?" The little girl smiled brightly. "Daddy, don't worry about where this throwing knife came from. When are you going to teach me the throwing knife technique? My mother told me that back then, you relied on your flying knife skills to roam the martial arts world without ever being defeated, and you even earned the nickname Little Li Flying Dagger. Now I am a new generation of Little Li Flying Dagger, and Daddy, you're Old Li Flying Dagger." Li Chun rubbed his temples. The older his daughter got, the more restless she became. The throwing knife in her hand was undoubtedly given to her by Li Changsheng. Li Xian's spiritual root has not yet fully manifested, so she cannot begin cultivation. She can't concentrate on reading either, but despite her young age, her martial arts skills are quite good. Ning Hongxiu had actually mastered the mountain opening palm technique passed down in her family. She slapped the dog, making it wince in pain. Helpless, Li Chen hugged Li Xian in his arms and said earnestly, "Xianer, martial arts are ultimately a minor path. Now you need to read more books and learn more knowledge. Otherwise, without culture, no boy will like you in the future." Li Xian jumped down from Li Chen's arms, put her hands on her hips, and said, "So what if nobody likes me? I don't care. It's enough that Daddy likes Xianer. Father, quickly pass on your flying knife skills to Xianer." Li Chen had no choice but to go along with her and teach her the throwing knife technique. Watching Li Xian skillfully throw knives at the black fire hound, who frantically jumped and dodged, Li Chen watched for a while before simply closing his eyes. This daughter is undoubtedly quick to learn. She learns everything very fast. However, she's too bold, unusually active, and can't stay still, which is the complete opposite of Li Changsheng's calm and quiet personality. Ignoring Li Xian, Li Chun summoned Li Changsheng, inquired about his cultivation progress with concern, and then dismissed him. Li Changsheng is very sensible, which makes things much easier for Li Chun. Having obtained a large sum of spirit stones from the ambush of Wang Fengming, Li Chun decided to purchase spirit herbs the next day to refine a batch of earth origin pills. After breaking through to the 6th level of qi refining, Li Chen still had a long way to go before reaching the 7th level. Although his spiritual root aptitude has been raised to the 6th grade, his cultivation speed has remained stagnant. Among the second-tier alchemy inheritances that Li Chen obtained, there's a pill formula called the Earth Origin Pill, which is a spiritual pill used by cultivators at the 6th level of qi refining to break through the bottleneck of the 7th level of qi refining. Li Chun decided to start collecting the spiritual herbs for refining the Earth Origin Pill tomorrow, so as to refine the Earth Origin Pill as soon as possible and break through to the late stage of qi refining. Only after breaking through to the late stage of qi refining would he have the confidence to seek out a spiritual land. The next day, Li Chun went to the Divine Pill Pavilion and encountered Bai Feng on the way. Bai Feng looked worried and preoccupied. Upon seeing Li Chun, he gave a forced smile. "Master Li Dan," Li Chen asked instinctively, "Young Master Bai, what troublesome matter have you encountered?" Bai Feng smiled wryly. "Master Li Dan, you know that the remains of a senior master's cave were discovered in the Yinshan Mountains yesterday, right?" Li Shen nodded. Bai Feng continued. "That wasn't a cave dwelling left by a senior expert at all, but a trap set by demonic cultivators to lure Yinshan Fang cultivators there, then kill them and steal their blood. My Bai family's uncle, Bai Rong, who is at the 8th level of qi refining, went to the Yinshan Mountains with the others and was killed by that demonic cultivator. While talking with Bai Feng, Li Chun remained outwardly calm, but inwardly he was experiencing a storm of emotions. A demonic cultivator named Fu Cho, who called himself the Blood River Master, set a trap in order to break through to the Foundation establishment realm and killed dozens of cultivators from Yinshan. Even Bai Rong of the Bai family of Qingzhou Mountain, Yang Daxiu of the Yang family of Yulong, and Sitaming of the Sidu family of Yao Lake were all killed by those demonic cultivators and did not return. Li Chen is almost certain that Fu Cho is Fu Kong. What exactly did he go through in the past few years? After bidding farewell to Bai Feng, Li Chun headed to the Divine Pill Pavilion with a heavy heart. Inside the Divine Pill Pavilion, Li Chun met Manager Fu. Manager Fu was quite old and looked rather frail. He looked at Li Chun with kind eyes and said earnestly, "Young Chun, you've heard about what happened yesterday, haven't you?" Li Chun nodded and replied respectfully, "I have heard of it. This is the world of cultivation. It's a good thing you didn't go. Out of hundreds of cultivators, only a dozen or so returned. These demonic cultivators are becoming increasingly audacious." Li Chun chatted with Manager Fu for a while before taking his leave and going to the alchemy room to refine a batch of enhancing vitality pills. With over 2,000 spirit stones in his pocket, Li Chun took a rare break and only refined one batch of pills before leaving the Divine Pill Pavilion. Li Chun is now the third alchemist of the Divine Pill Pavilion, holding a prestigious position and naturally enjoying more privileges. After leaving the Divine Pill Pavilion, Li Chun immediately headed to the Treasure Pavilion. The Treasure Pavilion sells a wide variety of items. Li Chun came to the Treasure Pavilion to buy the Earth Element Fruit. The Earth Origin Fruit is the main ingredient for refining the Earth Origin Pill. Since it is not cultivated in the Divine Pill Pavilion's medicinal garden, Li Chun came to the 100 Treasures Pavilion to purchase it. Upon entering Baibeilu, Li Chun noticed that the shop assistants were all very cautious and didn't dare to speak loudly. Li Chun wanted to buy Earth Element Fruit, but the shop assistants couldn't make the decision because he was not present. Li Chun understood immediately after a moment's thought. Yesterday, Manager He of Baibeilu also went beyond the Yinshan Mountains to compete for opportunities in the ruins and caves of Senior Master. Right now, it's estimated that this manager He is on his way back to the Purple Void Immortal Sect to report yesterday's events to the sect. Having failed to purchase any Earth Element Fruit, Li Chun left the Treasure Pavilion, his heart filled with worry for Fu Kong. Fu Kong committed such a bloody crime, killing dozens of cultivators in Yinshan. Zishu sect will certainly not sit idly by. It wasn't just the Purple Void Immortal sect, but also the major immortal cultivation families in the Yin Kingdom's cultivation world. Li Chun could foresee that, in the coming period of time, Blood River Immortal Fu Cho would become a demon hated by everyone in the Yin Kingdom's cultivation world. If the deed were done in the secular world, even if it resulted in the slaughter of an entire city, the cultivation world would not react much. However, the nature of slaughtering cultivators is different. The disciples of the Zishu sect were traveling at the foot of the mountain, and the disciples of various cultivation families were also traveling outside. They were afraid that their disciples would suffer at the hands of the Blood River Master, since the Blood River Master cultivated the blood path demon art and killed people to steal blood. Li Chun returned to his cave with a heavy heart, and even his interest in cultivation had diminished considerably. "Father, this person is here to see you. He says he's delivering a message for you." Upon returning to his cave, Li Chun saw a young, worldly martial artist. This secular martial artist was both reserved and respectful towards the 9-year-old Li Changsheng. Upon seeing Li Chun, this martial artist from the secular world cautiously inquired, "Are you Li Chun, the Immortal Master Li?" Li Chun sized up the person in front of him. This man was about 20 years old, with a burly build, a broad forehead, and a square face. He possessed considerable internal strength and was clearly a top master in the secular martial arts world, with formidable physical and hard skills. "It's me. Who sent you to deliver a message to Li?" Faced with Li Chen's question, the young man lowered his head and respectfully replied, "Reporting to the Immortal Master, I came to Yinshan to seek immortality, but upon arriving at Yinshan, I encountered another Immortal Master. The Immortal Master claimed to be a friend of Immortal Master Li. He told me how to enter Yinshan and asked me to come and find Immortal Master Li to deliver a message to him. The Immortal Master also said that as long as I deliver the message, Immortal Master Li will grant me a destiny of immortality." Friends? Li Chun only has one friend in the cultivation world. Li Chen's eyes flickered slightly, and he calmly asked, "What message did that person ask you to deliver to me?" The young, worldly martial artist looked up, his expression respectful as he gazed at Li Chun. 7 days later, at Sui Mountain in Qingzhou, Masterly, the message you sent me contained only this one sentence. Chapter 62, Iron Pride. 7 days later, at Sui Mountain in Qingzhou. It really was him. Li Chen's mind raced with 1,000 thoughts, but his face remained impassive. There is a first-order spiritual vein in Sui Mountain in Qingzhou. It was originally the territory of the Fu family of Qingzhou. Many years ago, a cultivator surnamed Yin killed the Fu family patriarch and led his people to occupy Sui Mountain. Now, Sui Mountain has become the ancestral home of the Yin family. 7 days later, at Sui Mountain in Qingzhou, Fu Kong is going to seek revenge on the Yin family. He asked this secular martial artist to deliver a message to him, asking whether to meet him at the foot of Sui Mountain or to come and take over Sui Mountain in 7 days. I guess he wanted to give Sui Mountain to himself. When Li Chen and Fu Kong were drinking, they talked about wanting to find a spiritual vein as their base and establish their own cultivation family in the future. Fu Kong most likely remembered this incident. Now, he wants to return to Sui Mountain to avenge his blood feud, but after he takes his revenge, he cannot stay on Sui Mountain or even in the cultivation world of Yin Kingdom. Therefore, he plans to give Sui Mountain to himself. Li Chen quickly understood Fu Kang's plan. Looking at the young martial artist in front of him, Li Chen suppressed his chaotic thoughts and calmly asked, "What's your name?" Reporting to the Immortal Master, "My name is Tai Ao." Li Chen nodded slightly and asked again, "Tai Ao, you have come to seek immortality. Do you know about the concept of spiritual roots?" Tai Ao nodded hurriedly. "Immortal Master, I once went to the Purple Void Immortal Sect to participate in the Immortal Sect's spirit testing ceremony." Li Chen's eyes were unreadable. "So, you have a 9th grade spiritual root and were rejected by the Immortal Sects?" Tai Ao lowered his head and answered in a deep voice, "Yes. Although my spiritual roots are inferior, I have an unwavering heart to seek immortality. I hope that the Immortal Master will grant me the opportunity to enter the path of immortality." Li Chen paused for a moment, and in a daze, he saw himself 10 years ago. 10 years ago, at the last spirit testing ceremony of the Purple Void Immortal Sect, Li Chen was 19 years old, about the same age as Tai Ao in front of him. He possesses a 9th grade spiritual root, but is too old to enter the Immortal Sect. Li Chen vaguely remembered the mocking looks from those around him when he stepped onto the spirit testing platform, as well as the indifferent expression of the elder from the Purple Void Sect. Li Chen remained silent. Tai Ao stood aside, clutching the hem of his clothes, looking at Li Chen with trepidation. Finally, he gritted his teeth, knelt down before Li Chen, and begged the Immortal Master to grant him a chance to enter the path of immortality. Li Chen came to his senses and looked at the young man kneeling in front of him. "This is me from 10 years ago." Li Chen raised his hand to help Tai Ao up and asked softly, "What kind of spiritual root do you have?" Tai Ao was overjoyed and hurriedly replied, reporting to the Immortal Master, "I am a wood elemental spirit." Li Chen nodded, took out a few spirit stones from his storage bag, and handed them to Tai Ao, then looked at Li Changsheng beside him and said, "Changsheng, take him to Shantytown to settle down. Also, teach him the Azure Wood technique." "Father, I understand." Li Changsheng was already quite tall, and although his face was still youthful, he had a calm and composed personality, like a little adult. "Many thanks to Master Li for guiding me into the Tao. I will never forget your kindness and will certainly repay you in the future." Tai Ao received several spirit stones from Li Chen and kowtowed to him repeatedly, his face full of gratitude. Li Chen waved his hand and said, "Go down. Follow Changsheng to the Shantytown to settle down. My abilities are limited. This is all I can do to help you." Tai Ao kowtowed to Li Chen again, bowed solemnly, and left the cave area with Li Changsheng, expressing his gratitude. Looking at the young man Tai Ao, Li Chen couldn't help but smile. 10 years ago, he traveled south from Heishui Prefecture to the Zishu Immortal Sect to participate in the spirit testing ceremony. As a result, he was found to have a 9th grade spiritual root and was not selected for the sect. Unwilling to give up, Li Chen inquired in various places and came to Yinshanfang to seek a chance at immortality. Outside Yinshanfang, Li Chen met Fairy Ling Long, and with her guidance, he entered the Tao and embarked on the path of immortality. Tai Ao's situation was almost identical to Li Chen's. Both possessed 9th grade spiritual roots and had come to Yinshanfang seeking immortality after failing to be selected by any immortal sect. He encountered Fu Kong, from whom he learned how to enter Yinshanfang, and came to deliver a message to Li Chen. Seeing Tai Ao was like seeing himself 10 years ago. "I was lucky to have met the Fairy Ling Long. Today, Li Chen is not stingy with a few spirit stones, nor with a greenwood technique, to guide Tai Ao onto the path of immortality. Although Li Chen knew that Tai Ao probably wouldn't achieve much on the path to immortality, he had the right to speak on just how useless a 9th grade spiritual route was. Without the system, and without Fairy Ling Long as his guide, Li Chen would be in a very different state today. Soon, Li Chen stopped thinking about Tai Ao's problem. What the future holds depends entirely on his own opportunities and destiny. Now, Li Chen is thinking about taking over Tsui Mountain. Li Chen was still having a headache over the system's side quests, but Fu Kong sent someone to deliver a message, most likely wanting to give Tsui Mountain to him. Li Chen was considering the likelihood of occupying Tsui Mountain. He was at the 6th level of Qi refining, while Ning Hongxiu was not even at the 5th level. As for Mo Yunyu, Li Changsheng, and Li Xian, they could be ignored and had virtually no combat power. With him and Ning Hongxiu occupying a spiritual vein, can I hold on to it? It's difficult. After careful consideration, Li Chen felt that it would be very difficult for him and Ning Hongxiu to occupy a spiritual vein, since it was a spiritual vein. Immortality and becoming a celestial being are the ultimate pursuit of cultivators. The cruel reality is that most independent cultivators have given up on the idea of becoming immortals. They are trying every means to obtain a spiritual vein and occupy a piece of land with a spiritual vein to establish their own family. If Li Chen occupies Tsui Mountain, the rogue cultivators, seeing that Li Chen's cultivation level is not high, will definitely try every means to seize it. After all, Li Chen only revealed his Qi refining level for cultivation to the outside world. Ning Hongxiu is also at the 4th level of Qi refining. How can 2 cultivators at the 4th level of Qi refining occupy a spiritual vein? It would be difficult for independent cultivators not to be tempted. Furthermore, if he truly occupies Tsui Mountain, the cultivation families of Qingzhou will likely suppress and ostracize him. Inside the cave, Li Chen sat cross-legged on a futon, rubbing his chin. After a long while, Li Chen's eyes flickered, and he muttered to himself, I have to bring Huang Qingya along. Huang Qingya is a late-stage Qi refining cultivator and a genius talisman master. If he could bring Huang Qingya along and have her occupy Tsui Mountain with him, it would be enough to intimidate most of the rogue cultivators. In any case, Huang Qingya will eventually be one of my people. Huang Qingya went to Qingafang to deal with the magical artifacts left behind by Wang Fengming. I don't know if she has returned. Li Chen plans to visit Huang Qingya tomorrow and persuade her to join him in occupying Tsui Mountain. After their encounter with Wang Fengming, Li Chen and Huang Qingya had become friends, and Li Chen believed she would agree to go to Tsui Mountain with him. Alternatively, we could try probing with Master Chen. If Master Chen Dan is willing, he can also go to Tsui Mountain together. With Huang Qingya, a genius talisman master in the late stage of Qi refining, and Chen Tiange, a veteran alchemist, they are well able to gain a foothold in Qingzhou and establish their own cultivation family. That night, Li Chen pondered many things, his mind in turmoil, unable to calm his mind and cultivate. The next day at dawn, Li Chen got up early and went straight to cave number 16, Class B, to visit Huang Qingya. Chapter 63 Discussion. In front of the Class B number 16 cave, Li Chen called out loudly, Fellow Daoist Wang, are you there? Before the cave, a blue light shone forth, clearing a path. Li Chen stepped into the cave and saw a woman in an apricot yellow robe, with a graceful figure and wheat-colored skin. Her black hair was tied back with a ribbon, forming a ponytail shape. Fellow Daoist Li, how long has it been? I had just returned to my cave dwelling from Qingafang when you came to find me. Have you fallen in love with me? Huang Qingya was tall and slender, her lively eyes playfully scrutinizing Li Chen, her beautiful face showing none of her usual aloofness. She was indeed aloof when I wasn't familiar with this fairy. Once you get to know her, she has another side to her. Li Chen sat down on the stone chair, smiling at Huang Qingya. He had come today, partly because he missed his fellow Daoist, but also because he had an important matter to discuss with her. Huang Qingya walked up to Li Chen, sat down facing him, and said with a smile, Fellow Daoist Li, you already have 2 Daoist partners. There are rumors circulating that you are fond of women, which I originally did not believe. Now it seems that the rumors are true. I considered you a fellow Daoist, yet you coveted my beauty. Just as Li Chen was about to speak, Huang Qingya took the initiative to change the subject, saying, Go ahead and speak. Fellow Daoist Li, what brings you here to discuss with me? Li Chen had no choice but to suppress his distracting thoughts and said with a serious expression, Fellow Daoist Wang, you have already reached the late stage of Qi refining. Have you ever thought about seizing a spiritual vein and occupying the land of the spiritual vein? Huang Qingya glanced at Li Chen lightly, then said nothing. Why would I occupy a spiritual vein? My current dwelling is built on a second-tier spiritual vein, but I plan to move into a first-tier dwelling in a while. I'm all alone, and I've occupied this spiritual vein land without bothering to take care of it. Moreover, does the cultivation world of Yin Kingdom have any unclaimed second-tier spiritual veins? Li Chen's expression froze. Huang Qingya's answer caught him off guard and left him speechless. To occupy Tsui Mountain, it would be impossible without Huang Qingya, a genius talisman cultivator in the late stage of qi refining. In Li Chen's considerations, Huang Qingya was a very important part of his plan to occupy Tsui Mountain and establish a family. In addition, after visiting Tsui Mountain, Li Chen also planned to cultivate his relationship with this fairy Huang, hoping to become her Daoist partner and have a child. But now, Huang Qingya's few casual words have completely disrupted Li Chen's plans and blocked all the arguments he had prepared. Before visiting Huang Qingya, Li Chen had expected that she would readily agree to go to Tsui Mountain with him. In fact, one should never be too confident because many times things don't go as you expect. Seeing Li Chen's troubled expression, Huang Qingya no longer concealed the playfulness in her bright eyes. Fellow Daoist Li, just say what you have to say. Your roundabout way of probing suggests you don't consider Qingya a friend? If you're not Qingya's friend, then Qingya must ask you to leave. Li Chen smiled wryly, only then realizing that he had been tricked by this fairy. However, Li Chen was not angry. Since Huang Qingya said such a thing, it proves that she will agree to go to Qingzhou with him, occupy Tsui Mountain, and become the master of Tsui Mountain. Immediately, Li Chen's expression turned solemn, and he said earnestly, Qingya, I plan to occupy Tsui Mountain and would like to invite you to go with me. After we occupy Tsui Mountain, we will each take half, and you will be the nominal master of Tsui Mountain. Huang Qingya did not answer. She slightly furrowed her beautiful eyebrows and said in a deep voice, Mount Tsui is the territory of the Yin family in Qingzhou. In recent years, the Yin family patriarch has advanced to the 9th level of qi refining. In addition, the Yin family has dozens of qi refining realm members and a first-order protective array. How can the two of us take Tsui Mountain? Huang Qingya didn't care about how Li Chen addressed her. Instead, she began to consider whether the matter was feasible. It's safe. Li Chen remained outwardly calm, but inwardly he was overjoyed. With Huang Qingya and I jointly occupying Tsui Mountain, this matter is now secure. As for the Yin family, Li Chen doesn't need to worry about those things. Since Fu Kong sent someone to deliver a message, offering to give Tsui Mountain to him, he would definitely deal with the Yin family's cultivators properly. Fu Kong has already established his foundation, and Li Chen believes that dealing with the Yin family will be very easy for him. In addition, Li Chen was also pleased with his relationship with Huang Qingya. He addressed her as Qingya, and Huang Qingya did not object, indicating that their relationship had grown closer. Today's elegance may well lead to tomorrow's wife. You don't seem worried about the Yin family at all, as if Tsui Mountain is already yours? Huang Qingya suddenly looked at Li Chen, her bright eyes flashing with suspicion. Li Chen said solemnly, That's true. Tsui Mountain is already my sacred land, but I'm worried that I won't be able to protect it. So I've come here to invite Qingya to jointly occupy Tsui Mountain with me, hoping to use Qingya's reputation to deter villains. Huang Qingya blinked, her long eyelashes fluttering, and a thoughtful expression appeared on her beautiful face. A moment later, Huang Qingya laughed and placed a hand on Li Chen's shoulder. Lord Li, please take good care of Qingya in the future. Li Chen looked at Huang Qingya, cupped his hands in greeting, and said, Greetings, Master Huang. I would be grateful if you would take good care of me in the future. The two looked at each other and couldn't help but laugh. After Huang Qingya finished laughing, she reached up and brushed a stray hair behind her ear, asking seriously, When are we going to Tsui Mountain? Li Chen's smile faded, and he replied in a deep voice, 6 days later, we will travel together to Qingzhou to take over Tsui Mountain. Huang Qingya nodded. It's settled then. Come on, pinky swear. Seeing Huang Qingya extend her right hand, Li Chen reached out with a strange expression, and his two little fingers immediately hooked together. When his little finger hooked with Huang Qingya's little finger, Li Chen's body stiffened, and his heart trembled violently. Even from a distance of just a few feet, Li Chen observed the wheat-colored face. Was she blushing or not? Li Chen couldn't help but start to have wild thoughts. After all, Huang Qingya's skin was wheat-colored, making it difficult to tell whether she was blushing or not. Huang Qingya withdrew her right hand, took a few steps back without making a sound, kept a certain distance from Li Chen, and waved to Li Chen with a smile. Lord Li, if there's nothing else, you can leave now. We'll see you in 6 days. Li Chen, somewhat reluctant to part with the sensation from earlier, nodded gently, and said, "Master Huang, then I shall take my leave." As Li Chun stepped out of Huang Qingya's cave, he glanced back and couldn't help but smile. Only after spending more time with this fairy did Li Chun discover her innocent side. Being with her made Li Chun feel much more relaxed and happy. This is a completely different feeling from when I was with Mo Yunyu and Ning Hongxiu. The moment Li Chun made a pinky promise with Huang Qingya, he noticed his heart racing. Is this what it means to be moved? With a smile on his face, Li Chun walked towards the Class B No. 7 cave dwelling to visit Master Chen. Inside the cave, Huang Qingya kept waving her right hand, her sleeves stirring up a breeze. How embarrassing! How embarrassing! In an instant, Huang Qingya calmed down. Her bright eyes flashed, and she muttered to herself, "He is definitely not a 9th grade spiritual root, and he most likely possesses some kind of alchemical spiritual body. If we were to become Daoist partners, with him refining elixirs and me crafting talismans, supporting each other on the path to immortality would be a good choice. But he already has 2 Daoist partners, and a son and a daughter. If I were to become his Daoist partner, wouldn't I become a bad woman who destroys other people's families?" Chapter 64, Master Chen's Reprimand. Young Master Chen, it's been a while since you last visited this old man. Master Chen lay reclining in his chair, a maid massaging his legs in front of him, and another massaging his shoulders behind him. He still knew how to enjoy himself. Li Chun bowed to the old man, then straightened up and smiled. "Teacher, your life is truly enviable." Master Chen sat up, waved to the 2 maids, and then looked at Li Chun. "Young man Chen, I have already passed the foundation establishment stage and have no hope of becoming an immortal in this life. You must not follow my example. You are still young and have a natural talent for alchemy. If you work hard in your cultivation, you may be able to reach the foundation establishment stage in the future. In recent years, I've heard the rumors circulating around you. You must not give up on yourself, and even more so, you must not become obsessed with women. Focusing your mind on studying alchemy techniques and cultivating yourself, improving your cultivation level is more important than anything else." Li Chen's lips twitched slightly, and he respectfully replied, "Yes." In fact, Li Chun really wanted to defend himself, saying that he was not obsessed with women and had been diligently cultivating his spiritual practice. But after thinking about it, Li Chun decided not to make any explanation. Time will prove everything. Seeing Li Chen's respectful and obedient demeanor, Master Chen softened his tone. "Young Chen, you've been in the cultivation world for almost 11 years, and now your cultivation has reached the 4th level of qi refining. With your 9th grade spiritual root, this speed isn't slow. However, you should seek fewer Daoist partners and have fewer children in the future. Use your spirit stones and pills on yourself, and strive to reach the peak of qi refining before the age of 60, and then try to break through to the foundation establishment realm. I am getting old and won't live much longer. If you can cultivate to the peak of qi refining before I pass away, I will spend all my wealth to obtain a foundation establishment pill for you, so that you can advance further on your path to immortality." Looking at the old man before him, Li Chun felt a surge of warmth in his heart and said with a smile, "Teacher is not yet 90 years old and is in the prime of his life. In the future, your disciple will have to be filial to you. Please do not say such discouraging things. A cultivator at the qi refining realm has a lifespan of 120 years. However, this is not always the case. Some qi refining cultivators do not live to be 120 years old, while others can live to be 150 years old. Moreover, the cultivation world also has longevity pills. It's impossible for Master Chen to reach the foundation establishment stage, because once a cultivator is over 60, their qi and blood will gradually decline, and their soul will gradually decay, making it impossible to pass the 2 hurdles of qi and blood barrier and soul barrier. Li Chen secretly resolved that he would have to find a way to refine a longevity pill for the old man in front of him in the future. The master and apprentice talked for a while, discussing alchemy techniques. Master Chen even inquired about the condition of Li Changsheng and Li Xian. Finally, Li Chen respectfully asked, "Teacher, I am planning to go out soon to seek out a spiritual vein. Would you be interested?" "Nonsense." Master Chen suddenly stood up, his beard bristling and eyes wide. "What is your cultivation level? You dare to steal someone else's spiritual vein when you're only at the 4th level of qi refining." Li Chen smiled and explained, "Teacher, please don't be angry. Let me finish speaking first." This time, it wasn't just one disciple who tried to seize the spiritual vein. "Teacher, do you know Huang Qingya, fellow Daoist?" Master Chen squinted. "I've heard of this girl. She's 2 years younger than you, and she's already at the late stage of qi refining. She can draw high-level spirit talismans. She's a rare genius, no less than a true disciple of an immortal sect. How did you get involved with her? How could she possibly be interested in you? Li Chen's expression froze. He didn't know how to answer. He really wanted to tell Master Chen that he was at the 6th level of Qi refining and had a 6th grade spiritual root, not at the 4th level of Qi refining or with a 9th grade spiritual root. Ultimately, Li Chen didn't explain his relationship with Huang Qingya, but respectfully invited her. Teacher, fellow Daoist Huang, and I plan to seize Sui Mountain in Qingzhou, and we would like to invite you to join us. If you would like to come along. Shut up. Before Li Chen could finish speaking, the old man interrupted him sharply. Master Chen looked at Li Chen with a serious expression and said sternly, Huang Qingya is no ordinary person. You are only at the 4th level of Qi, refining, and have a 9th grade spiritual root. How dare you get involved with her? Aren't you afraid she will sell you out? I will not leave Yinshan Fang, and you are not allowed to go to Qingzhou. Perhaps realizing he had been too harsh, Master Chen softened his expression and said earnestly, Young Master Chen, the cultivation world is dangerous. You are still young, so don't go there and risk your life. You come from a secular background, so you should understand the unpredictability of human nature. With your current level of cultivation, you shouldn't try to curry favor with genius talisman cultivators like Huang Qingya. The right path is to stay at the Divine Pill Pavilion, refine pills to earn spirit stones, and improve your own cultivation. If you encounter any difficulties, feel free to speak to me. I consider you my disciple. If I don't help you, who will? Go back first and cultivate diligently. Don't think about taking shortcuts. On the path to immortality, you can only take one step at a time. There are absolutely no shortcuts. Master Chen said a lot, and Li Chen could only listen respectfully. Finally, Li Chen left Master Chen's cave with a bitter smile on his face. Huang Qingya knew that Li Chen was at the 6th level of Qi refining, but alchemist Chen did not. In Chen Dancher's eyes, Li Chen was just a weak cultivator at the 4th level of Qi refining, with no combat experience and no powerful magic weapons. Master Chen even believed that Li Chen was not worthy of a genius talisman cultivator like Huang Qingya, and advised Li Chen not to try to curry favor with Huang Qingya. Li Chen knew that this teacher was indeed acting in his best interest. But there are many things that Li Chen can't explain to him. Li Chen returned to his cave dwelling, feeling utterly dejected. Just as he reached the entrance, a flash of cold light shot towards him. Li Chen raised his hand and caught the throwing knife. He looked helplessly at the little girl hiding in the shadows. Xianer, is your father treating you badly? Why did you murder your father? Li Xian, dressed in a pink dress with 2 pigtails sticking up on her head, walked out from the corner, pouted, and said, Daddy, Xianer is not a child anymore. Please don't treat Xianer like a child and fool her. With Xianer's limited skills, how could she possibly hurt you? Li Chen rubbed his temples. Sometimes, having children who are too smart isn't a good thing. Father, you promised Xianer that you would take her to see the outside world. When will you take her out? Li Xian stepped forward, grabbed Li Chen's trouser leg, looked up at him with anticipation. Li Chen's heart softened, and he picked up his daughter, smiling as he said, It'll be soon, it'll be soon. In another 2 weeks, Daddy will take Xianer to move and let her see the outside world. Li Xian stared intently at Li Chen. Father, you're not lying to me this time, are you? Li Xian's lips wisha. No. Li Xian smiled happily. Xianer believed in her father. Looking at his daughter in his arms, Li Chen suddenly felt a little guilty. From the time Li Xian was born until now, she has basically only been able to move around in her own 2 cave dwellings. Occasionally, Li Chen will take her to stroll around the market. To this day, this lively and active daughter has never left Yinshan Fang. Although this daughter is a bit mischievous and restless, she is not ignorant. We need to move as soon as possible to Fawei Mountain so that Li Xian's lively and active nature won't be restricted. Li Chen increasingly felt the need for a mountain of his own, rather than remaining in Yinshan Fang. Li Changsheng was alright. He was well-behaved and sensible from a young age, and had a relatively quiet personality, so he could stay at home. But Li Xian is different. Keeping Li Xian at home is like putting a fledgling eagle in a cage. At this moment, Li Chen's desire to occupy the spiritual land grew stronger, not only to complete the system task, but also to give his daughter a wider and freer space to move around. After playing with Li Xian for a while, Li Chen went to see Li Changsheng. Have Changsheng and Tai Ao been settled? Li Changsheng nudda. Father, don't worry. I taught Tai Ao the Azurwood technique and helped him pay the spirit stones so he could settle down in the shantytown. Li Chen glanced at Li Changsheng, then took out a bottle of qi-nourishing pills from his storage bag. Changsheng, cultivate diligently. When you break through to the 4th level of qi refining, I will give you 2 magical artifacts. Li Changsheng's eyes lit up, and he nodded emphatically. Li Chen patted his son on the shoulder, offered a few words of encouragement, and then returned to his cave to meditate and cultivate. Inside the cave, Ning Hongxiu saw Li Chen return. She stepped forward and took his arm. "Husband, I have something to discuss with you." Li Chen gently ruffled Ning Hongxiu's soft hair and smiled warmly. "What is it? Tell me first." "My husband, my cultivation level is not low enough, and I can't stay at home all day to cultivate. Our family has a considerable daily expense of spirit stones. My husband goes to the Divine Pill Pavilion every day to refine pills. Sister Mo washes green bamboo to make spirit paper, and even Changshan helps Sister Mo with some chores. Of all the people, Hongxiu is the most useless. My lord, I plan to go demon hunting. That way I can earn some spirit stones." Li Chen was stunned for a moment, then shook his head and said coldly, "No. Hunting demons is too risky. It's basically like licking blood off a knife, and Li Chen would never allow Ning Hongxiu to hunt demons. It should be noted that the monsters are ferocious, and the Yinshan Mountains are fraught with danger. In Yinshanfang, 6 out of 10 people who go to hunt demons never return. The casualty rate is too high." Meeting Ning Hongxiu's aggrieved gaze, Li Chen sighed softly. "Hongxiu, just focus on your cultivation. Don't worry about anything else. In a while, you'll have plenty of things to do." Chapter 65 Farewell. Li Chen wasn't too bothered by the failed invitation to Master Chen. 6 days passed in the blink of an eye. Li Chen got up early, told Mo Yunyu and Ning Hongxiu, and headed straight for the outside of Yinshanfang. Fellow Daoist Li, refined and elegant. Outside Yinshanfang, Li Chen and Huang Qingya met up. They exchanged a glance, tacitly controlled their flying swords, and headed straight for Qingzhou in the north. South of Heishui Prefecture is Haizhou, where the Zishu Immortal Sect is located. Further south of Haizhou lies the Endless Sea. The northern part of Heishui Prefecture borders Qingzhou. The two rode on their swords and entered Qingzhou from Heishui Prefecture in half a day. After another half day, Li Chen and Huang Qingya arrived at the foot of the Qingshan mountain range. Strictly speaking, the Qingshan Mountains in Qingzhou and the Yinshan Mountains in Heishui Prefecture are the same mountain range, just with different names. Within the territory of the Yin Kingdom, there is a mountain range that stretches for tens of thousands of miles, running from south to north, traversing most of the Yin Kingdom and connecting with the neighboring Yuan Kingdom. This mountain range has different names in different parts of the region. Within Qingzhou, this mountain range is called the Qingshan Mountain Range. On the outer edge of the Qingshan Mountain Range, there are 2 peaks, one called Tsui Mountain and the other called Huda Mountain. Both Tsui Mountain and Huda Mountain have first-order spiritual veins. The Yin family occupies Tsui Mountain, while the Fang family occupies Huda Mountain. Li Chen and Huang Qingya arrived at the foot of Tsui Mountain. At the foot of the mountain, Huang Qingya looked surprised. There were signs of a broken formation. The small 5 elements reversal formation that the Yin family had set up at the foot of the mountain had been broken by force. The person who broke the formation either used a second-tier barrier-breaking talisman or was a foundation establishment cultivator. In the cultivation world of Yin Kingdom, foundation establishment cultivators would likely look down on a spiritual vein as low as Tsui Mountain. Therefore, it's probably because someone used a second-tier barrier-breaking talisman to break through the Yin family's protective formation. Li Chen neither confirmed nor denied Huang Qingya's deduction, shrugged, and headed straight for the mountaintop. Today is the 7-day deadline agreed upon with Fu Kong. Has Fu Kong already taken care of the Yin family? Seeing Li Chen go up the mountain, Huang Qingya didn't ask any questions, but quickly followed. Along the way, apart from the chirping of birds and insects, the entire mountain was eerily quiet. Upon reaching the mountaintop, Li Chen and Huang Qingya saw rows of houses and courtyards, but not a single person in sight. Huang Qingya frowned, sniffed, and cautiously surveyed her surroundings. It was too quiet here, and a strong smell of blood lingered in the air. Li Chen wasn't nervous and began to look around. On Tawei Mountain, there was no one, only the lingering smell of blood. Li Chen clicked his tongue in amazement. Fu Kang's methods were too ruthless. He didn't leave a single survivor in the entire Suiwei Mountain. But what about the others? Careful! Suddenly, Huang Qingya shouted sharply and raised her hand to release a top-level lightning talisman. A bright yellow beam of light slammed into the ground a few meters in front of Li Chen. Glug! Glug! Blood bubbles rose from the ground, and flowing blood seeped out, slowly gathering and gradually forming a human shape. Huang Qingya was horrified. It was the Blood River Man. Fellow Daoist Li, come on my side quickly. This person is extremely dangerous. As she spoke, Huang Qingya had already produced several blood-red second-tier spirit talismans in her hand. Li Chen looked to Huang Qingya and gently comforted her. Don't be nervous. Brother Fu is not an enemy. He is my good friend. Huang Qingya was skeptical. She walked to Li Chen's side, clutching several blood-red talismans tightly in her hand, her tense expression showing no sign of easing. That was the Blood River Immortal who lured and killed dozens of cultivators from Yinshanfang. In the world of cultivation, the hierarchy is extremely strict. Only Foundation Establishment cultivators are qualified to be called superior person. A Golden Core cultivator should be addressed as a true person. A nascent soul cultivator is entitled to be called a true lord or divine lord. Facing Blood River Venerable, a Foundation Establishment cultivator of the demonic path, Huang Qingya couldn't help but feel nervous. Li Chen patted Huang Qingya's hand, signaling her to relax. A few meters in front of Li Chen, blood gushed from the ground, slowly gathering into a human shape, and then the facial features gradually became clear. It's definitely Fu Kong. He was much thinner than before, his demeanor was much sharper, and his scarlet eyes were much colder than before. He was dressed in a blood-red robe. Even his hair was blood-red, and his face was pale, as if he had been hiding underground for years without seeing the sun. With bloodshot eyes, Fu Kong looked at Li Chen and then scrutinized Huang Qingya beside him. His expression was cold and hard, and even his tone was somewhat cold and hard. Is this your new Daoist partner? Li Chen nodded. Brother Fu, this is my new Daoist partner, Huang Qingya. Huang Qingya stood beside Li Chen, wary of Fu Kong opposite her, and did not speak up to defend herself. Fu Kong nodded slowly. I've heard of her. How is Changsheng doing now? Fu Kang's appearance and temperament have changed a lot, but when asked about Li Changsheng, a soft smile appeared on his hard face. Li Chen replied with a smile. Changcheng has grown up and entered the Dao. He is about to reach the second level of Qi refining and has an 8th grade spiritual root. He often mentioned that he hadn't seen Uncle Fu in a long time. Fu Kang's smile was somewhat stiff. After a moment, his eyes dimmed, and he gently shook his head. In my current state, it's better not to see him. I spared not a single member of the Yin family. Brother, I'm entrusting Cultivation Mountain to you. As he spoke, Fu Kong looked around with reluctance on his face. This was the place where he had grown up. Li Shen fronat. Brother Fu, are you leaving? Fu Kong nodded and calmly replied. There is no place for me in the cultivation world of Yin Kingdom. I must leave Yin Kingdom. I don't know if I'll ever come back after this trip. Before I leave, I'll give you one last gift, as we've been brothers. As he spoke, Fu Kong shook his blood-red robe, and dozens of storage bags fell out of his sleeves, piling up into a small mountain at Li Chen's feet. These things can't be exposed. Take them and handle them carefully. Don't reveal our relationship, or you'll be implicated. Li Chen opened his mouth. Brother Fu, you also need cultivation supplies. I cannot accept these things. Fu Kong slowly shook his head. I am now a Foundation Establishment cultivator, so obtaining spirit stones is easy for me. If it weren't for the blood god technique you gave me, and the spirit cleansing pill that you asked Alchemist Chen to refine, I wouldn't be who I am today. Moreover, since I cultivate the blood path demon art, blood souls are the best resources for me. Spirit stones and spiritual objects are of little use to me. We're brothers, so please accept this as a gift and don't hesitate to refuse. Looking at Fu Kong in front of him, Li Chen had many questions he wanted to ask him, but Fu Kong did not give Li Chen a chance. His figure gradually dissipated, scattering blood droplets on the ground, which slowly merged into the earth. Brother, there's no going back now. Take care. Also, take good care of Changsheng and don't let him suffer any injustice. Li Chen stood there blankly, ignoring the dozens of storage bags piled up at his feet. Fu Kong was leaving the cultivation world of Yin Kingdom. He didn't say where he was going, but Li Chen could foresee that his journey would be extremely dangerous. Because the Blood God technique and the Blood Fiend technique were not exactly innocent methods, they were suspected to be bait spread in the cultivation world by some powerful demonic figure. The higher Fu Kang's cultivation level, the more dangerous he becomes. The thought that Fu Kong might not come back saddened Li Chen. He wanted to help, but there was nothing he could do to help. Huang Qingya stood beside Li Chen and said softly, This fellow Daoist Fu is also a man of character. It seems you two have a very good relationship. Li Chen nodded and calmly said, Qingya, I have something to discuss with you. Huang Qingya blinked, chuckled, and said, You don't need to say it. Let me say it. The old patriarch of the Yin family was an immoral man who, despite his advanced age, still coveted my beauty. Therefore, in a fit of anger, I exterminated the Yin family and took their place, occupying Cultivation Mountain. Let's go. Accompany this fairy to inspect this Cultivation Mountain. After all, this fairy will be the master of Cultivation Mountain from now on. Watching Huang Qingya's tall figure from behind, Li Chen picked up the storage bag at his feet, a smile involuntarily appearing on his face. It must be admitted that being with Huang Qingya greatly reduced the sadness Li Chen felt about Kang's departure. Chapter 66, A Grand Gift. Suiwei Mountain is not large, but contains a first-level spiritual vein. Because of the spiritual veins, the mountain is covered with lush vegetation that grows at an astonishing rate. After surveying Suiwei Mountain, Huang Qingya turned to Li Chen and said with a smile, "We have 30 acres of spirit fields. We can hire some independent cultivators as spirit farmers to grow spirit rice for us. I've decided that we'll take 70% of the spirit rice grown by the farmers, and the remaining 30% will go to them." There was a medicinal herb field, but it was only used to cultivate first-tier, low-level spiritual herbs and medicines. Aren't you an alchemist from the Divine Pill Pavilion? You can transplant some high-grade spiritual herbs and medicines from the Divine Pill Pavilion's herb garden to plant, and then you can refine pills and sell them to the Divine Pill Pavilion. Or we could just open a pill shop in Qingafang. This bamboo grove on the mountain can be used to make spirit paper. I use the spirit paper to draw talismans and sell them in Qingafang. The spirit stones that fellow Daoist Fu left you should be enough for us to rent 2 shops in Qingafang, one for pills and one for talismans. That way, we'll have a steady stream of spirit stones. Also, there is a spirit peach tree on the mountain. This spirit peach tree is a first-tier high-grade spirit plant and can be considered a specialty of Suiwei Mountain. We must take good care of it in the future. Huang Qingya was planning how to manage Suiwei Mountain. Her eyes sparkled, and her sweet smile revealed her pearly white teeth, which complemented her healthy, wheat-colored skin. Li Chen smiled too, his smile even brighter than Huang Qingya's. Because in Huang Qingya's plan, there was no distinction between yours and mine. Another thing that made Li Chen happy was that the system side quest was completed. Say something. What are you grinning like an idiot for? This Suiwei Mountain doesn't belong to me alone. Seeing that Li Chen did not speak, Huang Qingya turned her gaze to Li Chen with a reproachful expression. Li Chen nodded with a smile. That's right, Suiwei Mountain doesn't belong to you alone. It belongs to us. Huang Qingya was taken aback, then rolled her eyes. Are you trying to kill me? What do you mean you and us? You are you and I am me. Forget it. I'm too lazy to talk to you. I'm going to choose my own cave dwelling. Huang Qingya turned around. Her neck was very long, like a swan with its head held high, and her back view was exceptionally proud. It's safe now. Li Chen smiled, knowing that his marriage to this fairy Huang was now a sure thing. Now, the only thing separating him and Huang Qingya is that they haven't yet broken through the barrier between them. Looking around, Li Chen nodded in satisfaction. The foundation is already in place. All that's missing is to worship heaven and earth and hold a clan founding ceremony before he can establish the Leaf family of Suiwei Mountain and complete the system's main quest. However, we still need to take a look at the storage bags that Fu Kong left for himself. Fu Kong, using the alias Fu Cho and calling himself the Blood River Master, lured and killed dozens of cultivators in the Yinshan Mountains, including Yang Duxiu of the Fish Dragon Yang family, Wang Gui of the Ningbi Cliff Wang family, Byron of the Qingzhou Mountain Bai family, and Sita Ming of the Crescent Lake Sita family. These cultivators were not rogue cultivators, but well-known figures in Yinshan Fang. Now, the entire fortune of these important figures is contained in this pile of storage bags in front of them. There's also the Yin family. The Yin family was wiped out by Fu Kong, with no survivors. The Yin family's wealth is probably in these storage bags, right? Thinking this, Li Chen picked up a storage bag with great anticipation, intending to see how valuable this big gift from Fu Kong was. Let me help you. With so many storage bags, how long will it take you to inventory and sort them all yourself? Huang Qingya turned back, her eyes flickering as she looked at Li Chen. Li Chen nodded and replied with a smile. Perfect timing. With Qingya's help, things will be much easier for me. If I were to count these storage bags by myself, it would probably take a lot of time. Seeing Li Chen readily agree, Huang Qingya looked somewhat uneasy and asked in a low voice, "You trust me so much, aren't you afraid that I'll be tempted by your wealth and kill you to steal it?" Without hesitation, Li Chen looked at the woman before him with gentle eyes. "No, I trust Qingya. I genuinely wish to become Qingya's Daoist partner and support each other on the path to immortality. If Qingya, driven by greed, kills and steals, then I can only blame myself for misjudging her, not for blaming Qingya." Huang Qingya lowered her head, picked up a storage bag, opened it with her spiritual sense, and muttered softly, "What Daoist partner? I don't understand. Let's talk about it later." Li Chen was not in a hurry. He opened the storage bag in his hand and began to take stock of his valuables. Li Chen knew something about Huang Qingya's personality. As for Huang Qingya's claim that he was tempted by wealth and would kill to steal it, Li Chen was not afraid at all. If the two were to truly turn against each other in the face of such enormous profits, Li Chen had a trump card that Huang Qingya was unaware of. Now that Li Chen's cultivation has reached the 6th level of qi refining, he is confident that no cultivator below the foundation establishment stage can withstand a bloodthirsty flying knife. Of course, cultivators like Wang Fengming, who wear 2 top-grade robes and an inner armor made of top-grade magic artifacts, are another matter. Under normal circumstances, no cultivator would allocate all their stat points to defense like Wang Fengming. Half a day later, looking at the mountain of spirit stones, Huang Qingya's eyes shone brightly. More than 48,000 spirit stones. With so many spirit stones, she could buy several foundation establishment pills. Li Chen smiled without saying a word. Fu Kong killed so many cultivators, including prominent figures from cultivation families such as Yang Dixio, Wang Gui, Bai Rong, and Sita Ming. In addition, it is estimated that the Yin family's accumulated wealth is also contained within these 48,000 spirit stones. Glancing at the pile of spirit stones, Li Chen felt a surge of excitement, but then turned his gaze to the other strange and wonderful things. Low-level magical artifacts, mid-level magical artifacts, high-level magical artifacts, top-level magical artifacts, some bottles and jars, and jade slips. Li Chen hadn't examined these carefully yet. Suddenly, Li Chen saw a golden light. Li Chen picked up the gleaming golden brick from among a pile of magical artifacts. Huang Qingyao leaned closer, looking surprised. Don't you have a gold brick too? Li Chen nodded and took out the golden brick given to him by Fairy Linglong from his storage bag. When Li Chen placed the 2 golden bricks side by side for comparison, he was surprised to find that they were exactly the same. Could it be that the golden bricks were mass-produced by some master craftsman? Li Chen suppressed his curiosity and continued to inventory the valuables. In the end, Li Chen and Huang Qingyao worked together to take inventory of the contents of the dozens of storage bags. The total contents were 48,338 spirit stones, 12 top-grade magic artifacts, 56 mid- to low-grade magic artifacts, dozens of bottles of spirit pills, more than 20 miscellaneous jade slips, and more than 100 spirit talismans. After adding everything together, Li Chen and Huang Qingyao did a quick calculation and found that the dozens of storage bags that Fu Kong had given them were worth about 100,000 spirit stones. Huang Qingyao clicked her tongue in amazement, looking at Li Chen with a strange expression. 10,000 spirit stones and Suiwei Mountain, just given to you like that? Are all demonic cultivators this generous? With these things, even a useless person with a 9th grade spiritual root could be forced to reach the foundation establishment stage. Li Chen's expression stiffened. He exhaled a breath of stale air and replied softly, I never imagined that Brother Fu's gift would be so valuable. Thinking of Fu Kong, Li Chen couldn't help but feel sad again. Huang Qingyao stood beside Li Chen, patted him on the shoulder, and asked with a smile, Now, I really am planning to kill someone and steal their money. Are you afraid? Li Chen tilted his head, looking at Huang Qingyao with a playful gaze, and chuckled, shaking his head. I'm not afraid. What's mine is yours. Whether you want spirit stones or pills, just say the word, and I'll obediently hand them over. Why would I kill you for your money? Meeting Li Chen's mocking gaze, Huang Qingyao spat out a mouthful of saliva. What do you mean by yours and mine? You have no shame. Chapter 67, The Record of Myriad Treasures for Body Forging. Fu Kang's gift was undoubtedly very valuable. After Huang Qingyao went to choose her cave dwelling, Li Chen finally had time to check the system rewards. Host, Li Chen. Cultivation level, Qi refining level 6. Lifespan, 30 or 100. Spiritual root, rank 6. Cultivation techniques, Crimson Flame technique, Spirit Transformation Hand, Withered Wood technique, Deceiving Heaven technique, Splitting Light and Shadow Sword technique. Skill, 2nd tier alchemy. Magical artifacts, Crimson Edge Sword, Golden Brick, Bloodthirsty Blade. Daoist couple, Imo Yunyu, Ning Hongxiu, Wolfspring, Li Shenshen, Li Xian. Main quest, establish a cultivation family, incomplete. Side quest, give birth to 5 offspring with spiritual roots, incomplete. The side quest section has changed. The original side quests have been completed, and the system has issued new side quests. Li Chen shifted his attention to the system's built-in space to check the rewards of the previous side quest. After completing the task of establishing a foothold and occupying the spiritual vein, the system rewarded him with a cultivation technique. Without much thought, Li Chen chose to extract it directly. After a moment, Li Chen snapped out of the overwhelming amount of information, his eyes gleaming and his face beaming with barely concealed excitement. This time, the system rewarded him with a body cultivation technique called the Myriad Treasures Body Forging Record. The so-called record of forging a body from myriad treasures is about forging magical treasures to create a physical body, ultimately transforming oneself into a humanoid ferocious beast. The Myriad Treasure's body forging record is unlike the common cultivation methods circulating in the cultivation world. It is a genuine immortal level method. As far as Li Chen knew, the Zishu sect in the cultivation world of Yin Kingdom only possessed a third-tier inheritance. There are probably only a handful of true immortal level cultivation methods in the entire southern wilderness cultivation world, or even in the entire human world. As expected, anything produced by the system is guaranteed to be of high quality. However, what made Li Chen's scalp tingle was that cultivating this Myriad Treasure's body forging record consumed far too many resources. The Myriad Treasure's body forging record has 9 levels. The first level corresponds to the Qi refining realm, which requires forging 10 top-tier magic artifacts and creating 10 treasure bodies. The second level corresponds to the Foundation Establishment realm, which requires forging 100 top-tier spiritual artifacts and creating a body of 100 treasures. The third level corresponds to the Golden Core realm, which requires refining 1,000 top-tier magic treasures and forging 1,000 treasure body. The fourth level corresponds to the Nascent Soul realm. The fifth level corresponds to the Divine Transformation realm, and so on until the ninth level corresponds to the True Immortal realm. It is necessary to melt down billions of immortal treasures and forge a truly immortal and indestructible body. The Myriad Treasure's body forging record is the highest method of body cultivation. Once you enter the gate, you can almost dominate your peers and move freely with your precious body and Dharma body. The problem is that this true immortal level body cultivation technique requires an enormous amount of resources to cultivate. To reach the Qi refining realm, one must forge 10 top-tier magic artifacts. Where would an ordinary Qi refining cultivator get 10 top-tier magic artifacts? The Foundation Establishment stage is even more extreme, requiring a full 100 spiritual artifacts. The further you progress in your cultivation, the more outrageous the conditions become. For Li Chen, mastering the basics of the Myriad Treasure's body forging record was not difficult, given that he already possessed over a dozen top-tier magical artifacts. Although cultivating the Myriad Treasure's body forging record consumes an extraordinary amount of resources, Li Chen's heart was still burning with excitement. The allure of the Myriad Treasure's body forging manual lies in its ability to allow one to roam freely among those of the same level. Moreover, a cultivation method at the true immortal level is something that countless cultivators crave but cannot obtain. Once this true immortal level cultivation method is exposed, the old monsters hiding in every corner of the human realm will probably be restless. Li Chen wished he could immediately go into seclusion to cultivate the Myriad Treasure's body forging record, but he had to go back to Yinshan Workshop to bring Mo Yunyu, Ning Hongxiu, Li Changsheng, and Li Xian to Tsui Mountain to settle them down. We've just taken over Tsui Mountain, and there are still many things to deal with. Before he could go into seclusion to cultivate the Myriad Treasure's body forging record, he needed to take care of these matters before he could focus on his cultivation. Li Chen sought out Huang Qingya. Qingya, I need to go back to Yinshan Feng. Huang Qingya nodded. Go ahead, I'll take care of things at Tsui Mountain. By the way, after you return to Yinshan Feng, remember to recruit a few early-stage Qi refining cultivators and bring them to Tsui Mountain. These 30 acres of spiritual fields on Tsui Mountain need spiritual farmers to cultivate them. Also, see if you can invite a formation master to set up a protective formation at the foot of the mountain. Li Chen nodded, keeping Huang Qingya's words in mind. Qingya, if there's nothing else, I'll be leaving now. Huang Qingya looked at Li Chen and took out a blood-red talisman from her storage bag. This is a Thunderfire talisman. It was originally just a top-tier, first-order spiritual talisman, but after I nurtured it, it was upgraded to a second-order talisman. You can take this for self-defense. Be careful on your journey. Refined. Li Chen's eyes flickered as he stepped forward to give Huang Qingya a hug. A second-tier spirit talisman is equivalent to a Foundation Establishment cultivator's spell attack, and Huang Qingya herself doesn't have many of them. Stop. Huang Qingya dodged Li Chen with a quick movement, her face full of disgust. This fairy has already given you a second-tier spirit talisman. Do you still want to take advantage of this fairy? Hurry, hurry. Li Chen's lips curled up, and a smile involuntarily appeared on his face, a warm feeling welling up in his heart. Qingya, I'm leaving now. You stay at Tsui Mountain and wait for me. Immediately, Li Chen rode his flying sword into the sky and headed straight for Yinshan Feng. Huang Qingya stood there, watching Li Chen leave. A smile appeared on her pretty face as she murmured to herself, Mother, it seems like Qingya has a home now. But Qingya didn't want to be a bad woman. Huang Qingya stood there blankly, her thoughts drifting back to more than 20 years ago. She was born into a worldly merchant family, but her mother was a courtesan. From the time Huang Qingya could remember, she recalled that she and her mother were always bullied by her father's first wife. And after the initial novelty wore off, her father would ignore them completely. Her brother always called her a bastard, and her father's first wife always called her mother a shameless slut, a vixen who seduced other men's husbands, and a bad woman. When she was 8 years old, her mother passed away. Unable to bear the humiliation, Huang Qingya fled the Huang family mansion alone and began to wander the world. Later, she met her teacher, a monk who had given up on his path to immortality and was living a secular life in retirement. Huang Qingya followed her teacher in spiritual practice for 2 years before her teacher passed away. Before her teacher passed away, he instructed her to go to the Purple Void Immortal Sect, but Huang Qingya was unwilling to live under someone else's roof again. After entering the world of cultivation, she chose to be a free and unrestrained rogue cultivator. Over the years, Huang Qingya has struggled alone in the cultivation world. She has experienced robbery and betrayal, and has become accustomed to the dog-eat-dog world and the deceitful nature of cultivation. She is lonely, but she doesn't easily trust others. But now, someone has appeared whom she feels she can rely on and trust, a feeling that is invaluable to her. Looking around at Suiwei Mountain, Huang Qingya pursed her lips, her eyes filled with a sense of bewilderment. Could this really be my home? Let me meet his wife and children first. If they reject me, I will leave this place. I've been all alone all these years since my mother and teacher passed away, and I've managed to get by. It's nothing serious. Chapter 68 Farewell. The world of cultivation has never been peaceful. Outside Yinshanfang, Li Chen retrieved the golden brick, raised his hand, and summoned a fire crow, turning the 2 cultivators into ashes. Back in Yinshanfang, Li Chen summoned Mo Yunyu and Ning Hongxiu, saying, Xiaoyu, Hongxiu, you 2 get ready to move tomorrow. Ning Hongxiu and Mo Yunyu exchanged glances, both women looking hesitant. Mo Yunyu spoke first. Husband, perhaps we should forget about it. We're already short of spirit stones, even with our current rented grade C cave dwelling. If we move to a grade B cave dwelling, how will we afford such a huge expense every month? Changsheng is growing up day by day, and he needs elixirs and spirit stones for his cultivation. Xiener is also approaching the age to enter the Dao, so we should still save money wherever we can. Ning Hongxiu nodded in agreement. Li Chen looked at the 2 women and asked with a smile, Who told you were going to move to a grade B cave dwelling? After thinking for a moment, Mo Yunyu said softly, Husband, it's all right to move back to the D-level cave dwelling. This will reduce some expenses. Ning Hongxiu lowered her head, her face filled with shame. Husband, Sister Mo, it's all Hongxiu's fault for being useless. Seeing the 2 women's misunderstanding, Li Chen was both amused and exasperated. Stop overthinking it and hurry up and get ready. I have some things to attend to. I need to go to the Divine Pill Pavilion. The 2 women were unaware that Li Chen had abducted and killed Wang Fengming. Li Chen hadn't told them, because telling them would only cause them unnecessary worry. As for Fu Kang's gift of Suiwei Mountain, Li Chen did not intend to mention it. Let's wait until we move to Suiwei Mountain and give them a surprise. Father, are you going out again? Can you take Sienna with you? Seeing that Li Chen had just returned home and was about to leave again, Li Xian ran up and hugged Li Chen's leg. Helpless, Li Chen reached out and pinched his daughter's delicate nose, gently comforting her. Sienna, Daddy has important business to attend to. Will you stay home and wait for Daddy obediently? Oh, Li Xian lowered her head, looking somewhat dejected. Seeing this, Li Chen couldn't help but feel sorry for his daughter, so he picked her up and took her to the Divine Pill Pavilion. This time, Li Chen's trip to the Divine Pill Pavilion was not to start refining pills, but to bid farewell to Manager Fu. On the top floor of Shindan Pavilion, Li Chen successfully met Manager Fu. Shopkeeper Fu looked at Li Xian in Li Chen's arms with a kind smile. Young man Chen, what brings you to this old man? Why have you brought your daughter with you? Hello, Grandpa Fu. Li Xian jumped down from Li Chen's arms, showing no fear of strangers, and walked up to Manager Fu, calling out sweetly. Shopkeeper Fu smiled and patted Li Xian's head. Sienna is such a good girl. Li Chen stood aside and respectfully bowed to Manager Fu. Uncle Fu, I have come to bid you farewell. Manager Fu looked at Li Chen with kind eyes and asked calmly, Is there a better place for you? The boy and fairy Huang Qingya have jointly occupied Suiwei Mountain and decided to move there. I will never forget the help and care that Uncle Fu and the pavilion master have given me over the years. However, I have a son and a daughter at home, and Sienna is quite mischievous, so living in Yinshanfang has always been a hardship for her. Manager Fu looked at Li Chen with gentle eyes and said calmly, You have not signed a spiritual contract with me, so I cannot restrict your freedom. Young Master Chen, I had anticipated your departure from the Divine Pill Pavilion, but I didn't expect it to come so soon. Since you are leaving, I will not stop you. Now that you've moved out of Yinshanfeng, you'll have to walk your own path from now on. See if you need anything else, and I'll do my best to help you in any way I can. I'm old and half-buried. I don't want anything from you. I only hope you won't forget the kindness Miss showed you. Li Chen's expression turned solemn, and he respectfully bowed to the old man before him. Li Xian also walked to Li Chen's side and, imitating Li Chen, bowed to Manager Fu. Over the years at the Divine Pill Pavilion, Fairy Linglong and Manager Fu have never mistreated Li Chen. They have repeatedly helped and cared for him, which is why Li Chen's path to immortality has been so smooth. Although he was leaving the Divine Pill Pavilion and Yinshan Workshop, Li Chen dared not forget, and would never forget, the great kindness shown to Fairy Linglong and Manager Fu. Li Chen led Li Xian away from the Divine Pill Pavilion, and a new pill furnace, the Fire Toad Furnace, appeared in their storage bags. According to Manager Fu, this Fire Toad Furnace was originally a gift for you, so since you're leaving, you might as well take it with you. Now, Li Chen possesses a huge amount of spirit stones and more than a dozen top-tier magical artifacts, so the Fire Toad Furnace is no longer considered valuable in his eyes. However, Manager Fu's actions made Li Chen even more grateful. Li Chen knew that he was special in the Divine Pill Pavilion. The other apprentices need to sign a spiritual contract with Manager Fu before they can start refining pills on their own. When Zhou Jian wanted to leave the Divine Pill Pavilion, Manager Fu told him to exchange spirit stones for a spirit contract. Li Chen, on the other hand, never signed a spirit contract, and Fairy Linglong and Manager Fu even granted him many privileges. It is precisely because of this that Li Chen has almost no friends in the Divine Pill Pavilion. When Li Chen left the Divine Pill Pavilion this time, he did not say goodbye to the apprentices of the Divine Pill Pavilion. Li Chen had originally planned to go to the herb garden to say goodbye to Yunji, but when he thought of how the old man Yinfeng always looked at him with the eyes of a thief and wouldn't let him talk to Yunji much, he gave up the idea. After leaving the Divine Pill Pavilion, Li Chen looked at the pavilion standing in the center of Yinshan Ward and was filled with emotion. More than 10 years ago, he first entered the world of cultivation and became an apprentice here. He obtained a Crimson Flame technique from Manager Fu and thus embarked on the path of immortality. Over the past 10 years, he started by chopping wood, gradually became an apprentice, and finally rose to the rank of alchemist. Li Chen was reluctant to leave the Divine Pill Pavilion, as it was where his path to immortality began. But he had to leave this place and continue on his path to immortality. Standing in front of the Divine Pill Pavilion, Li Chen looked at the tall building and bowed to it once again as a farewell to the Divine Pill Pavilion. On the top floor of Shindan Pavilion, Manager Fu looked at Li Chen and his daughter on the street with a look of satisfaction and chuckled to himself. Young Chen, Miss said you'll be a great person in the future. The old man believes in Miss's judgment because Miss is never wrong. Now that you've left the Divine Pill Pavilion, it's like a fledgling eagle leaving its cage or a fish entering the ocean. It's a pity that the old man doesn't have much time left, and I don't know if he'll have the chance to see you soar like an eagle and leap over the Dragon Gate. After leaving the Divine Pill Pavilion, Li Chen did not return to his cave dwelling, but went to the Treasure Pavilion, where he bought some spiritual herbs and medicinal seeds, as well as jade golden rice spiritual seeds. There is a medicinal herb field and 30 acres of spiritual fields on Tsuiwei Mountain, which cannot be left to waste. After buying a variety of things, including 2 small toys for Li Xian, Li Chen returned to his cave. Upon returning to his cave dwelling, Li Chen saw that Mo Yunyu and Ning Hongxiu had cleaned it up thoroughly, even taking away mundane items such as tables, chairs, and cabinets. Li Changsheng walked out of the room. He had also learned about the move and couldn't help but ask Li Chen, "Dad, shall we leave now?" Li Chen shook his head. "No rush. We still need to prepare some things." Li Changsheng looked at Li Chen with a surprised expression and asked in confusion, "Father, aren't we moving to a Grey D cave? Don't we need to prepare anything?" Li Chen reached out and patted Li Changsheng on the shoulder. "Don't ask, or you'll miss the surprise." Chapter 69, Flying Boat. At night, Li Chen sat cross-legged on a futon, took out 2 golden bricks from his storage bag, and then took out a palm-sized flying boat. Fukang gave Li Chen a generous gift. This grand gift includes 12 top-tier magical artifacts, and Li Chen plans to use 10 of them to cultivate the myriad treasures body forging record. The remaining 2 items include a golden brick, which is exactly the same as the golden brick that Fairy Linglong gave to Li Chen. The other item is the top-tier magical artifact, the Heavenly Net. The Heavenly Net and the golden brick can work together. First, the heavenly net traps the person, and then the golden brick is used to smash down on their head. Li Chen decided to keep these two magical artifacts as regular means of dealing with enemies in the future. Looking at the gleaming golden bricks, after observing them for a while, Li Chen immediately began refining them. Li Chen is now at the 6th level of Qi refining, so refining top-tier magic weapons is no longer so difficult for him. Most of the night had passed when Li Chen wiped the sweat from his forehead, his gaze filled with suspicion and uncertainty. He had already used his magic to refine the newly acquired golden brick and left his spiritual imprint within it, successfully refining the golden brick. After refining the newly acquired golden brick, Li Chen was astonished to discover that there was a subtle connection between the two golden bricks. Immediately, Li Chen held a golden brick in his left hand and a golden brick in his right hand, examining the two bricks carefully. Suddenly, the two gold bricks burst into dazzling golden light, and like two magnets, they stuck together with a bang, leaving no trace. Li Chen squinted, a look of surprise on his face. The two golden bricks became one, except that this brand new golden brick was larger and thicker. After careful examination, Li Chen came to a conclusion. After the two golden bricks were fused together, their quality was improved, almost transcending the category of magical artifacts, making them the top of the top magical artifacts. If I get another golden brick, will the golden brick in my hand become a magical artifact? Li Chen stroked his chin, his mind filled with many guesses. Perhaps there was originally a magical artifact or treasure called the golden light brick, but for some reason, the golden light brick was broken into many parts. Once these golden bricks are refined, they can fuse together and return to their original form. After observing the brand new golden brick for a moment, Li Chen stopped paying attention to it and began refining another intermediate level magic artifact, the flying boat. Li Chen wanted to take his family to Cui Mountain to settle down, but Mo Yunyu, Li Changsheng, and Li Xian were unable to fly, so he had to refine this intermediate level magic artifact flying boat. With this flying boat, there's no need for the swift travel talisman or riding a horse, saving a lot of time. By dawn, Li Chen had finally refined the flying boat. Mo Yunyu, Ning Hongxiu, and Li Changsheng finished their night of cultivation, while Li Xian was still fast asleep. Changsheng, come with me to the shanty town. Li Chen invited Li Changsheng to go to the shanty town together. On the way, Li Changsheng asked Li Chen in confusion, "Dad, our family isn't so poor that we have to move back to the shanty town, is it? What are you thinking about?" Li Chen flicked Li Changsheng on the forehead, saying, "Even if your father is incompetent, he wouldn't let you move back to the shanty town. We're here to select people for the shanty town redevelopment project." Li Changsheng was even more puzzled. "Father, what kind of person should we choose?" Li Chen offered no explanation and led Li Changsheng straight to the shanty town. The shanty town is located on the edge of Yinshan Fang, not situated on a spiritual vein. It can only benefit from the spiritual energy dissipating from the vein, so houses in the shanty town cost only 1 spirit stone per month. Courtyards are slightly more expensive. Those living in the shanty towns were all lower class, scattered monks. Most of these rogue cultivators were at the early stage of Qi refining. They were unwilling to give up their path to immortality and tried every means to earn spirit stones every month to pay their rent, so that they could stay in Yinshanfang to cultivate. Li Chen came to the shanty town to recruit 2 cultivators at the early stage of Qi refining to work as spirit farmers on Suiwei Mountain and cultivate the land for him. Li Chen was no stranger to shanty towns. Back when he first entered the world of cultivation, he settled in the shanty town, where he met Han Mao, Shu Chan, and others. Aside from Han Mao and Shu Chan, Li Chen wasn't very familiar with the lower class, independent cultivators in the shanty town. "Hey, isn't this Masterly Dan?" "Masterly Dan, you are a noble person. Why have you come to this lowly place?" As soon as they entered the shanty town, they ran into an old man with yellow lips and black teeth. The old man's surname was Zhang. He used to be Li Chen's neighbor. He wanted to borrow qi-nourishing pills from Li Chen so that his grandson could break through the bottleneck of the 3rd level of qi refining, but Li Chen refused. So many years have passed, I wonder if his grandson has broken through the bottleneck and advanced to the 4th level of qi refining. Li Chen ignored the old man Zhang and led Li Changsheng deeper into the shanty town. Old Zhang watched Li Chen's retreating figure, spat, and looked at him with disdain. They were all neighbors from the same shanty town. Who did he look down on? He just had a little talent for alchemy and got lucky enough to be noticed by Master Chen and taken as a disciple. If my grandson were to become an apprentice at the Divine Pill Pavilion, I guarantee he'd be more successful than you. Li Chen's spiritual sense picked up on old Zhang's words, but he didn't take them seriously and ignored them. They hadn't walked far when they encountered another woman. The woman's eyes lit up when she saw Li Chen. "Oh my, There were magpies chirping outside the door so early this morning. It turns out that good things are really coming to our door. Masterly Dan, would you like to patronize my business? My skills are excellent and inexpensive. How about I only charge you 2 spirit stones? Masterly, you're not sure of a couple of spirit stones? Why don't you give it a try with me? I guarantee you won't regret it. This female cultivator, at the 3rd level of Qi cultivation, wore revealing, ordinary clothes and flirted with Li Chen. Li Chen didn't react, but Li Changsheng was furious and shouted coldly, "Don't you dare dirty my father's eyes with your filthy scum." Roll. Kung Siu, feeling rebuffed, left grumbling. Li Chen looked at Li Changsheng with a surprised expression. As a child, Li Changsheng was quiet and well-behaved. Now that he's a little older, he's become more composed. In Li Chen's memory, Li Changsheng never seemed to get angry, but today he did, and even cursed at people. Li Chen patted Li Changsheng on the shoulder and calmly said, "Changsheng, don't get angry easily. Just ignore this kind of person. There's no need to make a fuss." "Father, I have learned your lesson." Li Chen nodded and, together with Li Changsheng, began searching for a suitable candidate for the spirit farmer position. There are specific requirements for choosing spirit farmers. Li Chen wanted to select 2 spirit farmers who were in the early stages of Qi refining, preferably one with a water-type spiritual root and the other with a wood-type spiritual root. Of course, cultivators with earth elemental spiritual roots can also do it, because cultivators with water, wood, and earth spiritual roots are more suitable to become spiritual farmers. In the end, Li Chen chose a female cultivator with a water elemental spiritual root and at the 3rd level of Qi refining, named Wang Lijuan. There is also a young man with an earth elemental spiritual root and at the 2nd level of Qi refining, named Wu Xiaofan. It is worth mentioning that Li Chen encountered Tai Ao during the process of selecting Ling Nong. Tai Ao has not yet entered the Dao, nor has he found a job to earn spirit stones. After all, he is still just a mortal and lives cautiously in the shantytown. Li Chen also brought Tai Ao along. Li Chen was Tai Ao's guide on the path to immortality. Since he had led him onto the path of immortality, Li Chen wouldn't mind helping him again. He led Wang Lijuan, Wu Xiaofan, and Tai Ao back to the cave. Once inside the cave area, the 3 kept their heads down, not daring to look around, appearing extremely humble. Light Rain, Red Sleeves, Fairy, come with me. Li Chen summoned Mo Yunyu, Ning Hongxiu, and Li Xian, and then led a group of people out of Yinshanfang. In addition, a dog about the size of a calf, with black and red fur, was following behind them, its tongue lolling out and its tail wagging. Li Xian, nestled in Li Chen's arms, asked excitedly, "Father, are you taking Xiener out of Yinshanfang?" Li Changsheng followed Li Chen, full of doubts, and couldn't help but ask Li Chen, "Dad, where are we moving to?" Mo Yunyu and Ning Hongxiu were equally puzzled, but neither of them asked. After leaving Yinshanfang, Li Chen looked around and took out a palm-sized flying boat from his storage bag. As he poured his magic power into it, the palm-sized flying boat expanded and transformed into a ship that was more than 10 meters long and 4 or 5 meters wide, hovering steadily a few feet above the ground. Mo Yunyu and Ning Hongxiu stood there dumbfounded, at a loss for what to do. Li Changsheng was also dumbfounded. He had never known that his family possessed a flying boat. Flying boats, which can carry multiple people, are incredibly expensive. Li Chen's flying boat is a mid-grade magic artifact. If ordered from the 1000 Refinement Pavilion, the price of a mid-grade magic artifact flying boat would be almost the same as that of a top-grade magic artifact. The Wang family of Ningbi Cliff possesses a top-tier magical flying boat that transports cultivators between various markets in the Yin Kingdom's cultivation world. It is a truly colossal vessel. A cultivator needs 10 spirit stones to board the Wang family's flying boat. Because of a top-tier magical flying boat, the Wang family essentially monopolized the passenger transport business in the cultivation world of Yin Kingdom, making a fortune every day. Li Changsheng also embarked on the path of immortality and gained considerable knowledge of the common knowledge of the cultivation world. He stared blankly as Li Chen released the flying boat. At that moment, his heart was in turmoil, and he could not calm down for a long time. Not only Li Changsheng, but also Mo Yunyu and Ning Hongxiu were the same. Only Li Xiantian was innocent and naive, looking excitedly at the ship that was suspended in midair a few feet off the ground. Daddy, what a big ship. Li Shen Shukulat. This flying boat isn't very big. Father will give Xiener a bigger flying boat in the future. As he spoke, Li Chen leaped up with Li Xian in his arms and landed steadily on the deck. Looking at Mo Yunyu, Ning Hongxiu, Li Changsheng, and the others on the ground, Li Chen chuckled and said, "What are you standing there for? Come up here." Chapter 70 through Wang Fengqi. The airship ascended into the air, shuttling between the peaks, with the rivers encircling the mountains resembling emerald ribbons inlaid on the earth. The ordinary cities looked no bigger than the palm of a hand. A fierce wind blew, and Li Chun stood at the bow of the ship, his black robe fluttering in the wind. Tai Ao's mouth dropped open, looking at the rapidly flying ships, the swirling clouds around him, the city that seemed to be the size of a palm at his feet, and then at the tall figure in front of him. He opened his mouth, and it took him a long time to recover from his shock. Is this the work of immortals? Tai Ao muttered softly, his face full of envy, his eyes brimming with fighting spirit. The reactions of the others were not much different from Tai Ao's. Standing beside Tai Ao, Wang Lijuan's eyes were also full of envy. She couldn't help but say, "Don't even think about it. Flying boats and magical artifacts are beyond our reach." "Dad, this." Li Changsheng walked to Li Chen's side, and the shock he felt was no less than anyone else's. From a young age, Mo Yinyu told Li Changsheng that his father worked alone at the Divine Pill Pavilion to earn spirit stones to support the whole family, and that the family was in a difficult situation. She wanted him to be more sensible, so Li Changsheng became sensible at a very young age. After he began cultivating, he would help his mother wash bamboo to make spirit paper and earn spirit stones, just to help his father lighten some of his burden. But who can tell him what this flying boat under his feet is all about? Do they own a flying boat? Li Chen glanced at his son, but offered no explanation. The flying boat was a gift from Fu Kong. Compared to the dozens of storage bags Fu Kong gave away, this flying boat was just a negligible part of the gift. Li Chun could not reveal Fu Kang's whereabouts, nor could he reveal it to Li Changsheng. At least for now, Li Chun cannot tell Li Changsheng about Fu Kang's situation. Seeing that Li Chun did not answer, Li Changsheng quickly realized what was going on. He glanced at Tai Ao, Wang Lijuan, and Wu Xiaofan behind him, forcibly suppressed his curiosity, and did not ask any more questions. And Mo Yunyu and Ning Hongxiu also had many questions, but they knew now was not the time to ask them. Li Xian sat on Li Chen's arm, her young face full of excitement. She looked at the mountains and rivers rushing past her feet with great interest, and for once she quieted down and did not shout. Seeing everyone so quiet, Li Chan felt a little uncomfortable and turned to them, asking, "Aren't you curious about where I'm taking you?" And Mo Yunyu smiled and shook her head. As long as she was with her husband, she didn't care where he went. Ning Hongxiu nodded in agreement. Wang Lijuan, who was standing to the side, immediately expressed her loyalty. "The master gives us spirit stones, and we will do things for him. There's no need to ask any more questions." Tai Ao and Wu Xiaofan realized what was happening and nodded hurriedly. Li Chun withdrew his gaze from the crowd, looked into the distance, and felt a surge of heroic ambition. Having cultivated in the immortal realm for over a decade, he has now left Yinshan Workshop and broken free from the protection of Fairy Linglong. From now on, he must rely on himself on his own path to immortality. As everyone gazed at Li Chen's figure, they couldn't help but feel that his figure seemed to have grown taller and more mysterious. As Li Chun led his family away from Yinshanfang and headed towards Sui Mountain, Chen Dansha received a letter in Yinshanfang's Class B number 7 cave. Strange, who would send a letter to this old man? Chen Dansha opened the letter with a puzzled expression. After a moment, Master Chen finished reading the letter. His expression was uncertain, and he sighed deeply. "Foolish. Why can't you listen to me, you little rascal? Instead of taking the proper path, they insist on taking shortcuts. On the path to immortality, what shortcuts are there? Taking the whole family to Tsuiwei Mountain. Do they really think Huang Qingya is a kind person? So be it. So be it. Let it be. But I'm afraid I'll have to take my mantle with me to the grave." Meanwhile, inside Baodin Tower, the Wang family patriarch looked at Wang Quan with stern eyes and asked in a cold voice, "Have you found out who killed my Wang family's phoenix and ruined my Wang family's fortune?" Wang Quan knelt on the ground, cold sweat pouring down his face, stammering and unable to speak. The Wang family patriarch's eyes grew even colder. "I ordered you to protect Feng Ming, and this is how you protect him? Feng Ming is dead. So why didn't you die at the hands of the Blood River Immortal?" Wang Quan hesitated, his voice trembling. "Grandson knows his mistake. Please punish me, grandfather." The Wang family patriarch picked up a teacup from the table and smashed it hard on Wang Quan's forehead. Wang Quan dared not dodge, and his forehead was covered in blood. "Waste. From now on, Feng Qi will take over Bao Danlu. You will investigate the murderer who killed Feng Ming. No matter what method you use, find a murderer who killed Feng Ming. If you cannot find the murderer who killed Feng Ming, you don't need to go back to Ningbi Cliff, and you are no longer a member of the Wang clan." "Yes." Wang Quan dared not refute, fearing he would anger the ancestor. Wang Shou stood up, his expression gloomy, and left with a flick of his sleeve. After the ancestor had gone far away, Wang Quan stood up from the ground and said to the young man beside him with a troubled look on his face, "The cultivation world is so big. Where am I supposed to find the murderer who killed Fengming? Fengqi, you've always been clever. Help your second uncle think of solution." Wang Fengqi spoke calmly. "Second uncle, my cousin Fengming is at the 9th level of qi refining, and he carries many treasures bestowed upon him by our ancestor. Think about it carefully. How many cultivators in Yinshanfeng, or even Haishuizhao, could abduct and kill Fengming's younger brother? And who has Fengming made enemies with? Who would benefit most from killing Fengming? Or rather, who least wants Fengming to grow stronger?" Wang Quan's eyes flickered slightly. "Fengqi, are you referring to the Yang family of Yulong?" Wang Fengqi shrugged. He didn't know, but in Blackwater Prefecture, there weren't many people who could kill Fengming's younger brother, or dared to kill Fengming's younger brother. Since you don't know where to start, why don't you investigate? Fengming is the phoenix of our Wang family, carrying the destiny of our Wang clan. No matter who killed Fengming, our Wang family must avenge this. Wang Quan nodded, a ruthless look appearing on his face. "I know what to do." Watching Wang Quan leave, Wang Fengqi shook his head slightly, a flash of bloodlust in his eyes, his face full of mockery. Wang Fengming is already dead. Why waste time and energy investigating the murderer? Indeed, Wang Fengming possessed a 3rd-grade spiritual root, and the ancestor regarded him as the phoenix of the Wang family, pouring too much effort and resources into him. Now that Wang Fengming is dead, it's no wonder the ancestor is furious. However, all the resources invested in Wang Fengming have now been wasted. Ancestor, family, if you had shared half of the resources you invested in Wang Fengming with me, why would I have gone astray? Wang Fengming is dead, and only now does he remember me. It's too late. Wang Fengqi sat in a chair, his face handsome, one hand supporting his chin, a mocking smile on his lips. However, he could use Wang Fengming's death to his advantage. Wang Quan is a reckless man. If I guide him a bit, I'm sure I can get the two families into a conflict. A conflict between the two sides would surely result in many deaths, wouldn't it? The blood of one's own people is far more delicious than the blood of outsiders. At this point, Wang Fengqi stuck out his tongue and licked his lips, his eyes gradually turning blood red. Blood River Master, that's a good title. Chapter 71 New Home. After most of the day, the flying boat entered Qingzhou and approached Sui Mountain. Looking at the verdant mountain peaks, and then at the tall female cultivator in an apricot-colored robe atop them, Li Chen smiled. Standing beside Li Chen, Li Changsheng was filled with doubt and could no longer hold back. "Father, where is this place? Why did you bring us here?" The others also looked at Li Chen. Li Chen maneuvered the flying boat to a slow descent, a slight smile playing on his lips. "This is Tsuiwei Mountain in Qingzhou. From now on, this will be our home." Mo Yunyu and Ning Hongxiu exchanged glances, their eyes then fixed on the tall, beautiful female cultivator in the apricot-colored robe ahead. The flying boat landed, and Li Chen, carrying Li Xian, walked towards Huang Qingya. Walking up to Huang Qingya, Li Chen smiled and said, "Qingya, you are the master of Tsuiwei Mountain, so you don't need to wait here to welcome us, do you?" Huang Qingya's gaze swept over everyone, her expression slightly unnatural. She spoke in a cold tone. "This fairy was just feeling bored and came out for a stroll. I happened to run into you all. I didn't wait here on purpose." Li Shen understood Wan Qingya's personality. She's always so aloof and reserved around people she doesn't know well. Li Chen patted Li Xian's head in his arms. "Xianer, call for help." Li Xian looked at Huang Qingya, then looked up at Li Chen. She bit her finger, her face innocent. "Daddy, what should I call him?" Before Li Chen could answer, Li Xian jumped down from his arms. Unfazed, she walked up to Huang Qingya, tilted her head, and asked, "Beautiful fairy, may I call you auntie?" "My good daughter, your father has never spoiled you for nothing." Li Chen couldn't help but smile and gave Li Xian a thumbs up. This daughter was worth raising. She truly was a sweet and considerate daughter. In fact, Li Xian's thoughts were very simple. At home, Mo Yunyu and Li Changsheng doted on her the most, and she called Mo Yunyu Annie. Upon meeting Huang Qingya, she naturally hoped to have another concubine who would dote on her as much as Mo Yunyu. Huang Qingya gave Li Chen a reproachful look. "Xianer is so young, and you're already teaching her bad habits. What kind of father are you?" As she spoke, Huang Qingya picked up Li Xian, pinched Li Xian's delicate nose, her smile softened, and she said in a gentle tone, "Xianer is so beautiful. How old are you this year?" "My aunt is truly beautiful. Annie, Xianer is 5 years old this year and has never been to the mortal world. My brother says the candied hawthorns in the mortal world are delicious, but no one has taken Sienna there to buy her candied hawthorns. Auntie, would you take Sienna to the mortal world and buy her candied hawthorns? Li Xian was held in Huang Qingya's arms, her eyes blinking, her face full of grievance and innocence. Li Chen stood to the side, unable to suppress his inner turmoil. Others might not know, but how could he not know his own daughter? Don't underestimate Li Xianren. Just because she's young, she's actually quite cunning, and even her old father has been fooled by her many times. Huang Qingya looked at Li Xian in her arms with gentle eyes, and her beautiful face seemed to melt away like ice and snow to reveal a bright smile. No one else is buying candied hawthorns for Sienna, so I'll buy them for her. It's true. Annie is so good to Sienna. Li Xian also had a bright smile on his face. He arched his back towards Huang Qingya, causing the two jade peaks to undulate. Li Shen's Ayalit's Wisha. His daughter had done what her father hadn't dared to do. Xiaoyu, Hongxiu, Changsheng, come here. Let me introduce you. This is the genius talisman cultivator, Fairy Huang Qingya, who is also the master of Tsui Mountain. Changsheng, calling out to people. Mo Yunyu and Ning Hongxiu looked at each other, both of them appearing somewhat reserved. They had naturally heard of Huang Qingya's name, but had never seen her in person. After all, Huang Qingya was a genius talisman cultivator, a late-stage qi refining cultivator, and a prominent figure in Yinshanfang. When facing Huang Qingya, Mo Yunyu and Ning Hongxiu naturally lowered their heads. In the world of cultivation, the hierarchy is very strict. Cultivators with lower cultivation levels must hold cultivators with higher cultivation levels in awe. Looking at Li Chen, then at Huang Qingya, Mo Yunyu and Ning Hongxiu could clearly see that the two had an extraordinary relationship. However, they didn't know how to address Huang Qingya, so they remained silent. Li Changsheng stood beside Li Chen, looking at Huang Qingya, who was holding Li Xian opposite him. He scratched his head and remained silent for a long time. Li Changsheng's cheeks flushed red, and he looked at Li Chen for help. Dad, what should I call out? Li Chen rubbed his forehead. Across from her, Li Xian chuckled, her voice clear and crisp. Brother, you're so silly. Xianer calls her auntie, so of course you have to call her auntie too. Li Changsheng looked at Li Chen. Li Chen turned his head away, refusing to look at his son. Changsheng paid his respects to his aunt. Fortunately, the son wasn't stupid. He eventually bowed to Huang Qingya and called her auntie. Huang Qingya smiled and, from a distance of several feet, offered a helping hand to Li Changsheng. Changsheng, right? Don't be shy. This Tsui Mountain doesn't just belong to me, it belongs to you too. From now on, this will be your home. As she spoke, Huang Qingya looked at Mo Yunyu and Ning Hongxiu. Meeting Huang Qingya's gaze, Mo Yunyu and Ning Hongxiu were somewhat at a loss. After all, Huang Qingya had a great reputation and high cultivation. Fellow Daoists, my relationship with fellow Daoist Li is quite close, so please don't stand on ceremony. Fellow Daoist Li, please settle Changsheng and the other two fellow Daoists first. I'll take Sienna for a stroll. Li Shen Nudda. Qingya, you go first. When Huang Qingya met Mo Yunyu and Ning Hongxiu for the first time, Mo Yunyu and Ning Hongxiu were somewhat at a loss. Faced with Huang Qingya, a genius talisman cultivator in the late stage of qi refining, Mo Yunyu and Ning Hongxiu were somewhat at a loss. Huang Qingya is not the type to deliberately try to please people. She remains quite aloof towards those she doesn't know well. After Huang Qingya left, Li Chen looked at Tai Ao, Wang Lijuan, and Wu Xiaofan and calmly said, "Find a place to stay first and wait for my summons." "Yes, sir." The three men bowed respectfully to Li Chen and then withdrew. After the three left, Li Chen looked at Mo Yunyu and Ning Hongxiu and said, "Let's go. This will be our home from now on. I'll take you to choose 2 courtyards first." Mo Yunyu and Ning Hongxiu followed behind Li Chen, remaining relatively silent the entire way. Li Chen turned around, his gaze softening as he looked at the 2 women. "Ask whatever you want. You may fear Qingya, but surely you wouldn't fear your husband too, would you?" Ning Hongxiu, being more lively, spoke first and asked, "Husband, are we really going to live here from now on?" Li Shen Nudda. "That's right. This will be our new home from now on." Originally, Tsui Mountain was the territory of the Yin family, but the Yin family offended Qingya, and Qingya destroyed the Yin family in a fit of anger and occupied Tsui Mountain. Qingya felt lonely occupying the mountain all by herself. "Since I have a good relationship with Qingya, I brought you all here to settle down on Tsui Mountain." Tsui Mountain was a gift from Fukong, but there's no need to tell Mo Yunyu and Ning Hongxiu about it. Li Chen and Huang Qingya had discussed it. It was Huang Qingya who destroyed the Yin family, and Huang Qingya was also the nominal master of Tsui Mountain. Ning Hongxiu's eyes flickered as she asked Li Chen, "Husband, have you and that fairy Huang become Daoist partners?" On this matter, Li Chun did not hide anything and calmly replied, I do intend to become Daoist partners with Qingya, but at present, my relationship with Qingya has not reached the point of becoming Daoist partners. Ning Hongxiu nodded, I understand. My husband likes Fairy Huang, and Fairy Huang also has feelings for my husband. The two of you are just one step away from taking that final step. My husband, don't worry, Hongxiu will get along well with Fairy Huang. Li Chun gently ruffled Ning Hongxiu's hair, his gaze filled with satisfaction. Looking at Mo Yunyu beside him, Li Chun asked with a smile, Xiao Yu, is something on your mind? Why haven't you said anything? Do you not like Qingya? Mo Yunyu gently shook her head and replied softly, Fairy Huang has high cultivation and is also a talisman master. I am naturally happy that my husband can become her Daoist partner. Seeing the aura of inferiority and timidity emanating from Mo Yunyu, Li Chun roughly understood her inner thoughts. She's scared. Huang Qingya's appearance frightened her, and in front of Huang Qingya, her inferiority and timidity couldn't help but show. Li Chun sighed softly, pulled Mo Yunyu to his side, and gently comforted her, Xiao Yu, don't worry. No matter what, you are my Daoist partner, and I will not neglect you because of Qingya. Mo Yunyu looked up and met Li Chun's gentle gaze. Only then did she break into a smile, her expression no longer somber. Chapter 72 Heart-to-Heart Talk. Suwei Mountain is neither very big nor very small. Li Chun and Huang Qingya occupied Suwei Mountain, but they brought relatively few people, making the entire mountain seem somewhat deserted. Li Chun selected a courtyard house located on a spiritual vein for both Mo Yunyu and Ning Hongxiu, and also chose a separate courtyard house for Li Changshan. These courtyards were left by the Yin family. Li Chun didn't mind them and was too lazy to make any major renovations. Li Changshan has grown up and become sensible, embarking on the path of immortality. He needs his own space and no longer needs to share a cave with Mo Yunyu and Li Xian. However, even on such a large mountain, Li Chun felt it was still deserted with fewer people. After thinking about it, Li Chun decided that he should go to the secular world to buy some maids to add some life to Suwei Mountain. Having occupied a mountain and about to establish a family, they should at least have maids, servants, and other servants at their beck and call. Li Chun carved out a cave dwelling at the very center of the spiritual vein, right next to the cave dwelling carved out by Huang Qingya. This cave was created for Li Chun to use in his secluded cultivation. Once the cave dwelling was completed, Mo Yunyu and Ning Hongxiu had settled in. That night, Li Chun went to the courtyard where Mo Yunyu was. Li Chun could tell that Mo Yunyu had a knot in her heart. On the bed, Mo Yunyu pressed her slender cheek against Li Chun's chest and whispered, Husband, after you and Fairy Huang become Daoist partners, let her be the mistress of Suwei Mountain. Fairy Huang has high cultivation and great talent. She is the one who can help you, husband, and support you on your path to immortality. Husband, please don't wrong her. Li Chun rolled over and pinned Mo Yunyu beneath him. We haven't reached that point yet. Why are you saying all this? As Li Chun exerted his strength, Mo Yunyu began to hum softly. She wrapped her arms tightly around Li Chun's neck and said with difficulty, Husband, shall we have another child? Okay, as you wish. Li Chun agreed. Originally, Li Chun did not plan to have any more children with Mo Yunyu. After all, Mo Yunyu had a 9th grade spiritual root, and even if his spiritual root was upgraded to a 6th grade, the children they had would not have very high spiritual root aptitude. However, Mo Yunyu felt insecure and wanted to have another child, so Li Chun agreed. Anyway, the system has issued a new task, requiring the birth of 5 offspring with spiritual roots. Even if the child born to Mo Yunyu doesn't have high spiritual root aptitude, Li Chun doesn't care. He could just use resources to push it up. That night, Li Chun didn't try to control himself and spent most of the night entwined with Mo Yunyu. After Mo Yunyu fell into a deep sleep with a smile on her face, Li Chun stroked her thin cheeks, gently kissed her forehead, then dressed, quietly left the room, and returned to his cave to cultivate. Li Chun's feelings for Mo Yunyu were not initially romantic. Back then, Mo borrowed spirit stones from Li Chun and sold Mo Yunyu to Li Chun for 120 spirit stones. Li Chun felt sorry for this timid and self-conscious girl. Coincidentally, he needed to complete the first side quest issued by the system. So he took out his only 120 spirit stones and brought Mo Yunyu home. Having shared so many years of life together with Mo Yunyu's heart is filled with love for her husband Li Chun and her son. Over the years, the relationship between Li Chun and Mo Yunyu has gradually developed and grown stronger. Ning Hongxiu and Mo Yunyu are quite similar. Only Huang Qingya gave Li Chun a different feeling. and only when he was with Huang Qingya did Li Chun feel his heart flutter. Stepping out of Mo Yinyu's courtyard, Li Chun walked towards the newly opened cave dwelling, and couldn't help but think of Huang Qingya. Right now, there's still something missing between him and Huang Qingya. Huang Qingya's personality is completely different from Mo Yinyu and Ning Hongxiu. She is very independent and has her own opinions. To take that final step with her, I need her approval. Under the moonlight, Li Chun returned to his cave. Huang Qingya stood in front of the cave, looking Li Chun up and down with disdain. Rumors in Yinshan Fang say that you, Master Li, are fond of women, and it seems they are true. I really don't know how someone is obsessed with women as you managed to cultivate to the 6th level of qi refining in just 10 years. Li Chun disagrees with the claim that he is obsessed with women. From the moment he embarked on the path of immortality, Li Chun had been diligently cultivating, never slacking off. Even after spending most of the night indulging in pleasure with Mo Yunyu, Li Chun hadn't forgotten to return to his cave to cultivate. He was simply such a hard-working and diligent person. However, there's no need to say these things aloud. Looking at Huang Qingya, Li Chun chuckled and asked, "Qingya, it's almost dawn. What are you doing here? Did you wait for me on purpose?" Huang Qingya tilted her head back, her long neck as graceful as a swan's. "Don't flatter yourself. Who's been waiting for you on purpose? It's just that the moon is beautiful tonight, so I came out to admire it." Li Chen nodded, walked over and sat down next to Huang Qingya, and looked up at the bright moon in the sky. The moonlight was indeed beautiful tonight, but not as beautiful as Qingya's. Huang Qingya grinned, revealing her pearly white teeth, and sat down next to Li Chun. She also looked up at the bright moon in the sky and said softly, "When I was little, whenever I was wronged, I liked to climb onto the roof and look up at the bright moon. The bright moon has been with me all this time, and it seems it will never change." Li Chun smiled and replied, "The bright moon is eternal and unchanging. Compared to the eternal and unchanging moon, a human life is far too short. Therefore, on the path to immortality, cultivators compete to achieve longevity and become immortals, hoping to live as long as the bright moon." Yes, which of us cultivators doesn't want to achieve immortality? Huang Qingya nodded in agreement. She looked at Li Chun and said seriously, "I have something to ask you." Meeting Huang Qingya's earnest gaze, Li Chun smiled and said, "I'll answer whatever I can." Huang Qingya smoothed the strand of hair behind her ear and spoke softly. "You named your son Changsheng and your daughter Xian, which shows that you aspire to become an immortal. But I don't understand. Since you aspire to immortality, why indulge in women? From my observation, your two Daoist partners seem to have little potential. By becoming Daoist partners with them and having children, isn't this hindering your own cultivation?" Li Chun gently shook his head and calmly said, "Qingya, there's something I need to tell you." Huang Qingya tilted her head. Li Chun continued, "Actually, I possess a rare constitution. Every time I marry a Daoist partner and have a child, my spiritual root aptitude will be improved. For me, Xiaoyu and Hongxiu are not burdens, nor are Changsheng and Xianer. It is because of them that my originally bumpy path to immortality has become smooth." Li Chun told Huang Qingya that his spiritual root aptitude could be improved, but he concealed this from the system and attributed the improvement to his special physique. Hearing Li Chen's explanation, Huang Qingya was skeptical. "Really? You're not lying to me?" Li Chen nodded firmly. "Of course I'm not lying to you. Back then, when I participated in the Purple Void Immortal Sect's spirit testing ceremony, I was found to have a 9th grade spiritual root. Since the birth of Changsheng and Xianer, my spiritual root aptitude has improved." Huang Qingya opened her mouth, and, after a long while, she came back to her senses, looked Li Chen up and down, and said in a deep voice, "If this is true, you shouldn't have told me." Li Chun chuckled softly and said gently, "Qingya, I want to become your Daoist partner and support each other on the path to immortality. Naturally, I shouldn't hide anything from you." Huang Qingya rolled her eyes and looked at Li Chun with a suspicious expression. "You want to become my Daoist partner, but is it more to improve your spiritual root aptitude?" Li Chen readily admitted that he had indeed considered that aspect, but he genuinely liked Qingya. Being with Qingya made the sky seem wider, the moonlight more beautiful, the sunshine more radiant, and the whole world more beautiful. Huang Qingya's eyes flickered, and she changed the subject, asking, "Besides me, who else knows that you have a special constitution?" Li Chen's expression instantly turned serious. "Until now, only you, Qingya, know this. Not only is it true that I possess a special physique, but even my true cultivation level is known only to you, Qingya. So Qingya, you should believe that I truly like you, right?" Huang Qingya stood up, a sly smile on her face. "Who knows? I don't believe it yet, but when I will depends on your performance. Oh, it's already dawn. I'll stop talking to you now. As she spoke, Huang Qingya entered the cave, her steps becoming noticeably more cheerful. As Li Chen watched Huang Qingya slowly close the cave door, his mood improved somewhat. Li Chen knew that he and Huang Qingya were getting closer, and they only needed an opportunity to break through that barrier between them. Chapter 73, Seclusion. Li Chen led everyone to familiarize themselves with Cuiwei Mountain. Li Chen and Huang Qingya walked in front, and Mo Yunyu and Ning Hongxiu were half a step behind, and Li Changsheng was half a step behind Mo Yunyu and Ning Hongxiu. Behind Li Changsheng stood Wang Lijuan, Wu Xiaofan, and Tai Ao, all with respectful expressions. As for Li Xian, she rode a black and red dog the size of a calf, walking ahead of Li Chen and Huang Qingya. Leading everyone to the front of the 30 acres of spirit fields, Li Chen looked at Wang Lijuan and the other two and calmly said, "From now on, these 30 acres of spirit fields will be yours. Each of you will have 10 acres. As he spoke, Li Chen took out a brand new book from his storage bag and tossed it to Wang Lijuan. This is a method for planting and cultivating jade rice. Take it and study it carefully. Following that, Li Chen took out the jade golden rice spirit seeds and distributed them to the three of them. From now on, 70% of the annual jade golden rice harvest will go to me and 30% to you. Do you have any objections? The master has been kind to us, and we are so grateful that we have no complaints. Thank you for your kindness, sir. Thank you for your kindness, sir." Wang Lijuan and the other two immediately bowed to Li Chen. Now they knew that Li Chen was ultimately in charge of Cuiwei Mountain. Compared to other cultivation families, the conditions offered by Li Chen were indeed quite generous. In the cultivation world, spirit farmers grow spirit rice for cultivation families. After the spirit rice is harvested, the family takes 80% of it, and the remaining 20% goes to the spirit farmer. The conditions offered by Li Chen and Huang Qingya were already quite generous. It's just that the spiritual fields on Cuiwei Mountain are small, only 30 acres. Otherwise, many independent cultivators would come to Cuiwei Mountain to become spiritual farmers. No need for words of gratitude. Just take good care of the spirit fields from now on, because the more spirit rice you harvest, the more spirit rice you'll receive. This jade golden rice is a first-grade high-level spiritual plant. If you could produce 300 caddies per mu, then 10 mu would yield 3,000 caddies, and you would receive 900 caddies. Keep up the good work. Hearing Li Chen's words, Wang Lijuan and the other two became a little heavier in their breathing. Jade golden rice is a first-grade high-quality spirit rice, priced at more than 10 spirit stones per kilogram in Insha market. In addition, the jade rice ripens once every 2 years, which means that they can harvest more than 1,000 spirit stones after 2 years, averaging more than 500 per year. The three of them secretly sighed, thinking how great it was to be a spirit farmer for a powerful force. Not only could they cultivate in spirit lands for free, but they could also reap a considerable harvest of spirit stones. You should know that even in the shanty towns of Yinshanfang, you have to pay a spirit stone for rent every month. As for a cave dwelling, they don't even dare to dream of it. No wonder those rootless, wandering cultivators in Yinshanfang were desperate to join the various cultivation families and become spirit farmers, herb farmers, and fishermen for them. Unfortunately, the major families don't need that many people. Cuiwei Mountain may not be considered a major power, but it is still a force to be reckoned with. After offering a few words of encouragement, Li Chen led his wife and children to continue exploring Cuiwei Mountain. When Mo Yunyu saw the lush green bamboo forest on the mountain, his eyes lit up. How much spirit paper could be made from such a large bamboo forest? Li Chen smiled without saying a word. After showing everyone around Cuiwei Mountain, Li Chen returned to his cave to prepare for seclusion and cultivation of the myriad treasures body forging record. If he were to cultivate the 10 treasures body, he would have opened the door to body cultivation, allowing him to roam freely in the Qi refining realm and possess the strength of the peak Qi refining realm. Before going into seclusion, Li Chen had some things to discuss with Huang Qingya. Inside the cave, Li Chen and Huang Qingya sat facing each other. Li Chen took out a storage bag from his sleeve and pushed it in front of Huang Qingya. "Qingya, for the next period of time, I will be in seclusion to cultivate a new technique. Here are 30,000 spirit stones. Take them first. I couldn't find a formation master in Yinshanfang, so you'll need to go to Qingafeng to find one to set up a protective formation. Also, Qingya, after you go to Qingafeng, remember to keep an eye out for spiritual items such as earth element fruit, stone clear milk, and yellow dragon marrow. I will give you a list, and you can buy as many as you can find." As he spoke, Li Chen took out a list he had prepared in advance and handed it to Huang Qingya. The list contained the medicinal herbs and auxiliary materials needed to refine the Earth Origin Pill, the Spirit Ascension Pill, and the Crimson Cloud Pill. Li Chen is currently at the 6th level of Qi refining. He needs the Earth Origin Pill to break through the bottleneck and advance to the 7th level of Qi refining. Huang Qingya is at the 8th level of Qi refining, and she also needs pills for cultivation. The Spirit Ascension Pill and the Crimson Cloud Pill are just right for her. Even now, Li Chen still doesn't know what grade of spiritual root Huang Qingya has. He only knows that she has a blood talisman spirit body and is exceptionally talented in talisman making. She can draw top-grade spiritual talismans and even consume her essence blood to nurture and upgrade a first-grade top-grade spiritual talisman to a second-grade spiritual talisman. Although Huang Qingya is only at the 8th level of Qi refining, her combat strength is not to be underestimated. She could be considered one of the cultivators with the highest combat strength in the Qi refining realm. If she doesn't encounter a Foundation Establishment cultivator, Huang Qingya is not in any danger in the cultivation world. Huang Qingya did not refuse. She put away the storage bag that Li Chen gave her and said with a smile, "You're really trusting me to hand over such a large sum of spirit stones." Li Chen smiled gently and elegantly, saying, "For the next period of time, I'll leave Sui Mountain to you." Huang Qingya nodded. "Since you trust me so much, I certainly won't let you down. Don't worry, I'll take good care of Sui Mountain." After discussing everything with Huang Qingya, Li Chen summoned Mo Yunyu, Ning Hongxiu, Li Changsheng, and Li Xian. Li Chen told the group about his upcoming seclusion for cultivation, distributed spirit stones and pills to them, and encouraged them to cultivate diligently and not slack off. Li Chen trusted Ning Hongxiu and Li Changsheng. Li Chen was a little worried about Mo Yunyu, because she had too much of a laid-back attitude and was not enthusiastic about improving her cultivation. Finally, Li Chen looked at Li Xian and said, "Xianer, your father is going into seclusion. You won't be able to see your father for a long time. Remember to listen to your mother and your 2 aunts, okay?" Li Xian, being born into the cultivation world, had a vague understanding of Li Chen's upcoming seclusion. Looking at Li Chen's kind smile, Li Xian hugged Li Chen's leg and shook him. "Father, please don't go into seclusion, okay?" Li Chen did not answer Li Xian, but looked at Ning Hongxiu and Mo Yunyu, and said in a deep voice, "Xianer's spiritual root is about to fully manifest. Remember to urge her to cultivate diligently and not let her act recklessly as before." Ning Hongxiu noted. "Husband, don't worry. I will urge Xianer to cultivate." Li Chen nodded and looked at Li Changsheng. After thinking for a moment, Li Chen took out 2 magical artifacts. One was the mixed iron shield, which Mo Yunsheng had given him, and the other was the crimson edge sword. Li Chen handed the 2 low-level magic artifacts to Li Changsheng, patted him on the shoulder, and said, "Changsheng, these 2 magic artifacts are for you. I hope that when I come out of seclusion, you will have already broken through to the 4th level of Qi refining." Li Changsheng nodded emphatically. "Father, don't worry, I won't let you down." After scanning the crowd and giving all the necessary instructions, Li Chen returned to his cave and sealed it off. Inside the cave, Li Chen sat cross-legged on a futon, with 10 top-tier magical artifacts placed in front of him. Looking at the 10 top-tier magical artifacts, Li Chen took a deep breath, slowly closed his eyes, and circulated his internal magical power, treating himself as a furnace. Recalling the key points of cultivation in the 10,000 treasures body forging record, Li Chen needed to treat himself as a furnace, use his qi, blood, and soul as fuel to ignite the divine fire, and then melt the magical artifacts into his body to forge himself into a precious body. Li Chen didn't know how long it would take to cultivate the 10 treasures body, but he figured it wouldn't be a short time. Chapter 74, The Fong Family of Tigerhead Mountain. Inside the cave, Li Chen's entire body was flushed red, his internal energy, blood, and soul merging, igniting a divine fire. He seemed to have transformed into a furnace, holding a top-tier magical artifact in his hand, the artifact's light gradually dimming. Inside this cave, Li Chen completely lost track of time. Outside world, Huang Qingya stood atop the mountain, her eyes coldly fixed on the group of cultivators opposite her. "Patriarch Fong, this fairy has occupied this Sui Mountain. Are you dissatisfied?" Behind Huang Qingya were Mo Yunyu, Ning Hongxiu, Li Changsheng, and others. Fong Zitao led several Qi refining realm clansmen up Sui Mountain. With a glint in his eyes, he bowed to Huang Qingya and said, "Fairy Huang, Sui Mountain originally belonged to the Yin family. You have occupied Sui Mountain, which is only because the Yin family is inferior in skill and cannot defend their territory. We naturally dare not have any objections. However, the Fong family of Tiger Head Mountain and the Yin family have been on good terms for decades. Now that you occupy Tsuwei Mountain, there is not a single Yin family cultivator in sight. We have no choice but to inquire about this matter. May I ask, Fairy Fong, how did you deal with the cultivators from the Yin family? Huang Qingya, dressed in an apricot-colored robe, had an indifferent expression. The powerful aura of the 8th level of qi refining burst forth from her body, recklessly impacting Fong Zitao and several Fong family cultivators opposite her. She spoke coldly. Fong family head, are you questioning this fairy? Fong Zitao, also at the 8th level of qi refining, remained composed and calm under Huang Qingya's imposing aura, saying, I dare not question Fairy Huang. However, the Fong family and the Yin family have a close relationship, and now that the Yin family has suffered such a misfortune, the Fong family has no choice but to inquire. Please tell me, Fairy Huang, how exactly you have dealt with the Yin family members. They were all killed. Huang Qingya spoke calmly with an icy expression. The Yin family patriarch coveted my beauty and provoked me. I will exterminate the Yin family. Does your Fong family intend to stand up for the Yin family? As she spoke, Huang Qingya patted the storage bag at her waist, and beams of spiritual light flew out, swirling around her like agile fish. Within those hundreds of beams of spiritual light were clearly top-tier spiritual talismans. Seeing the hundreds of spiritual lights surrounding Huang Qingya, Fong Zitao's eyelids twitched, and his aura immediately weakened. Fairy Huang, please don't misunderstand. We have absolutely no intention of blaming you. Since the Yin family unwisely provoked the fairy's extermination of the Yin family is entirely their own fault. I have come to Tsuwei Mountain today with no ill intentions. Since Fairy Huang will be my neighbor at Tiger Head Mountain, as the head of the Fong family, it is only right that I come to greet her and offer my congratulations. This is just a small gift, nothing more, but I hope you will accept it with a smile. Fong Zitao took out a jade box from his storage bag, a smile on his face, a stark contrast to his previous aggressive expression. Huang Qingya glanced at Fong Zitao, then at the Fong family members behind him, and calmly said, Changsheng. Li Changsheng looked at his aunt Huang Qingya with admiration. Upon hearing Huang Qingya's call, he immediately stepped forward, took the jade box from Fong Zitao's hand, and then returned to Huang Qingya's back. Patriarch Fong, if there is nothing else, please forgive this fairy for not being able to entertain you further. Huang Qingya accepted the jade box from Fong Zitao, but she didn't give Fong Zitao and the other Fong family cultivators a friendly look and immediately asked them to leave. Master Huang Shan, please visit Huda Mountain when you have time. Now that we are neighbors, we should visit each other. I have important matters to attend to today, so I will take my leave now. Fong Zitao, dressed in a long blue robe and the attire of a Confucian scholar, was not angry. After bowing to Huang Qingya, he led several members of the Fong family away from Tsuwei Mountain. Huang Qingya watched Fong Zitao leave with his men with a calm gaze, then turned to Mo Yunyu and Ning Hongxiu and said gently, Don't be afraid. I've got you covered. Mo Yunyu nodded and said softly, With Sister Huang here, we are naturally at ease. Li Changsheng held the jade box and walked up to Huang Qingya. He looked at her with a respectful expression and admiring eyes. Aunt Huang, you were so impressive just now. Those cultivators from the Fong family didn't dare to act presumptuously in front of you. A smile appeared on Huang Qingya's beautiful face as she encouraged him. Changsheng, you must cultivate diligently. When your cultivation level is high, no one will dare to act presumptuously in front of you. Li Shangxing, Nudda Amfatikadi. What his aunt Huang Qingya said was similar to what his father often said to him. Huang Qingya glanced at the group and took out a blood-red talisman, followed by a dozen top-tier talismans. She exuded an air of authority and spoke in a gentle tone. I need to go to King of Fang to buy some spiritual items, and I also need to ask a formation master to set up a protective formation. Hongxiu, you have the highest cultivation level here. I'm entrusting you with the second-tier Thunderfire Talisman and these top-tier Spirit Talismans. After I leave Tsuwei Mountain, you'll be in charge of Tsuwei Mountain. Meeting Huang Qingya's gaze, Ning Hongxiu nodded. Sister Huang, don't worry. I will take good care of Tsuwei Mountain. Huang Qingya didn't say much, and transformed into a sword light to rush out. After Li Chun went into seclusion, Huang Qingya basically made the decisions on everything, big or small, on Mount Tsuwei. In fact, Huang Qingya is a year younger than Mo Yunyu. However, Mo Yunyu is too weak and lacks her own opinions. In front of Huang Qingya, she will subconsciously lower her head and put herself in a lower position than Huang Qingya. With Li Chun in seclusion, Mo Yunyu and Ning Hongxiu relied on Huang Qingya as their pillar of support. Huang Qingya acted like the matriarch of Tsuwei Mountain, but the others had no objection to it. Several dozen miles away from Suwei Mountain, there is a Tiger Head Mountain, named for its resemblance to a tiger's head. Tiger Head Mountain also has a first-order spiritual vein. The Fong family, a family specializing in qi refining, occupies Tiger Head Mountain. The Fong family is neither powerful nor weak in Qingzhou. They have an ancestor at the peak of qi refining and 5 clansmen at the late stage of qi refining. There are several dozen clansmen in the early and middle stages of qi refining. Besides, there are many ordinary people on Tiger Head Mountain who are also descendants of the Fong family. Even the descendants of cultivators cannot be guaranteed to all possess spiritual roots. Tiger Head Mountain, Council Hall. The patriarch, Fong Zitao, looked respectfully at the frail old man above him, bowed respectfully, and said, "Ancestor, we've found out. The Yin family has been wiped out. Currently occupying Ziwei Mountain are 2 cultivators, Huang Qingya and Li Chen. Huang Qingya comes from Yinshan Fang. She is not yet 30 years old, has the cultivation level of the 8th level of qi refining, and is a talisman master who can draw top-level spiritual talismans. As for Li Chen, he was originally a pill refiner at the Divine Pill Pavilion of Yinshan Workshop, with a cultivation level of the 4th level of qi refining, which is not worth mentioning. The Fong family patriarch sat on his high seat, calmly looking at the younger generation below. He spoke in a deep voice. That fairy Huang, though young, is not to be underestimated. My Tiger Head Mountain is adjacent to Suiwei Mountain. Zai Tao, give the order that no member of the clan is allowed to provoke Suwei Mountain. Fong Zitao nodded, deeply agreeing. Today, Huang Qingya released over 100 top-tier spirit talismans, which truly startled him. Talisman masters are truly not to be trifled with. Although Huang Qingya was only at the 8th level of qi refining, which was not as high as her ancestors' cultivation, the overwhelming spiritual talismans were enough to intimidate any cultivator below the foundation establishment level, making them dare not provoke her easily. Was the Yin family wiped out because they provoked Huang Qingya? The Fong family is somewhat stronger than the Yin family, but only by a limited margin. The Yin family's fate serves as a stark warning, one that the Fong family must take to heart. The Fong family patriarch's gaze swept over Fong Zitao and the others, finally settling on a taciturn, middle-aged man. He asked with concern, "Ziguang, you are 51 years old this year and have already broken through to the 9th level of qi refining. Are you confident that you can break through to the perfection of qi refining before you turn 60? Fong Ziguang stepped forward, nodded solemnly, and said, "Ancestor, I will definitely reach the qi refining realm before the 60th year." The Fong family patriarch looked pleased and said in a deep voice, "My time is almost up, and I don't have many years left to live. My greatest wish is to see a foundation establishment cultivator emerge from our clan, so that our Fong family can become a foundation establishment family." Zai Tao, Zai Cheng, Zai Gong, Zai Ming. In the following years, the clan reduced its internal expenses, and the clan's spiritual stone resources were temporarily cut off. All the spiritual stone resources were accumulated and used to support Zai Guang's cultivation until he reached the qi refining perfection stage. If Zai Guang can cultivate to the qi refining perfection stage before the 60th year, our Fong family will use all our resources to obtain a foundation establishment pill for him to use in his foundation establishment. At this crucial moment, do not provoke Suwei Mountain, understand? Fong Zitao, Fong Zicheng, Fong Zigong, and Fong Ziming, several late-stage qi refining cultivators from the Fong family, nodded solemnly and replied in unison, "Ancestor, we know what to do." Chapter 75, 10 Years. Inside the cave, Li Chen sat cross-legged on a futon, his skin glowing with a golden light that illuminated the dark cave. Li Chen slowly opened his eyes and looked at his hands. His hands were covered in a layer of gold dust, giving them a pale gold color. Li Chen observed the palm for a moment, then took out a high-grade magic weapon flying sword from his storage bag and used it to slash at the palm. The blade struck the palm, but caused no damage. Having mastered the 10 treasures body, cultivators below the foundation establishment stage can hardly pose a threat to me now. Try cultivating the supernatural powers that will awaken after you master the 10 treasures. With a thought, a dark red flame leaped from Li Chen's palm. The flames danced on Li Chen's palm, causing the temperature inside the cave to rise sharply, and even the air to become distorted. Is it because my spiritual root is fire-oriented that I awakened this demon-refining divine flame? I don't know how powerful this demon-refining divine flame is, but in the future, I won't need to use ironwood as fuel for alchemy, which will save me a lot of trouble. Having cultivated the 10 treasures body, one awakens the demon-refining divine flame. It is unknown what supernatural powers will awaken upon cultivating the 100 Treasures body. The dark red flames on Li Chen's palms died down, his eyes gradually turned black, his pale golden skin returned to normal, and a hint of excitement appeared on his face. During this seclusion, he successfully smelted 10 top-tier magical artifacts and forged them into the 10 Treasures body. The Myriad Treasures body forging record has 9 levels. Each time a level is completed, a supernatural power will be awakened. The specific supernatural power that will be awakened varies from person to person and is not fixed. There is a difference between supernatural powers and magic. Generally speaking, supernatural abilities are racial traits inherent in one's bloodline. Of course, cultivating advanced techniques can also lead to supernatural powers. However, in the cultivation world, mainstream cultivation techniques such as the Crimson Flame technique, the Azurewood technique, and the Golden Essence technique cannot lead to supernatural powers, as they do not include any methods for cultivating supernatural powers. Unless it is a cultivation technique of the 3rd rank or above. A cultivator can only cultivate supernatural powers after reaching the Golden Core realm or above. As far as Li Chen knew, many Golden Core cultivators in the cultivation world had not yet mastered supernatural powers. Most cultivators who could master supernatural powers were nascent soul, true monarchs. Li Chen had never heard of a cultivator who possessed supernatural abilities at the Qi refining or foundation establishment stages. After mastering the 10 treasures, Li Chen awakened a divine power called the Demon Refining Divine Flame. The power of the Demon Refining Divine Flame remains to be tested. Now that he has forged the 10 treasures body, Li Chen's combat power has undergone a qualitative leap. With his powerful physique and defense, and by activating the Bloodthirsty Flying Knife, the Bloodthirsty Flying Knife can extract even more essence blood from his body, making it even more powerful. Li Chen felt that as long as he risked everything and dared to let the Bloodthirsty Flying Knife drain his life essence, even Foundation establishment cultivators would be terrified. It is worth mentioning that during the process of forging the 10 treasures body in seclusion, Li Chen's cultivation level successfully broke through to the 7th level of Qi refining. The bottleneck between the 6th and 7th levels of Qi refining was not as thick as Li Chen had imagined. This is probably because his spiritual root aptitude has improved to the 6th grade. If he still had a 9th grade spiritual root, it would take him an immense amount of effort to break through the 7th level of Qi refining and advance to become a late-stage Qi refining cultivator. A cultivator in the late stage of Qi refining is no longer considered weak in the cultivation world of Yin Kingdom. I just don't know how long I spent in seclusion this time. While cultivating the Myriad Treasures body forging record in his cave, Li Chen had no concept of time, but he knew that this seclusion would definitely take a long time. This is the first time Li Chen has gone into seclusion since embarking on the path of immortality. Bring up the system panel. Host, Li Chen. Cultivation level, Qi refining level 7, 10 treasures body. Spiritual root, rank 6. Lifespan, 40-105. Cultivation techniques, Crimson Flame technique, Spirit Transformation Hand, Withered Wood technique, Deceiving Heaven technique, Splitting Light and Shadow, Sword technique, Myriad Treasures body, forging record. Magical artifacts, Golden Brick, Bloodthirsty Blade, Heavenly Net, Bamboo Leaf Boat. Supernatural power, Demon Refining Divine Flame. Skill, 2nd tier alchemy. Daoist couple, Mo Yunyu, Ning Hongxiu, Ufspring, Li Shanshen, Li Xian, Li Yun. Main quest, establish a cultivation family, incomplete. Side quest, give birth to 5 offspring with spiritual roots, incomplete. Looking at the information on the system panel, Li Chen's eyes were somewhat dazed. This was his first time in seclusion. Had he been in seclusion for 10 years? Li Chen quickly came to his senses. The system panel hasn't changed much, except for the addition of a divine powers section. In addition, he had another son, Li Yun. Li Chen opened Li Yun's data panel. Ufspring, Li Yun. Cultivation level, 1st level of Qi refining. Spiritual root, rank 8. Lifespan, 979. Talent, Gu refining. Li Chen stroked his chin, his expression calm. Li Yun is his son with Mo Yunyu, and he is 9 years old this year. Because Mo Yunyu has a 9th grade spiritual root, and Li Chen has a 6th grade spiritual root, Li Yun, like Li Changsheng, has an 8th grade spiritual root. This son's spiritual root aptitude is not high, but he has a talent for refining Gu poison. Li Xian's talent lies in combat. Only the eldest brother, Li Changsheng, lacked talent. After 10 years of seclusion, Li Chen felt guilty for not even being able to see his son when he was born, and felt that he was not a good enough father. In addition, Li Changsheng is almost 20 years old, and even Li Xian is 15. Thinking of this, Li Chen opened the data panels of Li Changsheng and Li Xian. Offspring, Li Shangsheng. Cultivation level, Qi refining level 4. Spiritual root, rank 8. Lifespan, 19 or 91. Talent, none. Offspring, Li Xian. Cultivation level, Qi refining level 4. Spiritual root, rank 6. Lifespan, 15 or 88. Talent, Gongba. Before Li Chen went into seclusion, Li Changsheng was at the 2nd level of Qi refining. 10 years later, he had reached the 4th level of Qi refining. This cultivation speed is normal for someone with an 8th grade spiritual root. Li Xian has already entered the Dao and is currently at the 4th level of Qi refining, which is similar to Li Changsheng's cultivation level. The brother and sister were of similar cultivation levels, but Li Chen was certain that Li Changsheng was most likely no match for Li Xian and that his combat strength was not as high as Li Xian's. After all, Li Xian had an advantage over Li Changsheng in combat skills. Inside the cave, Li Chen sighed at how fast time had passed. 10 years had gone by in the blink of an eye during his seclusion. Outside the cave, a bright-eyed and white-toothed girl was dressed in a warrior's outfit, with a storage bag hanging from her waist, and her long hair tied into a ponytail at the back of her head. The young girl rode a magnificent black and red demon dog, and smiled as she reached out to a handsome child beside her. "Little brother, lend me 100 spirit stones. I'll take you to the mortal world and let you see the swords and shadows there. Also, your sister will take you to eat candied hawthorns. You can eat as many as you want." Li Yin stood in front of the cave. He was not tall and had a handsome face. Li Yin glanced calmly at the girl and gently shook his head. "Second sister, don't try to trick me out of my spirit stones. Last time you tricked me out of 100 spirit stones, saying you buy me a JB, but you still haven't. You tricked me out of my spirit stones. Be careful. I'll tell him when father comes out of seclusion. Also, mother and your 2 aunts forbid you from leaving Tsui Mountain, but you've secretly slipped away to the mortal world several times and even started a gang there. If you don't return my spirit stones, I'll tell father about this after he comes out of seclusion." Li Xian rode on the back of the black fire dog, clenching her fists as she looked at her little brother with a strong sense of threat in her eyes. "Li Yin, you've grown up, haven't you? You even dare to threaten your older sister. Little Black." Li Xian patted the black fire dog on the head, and the black fire dog immediately bared its teeth at Li Yin. Li Yin glanced at the snarling black fire dog, then at Li Xian's threatening expression, and said indifferently, "Second sister, you don't need to scare me. I grew up being scared by you, but I'm not afraid of you anymore. Once father comes out of seclusion, I will definitely report your evil deeds to him." Li Xian leaped off the black fire dog's back, her hands clasped together, making a cracking sound. With a mischievous grin, she approached Li Yin and said, "Little brother, I'll teach you a lesson today. Don't try to threaten your sister before you can beat her, or the consequences will be severe. How serious is it?" Suddenly, a familiar voice reached Li Xian's ears. Li Xian turned his head and saw the long-sealed cave door slowly open, and a familiar figure stepped out of the cave. "Father!" Li Yin trembled, his eyes instantly welling up with tears as he looked excitedly at the tall figure emerging from the cave. "Tapte satantasis, Li Yun." "Father." Upon seeing Li Chen, Li Xian was overjoyed. She appeared in front of Li Chen in a flash, hugged him around the waist, and said excitedly, "Father, you've finally come out of seclusion. You have no idea how much Sienna missed you during the 10 years you were in seclusion." Li Shen skinked. If he wasn't mistaken, Li Xian had combined worldly lightness skills with the Shadow Strike technique, making him far faster than cultivators who use the Shadow Strike technique. 10 years have passed, and the once delicate porcelain doll has grown into a graceful young woman, though her mischievous nature remains unchanged. Has Li Xian's talent for combat begun to emerge since embarking on the path of immortality? Looking at his daughter in his arms, Li Chen put on a stern face and said coldly, "Li Xian, why are you bullying your little brother? Did Changsheng ever bully you back then? Dad, you've been in seclusion for 10 years. How come you're so fierce to Sienna as soon as you come out? You've never been so fierce to Sienna before. Do you no longer love her?" Li Xian hugged Li Chen's waist, looked up with a pitiful expression, and looked utterly wronged. Li Chen ignored Li Xian. As her father, he knew his daughter's personality all too well. Looking at Li Yun, who had delicate features and was full of excitement, Li Chen's eyes softened. This son has delicate features like a girl, a rather slender build, and bears some resemblance to Mo Yunyu. "Yunner, come here, let your father take a look." Li Chen looked at Li Yun with gentle eyes and waved to her. Li Yin walked excitedly to Li Chen, her eyes glistening with tears, and called out in a trembling voice, "Father." Li Chen patted Li Yun's head and nodded in satisfaction. "Good son, I've been in seclusion all these years, not even until you were born. I'm sorry you had to suffer like this." Li Yin shook his head. "Father, I'm not wronged. My mother, elder brother, and 2 aunts treat me very well." "Oh." Li Chen squinted at Li Xian with an unfriendly expression. Li Xian got angry, loosened her arms from around Li Chen's waist, and put her hands on her hips. "Li Yin, you ingrate. What do you mean? Is your sister treating you badly?" Li Yin pursed her lips and did not answer. Li Xian looked at Li Chen, and meeting his questioning gaze, she covered her face with her sleeve. "Father, even you don't believe Sienna anymore. They don't want daughters if they have sons." "Sigh. In this family, Sienna has no one to care for her, no one to love her, just like a cabbage by the roadside. Forget it. Sienna should just leave this house, so she won't get in your way." "Dad, what are you doing?" Suddenly, Li Xian covered her forehead, took 2 steps back, and looked at Li Chen with a shocked expression, her eyes filled with grievance, tears almost falling. This time, Li Xian was genuinely aggrieved. She wasn't faking it. Li Chen glanced at his right hand, feeling somewhat embarrassed. He subconsciously flicked Li Xian on the forehead, but he forgot that he had now forged the 10 treasures body. Even without using force, the flick on Li Xian's forehead still left a large red mark. Cough cough. "Sienna, father didn't mean it." Father was in seclusion, this time practicing a body refining technique, and forgot to hold back his strength. Seeing Li Xian's aggrieved expression and the fact that she was about to cry, Li Chen quickly explained. As a father, he naturally couldn't bear to see his daughter shed tears. Li Xian tilted her head and snorted. "You just don't love Sienna. You attacked Sienna as soon as you came out of seclusion. I'm going to tell mother and my 2 aunts." Li Chen rubbed his temples, feeling utterly helpless. "Tell me, what do you want now?" Li Xian then stopped crying and smiled. "Father, lend me your flying boat for a few days, and I'll forgive you." Without much thought, Li Chen took out a palm-sized bamboo leaf boat from his storage bag and handed it to Li Xian, earnestly instructing him not to leave Suwei Mountain, and even more so, not to go to the mortal world. "Okay, Father, why have you become so long-winded since you came out of seclusion this time?" Li Xian took the flying boat from Li Chen and proudly held it up to Li Yun like a precious treasure. "Little brother, come on, let me show you what it's like to ride a flying boat." Li Yun stood beside Li Chen, glancing sideways at Li Xian, but ignoring her. Ungrateful wretch." Li Xian snorted coldly, turned around, swung her long ponytail behind her head, and said with a bouncy voice, "Little Black, let's go." The black fire dog glanced at Li Chen, then wagged its tail and trotted after Li Xian. Li Chen rubbed his temples. Sure enough, the older this daughter gets, the more troublesome she becomes. The black fire dog was originally a pet given to Li Changsheng by Fu Kong, but it became Li Changsheng's pet after Li Xian was able to crawl and walk. However, the fact that black fire dog has survived until now is quite remarkable. After all, Li Xian had raised and killed the golden-scaled fish that Li Chen had given her when she was a child. Looking at Li Yun beside him, Li Chen felt somewhat relieved. Fortunately, his 2 sons were quite mature, unlike Li Xian, who was mischievous. "Yun'er, accompany your father for a stroll around Suwei Mountain." Li Chen called out to Li Yun, and the father and son immediately began to inspect Suwei Mountain. After 10 years of seclusion, Suwei Mountain has undergone tremendous changes. There were more maids and servants on the mountain, 1 more herb farmer to take care of the medicinal fields, and 1 more early-stage qi refining cultivator to take care of the green bamboo forest. Those 30 acres of spiritual fields were filled with golden spiritual rice. In the spirit field, Wang Lijuan, who was weeding and repelling insects for the spirit rice, saw Li Chen and immediately put down her work and ran over, saying respectfully, "Greetings, master, greetings, 3rd young master." Li Chen looked at Wang Lijuan. Wang Lijuan was dressed as a woman, with a 7 or 8-year-old boy beside her, who had a chubby face. "Is this your son?" When Li Chen asked, Wang Lijuan smiled and nodded. "Master, Xiao Fan and I have become Daoist partners. This is our son, named Bufan." "Not bad. Quickly pay your respects to the master." "I, Bufan, pay my respects to your excellency." Wu Bufan looked to be 7 or 8 years old, with dark skin and a strong build, but he didn't seem very bright. Li Chen nodded without saying anything more, and returned to the courtyard on the mountaintop with Li Yun. Li Yun followed beside Li Chen and said in a deep voice, "Father, of these 30 mu of spirit fields, Wang Lijuan and Wu Xiaofan each have 10 mu. The spirit fields they take care of can produce more than 400 gene per mu." Tai Ao also looked after the spirit fields, but he didn't care much about them, and the yield per mu was less than 200 gene. Over the years, Aunt Huang had tried many times to drive Tai Ao out of Sui Mountain, but each time her elder brother pleaded for Tai Ao, and Aunt Huang gave up. Is this really true? Li Chen stroked his chin, looked at Li Yun, and calmly asked, Yun'er, what do you think should be done about this? After thinking for a moment, Li Yun replied seriously, Father, I think we should dismiss Tai Ao. This spirit field belongs to our family. We rented it to Tai Ao to cultivate, but he doesn't care about it. He doesn't even bother with the pests in the field, causing us to lose a lot of spirit rice. Good. Li Chen nodded approvingly, patted Li Yun's head, and praised her generously. Yun'er is so sensible at such a young age, much better than Xian'er. Faced with Li Chen's praise, Li Yun shook his head and said seriously, Father, my eldest brother and I have 8th grade spiritual roots, while my second sister has a 6th grade spiritual root. My eldest brother and I are inferior to my second sister. Since my eldest brother and I are not as good as my second sister in cultivation, we should take better care of Sui Mountain and share some of the chores with you, so that you won't have to worry. Li Chen looked at Li Yun, his expression slightly surprised. This son is only 9 years old. He's quite precocious. Huang Qingya did nothing wrong in the matter of Tai Ao, and Li Chen supports Huang Qingya's decision. Although Li Yun and Li Changsheng are born of the same mother and both have relatively calm personalities, there are still subtle differences between them. Looking at Li Yun, who had delicate features and a slender figure, Li Chen seemed to be deep in thought.